Chapter 571. Why should I know? No matter what your plan is. I just need to destroy that electronic warship. The survivor seemed very confident. After saying that, he recorded the estimated time and area of the plan into his thinking organ. And then continued to vibrate the space-time ripples. I need a promise. Say it. After destroying the electronic warship, no matter which organization of yours finally embarks on the long voyage, you must give priority to providing me with the materials and fuel needed along the way. Don't worry about this. Our Silicon-based Federation has agreed, and we are happy to cooperate. The remnant did not reply, but turned on the optical invisibility again, hiding himself in the void again. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation knew that he had successfully persuaded this existence. Although it seemed that he had not said anything. This was the case among the 6th-level civilizations. Except for people like the Reapers. They basically knew that the only way out was to leave the Milky Way. No. Perhaps the Reapers also knew. But they had different views on the Great Voyage. In their minds, perhaps the Great Voyage can only be started by their civilization. And other civilizations in the Milky Way can only exist to increase their foundation. Of course, it is also possible that they think that after concentrating all the civilizations with unique technologies in the Milky Way on themselves, they can break through the shackles of cosmic civilization. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain their behavior of plundering technology everywhere. But no matter what, in the eyes of the Silicon-based Federation, the Reapers are the biggest cancer in the Milky Way. The various shapes of the Silicon-based Federation's several creations did not stop. They once again squirmed their metals, quickly transformed into huge warp engines, and then disappeared into the void. Their mission was completed, and the next step was to wait. What were they waiting for? Of course, they were waiting for the Reapers to appear and to find trouble with the extragalactic civilization. Although they wanted to deal with the Reapers, the Galactic Heart Alliance obviously did not intend to directly confront the Reapers head-on. They planned to watch the fire from the other side of the river first. Yes, the Silver Heart Alliance had previously spread the news that the Awakeners with special technology had come to the Milky Way for this purpose. They knew the Reapers very well. The Reapers with electronic warships were very arrogant and did not even take any level 6 civilization seriously. So even if the Reapers knew that it was the Silver Heart Alliance that spread the news and knew it might be a trap, they would still give it a try. They were not stupid, but fearless. They believed that absolute power could crush all conspiracies and tricks. This is true. During the time when the Silicon-based Federation was in contact with the Legacy, many Reaper warships were searching for the location of the Awakener in the starry sky. Once they found it, war would be inevitable. As for the Legacy, after the Silicon-based Federation left, he did not stay in this empty star field, but went to the interior of the Milky Way in his own way. The Silicon-based Federation did give him coordinates, but they were not exact coordinates. After all, no one knew where the Reapers would meet the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. Therefore, the so-called coordinates are just the places where the Awakeners appeared that the Galaxy Heart Alliance discovered. The Milky Way is very large. Even if a level 6 civilization wants to cross it at full speed, it will take more than 460 years. Fortunately, the coordinates of several star fields provided by the Galaxy Heart Alliance are not far apart. As long as they detect the situation in a certain star field, they can still rush over. As a remnant of a single civilization at the level of level 6 civilization, he also understands this. So he simply chooses a route at random and rushes into the interior of the Milky Way. It can be seen that his navigation method is very similar to that of the Silicon-based consortium. He first removed the optical invisible barrier. Then the red light on his body turned into a dazzling blue light. And then he also entered the warp state and disappeared in the visible universe. Time flies. The time of the universe seems to be very worthless. And more than 100 years pass in a flash. During this period, humans also worked hard to build the 6,674 astronomical units long ladder to embark on the 4th level civilization. That star field has already completely presented a busy scene. And in every developed star system, you can see a piece of bustling construction site. On those planets, even if you look from space, you can see all kinds of mechanical equipment shining with metallic luster on the surface of the planets. The orbits of the planets are full of various hovering platforms. Near-Earth orbits, synchronous orbits, and far-Earth orbits. Platforms like space fortresses are suspended there. And short-range transport ships are constantly traveling between the planets and the platforms, looking at the entire star system. If the detector is sensitive enough, You can see that these transport ships are like meteorite belts, connecting each rocky planet and space base. They transported the resources on the planet to space. And then long-distance transport ships transported the materials to construction bases several or even dozens of light years away. In this process, individual life forms of the Red Flame civilization replaced the intelligent programs and took on the task of transporting materials. Every developed star system is full of their figures. The small gray mining robots also played a great role in this process. When looking down from space, those planets where only pieces of gray metal materials are floating everywhere are the small gray mining robots. The mining method of the gray robot is similar to that of the silver mist. It directly decomposes the minerals into piles of metal elements, which are then sent to space by transport ships. After years of mining, the rocky planets have become riddled with holes. From the outside, many planets have lost their original spherical shape. Humans are eating these 8-star systems like locusts. No, judging from the changes in the appearance of these planets, they may be called planet devourers. The technology of human civilization cannot destroy a planet all at once. But through mining, it can gradually wear away rocky planets. While humans were busy turning the 8-star systems into a starry sky construction site, a fleet of warships suddenly appeared among the stars at the other end of the starry sky. This fleet of warships had about 100 warships, each of which was about 2,000 kilometers long. But their appearance was very ordinary. However, they had one characteristic. That is, their paint was all black. It was completely different from the style of the previous battleship of the Silver Heart Alliance. Obviously, these warships were not the battleships of the Silver Heart Alliance. Almost at the same time when this battleship squadron exited the warp into the visible universe, about 3 light years away, a huge rectangular battleship also exited the warp. Then, like friends who cooperated well, the two disappeared at the same time in the visible universe, and then appeared at the same time in 2 other locations several light years apart, then disappeared again, and appeared again. It was like flashing teleportation. The two kept disappearing and appearing, and their positions and distances were constantly changing. Chapter 572. Their movement methods are basically the same. The black battleship team definitely has the advantage in numbers, because there is only one battleship on the opposite side. A rectangular battleship with a golden ratio. If humans see this battleship, they will definitely recognize at a glance that this battleship is almost exactly the same as the Awakener they encountered at the beginning. Well, it seems to be larger in size than the one humans encountered at that time, but it is still at that level. Comparing this rectangular battleship with the 100 or so black battleships, it is larger than the black battleship, and the length difference is about 300 or 400 kilometers. Of course, at this level, the longer or shorter battleships actually have little impact. From their changing positions in the starry sky, it can be seen that their performance in dodging and evasion seems to be almost the same. However, the magical thing is that the two have been disappearing and appearing in a cycle. But there is no trace of attack in the starry sky. The two sides seem to be flickering in tacit understanding, and neither of them launched a military attack on the other. As we all know, warp navigation is achieved by distorting time and space. The general principle is to distort the time and space in front of the warship and stretch and flatten the time and space behind the warship in the process of warp, in order to protect the time and space where the warship is located, so that the space where the warship is located will not be distorted like the external time and space. The warship will also wrap itself with a time and space field when entering and exiting the warp or warp navigation stage. That is, the warp bubble. Distorting spacetime will inevitably cause spacetime ripples, just like an object escaping from the water surface into the water. No matter how smooth it is, it needs to break the calm level, causing ripples to appear on the originally calm level. In warp speed navigation, spacetime ripples will be generated. Of course, this kind of spacetime ripples is very weak and basically will not affect nearby objects. They can't even be transmitted too far in the universe, and they automatically calm down in the vast galaxy. At the beginning, the two flashes seem to be competing in performance, but after a long time, they seem to be transmitting some information to each other in this way. Being able to read information in such a chaotic spacetime ripple shows that both sides have strong detection capabilities. Civilization from the extragalactic galaxy? Oh! The Galactic Center Alliance? Oh no! It should be the infamous Reaper. Humph! Heh! The information was very short, and it was broadcast in the form of public broadcasts in the Milky Way, so both sides could read each other's meaning. But neither was interested in continuing the long speech. After the short conversation, the two sides continued to dodge and move in the starry sky. Just like before, the two seemed to be fixed on the same panel, disappearing and appearing together. And in just a few breaths, they moved from this star field to another starry sky more than 10 light years away. After flashing several times in succession, the rectangular battleship finally hovered on the chromosphere of a star. The rectangular battleship was less than 3,000 kilometers in size. For a star with a diameter of more than 2 million kilometers, it looked like a faint spot on the star. However, if you zoom in, you can clearly see that the endless rolling star flames are steaming towards the rectangular battleship. And some of the gushing prominence flames even directly washed over the rectangular battleship. But despite the raging flames of the star, the rectangular battleship remained motionless, as if it was half embedded in the space, firmly fixed there. And it remained motionless despite the raging flames. This appearance is like a brick made of gold in a raging fire. At this moment, the rectangular battleship is like an ancient god standing on the surface of the sun, with the sun as its background, and the endless stellar flames as its power. It is incredible that this rectangular battleship actually came directly to the surface of the star at warp speed. The gravity of a star is so strong that it can distort a piece of space and time, causing all the planets within its gravitational field to revolve around it. What a strong gravity this is! In such a gravitational environment, warp speed navigation is the most likely to go wrong and the most difficult to grasp the course accuracy. But this rectangular battleship appeared directly and accurately on the surface of the star. Coincidentally, it is not only this rectangular battleship that has such ability, but also the 100 or so black battleships. They also appeared on the chromosphere of this star, and they also remained motionless despite the raging stellar wind. But their positions were different from those of the rectangular battleships. The location where more than 100 black warships appeared was just behind the star. They were separated from the rectangular warship by a star. At this moment, the brightest and brightest star in the starry sky seemed to become the background, and the rectangular warship and the more than 100 black warships stood back to back, like two peerless masters, standing in front and behind the star. There was no metaphysical momentum in the universe. But at this moment, the two seemed to exude a trembling breath. The gravitational field of this star has smoothed out the traces of warp speed caused by the arrival of the two. At this moment, the starry sky seemed to be quiet, leaving only the 20,000 degrees Celsius hot fusion flames on the surface of the star rolling and scorching, and the hot stellar wind surging up and down. But there was no trace that could shake the two, as if the 20,000 degrees Celsius temperature stellar wind was a breeze. There are 6 planets in this star system, 5 of which are rocky planets, all of which are barren planets. The outermost one is a gas planet, with 7 or 8 satellites of different sizes orbiting in its orbit. At this moment, they are still orbiting the main sequence star in the center in an orderly manner according to the laws of the universe and their billions of years of trajectory. The starry sky seems to be quiet at this moment. A very natural quiet. A quiet without any trace of civilization. Perhaps only a 6th level civilization can be an observer to know what the two have experienced in the process of meeting each other and now facing each other back to back. Of course, the two also know each other. But at this moment, neither the rectangular warship nor the 100 or so warships, whose pace of action and coordination reached an outrageous degree, moved. They just lay quietly on the chromosphere of the star, as if waiting for something. And almost when they were quietly waiting for something, a warship with a beautiful streamlined shape and a little starlight suddenly appeared in the starry sky about 10 light years away from the star. After the warship appeared, it hovered above the starry sky, and its bow, like a soap head, accurately pointed at the star more than 10 light years away. At the same time, an inexplicable message appeared inside the warship, which was surrounded by stars. One warship has pinned down a team of 170 Reaper warships. What kind of special technology does this civilization from the extragalactic galaxy have mastered? This warship doesn't look like their flagship, Reaper. Haha. It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 573. For some unknown reason, this time, the warships with twinkling stars did not come with other auxiliary warships such as frigates, but appeared alone in this starry sky. The warship did not continue to approach the star, but stayed alone more than 10 light years away, as if waiting for something. The higher their combat power, the greater our chances of winning, which is a good thing. Another message appeared in the warship with twinkling stars all around, as if communicating. That's not necessarily true. Those warships are just the regular combat power of the Reapers. When do we start? No hurry. Let's see what the civilization from the What Galaxy is like. If the rectangular warship can't beat the Reaper team, it won't be too late for us to take action. Saving it at the right time will become an opportunity for us to cooperate. The Reapers must have known that we are behind it. If they tell the rectangular warship, it may be disadvantageous to us. No. With the Reaper style, they won't tell even if they know. And even if they tell, what can they do? The civilization from the extragalactic galaxy has no choice. Can they raise the white flag and surrender? Sacrifice everything in their entire civilization? And hand over their special technology to the Reapers? That's true. But they won't be one of us either. That's after we destroy the Reapers. If they're still here, everything is just empty talk. Only if we destroy the Reapers first can our plan become a reality. Then now, it's time to start. The information exchange within the warship stopped. It was at this time that the star at the other end of the starry sky suddenly boiled for some unknown reason. And the raging flames surged. The hot fusion flames were like huge waves that rolled up the starry sky. The star that was originally rotating quietly lost its original shape. Endless flames first shot out from its two poles, and then covered the middle of the sphere. The whole planet seemed like dough at this moment, changing from a round shape to a distinct ellipse. Its photosphere material squeezed outward and rushed to the chromosphere. The inner core was also pulled and mixed with the outer layer, causing the star's apparent temperature to rise by hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius. Its brightness was also constantly increasing, suddenly changing from yellow-white to azure-blue. The internal stability balance of this star was finally broken at this moment. The fuel inside that was enough for it to burn for billions of years seemed to be released at this moment, and more surging energy swept out. This star, which was originally unlikely to end its life in this period, seemed to have reached the end of its life at this moment. It became brighter and brighter, and the entire area where the star was located was covered with an endless sea of photons. The violent energy was finally released at this moment, heading in all directions of the universe, and instantly engulfed the rectangular warship and the 170 black warships that were still parked in place. After the endless light domain, there must be violent material ejection. However, through the endless light domain at that moment, it can be seen that the rectangular warship and the 170 warships still stand there proudly like a tall figure in a storm. The violent star energy that was about to burst out seemed to have no effect on the two. The star was about to end its life in the most brilliant explosion. But before the critical point of its explosion really arrived, whether it was the rectangular battleship or the 170 battleships that moved in unison, they were still embedded in the turbulent space. The strong light was more violent than the sun's explosion that year. The blue light was like a balloon in the dark starry sky that was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, because the constantly collapsing matter finally lost its balance, the star finally exploded. The surging energy spread in all directions at the speed of light and in the form of photons, illuminating the entire starry sky and heating the entire space. The offspring of the original stars will also be destroyed in such a strong explosion. Just like the solar system and the Centauri triple system back then, the violent energy blocked most of the detection eyes, and also interfered with the rectangular battleship and the 170 black battleship squadron at the center of the explosion. The space-time shock caused by the stellar explosion made warp speed almost impossible. However, at the moment when the explosion spread, the rectangular warship accelerated from relative stillness in an instant, leaving a residual image in the endless ocean of light. The 170 black warships finally stopped coordinating their actions. They also moved synchronously when the rectangular warships did. The warships that had originally maintained their formation seemed to have broken their firm connection with each other and scattered all of a sudden, like 170 black streamers, swishing into the ocean of light. They actually used the stellar explosion as an opportunity to start a battle. They actually started a battle in the light of the stellar explosion. That was a stellar explosion, a force that was enough to destroy the entire human civilization, and a light that illuminated the entire Milky Way. Humans call it a disaster. It was in such a disaster that humans staggered into the starry sky, ran away from home, and became a wandering civilization. And here, such a stellar explosion is just an opportunity for two beings to fight. It's like two masters waiting for the leaves in the sky to fall to the ground and cause a slight sound to interfere with the perception of both sides before fighting. How similar they look. The only difference is that one is in a TV show. The other is in the starry sky. and the object has become a warship. Humans have never seen a level 6 civilization fight. And of course they don't want to see it. Because in the current situation, let alone seeing it, even if you wait in this star field, you can't see it. Obviously, if you want to see the battle scene of both sides, you must first withstand the energy ocean brought by the star explosion. Or, you must have detection capabilities other than ray tracing. No, even the detection capabilities outside the light cone became undetectable in the space-time turbulence caused by such a violent energy ocean. Therefore, from the perspective of the warship with starlight all around it more than 10 light-years away, it was difficult to clearly see what happened in the photon ocean that spread at the speed of light. They only detected that in the chaotic space-time turbulence, there were space gaps from time to time, but they quickly turned into violent space-time fluctuations in the environment. In fact, it was not the detection of space-time gaps, but the lack of information feedback. They also did not master such attack methods, so they knew it was a space gap. In the endless light domain, the afterimages of warships passed by, accompanied by the appearance and disappearance of black lines. Such a scene was like a series of cracks on the white sky. After the black cracks appeared, the flow of photons was delayed, and the photon flow was abruptly cut off. Fortunately, the black cracks healed automatically after a while, and the photon flow and the subsequent material ejection were able to announce their violence to the universe again. Chapter 574. This star, whose explosion was caused by the rectangular warship or the 170 black warships, originally had a mass no greater than 1.44 times that of the Sun, which means it did not exceed the Chandrasekhar limit. Therefore, according to the theory of stellar evolution, the debris left after its explosion should be a white dwarf. But it was as unfortunate as the Sun. It did not naturally age to the point of exploding, but was destroyed by an unknown attack. As a result, after the explosion, nothing was left, and all of it expanded into the universe in the form of energy and matter ejection. This is an artificial supernova explosion. Although such an explosion is not as violent as those giant stars such as blue supergiants, it is a supernova. It is conceivable how strong the rectangular battleship and the 170 battleships are in terms of their ability to withstand damage, from the fact that they actively detonated the star and fought in the exploding star. It can be seen that a close-up supernova can no longer cause substantial damage to them. What a strong defense! However, even with such a strong defense, when it was directly hit by those black lines, it could not last even for a second. After a while, the afterimages in the energy frenzy of the nova explosion have changed from 171 to 168. The decrease in afterimages means that a warship has been destroyed, but the remaining afterimages are still moving quickly. That is, the destroyed warship is not the rectangular warship, but part of the 170 black warships. The energy of the star explosion is still spreading at the speed of light, and the battle between the two sides is still continuing in the energy group of the explosion. But except for the two parties involved, no civilization can really see the true situation of the battle. The black lines were crisscrossed, as if the sky was torn open and then quickly healed. From time to time, strong gravitational waves that were not natural phenomena appeared, causing chaos in the entire area of the explosive energy. The straight-line propagation of light also twisted and twisted in this situation, just like someone scribbled on the colored materials with a pen. Those black lines that were obviously some kind of space attack method were not all smooth and straight. Some were obviously chaotic, like multiple Z-shaped superpositions. It was not like this when the attack was launched, but the attack hit a certain defense mechanism of the warship. Of course, some crooked black lines are caused by strong space-time shock sources. In such an environment, perhaps there are too many interference factors, so both sides decisively abandon the idea of constantly switching between warp state and normal state, and turn to such a fight that relies purely on the powerful performance of the warships. The battle between the rectangular battleship and the black battleship team did not end quickly, but with the spread of the energy of the star explosion, the scope of the battle was also expanding. During their battle, the streamlined battleship with starlight all around it, which was more than 10 light-years away, obviously detected the gravitational anomalies that appeared in the battlefield through detection means outside the light cone. But the intelligent life in the battleship did not shout or scream, because they knew very well that those things were just very conventional means of attack. What surprised them the most was actually the rectangular battleship. They had been prepared to leave at any time, but the development of the battlefield was unexpected. The rectangular battleship seemed to be getting braver and braver. And they found that the rectangular battleship seemed to be ridiculously strong in dodging. It was impossible, or it should not be called dodging, but more like some kind of prediction. The rectangular battleship seemed to be able to predict every attack from the black battleship team. The reason why it was considered a prediction was that after precise calculations, they found that the various reactions of the rectangular battleship seemed to be much faster than dodging after detecting enemy attacks using detection capabilities outside the light cone. After discovering this situation, 2 more communication messages appeared inside the streamlined battleship with stars all around it. Is this the special technology from the extragalactic civilization? Some kind of detection technology that is more powerful than conventional detection methods? Is it just detection technology? Or is it some unknown prediction technology? Prediction technology? What kind of statement is this? How can there be such a statement? Can any random term plus a technology really become a special technology? It doesn't make sense. It's right that it can't be explained. If we can explain it, it's not their special technology. It seems to be right. The so-called special technology means that a certain race has achieved achievements beyond the same level in a certain technological route, and even reached a point that other life forms of the same level of civilization cannot understand no matter what. In this case, it is right that it can't be explained for the time being. It must be. 3 more were destroyed. It seems that this unknown civilization from the extragalactic galaxy has good combat power. If we don't use the galaxy, our warships will probably not be able to win against it in a short time. This made other intelligent beings who could understand the detection information feel a little embarrassed, because the Silver Heart Alliance knew their conventional combat power very well. If the conventional warships of the Reapers could not win, they certainly could not win either. This rectangular warship does not seem to be their flagship. No wonder the Perseus community believed that their exploration fleet was mysteriously missing, rather than being destroyed by a certain civilization. This civilization from an unknown galaxy cannot be left alive. We mobilized the power of the entire civilization and spent millions of years to install our special technology on the galaxy. Even after installing the galaxy, we have exhausted the power of the entire alliance, and it is only enough to maintain the maintenance of this warship. And this unknown civilization from the galaxy can actually install its special technology on every warship? If so, we may need to reevaluate the true strength of this civilization. It should be so. Let's take a look. Several more Reaper warships have been destroyed. When the intelligent life in the warships with stars all around them were discussing, they suddenly found that 8 more Reaper warships were missing on the battlefield. They keenly noticed that the loss of Reaper warships was accelerating. A civilization in the extragalactic galaxy? A single ship has such a strong combat power. Is this the confidence that you appear in the form of a single ship or 3 ships wherever you go? Could it be from the Andromeda Galaxy? The Andromeda Galaxy is more than twice as large as the Milky Way. With a large size, there are more civilizations under normal circumstances, and the probability of a powerful civilization will naturally be greater. Therefore, the intelligent life of the Galactic Heart Alliance preconceived that the Awakener is a civilization from the Andromeda Galaxy. We will naturally know where they are from later. At least now, they are on the same front with us. And the stronger they are, the greater our chances of winning. Chapter 575. When the light from the star explosion spread to 0.3 light-years, the battle between the rectangular battleship and 170 battleships came to an end. After the last black battleship was destroyed, the rectangular battleship was forced into a warped state in the violent energy frenzy of the star explosion and disappeared in the visible universe. When it appeared again, it was already outside the range of the star explosion energy. Obviously, the rectangular battleship won this small-scale conflict. At this moment, the rectangular battleship pushed out from the warp state hovered in the starry sky again. The light cone of the star explosion has not yet extended here. If the rectangular battleship points the detector at the star, it will see its own figure 4 months ago and experience the scene of a star explosion again. Of course, these are things that have already happened to it and the entire universe now. Even if it sees it again, it will only see light and shadow. At this moment, the rectangular battleship just hovered quietly above the starry sky, just like when it encountered the 170 black battleships that it had destroyed. It stood proudly, unscathed, with the starry sky as the background, like a peerless master who had just finished a duel. And somewhere in the starry sky 3 light-years away from where it was, there was also a warship hovering. A warship with dots of starlight all around it. It's you? The rectangular warship shook the surrounding space and time, causing ripples in space and time. Its pilot knew that the streamlined warship 3 light-years away must be paying attention to him, just as he had already discovered the other party. You know, it's not us. Sure enough, the next moment, the battleship with stars all around it shook the space and time and rippled, and replied, "It doesn't look like it. The Perseus community? Or the Galactic Alliance? The Silicon-based Federation? You are following us. The civilization that spread our broadcast information everywhere in the Milky Way. I believe you know which civilization it is." The rectangular battleship replied. In fact, there is only one pilot in the rectangular battleship. Just like the rectangular battleship that encountered humans at the beginning. The pilot found that the battleship with stars all around it seemed to have misunderstood. But he did not explain. He felt that sometimes such misunderstandings are also good. We are the flagship of the Galactic Heart Alliance. The galaxy. We are the civilization that spread your information in the Milky Way. But we are not following you. But the Reaper fleet that you just destroyed. The Galactic Heart Alliance actually directly admitted that it was done. And after saying this, the rectangular battleship miraculously did not get angry. Instead, it calmly shook the space-time ripples again. Tell me about the Reapers. What kind of existence are they? The most powerful civilization in the Milky Way, which has dominated the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, aims to plunder the technology of other civilizations, and is the public enemy of all civilizations in the Milky Way. The Silver Heart Alliance casually summed it up. The most powerful civilization in the Milky Way is just like this. The rectangular battleship that just killed 170 Reaper warships without any damage was very disdainful. So the purpose of spreading the broadcast everywhere is to make the Reapers conflict with us, and then reap the benefits. No. For some reason, the Silver Heart Alliance did not directly respond to the disdainful words of the rectangular battleship, nor did it inform the electronic battleship of the news, but directly replied to the rectangular battleship with the next sentence. Friends from the extragalactic galaxy. In fact, the Reapers have already discovered you, and our broadcast just slightly accelerated the process. Believe it or not, we were ready to help you at any time, but your fighting power was beyond our expectations. You should know that if we really had bad intentions towards you, we would not be able to be discovered by you here. Rectangular battleship. So, Galactic Heart Alliance. So we should cooperate and jointly deal with the Reapers and eliminate them. Rectangular battleship. It seems unnecessary. The most powerful civilization in the galaxy you mentioned does not seem to be able to reach the level that we can only deal with by uniting other civilizations. It's good to have confidence, but we want to tell you that the Reaper fleet you just destroyed is just their regular combat power. The Silver Heart Alliance continued to shake time and space to convey their meaning. Moreover, it was just a small-scale battle just now. The Reapers don't care. On the contrary, they are probably testing whether you really have special technology. After the Reapers confirm, the coming may not be regular combat power. The driver of the rectangular battleship felt that the Silver Heart Alliance seemed to be hiding something from him. He wanted to go up and shoot the battleship, but reason told him not to do so. First, although the Galactic Alliance broadcasts everywhere, it is hateful, but it is indeed the first level 6 civilization in the Milky Way that has not actively attacked his side. He thinks he can learn more about other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way from the Galactic Alliance. Second, this battleship seems to be fearless, and said that it is ready to help him at any time. Judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem to be lying. In other words, this battleship with a little starlight all around is a powerful battleship, and it may have special technology that he doesn't know about. Third, from the perspective of the Awakener civilization, he must find out what the Galactic Heart Alliance is hiding from him. At the same time, the Awakeners are eager to know the attitudes of other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way towards the Great Voyage. Based on this, he has no reason to take the initiative. Triangulum Galaxy. Awakener civilization. Bye. Thinking of this, the driver of the rectangular battleship finally introduced himself. Galactic Galaxy. Galactic Heart Alliance. Galaxy Battleship. The Galactic Heart Alliance responded. After the two sides informed each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. At this time, the driver who called himself You drove the rectangular battleship to create ripples in time and space. We need to know more about the Reapers. He still called himself We. Obviously, he didn't want the Silver Heart Alliance to know that he was the only one driving this battleship. You have been moving too frequently in the big universe recently. The Reapers may have discovered your small universe. As far as we know, The Reapers have dispatched a larger fleet, which may be aimed at you. The Silver Heart Alliance seemed to be well informed. After the rectangular battleship asked questions, they directly threw out such news. As soon as this news came out, you immediately looked at the Silver Heart Alliance, which he had just looked down on, with a different eye. Because the Awakener knew nothing about the actions of the Harvesters and the detection of the Silver Heart Alliance. The fact that the Silver Heart Alliance could say such a thing meant that they already knew where the small universe on their side was, which meant that the Silver Heart Alliance unilaterally detected the situation on their side without their knowledge. As a level 6 civilization, the other party's detector technology or concealment technology is better than ours. The life individual of the Reaper, you thought secretly. As the saying goes, there is no coincidence in the world. Just now, the Silver Heart Alliance felt that the Awakener had mastered some powerful detection technology. And now the Awakener's side also felt that the other party's detection technology was better than theirs. While you was still thinking, the Silver Heart Alliance continued to tell him some things about the Reaper's treatment of other civilizations, and also hinted that if the Reaper is not eliminated, all civilizations in the Milky Way will not be able to leave the Milky Way, and also made an exclusive analysis of the Reaper's purpose of plundering technology. Chapter 576. Exclusive Analysis. Just listen for fun. The exclusive analysis of the Silver Heart Alliance on the Reapers must be saying something that is beneficial to them. Saying that the Awakeners should join the united front against the Reapers. You, as a member of the Awakeners, although he is only an individual, he is not stupid. From the encounter with the Reaper battleship team this time, he knows that what the Silver Heart Alliance said makes sense. But he does not completely believe it. The grievances between these civilizations in the Milky Way will be slowly investigated by the Awakeners. Now the most urgent task is to notify the Awakeners, who are still in various parts of the Milky Way, and inform them that the Reapers know the coordinates of their small universes, and are about to take action against them. What the Silver Heart Alliance said was just a possibility. But you could not be ignored, because the microcosm is the common home of the Awakeners. As for the Silver Heart Alliance, they originally planned to tell the Awakeners about the electronic warship, but after seeing the combat effectiveness of this Awakener warship and showing extreme pride, they changed their minds. Obviously, they wanted the Awakeners to clash with the Harvesters first. Anyway, no matter how much the two sides suffered, it would not be bad for them, and it would be best if both sides were injured. In the eyes of the Silver Heart Alliance, the main force against the electronic warships is not the Awakeners anyway, so it has no impact on the plan. They only need the Awakeners to play a role in destroying the conventional forces of the Harvesters in the plan. Even the two sides do not need to form a united front, as long as they do not attack each other. And the current situation is that the Awakeners have already turned to their side, and they have also expressed their willingness, which is enough. The next thing to do is to unite the Persis community, the Silicon-based Federation, the Legacy and the Gaia consciousness, and wait for the Harvesters to fight the Awakeners. The Silver Heart Alliance actually cannot guarantee that its siege plan will not be known by the Reapers. But even if it knows, the Reapers will not give up the attack on the Awakeners' microcosm. The reason is simple. Now, except for the Awakener who exposed his microcosm, other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way basically hide their main civilizations deeply, for fear of being discovered by the Reapers. The same is true for the Silver Heart Alliance. They do have many microcosms, and because of their frequent activities in the big universe, many microcosms have been discovered by the Reapers. But so far, the discovered microcosms are not the microcosms where the main civilization is located. The same is true for the Persis community and the Silicon Federation. Since the Great War a million years ago, everyone has been hiding deep, even if they have conflicts with the Reapers or each other in the future. The core microcosm has not been discovered. This is one of the reasons why they can still exist today. Of course, if a large-scale war is carried out against the Reapers this time, the microcosm where the main civilization is located will definitely be discovered. So there is definitely a risk. But as long as the Reapers can be eliminated, then the exposure will not be considered as exposure. At worst, cripple the Reapers, leaving them no time to estimate, and then hide the small universe where the main civilization is located again. Before the war against the Reapers began, the Silver Heart Alliance had already thought of a way out. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, then the poor will die. If something really happens, it doesn't matter if the ally lives or dies. And the right thing to do is to ensure that their own civilization is not wiped out. As for this awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy, the Silver Heart Alliance was not angry at all about the sarcastic words said by the guy who called himself you, because the more they said this, the more the Silver Heart Alliance liked it. Galactic Heart Alliance, thank you for your message, but we have to go now. After thinking for a while, you sent a message at this time. He still called himself we. Happy cooperation. The Galactic Heart Alliance responded very actively, but the Awakener, you, did not respond, but just controlled his warship, disappeared in the visible universe, entered the maximum warp state, and rushed to the main universe of his own civilization. At the same time, he also contacted other nearby civilization individuals in the internal channel of the civilization and informed them of the news. After the Awakener left, another conversation took place inside the galaxy. A battleship with stars all around it. This Awakener civilization is very arrogant. Arrogance is a good thing. With a recent record, they have the capital to be arrogant. But they seem to look down on the civilization of the Milky Way. We should teach this arrogant battleship a lesson. After all, they are from a small place. It's normal that they haven't seen the world. We have achieved our goal. That's enough. There is no need to make things complicated. Now the battlefield location has been roughly determined. The Eye of the Ruler Arm has received news that the Reaper fleet has begun to cross the Ruler Arm and is heading towards the junction of the Orion Arm and the Carina Arm. The Awakener's microcosm is currently there. In order to find out this news, our microcosms in the middle of the Ruler Arm were destroyed by the Reapers. It's all worth it. We have to move. Let the Silicon-based Federation and the Perseus community move as soon as possible. All the forces in our main civilization's microcosm must be mobilized. This time we must defeat all the forces of the Reapers. By the way, the universe where the Reapers' main civilization is located. The Reapers never conceal the location of their main civilization. Don't worry. Everything is going well. We are just waiting for the survivors to arrive. Where is the electronic warship? Nothing has been found. Let's go. It's time for us to leave. After a conversation, the galaxy also entered the warp state and disappeared in the starry sky. The Galactic Heart Alliance was very curious about the origin of the Awakeners. But after learning that the Awakeners came from the Triangulum Galaxy, they did not immediately ask them how they arrived in the Milky Way. They did not have the intention of asking questions, but instead showed a friendly look. Perhaps they are considering this plan. The storm is coming, and the actions of several top civilizations in the Milky Way represent the future changes in the Milky Way. The Galactic Heart Alliance, the Silicon-based Federation, and the Perseus community have all begun to act. And the Awakeners are also preparing for war in advance after receiving the news. The Awakeners who were previously performing various tasks in various parts of the Milky Way were recalled one after another. And many Awakeners who were performing awakening tasks also interrupted their tasks in advance and assembled in the designated star field. The survivor who promised to deal with the electronic warship also returned from the edge of the Milky Way to the stars during this period, as well as the civilizations mentioned by the Galactic Heart Alliance. All of a sudden, the top combat forces in the Milky Way all moved, all approaching a certain star field. The Milky Way was shrouded in the dark clouds of war, and entered the last calm time before the war. Chapter 577. From the previous battle between the Awakener's rectangular battleship and the Reaper battleship squadron, it can be seen that the battle of the 6th level civilization has a wide impact, because it is just a small conflict, and they have no scruples to detonate a star. And the purpose of detonating the star is just to seize the initiative. Perhaps for these civilizations, the supernova explosion is just a casual thing, just for a small battlefield advantage in the battle. But for the weak civilizations in the Milky Way, it may be a disaster, especially civilizations that are close to the battlefield star field. If they are level 0 civilizations that still rely on their mother star for survival, then they will definitely perish under the light of such a supernova explosion. Because supernova explosions have another name, gamma-ray bursts. Within 50 light-years of the supernova explosion location, all life on life planets will usher in a mass extinction. The light of the supernova explosion will also spread its last light to every corner of the Milky Way in the next tens of thousands of years, making it the brightest star in the Milky Way. If the war really starts, there will probably be more than one such star explosion, which will be a disaster for all civilizations near the battlefield. Coincidentally, The location of the Awakener's microcosm is less than 8,000 light-years away from the star field where humans are now working hard to build a new particle collider. This distance is an unattainable distance for humans, but not for level 6 civilizations. They can cross it in at most 30 years. Of course, if a supernova explodes at such a distance, humans will not be directly killed by gamma-ray bursts with their current technology. But the continuous star explosions will definitely have an impact on the new particle collider. However, humans are obviously not aware of this now. Even if they know, there is nothing they can do. They can only pray that the exploration of the Grand Unified Theory will be completed before the aftermath of the war. At this moment, humans are still working hard on the construction. Judging from the progress, the construction of the new particle collider has been going smoothly. The progress has been completed by about 50%. According to the plan, it will be completed in about 600 to 700 years. At this moment, the ignorant humans are still immersed in the expectations of the new particle collider and the pride of their own industrial capabilities. However, at this time, human scientists suddenly observed an unknown phenomenon in the starry sky. As the leader, Yu Yuan received the news first. This time, he didn't need to rush to the command center because he was in the command center. General Yu, the latest observation data from the astronomy department, the starry sky is disappearing. The speaker was the new scientific officer of the Tianqin. A woman, very young, only 720 years old this year, with a beautiful face, a graceful figure, and excellent professional skills. Well, now there is no ugly woman in the world. After all, they have been designed and evolved. With her excellent scientific literacy, she won the election for the Tianqin Science Officer, with a term of 500 years. As soon as she spoke, the large screen of the Tianqin Command Center showed the images sent back by various types of telescopes and detectors. Since setting foot on the starry sky, Yu Yuan has encountered many things. Although when he heard this, he knew that something big must have happened in the starry sky, and this big thing might be dangerous to humans. But he learned to stay calm, because impatience can't solve any problem. The starry sky is disappearing. Such words are very explosive at any time, and they are words that are enough to attract absolute attention. But Yu Yuan was not impatient. He just nodded and looked at the changing picture quietly. The first thing he saw was the brilliant galaxy, because it was the starry sky photographed by humans and processed by human computers. The names of some stars were also marked on the star map. For example, Shinxiu, Jingxiu, Beishu 1, Beishu 3, Beishu 5, etc. Yu Yuan saw the Big Dipper, which no longer looked like a 7-star spoon. There were also gray words on the starry sky, marking the original solar system and original Centaurus triple star system. They were embedded in the bright galaxy, representing the thoughts of mankind. However, in the next moment, whether it was the bright galaxy or the stars with familiar names, they all disappeared one after another in the galaxy. No, after they gradually disappeared, they could no longer be considered galaxies, because the last star map had become pitch black, with nothing but black. The brilliant Milky Way and the light of the galaxies outside the Milky Way all disappeared. Yu Yuan was shocked by such a scene, but he did not shout or scream, because at this moment he had roughly judged that this was the case based on his years of experience and scientific literacy. It is true that all types of human telescopes and detectors cannot detect the starry sky, but the starry sky cannot disappear. The most likely possibility is that the starlight bypassed the human telescopes and detectors, or the starlight was blocked by something, resulting in human detection. What existence created this? Yu Yuan said to himself in his heart after taking a deep breath. At this moment, the female science officer of the Tianqin spoke again, and at the same time switched the screen that had turned black to what she said. Not all of them disappeared. There are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8 stars. At this point, she obviously realized something, and after a pause, her voice sounded again, Yu Shui. There are 8 stars, and these 8 stars are the 8 stars where we are currently collecting resources. Hearing this, Yu Yuan was even more certain that this phenomenon must be caused by a certain existence, and it seemed to be targeting humans. Who is it? Which civilization is playing a prank? Or is there a being that has been watching humans? Thinking of this, Yu Yuan felt a chill in his heart. At this time, the female science officer reported a few words about the progress of the starry sky disappearance phenomenon. At the same time, the staff in the Tianjin were busy exchanging various data one by one. Only Yu Yuan stood quietly in front of the big screen, his pupils somewhat unfocused. It was obvious that he was not watching the big screen that had turned pitch black, but was thinking about the truth behind this phenomenon. First of all, if it was really done by a certain existence, it must be a powerful existence, because now many human scientists have thought that the light of the starry sky was blocked, but they don't know the specific principle. Secondly, it seems that this existence has no ill will towards humans, which can be seen from the fact that all the stars have disappeared, and only the 8 planets where humans are developing resources are still bright. Lastly, humans have encountered this phenomenon before, when they encountered the Awakener. This scene is very similar. At that time, humans thought it was some giant star beast, or some weapon that cut off light. Could it be the Awakener? Yu Yuan frowned, raised his eyelids, and looked at the real-time star map with only 8 faint bright spots left. Chapter 578. Just as Yu Yuan was having a lot of guesses, perhaps because of the existence of this phenomenon, the answer unexpectedly appeared. Everyone in the Tianjin only heard a voice in the command center. But unlike the sound that the Awakener used human loudspeakers before, the sound source detected by the Tianjin this time was a piece of air in front of the big screen. That is, the air about 3 meters in front of where Yu Yuan was standing. It was the sound of the air vibrating itself. The timbre was the same as the sound when humans first encountered the Awakener, but it felt like there was a transparent person talking there. It was a pure Chinese voice, but it was obviously not the voice of anyone on the Tianjin. Human civilization. I shouldn't have come out to meet you at this time. But there is no way. Some things have developed beyond our expectations. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Juan. This name may be unfamiliar to you, but if I say that you met me thousands of years ago, and I brought you to this star field, you should be able to remember it. When these words came out, the other new members on the Tianjin might not have reacted, but Yu Yuan, who had experienced the events of that year, remembered it clearly, and he immediately subconsciously said, "Are you the Awakener of that year?" The words were full of excitement. "Uh-huh. Yu Yuan, the leader of human civilization. I remember you. You can live until now, which means you have mastered more advanced life extension technology. Very good. You are very good. I really didn't misjudge you. Well, actually you don't need to be so polite with honorifics. I feel a little uncomfortable when you are too polite." The air vibrated again for reasons unknown to humans, and gathered into this paragraph. There was no direct answer of yes or no, but everyone who heard it knew that it must be the Awakener. For a moment, everyone looked sideways at the empty source of the sound. The scientific officer, the first mate, the second mate, and all the staff members were like this. Their expressions were as if they could see the invisible person standing at the source of the sound. However, no one left their post. The Lyra is a warship, the flagship of human civilization, and also the military and political office center of mankind. Most of the human high-level people work there. Naturally, there are some people who have survived since the first encounter with the Awakener, but thousands of years have passed, and the newcomers who replaced them through elections still account for the majority. 80% of the people in the command center right now are new members. Of course, they have been working on the Tianjin for 1,000 or 2,000 years, but they have not experienced the first encounter of the Awakeners by humans. Therefore, except for Yu Yuan and a few others, everyone else looked very surprised. But they immediately searched for information about the Awakeners in the human database through their personal terminals, and quickly understood what kind of existence the Awakeners were. Okay. Yu Yuan nodded. But he still used honorifics when he spoke. Did you make the starry sky disappear? What method is this? Why did you do this? He asked 3 questions in a row. I did it. The words of the Awakener individual life, who called himself Juan, rang in the air. He first admitted it, and then continued to answer Yu Yuan's questions. What method? I can't explain it in detail now. In your words, it is probably a method similar to space cutting. It took a long time to prepare, and it was quite strenuous. The purpose is very simple. To protect you. And Juan then added, you better not use honorifics. I'm not used to it. And if nothing unexpected happens, you will change your words one day. What do you mean? What do you mean you will change your words one day? And you also said the purpose is to protect us. What is going on? Is this starfield going to have another big event? This really confused Yu Yuan. He not only had this question, But he was also confused about why the Awakener would help humans so much. And has this Awakener, who calls himself Juan, been observing humans all along? What is his purpose in doing this? Protect? Protect what? Humanity is just a low-level civilization. What on earth is worthy of a top-level civilization? From what Juan said, he seems to respect humans. What's going on? It seems a little different from the first time we met. At that time, this guy called me little guy all the time, and only said human civilization when he was leaving. How come he doesn't allow people to use honorifics until now? Are humans so awesome? The Awakener's words made Yu Yuan doubt his life. He thought to himself, could it be a drama about the past and the future? To be honest, at this moment, Yu Yuan even felt that if the Awakener said something like you humans will help us at some point in the future, you humans will become top bosses in the future, and you in the future will travel through time and space to tell us how you humans are, and other similar words, he would not find it strange. Even Yu Yuan began to complain about this plot in his heart. Ninja wanted to complain. Yu Yuan said, why have you protected us all these years? You have been watching us. Everything we encountered after coming to this star field was arranged by you? And why are you so kind to us? Why is all this happening? He held back his complaints, but couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Not only Yu Yuan, but others were also full of questions. They also couldn't figure out why this Awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy would take such good care of humans. And they just finished reading the information about the Awakener, and found that the Awakener told humans that they hope to see more possibilities for civilization. If they see more possibilities for civilization, they should not interfere too much with human development. Just like the Awakener was reluctant to talk about the development of human technology. But why did it appear again now? However, the Awakener's next words were beyond everyone's expectations. There was no talk of time travel to the past and future. I know you have a lot of questions, and you may even wonder if I have any conspiracy or intentions towards you. But don't worry. I showed up this time to tell you some things that you need to know. And I guessed that you would have a lot of questions. This is not difficult to understand. We Awakeners have also come step by step from low-level civilizations. If you think about it from your perspective, you can understand your current mood. It may be that the misunderstanding was caused by me coming out to explain to you after I finished. Indeed, I should have greeted you first. But you have to know that sometimes you have to act swiftly. Chapter 579. Yu Yuan nodded habitually, indicating that he understood the meaning. He didn't care whether Juan could see or understand the meaning of the nod. But that was all. Since the Awakener Juan said so, he didn't continue to ask endless questions. As expected, Juan's voice was heard again in the air. First, answer the question you want to know most. Why do I do this? Why do I want to protect you? The superficial reason is that I am leaving. And the direct reason is that the star field you are in may be affected by the aftermath of the next war. The real reason why I want to protect you is that we Awakeners need a reliable partner. Perhaps you may not understand what I mean now. But it doesn't matter. When you really start the long voyage and experience the journey from one river system to another like us, you will understand what I mean by reliable partner. Why us? Yu Yuan couldn't help but interrupt with a frown. Because our civilization has reevaluated you humans. And your racial talents meet our requirements. As for what talents they are, you don't need to ask. And I won't tell you now. But you don't have to worry. When you reach the 4th level civilization, you will naturally know. The air in the Tianqing Command Center was filled with the voice of the illusion. I have said before that you are still too weak. And it is still the same now. But we have time and patience to wait. As for why we are so friendly to you, let me put it this way. For a civilization like us that has already reached its ceiling to some extent, it is easy to accept a few civilizations as vassals. But it is difficult to find a partner. As I said before, the long voyage is extremely difficult. Far beyond the reach of a single civilization. Even the top-level 6 civilizations are still like this. So being friendly to you and protecting you is a matter of benefit to us in our eyes. You can understand that we, the Awakeners, are investing in your future. You may understand this better and accept it more easily than talking about the truth. Well, I understand. Yu Yuan nodded. Then Juan continued, very good. Then I will answer your second question. First of all, we came to the Milky Way and met you by chance. And I brought you to this star field. As for whether I have been watching you all the time, it can be regarded as an occasional look. As soon as these words came out, most of the doubts in Yu Yuan's heart were dispelled. Occasionally looking at you means that the Awakeners are not always watching humans like surveillance. and everything that humans encounter in this star field is not arranged by the Awakeners. Suddenly, Yu Yuan's heart moved, and he asked, "Do you know the Pioneer?" He asked this because he wanted to know whether this Awakener one knew the diamond crystal that humans encountered at the beginning. But he forgot that with the ability of the Awakener, the information stored by humans is no different from transparent to him. Pioneer? Oh, you are lucky. It seems that the story of the previous generation of navigators is true. Well, since you already know about the Great Voyage, some things don't need too much explanation. After a pause, Juan continued, from this point of view, the so-called previous generation of voyagers may be what you call pioneers. Well, this requires further exploration. I didn't expect that the previous generation of voyagers were from the Milky Way. It's really unexpected. It seems that we have come to the right place. Not bad. Not bad. You are very good. Oh, sorry. I accidentally looked at your records. After saying sorry, the Awakener seemed to stop browsing the data stored by humans. He then vibrated the air again with a method unknown to humans, making it emit a familiar sound like a human vocal cord, although we are very low-key. We are still targeted by the so-called most powerful civilization in your Milky Way. So I have to leave next. Following the Awakener's thoughts, Yu Yuan didn't have time to worry about whether he was peeping or not. He thought, the Reaper? Yes. Is he going to join the war? Or in a star field thousands of light years away from humans? Yu Yuan knew it clearly. No wonder the Awakener wanted to protect humans in this way. Although he didn't know how far the 6th level civilization war would affect, he believed that the Awakener would not do it without a purpose. It is said that they are the public enemy of the galaxy. I'm not saying anything discouraging. After understanding the meaning, Yu Yuan spoke with some worry. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the voice in the air. Ha ha. Thank you for your concern. But don't worry. For your galaxy, the so-called Reapers may be very strong. But not for us. We have encountered their fleets, and their strength is indeed stronger than that of the Persis community. But that's it. Haha. I'm not bragging. You don't understand how powerful we are now. But you will know when you reach the 4th level civilization. Yu Yuan was stunned. This Awakener Juan seemed full of confidence. And how come he was a level 4 civilization? Could it be that the Grand Unified Theory still hides some secrets? Awakener Juan didn't know what he was thinking. He just let the air vibrate and make human language sounds. The dangers of this universe are very unfriendly to low-level civilizations. I have separated the space you are in from the environment of the universe. Next, you will develop well in this starry sky. The resources of 8 stars are enough for you to advance to level 4 civilization. As for how to return to the universe, you will know it naturally after you reach the 4th level civilization. Well, it's almost time. And I should go too. We will meet again if we are lucky. Human civilization. Thank you, Juan. The Awakener Juan did not respond to Yu Yuan's thanks, and seemed to leave after he finished speaking. Juan never appeared like the first time he met humans before, but only communicated with humans in the form of sound and explained the situation to humans. In fact, when the sound appeared, the human detector had tried its best to search, but did not find Juan's figure. Yu Yuan continued to stand there and waited for a long time. Juan's voice still did not appear. It seemed that he had really left. A war between the Awakener and the Harvester? Yu Yuan murmured, and at the same time silently cheered for the Awakener in his heart. He sincerely hoped that the Awakener could defeat the Harvester. After all, with the attitude of the Awakener towards humans, it was simply a big thick leg. With such a big thigh to take care of, humans would definitely take off in the future. At this moment, Yu Yuan felt that humans were really lucky to meet such a kind Awakener. Chapter 580. If it were usual, Yu Yuan would immediately notify a group of senior executives to come to a meeting to discuss the so-called impact of the Awakener's actions on humans, and what humans can get from the Awakener's appearance. But this time he didn't. After confirming that the Awakener had no response, Yu Yuan just asked the staff to copy the content of his conversation with the Awakener to the relevant personnel. The Awakener had already made it very clear, and some things Yu Yuan could easily think of without discussion. First, the Awakener separated the star field where humans were, including the 8 stars, from the universe, and said that humans would find a way out when they reached the 4th level civilization. This shows that humans are on the right path now, and the new Particle Collider project is indeed expected to allow human civilization to master the Grand Unified Theory. Otherwise the Awakener would not have said so. Of course, This idea is a judgment made by Yu Yuan based on the Awakener's emphasis on humans and the cultivation of human speech. The resources of 8-star systems are enough for you to embark on a level 4 civilization. This is probably referring to other methods besides the new particle collider. The second is the difference in the attitude of the Awakener in talking to humans the first time and this time. The first time was completely casual, and careless. Yu Yuan could feel that this time it seemed to be very serious, and it was almost like writing equal dialogue in the air. A level 6 civilization talked to himself with an equal attitude. How incredible it is. If it was when he just escaped from the solar system, Yu Yuan would not dare to think about it. We must win. He cheered for the Awakener in his heart, and then saw several scientists floating in from the hatch of the command center. From the corner of his eye, Yu Yuan also saw the scientific officer standing up from his seat and walking towards him. General Yu, what should we do next? The female scientific officer was closer and came to Yu Yuan's side in 3 or 2 steps. There is nothing to do. Continue to build the new particle collider project. Talk to the industrial department about this matter and let them continue to speed up the construction. At the same time, notify the commander-in-chief of the Red Flame civilization and ask him to send some more people, Yu Yuan said casually. At this moment, several scientists also arrived at the command center, and with them, there were also senior leaders from various human departments. The Awakener appeared very suddenly, and left very suddenly. The conversation with Yu Yuan was only a few minutes. Some of them had not recovered from the strange phenomenon of disappearing in the starry sky. When they arrived at the Tianqing command center, the Awakener Huan had already left. From the puzzled expressions on these people's faces, it can be seen that they don't know the conversation between the Awakener and Yu Yuan just now. Seeing this, Yu Yuan didn't say much, just waved his hand to the dozen people, signaling them to listen carefully, and then asked the staff to play the recording of the conversation just now. The fight between the Awakener and the Reaper can't be a conspiracy of the Silver Heart Alliance. After listening to the recorded conversation, a military person suddenly spoke up. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Let's not discuss those useless things. Even if I know the truth is different, I can't do anything. In my opinion, we should focus on the present. A pragmatic astronomer responded immediately. This is true. No matter what the Awakener does, it is the matter of the 6th level civilization. Humans can't do anything in the current situation. It's better to look at the present and do this. Yu Yuan nodded to the astronomer's words, and then repeated what Gongwan said to the female science officer. But the astronomer shook his head and said, "This is not enough. General, didn't the Awakener say that the disappearance of the starry sky was because he separated the star field we are in from the universe? That is, we are now in a different space." Yu Yuan nodded, indicating that you should continue. Then the young astronomer's eyes sparkled, and he looked at the dozen people present, and said with deep emotion and excitement, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aren't you curious about what the so-called peeling off is? Aren't you curious about the boundaries of this space that was peeled off by the Awakener? This is our opportunity to directly contact the technology of the 6th level civilization. I know that some of you must say that the results of doing research in this area are the same as when we used a telescope to observe the Awakener's rectangular battleship, and there was no gain. But I want to tell you that science is accumulated from these little things. Even if we don't gain anything, we can still increase our knowledge. Right? Therefore, I suggest that in addition to continuing to promote the new particle collider project, we should form a scientific expedition team to go to the border of this space, to explore what this space is all about. The Awakener said that when we set foot on the 4th level civilization, we will naturally find a way out. So before that, I think we should first find a way to understand this space. Hearing this, Yu Yuan waved his hand to stop the astronomer. It was not that Yu Yuan disagreed with his point of view, but he felt that he was wasting time repeating the same sentence over and over again. So he said directly, "Research is definitely necessary, and you can come up with a survey plan later." The astronomer, who thought Yu Yuan would object, was obviously stunned for a moment. Finally, after confirming that he had heard correctly, he shut up and stood aside, looking eager to try. The same thing happened to several other professional scientists beside him. "General Yu, compared to this, I think we should analyze the intention of the Awakener to separate us and the entire space from the universe," a military officer said, touching his chin. Hearing the tone of voice, Yu Yuan knew without looking at it that it was the person who spoke first, a new member of the command. Yu Yuan remembered that he should have taken office more than 300 years ago. Just as he was thinking, he saw the command officer raised his hand to stop several scientists who wanted to interrupt him. And then continued, I know you will say that the Awakener has said it. But what I want to say is that the Awakener did say the reason for protecting us, but did not say what the specific aftermath of the war was. Therefore, I want to ask you, is it possible for a level 4 civilization to withstand the so-called aftermath of the war? In what form do you think the aftermath of the war will affect us 8,000 light-years away? If we don't understand this, even if we have reached the level 4 civilization, we will face unknown dangers when we go out. His words were immediately answered by a physicist. And the answer was very straightforward. First, strong space shock. Second, supernova explosion. Third, the outer battlefield of both sides. Chapter 581. In fact, with our current warship armor and shield technology, our fleet can withstand the explosion of a supernova 8,000 light-years away, even if there are continuous supernova explosions. The physicist continued to state his point of view. We are afraid of those space disasters that we know nothing about and don't know how to defend against. I believe you have also seen that the Awakener has the ability to separate such a large star field from the universe with a single ship. This is a fact. From this, we can easily draw the conclusion that the 6th level civilization has mastered some space technology. The worst is the third type, the outer battlefield. We all know the navigation technology of the 6th level civilization. The speed at which the Awakener sent us to this star field was 213 times the speed of light. I think everyone knows what this means. Those who understood nodded secretly. 213 times the speed of light. 8,000 light-years. It would take 37 years to run all the way. Obviously, if we look at it from the perspective of the vastness of the universe, even a war between 6th level civilizations cannot affect that far, unless it is a protracted war that causes both sides to expand the battlefield. In fact, humans really guessed it right this time. The war between level 6 civilizations can't actually spread that far. When I first encountered the Awakener and was brought to this star field, I knew that it was also broadcast by the Galactic Heart Alliance at that time. Then the level 6 civilization conflict broke out in the star field near the solar system. At that time, the Awakener only took humans for more than 2,000 light-years. In fact, the battle range of level 6 civilization is only 1 or 2,000 light-years. At that time, the Awakener's illusion was also based on his own experience. But this time it was different. The reason is that Juan received the battle information between you and the Reaper battleship squadron. Before the battle broke out, the two sides ran 6,000 light-years away while testing each other. Because of this, Juan felt that humans were not safe in this star field and separated humans and the entire space from the universe. Speaking of which, Juan is really good to humans. He really wants to see humans develop. I think he has his own plans. Just like this, during the discussion, the relevant matters after the Awakener Juan left were decided one by one. First of all, it must be the exploration of this space. There is no doubt about it. It must be done. The second is the issue of advancing to the 4th level civilization. Many scientists have suggested that after truly mastering the Grand Unified Theory and finding a way to leave this space, the human fleet will directly run in the opposite direction of the star field where the Awakener said the war took place. As fast as they can. The war of the 6th level civilization is not something that humans can join in, or even take a look at. They must learn from the lesson of Silver Mist at that time. This view was unanimously recognized by everyone. As for the exploration of this space, it will definitely start immediately after you decide on the plan. Although humans are now in a period of great construction, and almost all resources are invested in the construction of new particle colliders, it is still no problem to select some scientific teams from them. So soon after, a scientific team named Scientific Research was born. They consisted of more than a dozen scientific research ships and the same number of warships, including the scientific research ships of the Nair people and the Red Flame civilization. The team was divided into 6 teams, starting from the area where the human fleet was located, in 6 directions: forward, backward, left, right, up and down, as written in the plan. The first thing they wanted to explore was the boundary of this space. It was considered an experiment. The scientific research team planned to let the experimental spacecraft moving in 6 directions continue to move forward to see what would happen when it touched the edge of space. The 8 stars were not close, so the navigation phase of this experiment would take decades. Needless to say, this was a long experiment. However, compared to the new particle collider factory that took more than 1,000 years, this time is nothing. Before the research ship and the test ship sailed to the boundary of space, the scientists of the research expedition team made some predictions about this experiment. Some scientists believe that the test ship will pass through the boundary of space and then come out from the opposite boundary. There are many scientists who hold this view. Other scientists also believe that it will pass through the boundary, but will not come out from the opposite boundary, but from a random position. There are also some alternative views that the test ship cannot pass through the boundary at all, and cannot even find the so-called boundary. These scientists think that the space boundary that encloses the entire three-dimensional space may be different from what humans know, and may be some kind of superspace structure. Of course, the experiment has not really started yet, and everything is just speculation. However, during the voyage, some scientists discovered some clues. They walked about halfway and found that there was no ninth star in the entire space. What does this mean? It means that the light from the stars did not enter the edge of space and then come out from the other edge. Otherwise, humans should be able to see the shadows of these stars in the other direction of space. Based on this observation, the previous two experimental results with more support were directly denied, because the distance traveled by the scientific research team's spacecraft was enough for the light from several stars to circle this space. Could it be an open space? Some scientists in the scientific research team just thought of this and rejected it. The observed phenomenon does conform to the characteristics of open space. But it is obvious that the Awakener has told humans that he has separated this star field from the universe. If it is an open space, the outside world can still see the situation inside, which is completely contrary to his purpose. However, the results of the experiment were beyond everyone's expectations. When the 6 scientific research teams arrived at the approximate boundary position in the calculation and began to let the test ship continue to move forward, they found that the test ship seemed to be unable to touch the boundary no matter how it flew, as if the boundary really did not exist. From the feedback from various detection equipment installed on the test ship, people found that the front of the test ship was as dark as the dark starry sky. The expected barrier was not encountered, and there was no edge light curtain. There was only a vast darkness. A darkness that could not be reached no matter how hard it flew. No, the test ship is changing its direction by itself. Look at the coordinates of the 8 stars. A scientist seemed to have discovered something and shouted immediately. Everyone looked at the positioning star map and data display screen, and indeed found that the relative positions of the 8 stars in the star map had a slight deviation. Compared with the area where the scientific research ship was located, there was indeed a slight deviation from the perspective of the test ship. The test ship did fly to the boundary of space, but for some reason, it actually changed its course by itself. But the equipment on the test ship did not detect a change in its own navigation direction at all. In the scientific instruments of the test ship, everything was normal for the scientific research ship, and there was no change in direction. Chapter 582. Yu Yuan did not participate in the scientific research team's exploration of the boundary of this space. He still lived on the Tianqin and had been participating in the construction project of the new particle collider. Of course, he did not drive the engineering ship to build it. As the leader of civilization, he had his responsibilities. The new particle collider project was a huge project of the entire civilization. It was a project that required the efforts of the entire civilization and the Qian civilization. A civilization with 100 times more individual life than humans. It was a project that lasted for more than 1,000 years, and required the resources of 8 stars to support it. It is conceivable how grand the project is. Yu Yuan must stay in the center and observe all strategies that are beneficial to the project, and not give any opportunities to anyone who takes shortcuts. Human beings are a group of individual lives. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. And the same is true for humans. Now the human population has reached 10 billion. Although there is no problem overall, there are still some people who are cunning and sly. These people are not against the good of human beings, but simply oppose the current human system. In order to achieve their political demands, they can even sell out the interests of the entire human race. This aspect of the work was originally in charge of Zhu Pit, and Yu Yuan was in charge to better suppress this group of people. Of course, the main thing is to solve the various problems encountered in the construction of the new particle collider. With Yu Yuan, many problems can be decided immediately. Instead of a group of people holding meetings for years or decades without being able to come to a conclusion, this one-word decision model can indeed greatly improve the construction efficiency of the new particle collider. But it also has disadvantages. Because Yu Yuan is not a saint. And the things he decides at that moment may also have loopholes and shortcomings of one kind or another. However, with the support of the entire team, there is no big problem. At least there will be no brain seizures to decide things that harm human civilization. Another important point is that Yu Yuan always takes the interests of human civilization as the starting point. With him, even if the Qian civilization is also included in the construction of the new particle collider, he will greatly limit the benefits of the Qian civilization in the project and always put them in the position of vassal. If it were someone else, it would not be certain. Among the new generation of humans, some people have already proposed the idea of further integration with the Qian civilization, the Nair people, and the Kuntai people. This view is that humans can use genetic modification methods to make humans and other races adapt to a wider range of environments, so as to achieve the degree of coexistence between several races in the same environment. This voice is small, but Yu Yuan takes it very seriously. After learning that there are people with such views and ideas within the human race, he immediately signaled the propaganda department to guide public opinion and let public opinion annihilate this idea. Although there are several alien races in human civilization now, they all have their own living spaceships. Each race lives on an independent living spaceship and then accepts the leadership of humans. Yu Yuan thinks this is very good. As for the dangerous idea of fusion, it must be resolutely eliminated, because this idea has just emerged. Yu Yuan tentatively believes that some people have seen the possibility of technology realization, so they have such an idea. If this idea continues to evolve and continue to be active, he does not mind using thunder and lightning methods. Dealing with such things is also one of Yu Yuan's daily work. Since claiming to have set foot on the starry sky, the human group has also gone through thousands of years of development. Although Yu Yuan has always been in the position of leader in this group, he rarely participates in specific things unless it is an extraordinary period. He is very clear about his position, which is to ensure the stability of human development in the general direction. Of course, he has always been in charge of the military. And what does the military of the interstellar era rely on? Needless to say, it must be science and technology. And the basic system of advanced humans is the science and technology bureaucracy, which is why Yu Yuan has been working hard to improve his scientific literacy for so many years. He wants to integrate himself into the system of scientists, not just an officer who only knows how to command the fleet. But he feels that learning scientific knowledge is becoming more and more difficult. I feel that my brain is not enough. Yu Yuan, who had just attended a theoretical physics discussion meeting, sighed. He was trying to improve himself. But humans were also developing. Even at the current third-level civilization level, the various branches involved were a vast amount of knowledge. If Yu Yuan only understood the knowledge of various branches of human disciplines from a popular science perspective, then there would be no problem at all. However, what he pursued was to reach a professional level like scientists in various fields, which would be very difficult. It is true that Yu Yuan's long life gave him enough time to study, but the human brain will forget things, and there is a forgetting mechanism. In fact, the legendary photographic memory does not exist at all. This is the conclusion reached by human brain scientists of the third-level civilization so far. Or it can be said that this conclusion has been adhered to for thousands of years. Because the most direct consequence of photographic memory is paralysis of brain information processing, which is obvious. Photographic memory means remembering everything you see, including the information carried by every tiny action of your own in daily life, as well as the information of all the changes around you. Such information entropy is too large and too dense, which will of course paralyze the brain's information processing system. Of course, if it is the kind of photographic memory that can choose to remember something, or a piece of knowledge, it is another matter. This type belongs to the photographic memory of a specific subjective control of a certain information, and the rest is processed by the normal brain forgetting mechanism. At the seminar, Yu Yuan put forward the view that he felt that his brain was not enough, and explained the various difficulties he encountered in the process of learning various knowledge. Of course, he did not come to complain, but proposed possible directions for human brain research through his own learning experience. That is the research direction of the brain area that adds the skill of active photographic memory to humans. This direction belongs to the field of life science research. After the meeting, the School of Life Sciences had one more research project. It must be said that the plan proposed by the leader is fast to implement. Under normal circumstances, It takes at least several years from the idea to the establishment of the research project. As for the research direction proposed by Yu Yuan, experts in the field of artificial intelligence gave another solution. They think that instead of studying from the pure physical direction of life science, which has no clue, it is better to go directly to the human-computer combination route. Now humans have mature brain chip technology. We only need to upgrade the function of human-machine interconnection from simply controlling devices through brain chips to enable the brain to read information from the chip. That is, upgrade the brain chip and treat it as an external knowledge storage of the brain. This idea is good, but it is as difficult as pure carbon-based brain transformation, because it must synchronize the database stored in the chip to the brain's thinking system. In other words, when humans think about things, they will also include the stored knowledge of the chip in the system of I think, rather than simply extracting information. If it is just information extraction, the search function of books, mobile phones, and computers in the Earth era can do it. Chapter 583. Obviously, this technical route is also of the type that has not been developed yet, because the achievements of the brain chip are considered to be at the beginning of the development. However, scientists in the field of artificial intelligence are not lagging behind. After the establishment of the project of the School of Life Sciences, they also established their own research projects from their own perspectives, specializing in the in-depth research of human-computer interconnection. Let's not talk about the fact that 2 new research projects have emerged in the process of building a new particle collider. Let's say that more than a dozen light-years away, the Scientific Research and Investigation Team is also working hard on the space separated from the Awakener. From the perspective of the test ship, it did not change direction, which was very strange. However, the scientists were not stupid. They immediately realized that the area where the test ship was located was different from the area where the scientific research ship was located. They needed to further study the specific differences and find more strange phenomena and observation data. Of course, most scientists in the scientific research expedition now attributed this strange phenomenon to the problem of space. After all, the Awakener had clearly stated that the entire space was separated from the universe. This is a basic cognitive tone. As for what form of space it is, it depends on the specific results of various experiments. The scientific team is more than just physicists. There are scientists from all aspects and disciplines, and there is a whole team of scientists on each scientific research ship. The next step is to continue to release test ships from the scientific research team to the front. Let the test ships move in different spatial directions, and then see the results. In addition, they have to do a pair of experiments, such as test ship navigation tests, light irradiation tests, neutrino jet tests, unpowered and uncalibrated experiments of spacecraft in this space, and large thrust acceleration and deceleration experiments, and even weapon strike tests that have been approved after application. Of course, there are also teams that drive research vessels directly into the edge space, and then repeat all the scientific experiments in human history on the research vessels. For example, the Michelson-Morley experiment, the speed of light test, the alpha particle scattering experiment, the Thomas Young double-slit interference experiment, the nuclear magnetic resonance experiment, the parity non-conservation experiment under weak interactions, and a series of other experiments are tried here to see if there is anything in this space that is different from the original scientific experimental results. This edge of space is an unknown place for humans. To study the unknown place, we naturally cannot use magic tricks, but rigorous experiments. After various experiments, scientists found some anomalies besides the test spacecraft automatically changing its direction. After scientists first discovered that the test spacecraft automatically changed its course, they suspected that it was a space problem. In a series of experiments, they found that when doing electromagnetic experiments, the strength and direction of the measured magnetic lines seemed to be somewhat different from other space areas. After eliminating the error, they found that it was indeed the case. Then scientists continued to expand the experimental area, no longer limited to the scientific research spacecraft, but expanded it to the space between scientific research ships, and expanded it to the strongest magnetic field influence range that humans can control. After raising the experimental scope to the astronomical scale, scientists found that it was not an error, but a real difference. This shows that this space is really different from the normal space. This seems to be nonsense, but it is not, because it makes scientists' guesses become certain. It is a turning point. After the speculation becomes certain, the subsequent research direction can be confirmed. In this regard, Scientists have come to two conclusions. First, this space may be a hyperspace. Second, this space is a space formed by a certain distortion of normal three-dimensional space. The phrase space formed by the distortion of three-dimensional space is easy to understand. As for hyperspace, what is hyperspace? As the name suggests, it is not a superdoubling or superinvincible space in the metaphysical sense, but a space with one more spatial dimension than the normal three-dimensional space. Space dimension, and it is a pure geometric space dimension, without the derivatives of various past dimensions and future dimensions extended by the time dimension. It is not a dimension statement that the four-dimensional space adds an extra dimension related to time and then becomes a dimension that represents all possible life trajectories. It is not a dimension statement that the collection of time trajectories and different choices and results of human individuals are born. It is a hyperspace like the space that supports the existence of the hypercube, and the other dimension is a geometric dimension besides length, width and height. Hypercube is a four-dimensional hypercube. In geometry, hypercube is the four-dimensional analog of cube. Hypercube is to cube as cube is to cube. Hypercube structure consists of 8 cell cubes, with 24 faces, 32 edges and 16 vertices. Hypercube has no two-dimensional distance or angle concept. The time taken for any vertex to reach all adjacent vertices at a constant speed is equal. After its surfaces are expanded, a ball will be obtained, which is called hyperball. Scientists who hold the first view believe that the edge of this space is a hypersphere structure, a space structure constructed by the awakeners, which can support the operation of stripping a whole three-dimensional space from the universe. As for the normal space within the edge, they believe that it is like one of the cells of a hypercube, which can be said to be in the hypercube and anywhere in the hypercube. Of course, it should be said here that it is a hypersphere, and the normal space where humans are located is part of the hypersphere space. It is said that it has been separated from the universe, but in fact it is still a part of the universe, just a temporarily isolated space. That is, the other cell spaces of the hypersphere have wrapped up the normal space where humans are. Of course, this is only the view of some scientists. Some scientists in the scientific research team believe that there is no hyperspace at all. The edge of this space is three-dimensional space. The awakener simply distorts the three-dimensional space to achieve this effect. Their reason is simple and crude. That is, hyperspace cannot exist in the three-dimensional universe, and the fourth spatial dimension cannot appear in the macroscopic world. As for why such a conclusion can be drawn from the strength and direction of magnetic lines of force, the reason is very simple. That is field theory. Scientists have drawn two conclusions through experimental results, and combined with the knowledge of field theory. Simply put, the field is a data set that completely describes the force at each point in space. For example, 3 numbers at a point in space can describe the strength and direction of magnetic lines of force, and the other 3 numbers in space describe the electric field. That is, at each point in three-dimensional space, there is a series of 6 numbers describing the magnetic lines of force and the electric lines of force. Scientists have reversed the changes in these numbers and determined that it is a space problem. Chapter 584. Faraday's concept of field is so powerful because all forces in nature can be expressed in the form of fields. However, before understanding the nature of these forces, one more element is needed. That is, people must establish equations that these fields obey. The development process of theoretical physics in the past can be simply summarized as the search for field equations of natural forces. The new particle collider project that humans are currently building is also within this general description, and is a continuation of the previous method and the previous development path of theoretical physics. In the 1860s, physicist Maxwell wrote down the equations for electric and magnetic fields. In the early 20th century, Einstein discovered the field equations for gravity. After countless false attempts, in the 1970s, the field equations for subatomic forces were finally established through the work of Yang and his student Mills. These field equations that control the interaction of subatomic particles are called Yang-Mills fields. However, what puzzles scientists is why the Yang-Mills field is so different from Einstein's field equations, and why the difference is so great. Many physicists have been working on this problem, but have not succeeded. Perhaps the reason for their failure is that they fell into the cliché of common sense. If it is limited to 3 dimensions, the field equations of gravity in the subatomic world are difficult to unify. The advantages of hyperspace are particularly obvious. The theory believes that Yang-Mills field, Maxwell field, and Einstein field can all be comfortably placed in the hyperspace field. Scientists can calculate from theory that they can be combined very reasonably in the hyperspace field, like a puzzle. In addition, field theory has another advantage, which is that it allows scientists to accurately calculate the energy required for space and time to form a wormhole. Therefore, scientists who now insist that this space is a hyperspace believe that they may be able to explore the unified gravitational field in it to verify whether this space is really a hyperspace, or they just want to study the possibility of a unified gravitational field and other field equations here, because they actually insist in their hearts that this space is a hyperspace. Scientists who insist that space is three-dimensional scoff at this idea. They think that these scientists who insist on hyperspace are too presumptuous and idealistic. If they put them together and don't understand, they still think it is possible. But now, it is really impossible. Because incorporating gravity into the unity is not a sign of the fourth-level civilization. It is the foundation of the theory of everything, also called the theory of everything, the superunified theory. How can humans do it with their current low-level civilization? However, the scientists who insisted that this space was a hyperspace were not happy with this statement, although they also knew that it was a symbol of a more advanced civilization. They refused to admit that it was impossible, because the theory could be ahead of the application, and far ahead of the application. Isn't this how humans got through the Earth era? They proposed some unrealizable theories early on. Each side insisted on their own opinion, and wanted to explore according to their own ideas. However, the experimental research resources of the scientific research team were not enough for them to split into two. So they had no choice but to continue to make demands to the human headquarters, and the headquarters would naturally not refuse. However, due to the distance, from application to approval, to support materials, to the arrival of new scientific research and experimental spacecraft, several decades have passed. If it were not for the long lifespan, it is estimated that the people who went out to perform the mission would have died of old age. It can also be seen from here that lifespan technology is indeed a supporting technology for interstellar navigation. There is a huge difference between having it and not having it. Coincidentally, once differences appear, it is not so easy to unify, especially in scientific research. The cognitive differences of the scientific research team reappeared after the arrival of the new research ship and decades of research. Ridiculous. You guys who insist on hyperspace are wasting time and resources. A disdainful voice can be heard from a research ship. Let's not talk about whether the fourth space dimension can appear in the macroscopic world. Even if it can, the extra dimension is not something we can involve. But we have been studying here for hundreds of years. What have we seen? There is no discovery of the four-dimensional space, no space warp point, and no fourth-dimensional perspective. Isn't it said that through the hyperspace perspective, you can see through the three-dimensional barrier to see the interior of the closed three-dimensional space? But 100 years have passed. What have you seen? In my opinion, the exploration project on hyperspace can be cancelled directly. It is useless. It sounds like a question. And another voice is obviously dissatisfied. Hey, what space warp point is only possible in a broken hyperspace? Don't you think about who left this hyperspace? It was the Awakener. He left this hyperspace not for us to explore. How could there be any warp point for us to enter the four-dimensional space and see the fourth-dimensional perspective? Besides, creatures like us who have never seen the fourth dimension, wouldn't it be bad if we accidentally touched other people's internal organs in the fourth dimension? Also, let's just talk about us. After such a long period of research, didn't you find anything? Oh, we didn't find anything? Let's take a look at this first. The scientist who insisted on hyperspace thought that the other party had really found something. But when he connected the data and took a look, he didn't expect it to be a discussion about the fourth dimension. The scientist glanced at it briefly and then said, "What about the change of nature? Aren't you insisting on the three-dimensional space theory? Why are you also studying the four-dimensional space?" Look down. Another scientist just suggested. It seems there is something fishy. Hearing such an answer, the scientist who insisted on hyperspace felt something was wrong. That's right. They insisted on it for so long. How could they change their mind with just a few words? Unless they really found the real evidence that this space is hyperspace. Or the opposite. So he continued to look down. But the more he looked, the tighter his brows frowned. Nonsense. This is just a possibility. And you don't have any actual data to prove that your view is correct. He stopped talking nonsense because he had to admit that this paper on four-dimensional space did make some sense. based on the spirit of seeking truth from facts. He could only say that it was a possibility. In general, the concept of four-dimensional space discussed here is similar to the four-dimensional space that people usually know, both of which are the fourth purely geometric space dimension. But the specific details are very different. Chapter 585. The view is that, whether it is a two-dimensional space lower than three-dimensional space, or a four-dimensional space higher than three-dimensional space, humans cannot enter it. Not only humans, but any three-dimensional object in the universe cannot enter it. The proof process is very simple. As with the general introduction to dimensions, the paper starts with zero dimension. Zero-dimensional space is a point with a radius of zero. There is no doubt about this. One-dimensional space is formed by the extension of zero-dimensional point, a line of infinite length but no width and height. And two-dimensional space is a surface without thickness composed of infinite one-dimensional lines. Needless to say, three-dimensional space is just like this. Length, width and height. And the universe is the dimension of space that humans live in and understand best. The same is true for four-dimensional space, which is a hyperspace composed of infinite three dimensions. Then the question came. The scientists saw that it first listed the physical laws in three-dimensional space. That is, in this universe, there are several very simple companies. One is the law of universal gravitation, and the other is Coulomb's law. Then he pointed out that the two formulas that have been proven to be correct and have guided mankind on the road of science have one thing in common. That is, the force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That is the inverse square law. Then why is the gravitational force between two objects inversely proportional to the square of their distance? Similarly, why is the static force between two charges inversely proportional to the distance between them? What is hidden behind the inverse square law? The article explains that the essence of the inverse square law is related to space. The reason why it is inverse square law is that the place where these physical laws take effect is the isotropic three-dimensional space of the universe. That is, the space is isotropic. The so-called isotropy means that the physical, chemical and other properties of an object will not change due to different directions. That is, the performance values of an object measured in different directions are exactly the same. In the three-dimensional universe, the physical laws are the same no matter where in the universe, and will not change due to changes in position. So what does this have to do with the spatial dimension? We can easily know that energy is evenly distributed from one point to all parts of the space, forming a sphere. Since space is isotropic in all directions, the energy of the sphere must be evenly distributed. The energy of each point on the surface is the same. So the energy of each point is the energy of the sphere divided by the area of the entire sphere. Anyone who has been to school knows that the area formula of a sphere is 4 pi multiplied by r squared. So it is easy to calculate that the energy of each point in space is inversely proportional to the square of the radius of the sphere where the point is located. This is the relationship between the inverse square law and the spatial dimension, which is why the magnitude of the force in the universal gravitation formula and the Coulomb force formula is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the object. Coulomb's law. Electric field, potential energy, electric potential, and capacitance in three-dimensional space can all be connected in series using the inverse square law. Then, in two-dimensional space, it is very easy and accurate to calculate with mathematics that the universal gravitation in two-dimensional space is definitely not inversely proportional to the square of the distance, but inversely proportional to the first power of the distance, because it lacks a spatial dimension. The same is true for four-dimensional space. In four-dimensional space, it has an additional spatial dimension, and in it, the universal gravitation will be inversely proportional to the cube of the distance. The same is true for Coulomb force. If Coulomb force still exists there, the reason why I say this is that it is inversely proportional to the cube. Under this physical law, electric charge may not exist, at least not in the form of three-dimensional space. The magnitude of the force is inversely proportional to the cube of the distance, which will cause three-dimensional objects to disintegrate directly due to the change of physical laws. Even if they still exist, they will rapidly expand to an unimaginable extent due to the inverse relationship between the force range and the cube of the distance. At that time, the bound system formed by protons and electrons, namely hydrogen atoms, will no longer be stable. They will disappear directly in the rapid expansion, and their information will be pulled to the extra-spatial dimension, and then disintegrate in an instant. Anything that originally obeys the physical laws of three-dimensional space will be destroyed when it enters four-dimensional space. There is no such thing as a person running into four-dimensional space and seeing a four-dimensional perspective. Because entering it means death. Perhaps it cannot be called death, but non-existence. Because the laws of physics have changed. So the so-called dimension upgrade is not high-end at all, but destruction. The same is true for entering two-dimensional space. And dimension reduction is also destruction. The force range is inversely proportional to the distance, which will cause all objects in 3 dimensions to shrink directly into a ball. And all the original protons, neutrons, atoms, and other particles will disappear due to the change of physical laws. When a 3-dimensional object enters 2 dimensions, it will also cease to exist because it loses a spatial dimension. Because of the change in physical laws, it is impossible for a 3-dimensional object based on the physical laws of 3-dimensional space to exist in either 2-dimensional or 4-dimensional space. Therefore, if this space is hyperspace, then the human experimental spacecraft will disappear as soon as it enters. How can it be possible for the human body to detect the change of direction, or even conduct experiments there? In both 2-dimensional and 4-dimensional space, there will be no stable Milky Way, and no beautiful starry sky. The scientist and his research team believe that if there is a 3-dimensional object that enters 2 or 4 dimensions, then this object must be the creation of a civilization that can change the laws of physics. So their conclusion is very clear. This space is not hyperspace. Of course, the paper does have the meaning of denying hyperspace, but it goes beyond that. In the end, the paper also kindly points out a way to prove the existence of space for those scientific teams who insist that this space is hyperspace. That is, the inverse square law fails. The failure of the inverse square law is also what human scientists believe to be convincing evidence of finding hyperspace or 2-dimensional space. In other words, as long as a scientific team can find a place in this area where the laws of physics do not conform to the inverse square law, it means that the place is hyperspace or low-dimensional space. Of course, even if such a space exists, they think it is a bit difficult to find and prove it. On the contrary, immediate death after touching it is the most likely possibility. From this perspective, both 2-dimensional and 4-dimensional space are powerful weapons against civilizations in the 3-dimensional universe. Reducing the dimension of a space is a dimensionality reduction attack, and increasing the dimension of a space is a dimensionality increase attack. Of course, it does not mean that 3-dimensional space is the weakest, because 4-dimensional creatures entering 3-dimensional space are also dimensionality reduction attacks, and 2-dimensional creatures entering 3-dimensional space are also facing dimensionality increase attacks. In summary, this scientific research team told another scientific research team not to think about 4-dimensional space. Don't waste time and resources, and honestly study with us what form of 3-dimensional space distortion structure this space is. Chapter 586. It must be said that this view is very reasonable. In the absence of direct experimental evidence, people are willing to believe that the real universe is like this, and the real 2-dimensional space and 4-dimensional space are like this. In fact, this concept of space dimension is not known to you at this time. It appeared as early as the Earth era. It's just that when the experiment started, scientists were focused on the detection of the entire space, and no one mentioned this aspect. Of course, there is no actual data for this concept of dimensional space, but it has a rigorous mathematical deduction process. Although mathematicians do not need to consider the feelings of physicists, mathematically rigorous things may not be ironclad in the real physical world, but they always make people feel convincing. Therefore, after this concept of dimensional space was pulled out of history again, it was immediately recognized by many scientists. At that time, on the research ship, many physicists with mathematical ability directly discussed its correctness from a mathematical perspective. In the absence of any progress in the search for the existence of hyperspace, physicists have to seriously consider the possibility of this concept of space dimension. So in this context, many scientists began to change their course and put their energy into the exploration of 3-dimensional distorted space. And what form the 3-dimensional distorted space takes naturally became something that the next few scientific research teams need to consider. Speaking of which, humans have a good understanding of space distortion. After discussing this issue, scientists can easily think of a space structure, namely the Klein bottle. Klein bottle, in mathematics, refers to a non-directional plane, and in topology, it is a non-orientable topological space. Its structure can usually be described as a bottle with a hole at the bottom, extending the neck of the bottle and twisting it into the bottle. and then connecting with the hole at the bottom. Scientists who insist that this space is not a hyperspace have always had the idea that all or part of this space is composed of Klein bottles or similar twisted space structures, which are combined or arranged together to form the boundary of the entire space. The experimental spacecraft's unconscious change of direction can be explained as a natural result of its progress along the Klein bottle's distorted space. Obviously, the experimental spacecraft itself cannot perceive the so-called change in spatial direction, because for it, the direction has not changed. Based on the theoretical basis of the Klein bottle, scientists have reason to believe that the phenomenon of the experimental spacecraft changing direction for no reason is one of the examples of space distortion. However, there is one thing that confuses scientists, because in their concept, the Klein bottle space structure does have a reasonable explanation for its existence. But if this structure wants to exist, it must be possible in four-dimensional space. Because in three-dimensional space, there is no such situation that the bottleneck part extends into the bottle. Just like the Mobius strip cannot exist in a space with only two dimensions. It must have a process of flipping to the third spatial dimension. Of course, it is still a two-dimensional structure. After all, humans are three-dimensional creatures living in four-dimensional space-time. It is indeed easier to use the analogy of the Mobius strip than to directly imagine the flip structure of the Klein bottle with your brain. Imagine a strip of paper. If you want to connect it head to head according to the structure of the Mobius strip, it will inevitably have a flip and distortion in the region. It is through this flip and distortion that the paper will become a strip with only one side. The so-called twisting and flipping is actually the paper passing through the third empty dimension. Imagine you flip a piece of paper and connect the head and tail, and then flatten the paper. At this time, you will find that part of the paper is overlapped, and the thickness of the overlapping part of the paper is increased. There is no concept of thickness in two-dimensional space, let alone increased thickness. Therefore, the Mobius strip cannot be expressed in two-dimensional space. It can only be expressed in three-dimensional space. Similarly, the Klein bottle is a surface that can only be truly expressed in four-dimensional space. For this reason, scientists who insist that this space is a distortion of three-dimensional space or exists in the form of Klein bottle space are confused. Because as long as they prove that the Klein bottle space structure can be manifested in this space, it is equivalent to proving the existence of four-dimensional space in this space. In other words, this time the scientists who insist on the hyperspace viewpoint have won. Of course, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. What matters is that hyperspace will make all three-dimensional things lose the physical laws that support them, which is very contradictory. In order to solve the unavoidable contradiction, some scientists even propose that this space is a Mobius ring space structure. But this statement faces the same contradiction as the Klein bottle. That is, three-dimensional objects entering two-dimensional space will also be hit by dimensionality reduction. But the experimental spacecraft is fine. Moreover, how can a three-dimensional spacecraft go to two dimensions to flip itself and then return to three-dimensional space again? Therefore, for the scientific research team, whether it is the Klein bottle structure or the Mobius ring structure, there are contradictions that must be faced. Faced with all kinds of contradictions. Some scientists said, is it possible that the awakener used some unknown technological means to hide the structure of the Klein bottle that moves toward the fourth spatial dimension or the four-dimensional space riveting point, so that humans cannot find it? Of course, there is such a possibility. Just like a creature in the two-dimensional world swimming in the Mobius strip structure. But he cannot know why humans can create such a structure in his world. But when facing the unknown, using a greater unknown to explain it, isn't this sometimes another contradiction? Of course, if this is true, it makes sense. That is, a creature living on a Mobius strip completes a left-right flip after walking around the Mobius strip. But he will never realize that he has been in two-dimensional space and walked towards the third dimension that does not exist for him. The reason why he did not die because of the space dimension upgrade is that it flipped to the third space dimension along with the two-dimensional space. The two-dimensional space did not change its physical laws because of the flip to the three-dimensional space. The two-dimensional space is still two-dimensional space, and he is bound to the space he is in. The same is true for human spacecraft moving on the wall of the Klein bottle structure without inside and outside. So it can be explained as a problem of the Klein bottle structure of this space. However, this view also has a loophole. That is, it must be guaranteed that the awakener has such a powerful means. Humans certainly cannot guarantee that the awakener has or does not have this ability. Chapter 587. The human scientific research team encountered problems again. But they did not give up. They still explored the border space day after day, using whatever methods they could think of. At this moment, at the other end of the Milky Way, it was a different scene. At the junction of the Orion Arm and the Carina Arm. It is about 20,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way, which is considered to be a relatively close area to the center of the Milky Way. Therefore, the starry sky here is particularly bright. Compared to the edge of the Milky Way, the distance between stars here is shorter. The starry sky is denser, and the whole starry sky is brilliant. In this brilliant galaxy, technological creations that are invisible to the naked eye are shuttling quickly. In the farther galaxies, countless technological creations are approaching here. The Awakener's illusion has already arrived in this star field. And other Awakeners have also arrived with him. Sooner or later, because of their clear goals, they came earlier than other civilizations. And because of this, they have gained certain advantages in time allocation. Such as combat plans are formulated during this period of time. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. The Awakeners are very proud. Whether it is Juan or you at that time, or other Awakeners, they are very confident in their own strength. They all firmly believe that their civilization can defeat the so-called most powerful civilization harvester in the galaxy in one fell swoop. But confidence is confidence, and the battle must be taken seriously. At some point, the starry sky was filled with warships. Those rectangular warships were obviously the warships of the Awakeners. These warships were centered somewhere in the starry sky and spread outward in a spherical shape. But their formation was not dense. Or there was no formation at all. Because there are too many Awakener warships. And the distribution area is too large. From the relative distance between the stars, we can see that the Awakener warships cover a star field of about 200 light-years, which is a three-dimensional space range, not a flat 300 light-years. The number of Awakener warships is also large. Looking around, they are all rectangular warships. They are in groups of 3 or 5 warships, distributed in the starry sky, and the number is about 1.7 billion. For a level 6 civilization, this number is not large. Take the Galactic Heart Alliance for example. Their number of warships far exceeds that of the Awakener. However, perhaps because their single-ship combat capability gave them strong confidence, the Awakeners did not seem to worry about the number problem. It has been many years. Our civilization has not gathered like this for a long time. A communication message sounded in the Awakeners channel. And then other Awakeners in the combat channel responded. It has been a long time. I remember the last time we challenged the entire Triangulum Galaxy civilization alone. Thinking about it, it really feels like yesterday. Ha ha ha. This time we will also defeat the invading enemy in one fell swoop, like we did back then. We want to let the entire Galaxy civilization know that quantity is not everything. That's right. This time your single-ship enemy-destroying record will be broken by me. After this battle, the title of the first combat genius of the Awakener civilization will change hands. Stop bragging here. Let's set a small goal first, and see who can destroy 100 million Reaper warships first. Okay. 100 million. One person can kill 100 million warships. When the Awakener said this, he was not just seemingly confident, but really full of confidence. I think when you fought with the Reaper warship squadron, he had not yet used all the technological power of the Awakener. Just as the individual lives of the Awakeners were communicating through the inner channel, a black dot suddenly appeared in the starry sky that was originally filled with only bright stars. Then, in less than a second, the second, third, and fourth black dots appeared. And countless black dots were darker than the dark background of the universe. The fleet of the Reapers appeared. Their fleet reached a scale of hundreds of billions. And the starry sky suddenly became their domain. The formation of black warships covered the sky. Covered the starry sky. And left the warp state, and came to the world within the light cone. The way they appeared was very similar to the way they came out of the Stargate in the movie. Coming from far away, and seeming to stop there after they appeared. The dark background coupled with the black warships of hundreds of billions of scale made the entire starry sky seem to be trapped in a certain atmosphere. From a distance, it seemed as if waves of murderous aura were spreading from the fleet. On this side of the starry sky, there were all these rectangular warships. On the other side, there were black warships. The war was about to break out. Compared to the Awakeners, the fleet of the Harvester seemed more normal. They were clearly divided into combat formations. with the number of each formation being between 100 million or several hundred million. The warship cluster of the entire civilization was also relatively compact, which was obviously different from the dispersed distribution of the Awakeners. The distance between the two civilization fleets is less than 10 light-years. 10 light-years, at the speed of a 6th-level civilization, is only half a month, which is considered to be close. After the Reaper's fleet appeared, it did not make any other moves immediately, but quietly floated in the starry sky, as if waiting for something. Here it comes! A slight space-time oscillation appeared in the space hidden somewhere in this star field. The oscillation was very weak, so weak that it could not be transmitted to the space where the hidden person was. You are too cautious. But forget it. I will take care of the electronic warship later. And you just need to destroy the conventional combat power of the Reaper. In response, another vibration signal appeared in this hidden space. And the vibration was also very slight. Just like whispering. Don't worry. Let the Awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy show its performance first. Whether it is the loss of the Harvester or the Awakener, it will not harm us. The first voice then emitted a slight space-time vibration. Humph. Sneaky. Don't forget our agreement. Our waiting is part of the plan. If you destroy the plan, then our agreement will not count. Humph. After a seemingly unsatisfied interjection, the response message no longer appeared, and this space seemed to have returned to its original very hidden state. It seems that there are more than two civilizations, the Awakener and the Reaper, who came to this starry sky, but they hid themselves somewhere in the starry sky in advance. It can be seen that these hidden ones have some disagreements on whether to watch the show first. The conversation between the two beings has just ended, and the Reaper fleet, which was originally paused in the starry sky and waiting for something, has moved. The detection means outside their light cone can clearly see that the huge fleet of hundreds of billions has entered the warp state in an instant. The battleship formations of 100 million or 200 or 300 million are like well-trained soldiers, with all kinds of movements in unison. The Reapers are not like other civilizations, who talk before taking action. They speak directly with force. Chapter 588. The moment the fleets entered the warp speed, the Awakeners also started to move. But they did not move in unison like the Reapers, but more like scattered soldiers. One or several warships formed a small team, and entered the warp state one after another. The Awakeners appeared in the starry sky with only 1.7 billion warships, but facing the Reapers with a scale of 100 billion. They were not afraid at all. After detecting that the Reapers were moving, they also went forward one by one, at a distance of 10 light-years. It would take about 7 days for the two sides to collide head-on. But at this moment, the battle between the two obviously did not require a real warship collision, let alone a close encounter. The two sides continued to close the distance, just to make their powerful weapons better hit each other. As for what weapons they were, both sides quickly told each other with facts. First, a strange phenomenon appeared in the starry sky. The space in front of the Reaper fleet suddenly twisted, just like a black hole appeared. If you use detection methods other than the light cone to detect, you can obviously see that this starry sky suddenly collapsed, and the three spatial dimensions of length, width and height around it were suddenly pulled to a certain point. Black hole bombs, also called gravity bombs. The Reaper fleet first dropped gravity bombs in the starry sky. They did this not to kill the Awakeners, but more like a battlefield arrangement. Probably because gravity bombs are not the most effective killing method for level 6 civilizations. Sure enough, after an artificial black hole appeared, there were streams of strange particles that could not be detected by conventional means. Bypassing these artificial black holes, these strange particle streams were not accelerated by the gravitational field of the artificial black hole, because their own speed was faster than the speed of light. It belongs to the category of weapons outside the light cone. The artificial black hole is just to cover the emission end of these particle flows and make them more concealed. This strange particle flow attack method seems to be the prelude to the war between the 6th level civilizations. The Reapers are using it, and the Awakeners are also using such attack methods. However, these attack methods are completely invisible in the visible universe, because they do not interact with light at all. This leads to the fact that when the two sides start fighting, nothing seems to happen. Only the fleets of both sides enter the warp state, and then a group of artificial black holes that disrupt the space appear, and the starry sky suddenly feels quiet. From a conventional perspective, you can't see anything when you look at the means of attacking faster than the speed of light. But in fact, the two sides have already fought in the world outside the light cone. The shield of a Reaper warship suddenly lit up. And then it could not maintain the warp state, and was forced to exit the warp. What I want to say here is that the so-called shield lighting up is not the traditional sense of lighting up, because no photons appear at all. The shield of this Reaper warship is not a traditional shield. And the shield is also lit up. Its shield is not visible in the visible universe. Similarly, its shield does not react with photons, let alone participate in the electromagnetic force. Therefore, from the perspective of the visible universe, it seems that nothing happened and it exited the warp state by itself. But in fact it was not the case. Its shield blocked the attack from outside the light cone. Obviously, it was lucky that it just exited the warp state and was not destroyed. The other black battleship in its battleship squadron was not so lucky, because it received more attacks. In the invisible world, its shield that did not participate in the electromagnetic force had been broken, and the shield generator was burned due to overload. Then it was directly hit by a superluminal particle stream. This attack method outside the light cone told the world, for the first time, its power. From a conventional perspective, this attack method is nothing. No gorgeous energy light column. No faint light path formed by photon escape. And no earth-shaking movement. Even the space through which this particle stream passed did not react at all. Everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. But only the target who was hit knew that this was not the case. The black battleship Reaper was hit on the left side. At the moment of being hit, the color of its left side first faded a little, and the pure black exterior turned into black and gray. Then its color changed rapidly, which might be dozens of Planck times or hundreds of Planck times. The black color of its left side became lighter and lighter, and then became transparent. Well, transparent is just a term from a conventional perspective. In fact, it is not transparent, but it has become another form of existence. If the armor of this black battleship in normal state is called visible cosmic matter, then after being hit by this attack method outside the light cone, it has become another form of existence. Perhaps it can be called space matter. The place that was hit disappeared in the visible universe, because the change time was very short. It looked as if the black battleship had just been pushed out of the warp state, and then it was cut off from the left string position to the tail of the battleship by video editing. You can see that the cut surface is very smooth, as if a complete battleship suddenly lost half, leaving only the head there. Just like using special effects to cut off part of the layer that originally belonged to something in the video. The parts hit by this attack outside the light cone disappeared completely, as if they were hit by nothingness. But the amazing thing is that no photons were produced in the place where they disappeared. Only some faint meson-like particles drifted out from there, proving to the visible universe that something terrible had just happened here. And the appearance of meson-like particles is also the last evidence of the existence of the tail half of this battleship in this visible universe. Because half of it was missing suddenly, the battleship was left with only half. And it was immediately completely scrapped under a lightning spark failure. The battleship's experience is just a microcosm of the vast battlefield. After both sides started to move quickly at warp speed, warships without heads or tails appeared one after another in the starry sky. Some warships also had a big hole in the middle, as if their abdomens were hollowed out. From the bottom, you can see the starry sky behind. There are some lucky warships, but there are some gaps around them, just like a cookie with a bite. These warships that are not seriously damaged are slowly healing under the work of the repair system. They are considered lucky enough. More warships were directly destroyed by a wave and disappeared in the universe. Of course, up to now, all the warships destroyed were the Reaper's warships. Such a battle is very magical. There is no sound in the universe, and now there is no light. The battle between the two sides is silent and quiet. Only the faint diffuse meson particles are trying to prove to those civilizations that can only observe the visible universe that here is indeed not as peaceful as it seems. Chapter 589. The stars are still shining, and the stars are still burning quietly, because the war has just begun. The battlefield has not yet seen the blood-boiling battles like the previous Awakener and the Reaper battleship team. But sometimes the quieter it is, the more dangerous it is. The wreckage of the warships in the dark starry sky, which can only be described as only the head, only the tail, only half. Most of the missing well explains everything. They are like fish floating to the surface after death, lying quietly in the battlefield of the visible universe. Of course, not all warships will remain in warp state after entering the warp. The warp itself is a way of sailing outside the light cone. So whether it is the warships of the Reaper or the Awakener, They usually use the speed of the warp to quickly change their sailing, enter and exit the warp state, and other moving methods to avoid attacks. Therefore, it can be seen that the warships of both sides and the fleet will exit the warp state from time to time, and then enter the warp state again, just like a fish that lacks oxygen and comes out of the water to breathe, due to the speed of light. From the perspective of the visible universe, the movement trajectories of these warships on the starry sky battlefield are very strange. Sometimes they suddenly appear somewhere in the starry sky as if teleporting, and then the next moment, they retreat to the deep space at a very fast speed, and in the process, draw a series of overlapping warship afterimages. In some cases, the warship suddenly appears, and then it is unknown how long it has passed before its overlapping afterimages are seen superimposed on it from the depths of the starry sky. From the perspective of the visible universe, this much can be seen. As for the attack methods outside the light cones of both sides, nothing can be seen, and even how the warships attack is not clear. Only when the warships are hit and suddenly disappear halfway like a video cut do we know that the two sides are fighting. Obviously, whether it is the teleportation-like movement effect or the overlapping movement afterimages, they are all to avoid the attack means outside the light cone, or to attack the opponent while moving. And from the attack effect, it is obvious that this attack means is not the antimatter annihilation effect of antimatter particles, because the matter that disappears after being hit does not show the light and heat effect of huge energy release at all. If humans see such a scene, they will definitely refresh their worldview of the power of the 6th level civilization, because this way of fighting is completely beyond human imagination. If the close combat between the Awakener and the Reaper battleship squadron could be explained by the stellar explosion in the visible universe, the current situation is really incredible. No one thought that the battle between level 6 civilizations would be like this. And it is even more difficult to imagine that this effect is caused by some kind of technology, because it is too fantasy. No, it is even more fantasy than fantasy, because this kind of battle and attack effect seems to have never been seen in fantasy. Such a battle has never been filmed in the movies. Imagine two masters fighting, and then seemingly without doing anything, the opponent's upper or lower body disappears out of thin air. Isn't this cheating? However, the fact is that there is no cheating. Not only no cheating, but it is just one of the conventional attack methods of the 6th level civilization. As the war continues and the distance continues to shorten, another attack method will soon appear. A rectangular battleship of the Awakener suddenly exits from the warp state. But it is not like the previous Reaper battleships that were destroyed before exiting from the warp, but its driver actively operated it, and the battleship was intact. After exiting the warp state, a strong gravitational wave vibrated in the space around the battleship, spreading outward like a vibrating carpet. The gravitational waves from the collision of distant celestial bodies are harmless, because the gathering force is far away. The frequency of the gravitational waves becomes lower, and the energy carried becomes smaller. However, the gravitational waves from the space around this battleship are different. Its frequency is very high, and the spatial difference between its peaks and troughs is enough to produce extremely unbalanced gravitational pull at both ends, enough to tear apart all the objects in front of it that are touched by it, with the difference in gravitational size. Compared to the previous attack methods outside the light cone, this method seems much easier to understand. It is undoubtedly a space oscillation. Within the attack range, objects will be torn apart due to gravitational imbalance, and the effect is the same as falling into the Roche limit of a planet with large gravity. However, the space oscillation caused by this Awakener warship does not seem to be an attack method, but a defense method. Sure enough, after the space oscillation appeared, a black line was seen in the distant starry sky approaching at an incredible speed, and then collided with the oscillating space. Suddenly, the black line turned into an oscillating space, and then twisted like a twisted hemp rope, and then disappeared in the universe under the continuous output of the subsequent space oscillation ripples. This appearance is very similar to the way the turbulent waves block the approach of objects on the water surface. The black line that appeared in the space is obviously a kind of space-cutting attack method, and the space oscillation of the Awakener is like a way of using the overlapping folded space to consume the energy of the space-cutting black line for defense. The appearance of space-cutting weapons marked the beginning of the close combat phase for both sides. Just like the battle between the Awakener and the Reaper battleship squadron, suddenly, black lines appeared frequently in the starry sky, which cut the stars and the starry sky as the background in half. Of course, it was not real, but an illusion caused by light. At this moment, the starry sky battlefield finally changed from a strangely quiet battlefield to something that looked a bit like the battleship battles people knew. But there were still few dazzling explosions. Silence seems to be the main theme of the battlefield of the 6th level civilization. The gravitational bombs everywhere in the starry sky and the space oscillations caused by the warships are telling the starry sky outside the battlefield that the battle here is very intense. These gravitational waves will be transmitted hundreds or thousands of light years away in the distant future, and then use the information it carries to tell other civilizations that there were 2 6th level civilizations fighting here. Light, here, has changed from the protagonist of information transmission to a supporting role. The battle between the 2 6th level civilizations seems to be happening in another dimension. Fierce and quiet. In the battle, the Awakeners showed a fighting power so strong that even several level 6 civilizations hiding somewhere were shocked. Their performance was even more exaggerated than the battle between the Awakeners and the Reaper battleship team, because they found that until now, the Awakeners had not destroyed a single battleship. Whether it was the numerous black lines interweaving in the starry sky, or the attack method outside the light cone that seemed to be able to smash the battleship into nothingness, or the extremely close-range space oscillation that was well prepared for coordination, none of them could cause damage to the Awakeners' rectangular battleship. It's not that the Awakeners' rectangular warships are tough, but they seem to have maxed out their dodge skills, so all kinds of attacks can't hit them at all. At the beginning of the war, several level 6 civilizations who were secretly watching the battle were very surprised, because they saw that the Awakeners from the Triangulum Galaxy actually gained a one-sided advantage. And what was outrageous was that they were even in a situation with a huge difference in numbers. Chapter 590. With hundreds of billions of warships, it is impossible for a war between 2 civilizations to end in one contact, especially without the use of weapons of mass destruction. The so-called weapons of mass destruction are definitely different for interstellar civilizations than for the Earth era. In the Earth era, hydrogen bombs already existed at the top, and were also the largest weapons of mass destruction. However, in the interstellar era, especially at the level of 6th level civilization, even supernova explosions cannot directly destroy their warships. It is conceivable how powerful their warships are. If you want to destroy such a powerful warship on a large scale, you must have a more powerful weapon. And it must be a ranged weapon. The weapon that the Reapers are now brewing is a type of weapon of mass destruction. The Reaper warships in the starry sky suddenly exited the warp state, and then tens of billions of warships lined up in a strange formation in three-dimensional space. Then they did not move. No flames or intense light could be seen, as if they were just quietly staying in the starry sky. Then, within the range of their location, there was a trace of gravitational fluctuation. But it was not large, which showed that it was not a gravitational fluctuation type attack. But after the gravitational fluctuations appeared, a black dot appeared at that spatial position. The black dot was very small, only about a few thousand kilometers, which was nothing for a battlefield that was often measured in light years. They were darker than the dark background of the universe. The black dot was not a black hole because it had no gravitational reaction. On the contrary, the black dot showed a repulsive force opposite to gravity. When the repulsive force was detected, it was also found that this black dot seemed to be a space hole in the three-dimensional universe. As for where the hole was leaking, it was estimated that only the 6th level civilization knew. After the black spot appeared, a repulsive force opposite to gravity first appeared around the black spot, and then in less than a second, countless invisible black lights or countless superluminal unknown particle flows outside the light cone like before were transmitted from it, and quickly spread to the surrounding space at superluminal speed. This is like putting a light source into a ball with many holes on the surface, like a colorful neon light, with countless lights shooting out from it. The reason why this attack is a large-scale killing is that there is more than one black hole. After the billions of Harvester warships made some coordinated actions, black spots appeared in the starry sky one after another, and then in a breath of time, the entire starry sky covered by billions of warships turned into a sea of black spots. Then countless unknown ion beams that could reach visible matter crisscrossed in this star field, forming a death laser net that pierced all the warships in this space. Its range depends on the range of the warship group that launched this attack. And now the attack of the Reaper warship cluster has a spatial range of about a sphere with a radius of 1.7 light years. This is such a huge area. There are millions of Awakener warships in the area, if not millions. There are millions. This wave is still a solid attack. It will definitely give the Reaper a vent. It is estimated that the Reapers already know that these slippery awakeners have some kind of evasion-type special technology. So they use this range attack to deal with them. Of course, facing this kind of particle flow attack, the 6th level civilization has a shield. If you want to turn the warships of the 6th level civilization into space matter, you have to blow up their invisible shield first. However, I don't know whether it is due to the technology of the Reapers or the factors of the spatial position. The unknown particle flow scattered by countless black spots seems endless. They are not worried about the follow-up weakness of the rays. After the actual combat, the tens of billions of warships will enter the warp state again to avoid the Awakener warships that are attacking them. This is like everyone gathering at the edge of a fish pond, throwing a bunch of firecrackers into the pond, and then running away. Although the description is vulgar, the effect is quickly reflected. It is a well-understood concept that range attacks are difficult to dodge, especially this kind of range attack that is faster than the speed of light, dense and randomly intertwined. However, a scene that made the Harvester dumbfounded appeared. The more than 3 million Awakener rectangular warships in the space seemed to foresee the location of each black dot, and all the scattering directions of the unknown particle flow scattered from each black dot. At the moment when the unknown particle flow scattered, the more than 3 million ships made various evasive actions according to their spatial positions and relative speeds. Either conventional maneuvers, warp maneuvers plus conventional maneuvers, or flipping the ship body to move. Looking around, it was as if a group of messy rectangular blocks grew in the starry sky. Just like boxes of building blocks were scattered into the sky. There was nothing wrong with evasion. But when the unknown particle flow scattered like an intertwined stranglehold, the entire starry sky was silent when observing the scene, because of the countless scattered particle flows that seemed unavoidable. Almost every one of them passed by the Awakener warship by a hair's breadth. At this moment, the Awakener warships were like nimble birds, passing through the dense laser tunnels, which was totally beyond the reach of the 6th level civilization detection technology. Of course, I say almost because some Awakener warships were not able to evade them all. But that was also because the web of scattered unknown invisible particles was too dense, and the intervals in between were smaller than the size of the Awakener warships. So it was unavoidable. But the Awakener warships were not destroyed, because these unavoidable warships still had that kind of invisible shield. After using this shield to withstand the attack for a moment, these Awakener warships moved to a place with loose ray nets with great foresight, escaping the fate of being hit, and turned into nothingness. The Awakener civilization once again used their unique technology to refresh the Reaper's understanding of avoiding damage, and also refresh the understanding of avoiding damage of the Galactic Heart Alliance, the Persis community, the Silicon-based Federation, and other level 6 civilizations, who were waiting for opportunities in the hidden space in the distance. It can be said that their 3 views were greatly shocked, especially those ordinary level 6 civilizations without special technology. They now deeply feel the fear and power of the level 6 civilization with special technology. What is even more difficult for them to accept is that this civilization from the small Triangulum galaxy can actually suppress the Reapers, even in the case of such a huge difference in numbers. You must know that the Reapers are the most powerful civilization in the Milky Way. None of these civilizations dare to face the Reapers like this. But this Awakener civilization dares to do so, and has made an unforgettable record. Chapter 591. Especially the Galactic Heart Alliance. They have strong concealment capabilities, and discovered that the Reaper's Ace fleet has not yet joined the battle. Originally, the top leaders of the Galactic Heart Alliance believed that after the Reaper's Ace fleet joined the battle, the Awakener civilization would not be so comfortable, and would definitely fall into a disadvantage. After all, the Galactic Heart Alliance is the civilization that has fought the most with the Reapers in the Milky Way. They know the combat effectiveness of the Reaper's Ace fleet. But after seeing this performance of the Awakener, the top leaders of the Galactic Heart Alliance were silent. They felt that even if the Reaper civilization's Ace fleet joined, it would not be able to defeat the Awakener civilization from the small Triangulum galaxy. The Silver Heart Alliance could see it, and the Reapers, as the parties involved, could naturally see it, but they seemed unwilling to admit defeat. After sending out the elite fleet of pseudo-lifeforms and failing to achieve good results, and after carrying out multiple large-scale strikes, their Ace fleet was dispatched. The Reaper's Ace fleet was driven by their real-life individuals. After they appeared, the warships on the battlefield obviously received some kind of instructions, and in a very short time, They approached each Ace warship in batches and layers in an orderly manner, and then formed new combat units. The new combat unit is centered on an Ace battleship formation, equipped with a certain number of elite battleships and a large number of ordinary battleships, and then unify command and control, and fight in the form of cluster cooperation. This combat effect was quickly reflected, and the Reaper's strike accuracy and coordination efficiency were significantly improved. And at the same time, it was also better in tactical decision-making. It seems that the Reaper, like the Awakener, has evolved to a level better than strong artificial intelligence. The Reaper's Ace fleet joined the battle, but the result was exactly as the Silver Heart Alliance had expected, and it still failed to make up for the disadvantage. The new combat units were much stronger than before, but it was still difficult to hit the Awakener's warships with their existing attack methods. Space oscillation, space cutting, and superluminal particle flow were all the same as before. The awakened rectangular warships avoided them, as if they had predicted. Only large-scale lethal weapons could occasionally hit one or two, but there was no continuous damage, and it was completely impossible to overload the Awakener's invisible shield. On the other hand, as the war progressed, their warships were destroyed by the Awakeners one by one. If things continue like this, the Reaper's warships will be exhausted sooner or later, and the only way to win seems to be to wait for the Awakener's warships to run out of fuel. But the fact is that the fuel of the 6th level civilization will not be exhausted so easily, at least not within 500 years. After all, the navigation technology of the 6th level civilization can barely carry out long-distance voyages. If the fuel is so easily consumed, they would have died on the way to the Milky Way. Although there is a big difference between the combat state and the navigation state. 500 years later, the Reapers didn't know what they had lost. Moreover, with the Awakener civilization's buggy evasion ability, they could still fight and run at the same time if they lost their core microcosm. In this way, the Awakener's microcosm became something that bound them to fight in this star field. However, in the following battle, the Reapers broke this bondage. The numerical advantage was there. Although they failed to gain an advantage in the battle against the Awakener's warships, they did a good job in impacting the Awakener's microcosm. After detecting and confirming the location of the Awakener's microcosm, tens of billions of ordinary Reaper warships swarmed towards the microcosm. And then they used space-cutting weapons to attack the space where the microcosm was hidden. Tens of billions of space-cutting attacks cut the entire space where the microcosm was located into threads. Although many Awakener warships guarding the microcosm used space oscillation to defend against it, there were too many black lines shot by the Reapers, and they could not resist them all. Nor could they all go to the location, because that would destroy their own warships. Unlike warships, the microcosm has nowhere to run when facing the swarming space cuts. However, the Awakener's microcosm was cleverly arranged and survived the first attack of tens of billions of times. But it was also on the verge of collapse. The reason was that in the first attack, the Harvester could not fully determine the coverage of the microcosm. So when it attacked, many space weapons were empty. But even so, the Awakener's microcosm also appeared from nothingness or space cracks. After countless black lines passed, a ray of starlight suddenly appeared in the empty starry sky. Of course, it was not the light of a supernova explosion, but the light from the stars inside after the Awakener's microcosm was cut open. And there was more than one crack. In fact, the 6th level civilization has microcosm repair tools and technology. But before the engineering ship or repair program in the microcosm can repair it, the second round of attacks from the Reaper arrives. This time, the Reaper's attacks are more precise and more intensive. Countless black lines almost formed a black grid, which once again cut through the three-dimensional space of the big universe and acted on the Awakener's small universe at the same time. After the second blow, the already shaky small universe finally could no longer maintain the spatial balance and collapsed. The Awakener's small universe was very large. Of course, it was not dragged from the Triangulum Galaxy, because the dragged small universe moved too slowly. And it was completely impossible to drag it from the Triangulum Galaxy to the Milky Way. This small universe was created by the Awakener after he came to the Milky Way. The purpose is the same as other level 6 civilizations: to hide themselves. Oh! The Awakeners have another function here, which is to protect the fallen civilizations they awakened. However, since they have just arrived in the Milky Way, the Awakeners have only found 3 or 4 fallen civilizations, of which only one has been moved to their own small universe, and the other 2 are still being awakened. However, when the awakening work is halfway through, The Awakener individuals who are carrying out the task are notified to come back and participate in the battle. From this point of view, the two civilizations survived. After the collapse of the small universe, a strong gravitational wave suddenly appeared inside. It was the force that originally supported the small universe to leave the large universe. Now the small universe is broken, and the space returns again. It is swept by a very strong and extremely chaotic gravitational wave, like a bubble bursting in the water. The space itself cannot be seen, but the things in the small universe can be seen. At the moment of the collapse of the small universe, the planet of the fallen civilization, the galaxy, spaceships, warships and other creations were instantly torn into pieces by this unbalanced gravitational turbulence, just like being strangled by the gravity of a high-speed rotating black hole. And it was instantly reduced to ashes. It was indeed an instant, because the movement of the space itself does not follow the theory that the speed of light cannot be exceeded. Chapter 592. The destruction of the Awakener's microcosm foreshadows the further escalation of the war. The fallen civilization that was awakened by the Awakener, or the awakened fallen civilization individual, disappeared without resistance in the destruction of the microcosm. The powerful spatial fluctuations easily tore apart everything in the original microcosm, as well as everything in the starry sky in the area where the microcosm was located. The impact of the destruction of the microcosm is more than that. The fluctuations of the space are like a stormy wave, sweeping around, destroying everything they touch, including the 6th-level civilization warships. However, the Awakeners and the Reapers were obviously foresight. When the small universe was destroyed, they both ran away at the highest speed. In the process of leaving, they did not forget to attack each other. After losing the small universe, perhaps because they were already deeply trapped in the war quagmire of the Reaper fleet cluster, the Awakeners did not choose to evacuate. On the contrary, they seemed to have lost some kind of restraint, and dispersed their warships again, and then launched a fierce attack on the Reapers. In the eyes of the Awakeners, although their microcosms were destroyed, they still had the upper hand. This was true. Decades had passed since the war began, and the Awakeners had less than 10,000 warships destroyed, while the Reapers' warships were destroyed almost every moment. After decades of fighting, the war damage ratio reached an astonishing value. The battlefield was filled with the wreckage of the Reapers' warships. According to a rough count, the Reapers' ordinary warships had lost tens of billions, and the elite warships had lost as many as 1 billion. Perhaps because of the good protection, the Reapers' ace warships did not suffer much loss. Only about 200 million. It is indeed not much for the total number of warships dispatched by the Reaper. But compared with the losses of the Awakener, it is very exaggerated. It is simply to the point that the Reaper is uncomfortable. Before, the Reaper was still very unconvinced and dispatched the ace fleet to form a new strike sequence. But after paying such a price, they really recognized the situation and understood that this Awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy is indeed unique. Although the specific special technology is still unknown, the Reaper is sure that it must be related to prediction. It is this special technology that makes the evasion ability of each Awakener warship almost reach the level of prediction. They are so slippery that they can't be hit at all. The nearly 10,000 warships that were destroyed in the light of the supernova. The warships were destroyed after the warp speed was difficult. Fortunately, the Awakener fleet is not that large. Otherwise the Reaper's losses would be more than this. Moreover, during the battle, the Harvesters also discovered that the Awakeners from the Triangulum Galaxy did not seem to have a bunch of strong artificial intelligence warships like other civilizations, but all the warships were driven by life individuals of their own civilization. This discovery made the Harvesters have new speculations about the Awakener's special technology. They believe that the Awakener's special technology should only be used or driven by life individuals of their own civilization. And it seemed that there was more than that, because the reason was the phenomenon after the Awakener's microcosm was destroyed. The Harvesters thought that there were still a large number of awakened individuals, and some warships in that small universe. But the fact was not so. It seemed that the battlefield was the entire combat power of the Awakened. Their individual lives were not in this small universe, because the Harvesters clearly found that when this small universe was destroyed, the warships that were destroyed were obviously not the 6th-level civilization warships. This is very confusing. The entire civilization of the Awakened is only 1.7 billion, and they are all driving warships. This structure is also unique among technological level 6 civilizations, because such an individual number is indeed too small for a level 6 civilization. Only 1.7 billion. You should know that even the humans who set foot on the universe after the disaster, the humans of the mere level 3 civilization, have a population of 10 billion. And the Awakeners, one person and one ship. The whole civilization has 1.7 billion. After destroying a certain number of Awakener warships, the Harvesters obviously also discovered the pattern of one Awakener life individual and one warship. Because of this, they became the civilization other than humans that discovered the secret of the number of Awakener pilots. The Reapers showed great interest in this discovery, because they knew that this must be due to the unique technology of the Awakeners. In fact, this is true. The Awakeners only have 1.7 billion individual lives, and the reason is related to their unique technology. However, even if the Reapers knew this, they were unable to gain an advantage in the following battles. Instead, they suffered greater losses under the fierce attack of the Awakeners. However, the Reapers did not seem to be in a hurry. On the contrary, perhaps because they had too many cannon fodder fleets. In the following battles, the Reapers still did not retreat, and let their ordinary fleets increase their attack strength, even to the point of not caring about the losses. There were even hundreds of millions of ordinary warships on the battlefield, completely ignoring their own evasion, often risking their own destruction to launch an attack on the possible evasion position of the Awakener warships in the next step. This was especially true for those warships that combined to launch a large-scale attack. When one was destroyed, another would take over, just to lock onto a certain star field and launch a large-scale destructive attack. The Reapers' behavior also made their own fleet pay a heavier price in the subsequent battles, and thousands of warships were easily destroyed by the flexible Awakeners. The Reapers, who have an absolute advantage in numbers, are absolutely defeated by the Awakeners on the battlefield. However, judging from the current situation on the battlefield, the Reapers have no intention of retreating. Instead, they have stepped up their efforts to use their massive ordinary fleet to consume the Awakeners. Although the results are minimal, the Reapers seem to have a feeling of let's see how powerful your dodge technology can be. Just like the big boss is looking at the opponent with a heartless heart and using his own men's lives to test the opponent. Looking superior. In fact, although the war has not lasted for 100 years, the situation in the interstellar battlefield is already very clear. The Awakeners are killing people with a small number of fleets on the battlefield, leaving the Reapers powerless to fight back. From the perspective of interstellar war, such a war is already a crushing defeat. However, no one is anxious, whether it is the Reapers or the Galactic Heart Alliance, who are still watching secretly in the hidden space. Only the Awakeners are happily killing people. Some Awakeners can even shout during the battle, but the Reapers ignore them. The 100 Years' War has caused all the stars within 300 light years of the entire starry sky to disappear, and the entire starry sky has also become the energy of star explosions. In such an environment, fleets of warships sometimes sail at warp speed and sometimes at city rules, constantly shuttling here, and countless weapons are intertwined in this starry sky, turning this place into hell. Chapter 593. The aftermath of the war is still expanding. The turbulent gravitational waves can be detected thousands of light years away. If the civilization 1,000 light years away has detection means beyond the light cone. Otherwise it can only wait hundreds or thousands of years to detect the gravitational waves that propagate to its location at the speed of light. The same is true for the stars that were innocently detonated due to the aftermath of the war within hundreds of light years. Their light is spreading to the entire Milky Way, telling the civilizations within the entire Milky Way that a major event has occurred here. It was indeed a big deal. The most powerful civilization in the galaxy, the Reaper, was beaten up. In the past, only the Reaper could beat other civilizations. But now it's the other way around. Juan, did you see that? There is a fleet of 13,000 ships at coordinate location XXXX, hiding and wandering 6 light years away. Judging from their movements, it seems to be the superior fleet of our ordinary fleet, and it is very likely the ace fleet of the Reaper. Do you dare to charge? During the battle, a communication message from a friendly party appeared in the private channel of the Awakener Juan. Juan responded immediately, "Why not? Fighting these stupid strong artificial intelligence warships is really meaningless. But the ace fleet of the Reaper should not be underestimated. It's hard for us to fight alone." Good guy. 2 warships dare to attack 13,000 Reaper ships. And it's just hard. Not impossible. It's not like we're going straight into their warship pile. Do you understand the tactics? And just like you said, fighting these ordinary warships is really meaningless. It's time to strengthen this so-called Reaper civilization. Get the information and say. Juan controlled his rectangular battleship to easily shuttle through the black lines of space, cutting faster than the speed of light. And responded, "You are right. It's time to strengthen this so-called harvester civilization." Ha ha ha. It seems that this harvester is just SOSO. It can still dominate the Milky Way. It still takes the initiative to cause trouble, and wants to harvest our special technology. I really don't know how weak those level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way are. Hearing Juan say this, the Awakener Yu actually agreed. But he thought it should be corrected. So he told about his encounter with the galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance. While talking about the galaxy, you used the particle flow outside the light cone to blow up the invisible shield of a Reaper warship, and then killed it. Galaxy? The flagship of the Galactic Heart Alliance? The Awakener Juan controlled his rectangular warship to shoot a black line of millions of kilometers to a certain place in the starry sky. When the black line reached a certain empty place in the starry sky, a Reaper warship suddenly passed by that place at half warp speed, and was cut in half by the space cutter along with the space. It looked like the battleship itself hit Juan's space cutting attack. Yes, the flagship named Galaxy seems to be very powerful. Although I don't know its specific combat power. It gives me that feeling. If I didn't deal with the Reaper battleship team back then, I think the Galaxy could easily destroy them. The Awakener Yu was dealing with enemy ships from all directions while distractingly introducing to Juan, and that battleship has a strong concealment ability. If it didn't appear at that time, it would be difficult for me to find it. I even suspect that the state of the galaxy I saw at that time might have been deliberately displayed for me to see. I understand. But so what? We are still suppressed by the Reapers. And the most powerful Reaper civilization in the Milky Way is just like this. The Awakener Juan said nonchalantly. And while speaking, he killed 3 more Reaper warships. I thought that a large galaxy like the Milky Way would give birth to a civilization more powerful than ours. But I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. If you ask me, we didn't need to be so careful to hide our tracks back then. We could have just called out to the strongest civilization in the galaxy and killed it. After that, which civilization in the entire galaxy would dare to covet our path of exploration? Others disagreed. But you agreed with this statement. You was seen maneuvering his own rectangular battleship in the starry sky to a Reaper battleship squadron, and then dodged the attack of this battleship squadron with the same action as predicted, and then accurately destroyed the entire battleship squadron with several consecutive space cuts. After this, you sent a message to Juan. It's the same to destroy them now. Even if we can't destroy them, we can still cripple them. When we defeat the Reapers, no civilization in the Milky Way will dare to covet our exploration of the previous generation of Voyagers. Hearing you mention the previous generation of Voyagers, Juan immediately told him the latest news he had received. Speaking of the previous generation of Voyagers, I recently received a message that the previous generation of Voyagers is indeed a civilization in the Milky Way, called the Pioneer Civilization. They may have visited our Triangulum galaxy during the Great Voyage, and finally discovered that there was no star gate in our Triangulum galaxy to lead to the Voyage Road. So they returned to the Milky Way to look for other routes, and embark on the Great Voyage Road. The two Awakeners talked back and forth, fighting and talking at the same time. But it did not affect their speed of destroying the Reaper warships at all. They felt like strolling in the garden on this battlefield. Oh! Where did you get the news? Human civilization. I was going to upload this news to the headquarters, but I forgot about it because I was too hasty to prepare for the war. Human civilization. Is it the local civilization in the Milky Way that you have been watching? I remember that they are a low-level civilization. How can they have news about the previous generation of Voyagers? I said it was luck. But that's the truth. I was bored and slept until I found out that they were coming to kill the Reapers and drag them into the small universe. I found out that they had encountered a creation left by the previous generation of Voyagers. A drifting bottle from ancient times. Unfortunately, by the time I found out, I didn't know where the drifting bottle had gone. Otherwise, we might have learned more about the previous generation of Voyagers. That's a pity. But it doesn't matter. The Milky Way is so small. We have plenty of time. We can always find the way they left. After the Awakener, you easily destroyed another Reaper elite battleship squadron. He continued to send a message to Juan. By the way, Juan, is this human civilization that is not even a level 4 civilization really worthy of our care? Juan answered without hesitation, of course. The headquarters' judgment will not be wrong. Besides, don't forget there are stars outside the stars. And there is a larger Andromeda galaxy outside the Milky Way, as well as many distant galaxies. You don't think that the civilizations in other galaxies are as weak as the Milky Way, right? It's always good to have one more of the same kind on the road to long voyages. The racial talents of human civilization determine that they will definitely become our partners, although they may take a long time to grow up. We don't lack time, right? Chapter 594. Awakener by Awakener Illusion. The two life forms talked about the harvesters and then human civilization, and then discussed the Milky Way Alliance and other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. And combined with the current war situation, they quickly came to a conclusion that the combat effectiveness of civilizations in the Milky Way is not good. Based on the current war performance of the Awakener, this conclusion is certainly not wrong. But it seems a little early to draw the conclusion. After all, the war is far from over, and the harvesters obviously don't care about the loss of the strong artificial intelligence fleet. And they also show that they want to test the limits of the Awakener. Regarding this point, because the battle was almost a crushing victory, the Awakeners immersed in the great victory did not notice it. The Reapers certainly have a trump card that has not been played. Many level 6 civilizations such as the Silver Heart Alliance, the Perseus Community, the Silicon-based Federation, and the remnants hidden in the distant starry sky are very clear about it. So these civilizations organized in the Silver Heart Alliance did not jump out to join the battle, because they are just waiting for the actions of the Reaper civilization. Of course, they may also want to see how far the Awakeners can go. Actually, except for the level 6 civilization that stayed in the same hidden space as the Silver Heart Alliance. The other civilizations that hid themselves and peeked had already been discovered by the Reapers and Awakeners in the battle. However, the two civilizations on the battlefield were very proud and looked down on these civilizations, so they pretended not to see them. As for the Silver Heart Alliance, their hiding technology was obviously much higher than that of other level 6 civilizations. It was difficult to find their hiding places without careful detection, especially their galaxy. The Silver Heart Alliance is waiting, and the Reapers are actually waiting too. The battlefield continues to develop in favor of the Awakeners, and batches of strong artificial intelligence fleets are easily destroyed by the Awakeners. Often, an Awakener warship can easily destroy a strong artificial intelligence fleet of tens of thousands in a battle. And the process is as simple as cutting melons and vegetables. Facing the elite fleet cluster of the Reapers, the Awakeners only need a small team to gain an advantage. There are also powerful beings like you and Juan. Compared with other Awakeners, they seem to be more foresight and react faster when facing the attack. And their warship configurations seem to have been personalized and modified to be more in line with their own usage habits. From the perspective of combat pilots, these two Awakeners are ace pilots. Whether in close combat or long-range strikes, they perform better than other Awakeners, and naturally have stronger combat power. So far, the total number of warships destroyed by them has exceeded 100 million, including ordinary warships, elite warships, and ace warships. Their outstanding performance has naturally been discovered by the Reapers. But the Reapers do not seem to have made any tactical changes. Even if they know that continuing like this will only add more records to the two Awakeners, they don't seem to care. In the following time, the Reapers continue to send more warships to encircle and suppress you and Juan, as if they had to test their limits. Such tactics also brought greater losses to the Reapers. After the war more than 100 years ago, the fleet of hundreds of billions was directly reduced to more than 70 billion, while the Awakeners only lost more than 100,000 warships. The Starry Sky battlefield also expanded from the initial more than 300 light-years to 500 to 600 light-years, and the wreckage of their warships was floating everywhere. These debris were floating all over the starry sky under the turbulence of time and space caused by their original initial velocity and numerous gravity bombs, directly turning this star field into a graveyard of warships, which looked extremely miserable. Logically speaking, at this stage, the situation of the war has been clear, and the harvesters should give up the fantasy of harvesting the Awakeners' special technology, then admit defeat and find ways to save themselves. But they did not. And this situation finally attracted the attention of the Awakeners. I feel something is wrong. A message appeared in Yu's consciousness through the internal communication channel of the Awakener. Juan, it's right to feel something is wrong. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Since you also have this feeling, it's not an illusion. The Awakener, you control the rectangular battleship to flexibly dodge the dense black lines of space, cutting like a spider web. At the same time, He was able to free his hands to predict the attack. Several space cuttings were launched at the same time, successfully destroying a Reaper Ace battleship and tearing a small hole in the Reaper Ace battleship formation. They seem to be waiting for something. Also, have you noticed that there seems to be a hidden space 700 light-years away? From the detection feedback, there seems to be something hidden inside. Could it be the Reaper's backup plan? Due to the distance, although he detected it, he was not sure. No, it should be other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. The Reaper coming to attack us will definitely not be hidden from other level 6 civilizations. I just don't know what they mean. Well, I will upload the information to the headquarters, and let others be careful, and not fall into the trap of the Reaper. Juan said. Okay. You quickly synchronize the information. I tell the others to synchronize their information as soon as possible. The Reapers may really have some tricks up their sleeves. Juan put his warship into the highest warp speed state, and used high-speed prediction to avoid the dense particle flow attack. At the same time, he let his warship shipborne strong artificial intelligence, the invincible great sword, synchronize the information he had to the headquarters, and then continue to communicate with you and those level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. Their performance is seriously inconsistent with the information we have obtained. According to your previous information, since the Reapers are the public enemy of the Milky Way, then when we have such an advantage, the most important thing for those civilizations in the Milky Way to do is to beat the fallen dogs. They should jump out and help us eliminate the Reaper civilization. But now none of them have jumped out. There must be something wrong here. Either the information you got is false information, and the Reapers are not the public enemy of the galaxy, or those level 6 civilizations want to sit on the mountain and watch the fight. But that is not right. Now we are obviously in the upper hand. Juan said more and more that something was wrong. He felt that the reaction of those hidden level 6 civilizations was too abnormal. From their interests, they should jump out to help fight the Reapers at this time, or help the Reapers fight their side. After all, the Awakeners have shown that they are stronger than the Reapers. As an oppressed civilization, they certainly don't want to defeat the Tiger and then the Jackal. For them, the best result is that both the Reapers and the Awakeners lose. But they are still standing there like old dogs. This is too abnormal. Chapter 595. Juan and Yu's worries were not groundless. Their feelings were not intuition, but came from the analysis of observation data and on-site conditions. But it seemed a little late for them to wake up. Juan had just finished synchronizing the headquarters data and informed all the Awakeners of the information when new changes appeared in the starry sky. It is actually not quite accurate to say that the starry sky, because the war has lasted for more than 200 years. At this time, using conventional optical observation methods to detect from the battlefield, no stars can be seen. The brilliant galaxy has completely disappeared. Of course, it does not mean that it has been destroyed by the aftermath of the war between the Awakener and the Reaper. But the star field of the original starry sky battlefield has become a sea of light. Looking around, there are dazzling starlight in all directions. The starlight of supernovas. In fact, most of the planets in this star field do not meet the conditions for supernova explosions. So it is not quite right to say that they are supernova stars. After all, their explosive power is indeed not as good as that of regular supernovas, but they are better in quantity. The battlefield area has spread from the initial 300 light-years to 600 light-years. How many stars are there in such a wide space? The answer is 9,809. At least in this area. Although not all of these stars were destroyed. The light they emitted illuminated the entire Milky Way. And even a civilization with an astronomical telescope in the distant Andromeda galaxy could easily observe it. Of course, if you want to observe the light produced by the aftermath of this war in the Andromeda galaxy, it will take 2.6 million years. By then, the civilization there will see a brightness that is several levels higher than that of the Milky Way. If some level 0 civilizations with astronomical telescopes see it, they may regard it as some kind of inexplicable astronomical phenomenon. Just like many unsolved mysteries in the universe seen by humans in the Earth era. The war lasted for more than 2 years, and the light from the star explosion covered the entire star field, so that all the civilizations inside could only see the dazzling starlight when looking out. In other words, it was difficult to use optical detectors to observe the situation outside the war, just like driving at night with high beams. However, it was under such circumstances that something suddenly appeared in the starry sky that all civilizations watching the battlefield situation could not ignore, especially the Awakeners. An Awakener warship was surprised to find that something it had never seen appeared 0.12 light years in front of it. To say it is a thing is because it doesn't look like a warship at all. But to say it is something else is because its appearance is a bit weird. This thing seems to appear out of nowhere. The Awakener warship discovered that it appeared. But it couldn't find the process before it appeared. This is normal for ordinary level 6 civilizations. But it is not normal for the Awakener. Because the pilot of this Awakener warship is very sure and certain that the range of 0.12 light years is absolutely within his perception range. But he just didn't find it. Because of this, the Awakener driver's heart was immediately alarmed. And he felt that this thing was not simple. Just at this time, he found that Juan updated the synchronization information of the headquarters. And at the same time, Yu's reminder information also happened to appear in his sensory organs. Is this the Reaper's trump card? But there is only this thing. And there is only this thing. What can it be used for? The Awakener driver was not stupid. And he quickly realized that this thing might be the reason why Yu and Juan felt something was wrong. But the strong tailwind in front made it difficult for him to see the Reaper clearly. So he subconsciously thought that such a thing alone would not have any effect on the entire battlefield. So after seeing this thing that suddenly appeared, his first reaction was not to share the information with the Awakener headquarters to let other Awakeners know, but to subconsciously detect the surroundings of this thing and the entire starry sky battlefield to see if there are similar things appearing in other locations. Because it is a superliminal detection, the results come out very quickly. Only one? What on earth is this Harvester civilization doing? Isn't this thing theirs? The Awakener expressed doubts about his detection results. This detection did not take long. Less than 2 seconds. And this unknown thing that suddenly appeared on the battlefield did not move in these 2 seconds. It seemed like a dead object. Not moving much. Just quietly suspended in the afterglow of the star explosion. This Awakener was curious, and finally carefully aimed the detection means on his warship at this new thing. So, he saw it clearly, but also felt confused. The reason why he said it clearly was that he found that he actually saw this thing from an optical perspective, which meant that it was a real object. But he couldn't see its true appearance clearly. This situation made the Awakener individual immediately realize the seriousness of the problem, because he had never seen such a thing. You must know that as a member of the Awakener, he has the technological support of the entire Awakener civilization behind him. If he can't see it clearly, it means that the Awakener's technology can't see it clearly. In other words, this thing is an unknown thing to the Awakener. Well, it should be said that it is an unknown creation. Because this Awakener individual realized that there is no such thing in nature, although it looks like a natural creation. So, this Awakener quickly synchronized the information that he found such a thing on the battlefield to the Awakener headquarters, and synchronized the observation information. In fact, since the war began, it has been normal to discover information by oneself. Most of the time, it is to synchronize battlefield information so that other Awakener individuals can better control the overall situation and environment of the battle. So his actions are not very conspicuous. But realizing the seriousness of the problem, he chose another way to attract the attention of other Awakeners. After synchronously observing the information, he also released a message in the name of emergency in the general combat channel. And now all the Awakeners noticed it. However, their reaction was the same as that of the Awakener. First showing confusion, then doubt, because they didn't know what it was. The unknown represents hope and danger. Combining the previous analysis of Juan and Yu, all the Awakeners were alarmed for a while, and they felt the danger. What is this? The first suspicious message appeared in the Awakeners channel, followed by other Awakeners' communication messages. I don't know. From an optical point of view, it looks like a sphere, but it seems to have no boundaries. No, it has boundaries, but its boundaries are very hazy. Everyone, pay attention. This may be the Reaper's trump card. Warships close to this unknown thing should quickly push it away. What the hell is this? A ball of hair. No. No. It seems to show some quantum characteristics. Quantum macroscopic effects? What's wrong? It's a sphere. Look. It's moving. The shape of the thing that suddenly appeared above the starry sky battlefield does look like a sphere. But it is not a normal sphere. Its appearance is very hazy. Even blurry. Giving the observer a hazy feeling, as if it is covered by a veil. It also emits a faint light around it, which is not its own light, but the result of some interaction between photons and it. It is hazy, confused, and seems like a dream. making people feel like they are in a dream. Chapter 596. This thing has a hazy appearance and is quite large. Judging from its approximate outer boundary, it is about the size of a planet. Its hazy appearance is divided into two circles. The outermost one is like a thin mist, and the inside is vast. It is a sphere as a whole, with a diameter of about 2,300 kilometers, which is about the same as the length of a warship of a level 6 civilization, and much longer than the moon's 3,400 kilometers. It suddenly appeared in the starry sky, attracting the attention of many awakening individual lives. They speculated what it was, and at the same time, they communicated internally, raising their highest alert to it. It moved. It is most likely the Reaper's backup plan. Perhaps this is the Reaper's characteristic technology product. Everyone pay attention to dodge. The 115th team starts the skirmish mode. Space cutting. Space oscillation weapons are ready. The Awakener who first discovered this hazy sphere passed such a message in the internal communication. In fact, the Awakeners had already paid attention to the situation of the Reaper when the war started. They tried to find the characteristic technology traces of the Reaper from the battle, just like the Reaper observed them. But since the war began, the Awakeners have fought against the Reaper's ordinary warships and the elite warships driven by pseudo-life forms. They thought that the most powerful trump card warships were equipped with the Reaper's special technology products. But they didn't expect that they were not that powerful. At that time, the Reapers had doubts, but they thought that they were too powerful. So the Reaper's special technology seemed to be no big deal. After all, in the Triangulum Galaxy, they once relied on their own special technology to sweep away the civilizations that refused to obey in the entire galaxy. After arriving in the Milky Way, they thought the Milky Way was a big galaxy. So they explored it carefully, fearing that other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way would discover it. Although they were eventually discovered, when they really fought against each other, they found that the civilizations in the Milky Way were not that strong. Who would have thought that something that they did not recognize with their entire civilization background would suddenly appear? The Awakener knew very well that the unknown was definitely dangerous for a level 6 civilization like themselves. The Awakener guessed correctly. This technological creation that suddenly appeared was indeed the Harvester's thing. It was with this thing that the Harvesters were able to travel across the Milky Way and become Harvesters. While the Awakener was wondering what this thing that suddenly appeared was, the level 6 civilizations hidden in the distant starry sky were already excited. Here it comes. It's an electronic warship. The Silicon-based consortium in the same hidden space gap as the Galactic Heart Alliance Cat immediately sent a message to other civilizations in the same space. Oh! Is this the electronic warship? It doesn't look that good. Have you been chased by this thing for so many years? The first one to respond was the Legacy, who was still full of confidence. The Legacy was very old, but it seemed that this was the first time he saw the so-called electronic warship. Not good? This is an electronic warship. The Silicon-based consortium seemed to be very afraid of the electronic warship, and did not hide its fear in its words. Anyway, he had made up his mind, and would not touch the electronic warship no matter what. Could it be that the electronic battleship was built by the Reaper using an electronic star? In the Perseus community, an ordinary level 6 civilization that had never seen an electronic battleship also raised his own question. The distance was a bit far, and their detection was not accurate enough. So they asked this question. There is a theory that there are ordinary matter planets and neutron stars in the universe. So there may also be quark stars and electronic stars. That is, planets composed of pure quarks and planets composed of pure electrons. But it is only a theory. So far, no matter whether it is a low-level civilization or a high-level civilization, no one has ever seen an electronic star, because according to theoretical calculations, an electron star with a mass equivalent to the moon has about 10 to the 52nd power of electrons, and it is very difficult to gather so many electrons together. At least a level 6 civilization cannot do it. Then it can only be a naturally existing electron star. But the electric field strength formed by so many electrons gathered together is very strong. And its electric field is strong enough to accelerate each electron directly to the speed of light. Moreover, electrons are charged, and there is the same electromagnetic repulsion between electrons as between protons, which is 1 trillion times stronger than the universal gravitation between electrons. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances, protons cannot gather into proton stars, and electrons cannot gather into electron stars. to form protons or electron stars. The gravitational conditions required are extremely extreme and strong. Strong enough to collapse into a black hole. Therefore, even if there is an electron star, the electron cannot remain in the normal particle state. And such a star will most likely become a black hole with a negative charge. No, it's not an electron star, but an electron. Don't you find that it doesn't show much gravitational effect at all? Yes, it's right. It's a macroscopic electron. This is incredible. But it is the truth. We don't know how they did it. A level 6 civilization that participated in the war against the Reapers replied. Therefore, our electronic warships, also known as macroelectronic warships, are the Reapers' trump card, and the reason why they can dominate the Milky Way. As long as we can destroy the macroelectronic warships, the remaining power of the Reapers will be insufficient. Macroelectronic warship. The newly promoted ordinary level 6 civilizations deeply recorded this name in their central computers. They thought this was probably the product of the Harvester's unique technology, because they couldn't understand how a level 6 civilization could macroscale an electron. They couldn't even think of how to macroscale it, let alone transform the macro-scaled electron into a macroelectronic warship. Electrons are the energy transmission units of various electrical devices. They couldn't think of how the Harvesters control the electronic warships. Did the Harvesters find other energy transmission units that were smaller than electrons? Not only that, the name and fact of macroelectronics alone tell these level 6 civilizations without special technologies that the Harvesters may have mastered some technology related to the micro and macro boundaries. No, more than one electron. In the hidden space, the Silver Heart Alliance, the initiator of this united front, also explained. But this statement seemed a bit ambiguous, which could easily make the recipients think that there were many macroelectronic warships. So the Silver Heart Alliance then added, the Harvesters have only one macroelectronic warship, but on the surface it only appears to be composed of one electron. According to our latest news, the macroelectronic warship is likely to have a daughter ship, which is also an electron. Our scientists speculate that it is most likely an electron that is polyincompatible with the macroelectron we see now. A macroscopic and a microscopic correlated electron. This means that the so-called electronic battleship of the Reaper is actually an electron pair battleship. A civilization that has just been promoted to level 6 confirmed. That's right. Before the last battle with the Reaper, we also thought it was just an electron. But it might actually be an electron pair. The Galactic Heart Alliance said. Chapter 597. Since it is confirmed that it is an electronic warship, then leave it to me. According to the plan, I will deal with the electronic warship, and you will deal with the conventional combat power of the Reaper civilization. At this time, the survivors expressed their own opinions, but they were rejected by the Silver Heart Alliance. No. Wait a moment. In fact, the Silver Heart Alliance also knew that it was time to attack. After all, they had contact with the Awakeners. If they jumped out and shouted, the Awakeners would not attack them. However, the Silver Heart Alliance has its own little thoughts. They may want to see if the Awakeners can deal with the electronic warships, or they may want to let them consume the Harvesters first to achieve their own maximum interests after seeing the strength of the Awakeners. While the 6th level civilizations were waiting on the starry battlefield, the hazy electronic warship suddenly entered the warp speed from the static state, and then went in the direction of the nearest Awakener warship. It happened that the Awakener warship also received the internal communication information of the Awakener civilization, and just in case, it directly distanced itself from the electronic warship, putting the two in the same picture. It looks like two people who suddenly appeared in front of them looked at each other, then got startled, and then jumped up and ran away. It looks like this, but it is not actually the case. If you look closely, you will find that the hazy appearance of the electronic warship that has entered the warp state has changed slightly, and it seems to be brighter. It seems to be launching some attacks, but no traces of launching attacks have been found in the detection methods in the universe or outside the light cone. But suddenly, the Awakener warship closest to the electronic warship exited the warp state without any warning the next moment. Then, the warship was seen floating quietly in the void in the direction of its original conventional maneuvering, as if it was dead, and its appearance did not show any signs of being hit. The rectangular warship was still a rectangular warship without a trace of damage. But if you look closely, you will find that the part of its hull that was originally a little bright has gone out, before the other Awakener warships could react to what was going on. Within the area of about 4 light years from the electronic warship, All the Awakener warships had the same situation. All of them in the warp state. No matter how much power the warp was. Directly exited the warp state, and then floated in the battlefield like dead fish. The same goes for the Awakener warships that did not enter the warp state. These warships lost power directly, and floated in the starry sky. If you can see the situation inside the warships, you can find that before those warships were forced to exit the warp, almost all the electronic equipment inside each warship suddenly malfunctioned. And then these devices were directly paralyzed in a burst of electric light. The power module, detection module, driving control module, signal transmission module, receiving module, weapon module, shield module, central control equipment, life support equipment, all electrical appliances, circuits, and all electronic-related things in the entire warship failed. And the warship stopped in an instant. Every warship was like this. There was no sign of being hit on the outside. But all the functional components inside had failed and burned. The electronic warship sped along. In the star field it passed through. All the warships within a radius of about 4 light years from it were experiencing the same situation. After a burst of lightning flashes, they all turned into warship shells. The electronic warship was like a ray of light across the dark starry sky of the universe. Wherever it passed, countless Awakener rectangular warships were like fallen leaves. Like leaves blown up by the air waves of a speeding car. Floating messily on the battlefield. Shield. 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 Dark energy shields are up. Energy shields are up. Be careful to evade. Be careful to evade. Find the target and hit me hard. The tragic situation of the warships was transmitted to the individual life consciousness of each Awakener through the Awakener headquarters. And then urgent shouts immediately appeared in their internal channels. Don't ask what it is. It's a Reaper's warship. Location XXX. YYY. ZZZ. People in that position pay attention. Attack that target first. Say it again. Attack that target first. No. The shield is useless. Our ship. This message was not finished before it was finished. And all the Awakeners realized that there must be something wrong without any follow-up. Sure enough, in the headquarters system display, their battleship logo appeared with a big exclamation mark again, which was the sign of the battleship losing contact. What the hell is this? It seems to be able to separate our shield and battleship armor. This message was the same as the previous one. And it was not finished before it was finished. And these two battleships were unsurprisingly close to the area where the electronic battleship passed. I don't know what kind of attack can ignore our shields and armor. Can ignore our shields and armor and directly attack the internal equipment of the warship. Directly damage the internal equipment of the warship. The electronic equipment is directly paralyzed. I'm done. This is the last letter. Not only. The messages are not intermittent, but are sent by the pilots of the Awakener warships before they lost contact. The Awakener headquarters system aggregates these messages into a complete message. The unknown creation of the Reaper can ignore our armor and shields and directly act on the electronic equipment of the warship, paralyzing all the electronic equipment. Such information is still transmitted to the Awakener headquarters system one by one. Not photoelectric. Not only the electronic equipment. My ship's photon computer is directly paralyzed. Calculating and comparing electronic photon equipment paralysis. Paralysis time difference. Space cutting weapon. The space cutting weapon missed. The space cutting weapon hit. Hiss. It seems. The unknown creature seemed to have teleported. And missed. Behind the broken information one after another. There are thousands of warships paralyzed by electronic warships. Looking at the starry sky battlefield. In addition to the wreckage of the Reaper warships that were floating everywhere before. All that came into view were huge rectangular blocks, which were undoubtedly the Awakener warships. At this moment, they were like huge dead bricks, rolling lifelessly in the starry sky, like beautiful golden ratio bricks. As the electronic warships rushed along, the number of golden ratio piles increased, rising from hundreds to millions in a short period of time, and then to 100 million, and it was still soaring. The electronic warships were unstoppable. Countless Awakener warships were like fish in the river. And after a high-voltage electric ship passed by, all of them turned white. If it was the Awakeners who beat the Harvesters without any chance of fighting back before, then now it was the reverse one-sided crushing. The awakening warships destroyed by other electronic warships are different from other methods. There is no scar on its surface. Countless awakening warships are like countless golden ratio bricks. If you don't know that this is a battlefield, You might mistakenly think that a civilization is going to use planet-sized golden ratio bricks to build an interstellar wall here. As soon as the electronic warship appeared, it used its unique attack method to show its strength to all civilizations. With such an attack method, it is no wonder that the Silicon-based Federation dare not face it. Chapter 598. The Awakener's unique technology is undoubtedly powerful. They're like maxing out their dodge skills. But it seems useless in front of the electronic warships. They can feel every movement and every trajectory of the electronic warships. But facing the kind of attack method that hits them inexplicably within the range, the Awakeners have no way to deal with it. On the starry battlefield, the electronic warships are speeding all the way. All civilizations can only see the vague and dreamy figure of the electronic warships. But no civilization knows how it attacks the enemy. The Awakeners had the most say. Their originally powerful rectangular warship suddenly had an inexplicable electronic failure. After a series of sparks and lightning, all the electronic control equipment, computer systems, routes, energy transmission routes, and photon calculations on the warship were burned out. It was simply impossible to prevent it, and there was no reason. All the warships within that range were not spared. No matter how ingenious the Awakeners' warships were, no matter how unexpected the evasive actions were, they were instantly scrapped. Countless rectangular warships were destroyed. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. The electronic warships destroyed batches of Awakener warships with an absolutely powerful attitude. And they were invincible. If at the beginning, the Awakeners still had time to consider what this warship was, whether it was the special technology of the Harvester, etc., then now, they almost lost the time to think. Because the electronic warship's killing efficiency was too fast. It was like having an absolute domain around it. As long as the warship entered that range, there was absolutely no possibility of survival. The more warships there are, the faster the casualties are. The huge and rapid losses made the Awakeners stare blankly. Whether it was the invisible shield or the energy shield, they were all ineffective. The warship armor and evasion capabilities that the Awakeners were proud of were useless. The electronic warship was like a death god, finally making the proud Awakeners sober up. The hateful Silver Heart Alliance. They must know that the Reapers have this unknown warship. But they didn't tell us. An angry message was transmitted to the remaining Awakeners' thinking organs through the internal channel. The Awakeners' offensive has been completely disintegrated. The Awakener warships that were originally chasing the Reapers have been slaughtered by the electronic warships. The remaining Awakener warships have begun to turn around and try to stay away from the electronic warships. After losing so many warships, the Awakeners have only detected the killing range of the electronic warships. They still don't know what they are. About 4 light years. Everyone should keep a distance and attack them with superluminal particles. The opponent only has one warship. If we solve it, the victory will still belong to us. The leader of a certain Awakener battleship cluster quickly came up with a corresponding strategy. However, he still underestimated the strength of the electronic battleship. Because just as he said this, the battleships of his team were about to execute the instructions in his words. And they were shocked to find that the electronic battleships they perceived suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Before they could react, they found that more than 100,000 battleships had lost contact. After a quick investigation, it was discovered that the electronic battleships had used some unknown method to teleport 4 light years. The Awakeners who have the ability to predict general detection know very well that this electronic warship, which is still unknown to them, is definitely not moving at warp speed. Because warp speed is not that fast. At this distance of 4 light years, the electronic warship is like a space jump. This kind of movement is something that the Awakeners have never seen in the 6th level civilization. It is simply unheard of. In fact, let alone them. Even the Silver Heart Alliance hidden in the distant space took a breath of cold air. Because they have never seen an electronic warship show this ability. The reason why the war was lost was that they were beaten by the electronic warships. But the electronic warships did not disappear and then appear 4 light years away like now, when they thought that the electronic warships might have been reserved. And the reservations could make the 3 major organizations in the Milky Way. The Galactic Heart Alliance felt cold in their hearts. It's confirmed. Mr. Great Leader, the electronic warships must be electron pairs. A pair of shared electron pairs based on Pauli incompatibility. One macroscopic and one microscopic. There seems to be some quantum relationship between them, so that they can exchange positions instantly. And the phenomenon of teleportation that we see now should be achieved through this kind of operation. A scientist from the Silver Heart Alliance, who was dedicated to studying the electronic battleship, told their leader. Before, he only guessed that the electronic battleship was not one electron, but two. Now it is confirmed that it is two. But what can be done even if it is confirmed? Even if they know that the electronic battleship is two electrons instead of one? What can they do except gain some seemingly useful knowledge? They can only watch the electronic battleship killing everyone there. The Silver Heart Alliance, who knew about the electronic battleship, was like this. Not to mention the Awakener, who encountered the electronic battleship for the first time. Well, the Awakener's detection ability is also good. After losing nearly 800 million warships, they can confirm that this unknown creation is an electron. An electronic warship that has been transformed from microscopic to macroscopic by some unknown technology. Yes, they don't know electronic warships like the Silver Heart Alliance. So they thought it was just an electron. So after getting this information, the Awakeners immediately took countermeasures. They began to consciously turn the power of the magnetic field generator of their own warships to an overload state, hoping to use this method, the magnetic field, to block the attack of the electronic warship. The idea was not wrong. After all, the electronic warship was essentially an electron. Since it was an electron, the electron moving in the magnetic field would definitely be affected by the Lorentz force. So it was not wrong to increase the strength of the magnetic field protection. But they were just trying to save their lives. And the electronic warship was more powerful than they had imagined. Perhaps because of the temporary deployment of overload reinforcement. The hasty magnetic field shield enhancement did not give the Awakener's warship even a moment of breathing time. The electronic warship still easily caused their warship to inexplicably suffer damage to various instruments as before, and then turned into floating bricks. The Awakeners used strikes outside the light cone to attack the electronic warship, and also used coverage strikes. But every time they used this attack method, the electronic warship would easily avoid it. Just like before, using the incredible 4 light-year teleportation. They also thought about using positrons to destroy the macroelectron by positron-electron annihilation. But no matter how much the positrons were accelerated, they could not reach the speed of light at most, and could not hit the electronic warship at all. Chapter 599. The Awakeners tried one method after another, but still couldn't stop the electronic warships. Their proud warships, and their proud special technologies seemed to be a joke in front of the electronic warships. The Awakeners' counterattacks were useless. Their warships would not be spared if they were one step later away from the electronic warship's sailing direction. Above the starry sky, the electronic warships were running and galloping in this starry sky. And then, they turned their course and galloped in another direction. From time to time, they would teleport 4 light years, so that the Awakeners' warships that chose to avoid their sharp edge sometimes didn't know which direction to go. The more efficient one-sided massacre continues. The one-sided massacre of the electronic warships has made the Awakeners feel terrified, because the attack method of the electronic warships is really unsolvable. The normal attack method of the 6th level civilization can at least use various types of shields to resist attacks. They basically have a concept of when their own warships can no longer withstand it, when the shields will be blown up and the warship armor will be directly hit. But the electronic warships disintegrated directly from the inside, and all kinds of equipment on a warship were burned almost instantly. Not to mention prevention. There was not even time to react. In theory, if it is a conventional war, the Awakener warships are not so easy to be destroyed, because they are not empty inside, but have many defensive compartments, which are equivalent to the watertight compartments of a ship. They also have main systems and backup systems, main energy systems and backup energy systems. There are also many nano-repair methods based on the 6th level civilization technology. It can be said that it is basically difficult to hit the soul with one shot. And even if a part is damaged, if there is no finishing blow, they can slowly repair it. However, they were facing electronic warships. All these systems were scrapped almost instantly after entering the range of the electronic warships. The ship control center system was gone, not to mention other auxiliary systems. Under the extremely efficient unilateral slaughter, the number of the Awakeners' warships quickly dropped to only more than 600 million. At this time, the Awakeners no longer had the heart to fight with the Reaper's warship cluster. In their eyes, there was only one existence. That is, the electronic warship. Because the performance of the electronic warship was so dazzling, its appearance directly reversed the outcome of the war. For the current Awakeners, it is an unsolvable existence. From the initial contempt to the later caution, and finally upgraded to invincibility. just as the electronic warships had imprinted the myth of invincibility on the Silver Heart Alliance, the Persis community, and the Silicon-based consortium. Now they have also deeply engraved an invincible myth in the hearts of all the surviving Awakeners. After destroying most of the Awakener warships, the Harvester's electronic warships seemed to think that the time was almost right. So the electronic warships that were slaughtering wantonly on the Starry Sky battlefield suddenly stopped. It suddenly stopped in the Starry Sky battlefield. Its appearance was still the same as before, hazy and unclear, giving people a feeling of illusion. If you look at it from this appearance, it is indeed very beautiful. Like a fairy wearing a veil. Hazy and beautiful. Like a dream. But now it is so fixedly hovering in the Starry Sky battlefield. All civilizations do not think it is beautiful, but more of a solemn feeling. The electronic warship is just quietly suspended in the void. But it seems to bring great pressure to all civilizations. It is like a beautiful and powerful woman, making people can't help but look at it, and feel frightened when looking at it. At this moment, the electronic warship is like the only myth in the battlefield. The only bright creation in the starry sky. It is surrounded by silence, with only the shells of dead warships. The light of countless stars sweeping past only adds a little sharpness to it. Awakener civilization. Now I give you a chance. I give you 10 minutes to think about it. Use your wisdom to hand over your special technology to us. Otherwise, the Milky Way will be the place where you disappear. And you have a place in the historical dust of the universe. A high-powered broadcast from the Reaper appeared above the battlefield. This was the first time the Reaper had actively broadcasted since the war began. Or perhaps only this time. And those rats hiding in the dark. We didn't look for you. But you came to us instead. Now it's a matter between us and this Awakener civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. We give you a chance. You have 10 minutes to leave here immediately. Otherwise you all have to stay and become dust in the history of the universe. The broadcast of the Reapers was not the information of gravitational waves caused by the oscillating space, but a form of broadcast similar to the detection method outside the light cone. So their broadcast spread to every corner of the battlefield area in a very short time. After the broadcast of the Reaper civilization appeared, the electronic warships quietly floating above the starry sky also made corresponding gestures. The electronic warships flashed 7 or 8 times at a distance of 4 light years in a short period of time. As if to say, don't bother running. If you want to catch up with you, the electronic warships will have no effort. After flashing several times, the electron stood in the starry sky again. Its haziness was sometimes thick and sometimes thin, as if it could teleport again for multiple 4 light years at any time to destroy the warships and fleets that moved in one fell swoop. At this moment, it seemed as if a domineering aura emerged from the electronic warship, covering the entire battlefield starry sky. Those Awakener warships that were speeding towards the distant battlefield starry sky also paused. And many Awakener individuals could not help but think of their previous arrogance. Is this the strongest civilization harvester in the Milky Way? It turns out that the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way live under such pressure. Juan, the Awakener who survived by chance, murmured in his heart. At this moment, he felt mixed emotions. Just now, he saw that his friend Yu, who he had known for many years, had no movement. Although he always praised you in front of other Awakeners, he was indeed a good friend of you in private, because they once traversed the Triangulum Galaxy, with 2 warships each responsible for one direction, and directly defeated half of the level 6 civilizations in the Triangulum Galaxy. But now, such a powerful you, equipped with one of the most powerful technologies of the Awakener civilization, just met, just because it was 3.98 light years away from the electronic warship, and it turned into an empty shell. One could see that the moment he entered the range of the electronic warship, you had made all preparations, but it was useless. One watched helplessly as the rectangular warship that once represented you went from being an absolute trump card that killed all around, from a life with flesh and blood, to one of countless empty shells. No matter how he called, there was no response. Chapter 600. One knew very well that even he could not do anything in this situation. The only result of rushing forward would be to die quietly like you. In fact, if the electronic warship had sailed 0.2 light years closer to Juan, he would have died too. However, the electronic warship suddenly teleported 4 light years to another star field to destroy other retreating Awakener warships. Juan was thus spared. However, Juan did not want to answer the Reaper's call at all, because he knew that answering was useless. As the most powerful civilization in the Triangulum Galaxy, The Awakener civilization that dominates the Triangulum cannot surrender its special technology just by intimidation. Of course, the Awakener is not worried that the Reaper can analyze its special technology from the damaged warships, because the so-called special technology cannot be analyzed by taking a wreckage. The reason why special technology is called special technology is that the research talent of a certain race in a certain technological route breaks through the scope that conventional civilizations of the same level can understand, thus resulting in technologies and applications that other races at the same level cannot understand at all, even if this technology is given to other civilizations, without the wisdom of the race to maintain it. The special technological creations will gradually disappear, unless there is some technological means to transfer the synaptic talent of other races to their own race. Of course, the Awakener civilization is absolutely unwilling to hand over the special technology to the Harvester civilization, because that means surrender, which is no different from the demise of civilization. But what can the Awakener do now? This electronic battleship is too powerful, and there is no possibility of winning at all. The Awakeners tried many means of attack, but none of them worked. They also tried many defensive measures, but they were also useless. In this case, no matter how reluctant they were to admit it, the Awakeners knew that they had failed. Now it was not a question of whether they could defeat the Harvesters, but whether they could escape. 10 minutes was actually very short for a level 6 civilization war, which could be roughly recognized from the speed of the level 6 civilization. Take the Awakeners for example. Their maximum speed was 213.75 times the speed of light, and the battlefield had expanded to a range of 600 light-years. At this speed, it would take at least 2.8 years to cross the entire battlefield. However, it was precisely because of this that the Awakener civilization was not completely destroyed during the time when the electronic warships appeared. If they were crowded together, they would definitely have been annihilated by now. But it is not easy to run away, because the Reapers have more than just electronic warships. They also have ordinary warship clusters, elite warship clusters controlled by pseudo-life forms, and elite warship clusters controlled by intelligent life of their own civilization. With these warship clusters, they can completely hold back the remaining 500 million warships of the Awakeners. Even if they cannot destroy the Awakeners' warships before the electronic warships arrive, it is enough to hold them back, and victory will definitely belong to the Reapers. The Awakener civilization knows this very well, so they are really anxious now. 10 minutes of thinking made them think a lot, including Juan. The individual lives of the Awakeners are now ashamed of their former arrogance. They actually think that the top civilizations in such a large galaxy have no combat power, and those who previously believed that the tone of keeping a low profile in the galaxy decided by their civilization headquarters was unnecessary have now been completely reversed. They have deeply experienced what the most powerful civilization Harvester in the galaxy is, and why the Harvester can become the public enemy of the top civilization in the galaxy. Because the electronic warship is too unsolvable. The Milky Way is a big river galaxy after all, and the Triangulum galaxy is a small satellite galaxy after all. The ferocious sea beasts born in the ocean are indeed not comparable to the big fish in this small pond. After sighing with emotion, Juan sighed in the internal discussion channel. If it was before, other Awakeners would definitely sneer at such words. But now no one opposes. They all deeply feel the despair of facing the electronic warships. Some Awakeners even have a fear of electronic warships. You have to know that they are level 6 civilization individuals. Each of them is the top existence in the Triangulum galaxy. Their psychological quality has been strengthened to the point of fearlessness. But they didn't expect to encounter such a completely unreasonable existence in the Milky Way. Do you still question my proposal? After sighing, Juan continued to speak in the internal channel what he had been holding back for a long time. Unlike in the past, many people would jump out and say that his proposal was completely unnecessary. But now every individual Awakener spoke up, perhaps tacitly agreeing, or perhaps not having time to consider these things. Other Awakeners did not have time to consider, because the Harvester only gave them 10 minutes. But Juan had to consider it, because his so-called proposal was about humans. In fact, before he made the proposal, many Awakeners did not advocate helping humans, and even advocated that humans should be directly included in the Awakener's own system as a fallen civilization after awakening. But they were suppressed by Juan. This is also one of the reasons why Juan has been watching humans for so many years. And Juan's current question is just like this. If you want to continue the great voyage, the Awakeners really need a strong partner. It happens that humans all meet the conditions evaluated by the Awakener headquarters. Although humans are still very weak now. As one often says, the Awakeners have time to wait. The other Awakeners agreed with this reason. After being beaten by the electronic warships, they were no longer as arrogant as before. There was such an unexpectedly powerful existence in the Milky Way. If they really went to other galaxies in the future, they didn't know what civilization was waiting for them. Unfortunately, it seemed too late now. They didn't know whether these Awakeners could escape, let alone cultivate human civilization. Time passed by minute. Perhaps because the electronic warships temporarily stopped killing, the starry sky battlefield temporarily entered a strange peace for 10 minutes. It seems that the harvesters are not in a hurry to act, either because they want to play with mice, or because they think the Awakeners will give in. Instead, they wait quietly according to the time they said. Finally, the time came to the last moment set by the harvesters, and the Awakeners finally spoke. The Awakeners used the same method as the previous harvesters to start broadcasting in the starry sky area. How long do you want to see? If you don't come out, our Awakener civilization will be destroyed. At that time, you will still live under the shadow of the harvester civilization forever as before. Chapter 601. Obviously, this broadcast to the star region was not for the Reapers, but for those level 6 civilizations hidden in the distant hidden space. The Awakener civilization did not find the location of the Silver Heart Alliance, but they had already discovered some other level 6 civilizations. Combined with the information provided by the Awakener was almost certain that the Silver Heart Alliance must be here. The Awakener civilization had no other choice. After a brief exchange of opinions, they all agreed that the only way to keep their civilization alive was to call out those hidden level 6 civilizations to fight the Reapers together, so that they could escape from the battlefield in the chaos. Of course, the Awakeners knew that those level 6 civilizations might just come to watch the battle and reap the benefits. But they had no other choice. They were betting that the Silver Heart Alliance, which told them about the arrival of the Reapers, had other intentions. They were right in their bet. The Silver Heart Alliance did have other intentions, but it was not so fast, because after they broadcasted it, none of the level 6 civilizations that were threatening moved. Broadcasting, of course, is not like shouting with a loudspeaker. Hidden level 6 civilizations hundreds of light years away can receive it, not to mention the Reaper civilization on the starry sky battlefield. Therefore, after shouting this, the first thing the Awakeners encountered was a new round of massacres by electronic warships, and the siege of tens of billions of Reaper warships. The Awakeners were naturally prepared for the shouting. Their remaining warships were as brave as before. The conventional combat power of the Awakeners could not do anything to them at all, and they were even killed all the time during the siege. But the star field where the electronic warships were located was different. There was no enemy to match. The Awakener civilization gradually felt desperate. They went from being extremely arrogant at the beginning to feeling that they could not fight against the enemy. Now they only wanted to escape from this star field. The killing efficiency of the electronic warships was very high. With just one encounter, they killed hundreds of thousands of Awakener warships. Finally, when the Awakeners were completely desperate, the starry sky battlefield changed. The surviving Awakeners seemed to have seen some hope. They probed in that direction, and saw a huge red dwarf star leaping into the starry sky battlefield from nowhere. A star? Is a star transformed into a weapon using some kind of technology? Detecting this situation, the Awakener civilization was confused. But they did not recognize the legacy at first sight. It is not the Awakener civilization's fault. After all, there has never been such an existence in the Triangulum Galaxy. They naturally do not know that this is the form of the legacy. And it is one of the forms. Because although the legacy is the first generation of stellar life, it is not a star in essence, but a certain type of life form. It is just that the material basis of its consciousness is too large and too special. So it will become what it is today in the subsequent evolution of the universe. It can be said that even if it is not a star, the legacy can exist, because it is a special form of life, one of its external manifestations on the star. As for the life form of the survivors, other civilizations are not very clear. But there is one thing that one civilization has guessed. But the object of the guess is not the survivors, but a special life form. That civilization is about to emerge. And it is the human civilization of the third level civilization, which is still working hard to build a new particle collider in the space left by the Awakeners. Humans have definitely never seen the survivors. Humans just proposed a possible special life form when developing the cosmic model theory, which is a life form that may appear in the distant future and uses positronium as the basic life framework. The core of his mind is a bunch of positrons that interact and communicate with each other in some form, which is different from all living things now. It is precisely because of his specialness that he can appear in the form of a star and move freely like a life, making people think he is a star. Electronic warship. Come and fight! As soon as the survivor appeared in the battlefield starry sky, a signal appeared from his position, and then spread throughout the battlefield starry sky. The appearance of this information made the battlefield starry sky pause, and all the surviving awakeners looked in that direction, and the ordinary combat power of the Harvester civilization did the same. However, compared to the hope of the awakeners, the Harvesters showed more surprise, because since they had the electronic warships, no one dared to shout like this. At the same time, the electronic warships also stopped slaughtering the awakeners, and instead stopped in the starry sky, looking at the remnants, who were more than 70 light-years away from them. It was probably because the remnants were too low-key in the past years. The remnants had never seen electronic warships before. And of course, the Harvesters had never seen life forms like the remnants. The new toy of the Galactic Heart Alliance? The galaxy is nothing in front of our electronic warships. Even if you have made this kind of star warship in the long past, it is the same. The electronic warship thought that the red dwarf star of the Legacy was a technological creation of the Galactic Heart Alliance. This really irritated the Legacy, stupid Reaper civilization. I am the son of the universe. Not that kind of low-level technological creation. Son of the universe? Haha. What a joke. The Reapers were obviously stunned for a moment. But it seemed that they heard the self-proclaimed son of the universe. So they quickly reacted, "You are the Legacy. I didn't expect the legend to be true. There really is a strange life like you. And our laboratory just happened to lack a special life form as an experimental subject. And I didn't expect you to come to our door yourself. The survivors, stop talking nonsense and hold the electronic warship." At this time, another broadcast message appeared on the starry sky battlefield. It seems that because the gravity bomb, space oscillation, space cutting and other weapons are used too frequently, the time and space on this starry sky battlefield are already very chaotic and not suitable for gravitational wave broadcasting. So these level 6 civilizations have tacitly adopted the means of superluminal particle broadcasting outside the light cone. Hold. What a joke. I want this electronic warship to die. The Legacy was obviously angry. The Harvester civilization actually wanted to use him as a guinea pig for the experiment. It was an insult to him. As an extremely ancient life, how could he endure such a great humiliation? After responding to the Galactic Heart Alliance in the form of a broadcast, the Legacy dragged his huge mass into warp speed and rushed directly to the electronic warship, as if he wanted to crush the electronic warship. At the same time, the Galactic Heart Alliance that had just called out to the Legacy finally appeared. A space-time fluctuation suddenly appeared in the star field about 100 light-years away from the center of the starry sky battlefield. And then the ship with a little starlight around it appeared out of thin air. This time, there was not only the galaxy with stars all around it, but also a large fleet of countless warships around it, which was shining silver and radiating cold light. These were all warships of the Silver Heart Alliance. One large fleet after another. In the area near the galaxy, there were about 10 billion warships, with a style similar to the galaxy. The warship clusters a little further away were obviously different in style, which should be the warship clusters of other level 6 civilizations in the Silver Heart Alliance. After the survivors took action, they finally stopped hiding themselves, and opened up the hidden space like a quilt, appeared above the battlefield starry sky, and began their long-planned plan. Chapter 602. After the emergence of the Silver Heart Alliance, the Perseus community and the Silicon Base Federation also entered the battlefield one after another. At the same time, there were more than 30 ordinary level 6 civilizations, and a parasitic Zerg level 6 civilization. Only the Gaia consciousness mentioned by the Silver Heart Alliance did not appear. In total, there were about 40 level 6 civilizations. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the conventional combat power of the Harvester civilization according to the plan. The emergence of the Silver Heart Alliance made the conventional combat power of the Harvester civilization no longer have an advantage in number. Their purpose was simple, which was to use the remnants to hold the electronic warships and destroy the conventional combat power of the Harvesters as much as possible. As long as the conventional combat power of the Harvesters could be destroyed, even if the electronic warships were still there, the Harvesters would take a long time to recover, and they would have at least 10,000 years of breathing time. In order to achieve this goal, The Silver Heart Alliance certainly did not want the Awakeners to run away directly. So after they led a group of level 6 civilizations to jump into the battlefield, they directly issued a large broadcast. Awakener civilization. The time for counterattack has come. According to the plan we have agreed upon, you are responsible for the conventional combat power of the Reapers in the star fields near the coordinate area of XXX. YYY. ZZZ. Defeat the Reaper civilization in one fell swoop. The direction of the broadcast information is very obvious. It is broadcast to the Awakeners and also to the Reapers. Obviously, most of the words of the Silver Heart Alliance are nonsense. They have never discussed any plans with the Awakeners. Of course, the Awakeners also understand. But they did not choose to refute because their words are useless. Whether considering the overall situation or the loss of more than 1 billion of their compatriots, they must stand on the side of the Silver Heart Alliance and fight against the Reaper civilization together. And if the electronic warship is really delayed, then they are not afraid of the Reaper at all. After the Silver Heart Alliance sent out this obvious broadcast message, and dozens of other level 6 civilizations appeared, the Reaper civilization also understood what was going on, especially after the Legacy invited the electronic warship to fight. The Reapers have seen through the Silver Heart Alliance's plan, but they are very confident in the electronic warship, believing that the electronic warship can destroy the Legacy in one fell swoop, and then in turn slaughter these rebellious level 6 civilizations, and then integrate their technology. As a result, the electronic warships, and the remnants that all the 6th level civilizations on the battlefield were paying attention to quickly approached each other in a tacit understanding. From the distant starry sky, it was like a satellite-sized planet and a star charging at each other. One big and one small, with a huge size difference. 70 light-years apart. When the two are in relative motion, it doesn't take much time for them to engage in battle. And in this process, the two are also brewing. And the two appear different during the movement. The electronic warship will teleport 4 light-years away every time it travels at warp speed for a period of time, while the remnant does not teleport. It always maintains a warp speed of 213 times the speed of light, and is stable, because of its huge mass. The space around the Legacy is obviously distorted by a large multiple, and this distortion is greater than that of an ordinary warship. After all, it is now the size of a star. Not only that, during the voyage, the Legacy itself is still accelerating its rotation. The magical thing is that while rotating, the dust around it is constantly pouring into it, which is the ejected matter from the stellar debris after being blown up. Now the Legacy is like crazy sucking it in. The Legacy, which is spinning and moving quickly to absorb the ejected matter from the star, is like a vacuum cleaner. Wherever it passes, countless ejected matter and nearly 90% of the speed of light is sucked in by it. And then under the strong gravitational force released by itself, it begins to rotate rapidly in the direction of its own rotation. As the distance moved farther and farther, the remnant gradually turned into a giant storm eye in the starry sky. It was surrounded by stellar debris and ejecta. Gradually, a huge celestial structure like an accretion disk appeared around it. The accretion disk that was madly selected soon had jets shooting out from both ends. At the same time, the original red dwarf state of the remnant was slowly changing to a yellow dwarf. Then, 18 light-years away from the electronic battleship, its state became a white giant, then a blue giant, and a blue supergiant. At the same time, his body became extremely large, becoming the largest existence on the battlefield. The azure light spread around, illuminating the wreckage of warships one after another. It stands to reason that the remnant is the weakest in this state, because from the perspective of stellar evolution, once a blue supergiant is hit, its own stable structure will be destroyed, and then an extremely powerful supernova explosion will occur, and then it will evolve into a black hole. Becoming a black hole is tantamount to suicide, because the remnant, whose basic life structure is positronium, cannot enter a black hole and come out safely. But now the remnant seems not to worry about the supernova explosion of his super blue giant. On the contrary, he is still continuing the process. The blue supergiant is getting bigger and bigger, and the color is getting bluer, which means that the reaction inside is getting more intense. According to the results of stellar evolution, a star in this stage should have collapsed and then exploded into a supernova. But the remnant uses high-speed rotation to offset the pressure of the matter due to gravity. Of course, it is not as simple as the centrifugal force of rotation. The remnant seems to have other ways. He seems to be able to use the principles of dark energy to prevent a large amount of matter from continuing to collapse. Just like that, a huge accretion disk appeared on the starry battlefield. And at the same time, the jet as powerful as a black hole changed with the change of the Awakener's own rotation axis. So two strong flashlight beams appeared on the starry battlefield. And the jet intensity was not much less than that of a black hole jet. Supernovas obviously cannot cause harm to level 6 civilizations. So as soon as the remnant came on the field, it was black hole intensity. Black hole intensity jet. Black hole intensity jet. The mass of the Awakener's current state has increased several times. He is now equivalent to a big black hole. The greater the mass, the greater the power required for action. This is also reflected in the remnant. As his state mass increases, his flexibility of action becomes less and less. It's just that the legacy has already calculated it. And he has already brewed it. When his ability to move becomes clumsy, he no longer needs to move flexibly, because he has locked a star field with a powerful electromagnetic force and powerful jet generated by his own state in a way of covering a large range of space. And this star field is where the electronic battleship is. Yes, you are not wrong. It is a powerful electromagnetic force, not gravity. On the scale of celestial bodies and the universe, gravity often plays the greatest role. And this is the case with the universe. But it is not the case with the legacy. The force that he shows to influence the outside world at this moment is the second strongest electromagnetic force in the universe. According to the legacy himself, this is his own star power. Chapter 603. It is equivalent to expanding the influence of electromagnetic force to the level of the universe. This is not to change the laws of physics, but an application technology based on the theory of everything. However, it is difficult for a general level 6 civilization to master this technology. The existence of the survivors is special, so he does not need any science and technology. Using such means is his instinctive skill, which is the innate ability of this special life. Just as simple as human eyes can sense photons. The special life form of the remnant should not have appeared in the universe at this stage. But by chance, he was born. And he is the only special one of this form in the Milky Way. His specialness lies in his basic constituent units. Other life forms are either carbon-based, silicon-based, or sulfur-based, and are more like a life form that tends to be an energy body, but not completely a so-called energy body. Because he does have a basic material structure, that is, atomic composition. But his atoms are different from the atoms of most life forms. The atoms that make up the remnants are the positronium that we often mentioned before. Positronium is not a positron. It is also called electron positronium, a metastable bound state composed of electrons and positrons that rotate around each other. Of course, the metastable bound state is only for human technology and cognition. In fact, in the remnant's body, it is extremely stable, and it is not like what humans think that it can only exist in the dark ages of the universe. Otherwise it is impossible to evolve into special life. Now, the legacy used its special existence and self-power to fight the electronic warship. Electromagnetic force replaced gravity and became the tentacles of the legacy, grabbing the electronic warship. When the two approached a distance of about 5 light-years, it was obvious that the electronic warship was like an invisible barrier, and its speed dropped sharply. The powerful electromagnetic force showed its hideousness here. As we all know, electromagnetic force is the second most powerful force in the universe, and it is 1,000,000 times stronger than gravity. Gravity needs to reach the planetary level to tear apart objects that have entered the Roche limit. Gravity needs to be as strong as a neutron star to crush a level 6 civilization warship. But electromagnetic force does not need such a large source of power due to its own nature, because it is 10 billion times stronger than gravity. When the legacy increased the influence range of electromagnetic force to the light-year level, even the electronic warships, with the electrical properties of an electron, were seriously affected. As soon as the electronic warship approached the strong electromagnetic force field, its mobility dropped sharply, and it even became more clumsy than the clumsy legacy at this moment. It was like being stuck in a muddy swamp, unable to move forward. However, the electronic warship was indeed the Harvester's killer weapon. Although its movement was blocked, it did not stop, nor did it fall apart. After all, it was just an electron, an elementary particle that could not be divided any further. After approaching the 5 light-year range of the legacy, the electronic warship's movement slowed down, but it still maintained a trend of moving towards the legacy. And as the hazy surface on its surface changed in thickness, it seemed to have a tendency to accelerate again. As expected, The Legacy failed to stop the electronic warship in the end, and he was eventually approached by the electronic warship within 4 light years. The Legacy also saw the previous battle of the electronic warship, so he knew that the killing radius of the electronic warship was 4 light years. So for the sake of safety, he always wanted to limit the electronic warship from getting closer. Now it seems that this wish has failed. The Legacy did think that he could kill the electronic warship, but he did not completely ignore the electronic warship. Before the war, he still learned a lot of information about the electronic warship from the Silver Heart Alliance. The Silver Heart Alliance told him that the greatest destructive power of the electronic warship is the interference and destruction of various equipment of technological civilization. It is a warship composed of 2 poly-incompatible electron pairs. The electronic warship has little impact on the organisms themselves. The reason why the Reapers become Reapers is the existence of electronic warships. Because electronic warships basically kill various equipment inside the warships, leaving behind the organisms of various civilizations. The Reapers use this to harvest the technology of other civilizations after the war. That's right. The Silver Heart Alliance knows a lot about electronic warships, but they don't know about the special life form of the Legacy. They don't know that the source of life of the Legacy is composed of pairs of positronium, and the basis of its thinking and consciousness is the result of the interaction of these pairs of positronium. The basic unit of life of the Legacy is positronium. Of course, it is not completely stable positronium. There are stable and unstable positronium. Unstable positronium will aggregate, and then the structure of positronium will be destroyed, and the annihilation of positrons and electrons will release energy, thus providing energy for the thinking and consciousness of the Legacy. From this perspective, the Legacy is actually also a life form based on electronic action. But it is too big, much larger than ordinary warship equipment, and its basic structure for forming consciousness and life activities is more complex. So it is actually within the influence range of the electronic warship. But the Reaper does not know much about it. So when the electronic warship enters the attack range, it does not directly use the method of dealing with the warship to deal with the Legacy, but first conducts a test. At this time, the electronic warship is like a flying insect in the sky, trying its best to avoid the jets shot out from the poles of the Legacy. These material jets are more powerful than supernovas, but they are not enough to destroy the electronic warships. The reason for avoiding them is that they are afraid of being affected more. In the process of avoiding, the electronic warships also urge their own microscopic existence paired electrons to continuously test and attack the remnants. For a moment, the two existences seemed to be trapped in the quagmire of the starry sky, and their mobility was almost halved. From a distance, the remnants and the electronic warships at this moment seemed to be a small planet in the main sequence galaxy, forming a system that moves slowly relative to each other. It can be seen that under the influence of the powerful external electromagnetic field of the Legacy, the macroscopic part of the electronic warship has been deformed. The force difference formed by the change of the strength of the range electromagnetic field gradually pulled the originally round macroelectronic warship into an ellipsoid. The Legacy has many killing methods, but the opponent is an electronic warship, and other killing methods are useless. Therefore, as soon as he came up, he directly used his strongest method, using the external electromagnetic field difference, which is 10 billion times stronger than the gravitational field difference, to tear the electronic warship apart. When the electronic warship was pulled apart, it was obvious that the hazy feeling on its surface became much weaker. If it was really pulled apart, it would be really destroyed. But then it turned into a hazy sphere under the power of the electronic warship itself. It can be seen that the electronic warship is constantly cycling between being pulled and restored. All the civilizations participating in the war saw this scene, so they were excited. They had never seen an electronic warship become like this. But they also knew that the electronic warship must have been in a difficult battle. Good. The electronic warship has been suppressed. An obviously excited broadcast came from the Silicon-based Federation. They were really excited because they saw that the remnants really suppressed the electronic warship that existed like a nightmare to them. Chapter 604. The Silicon-based Federation fleet, which had been hesitant to accelerate, saw that the electronic warships were suppressed, and immediately increased its speed and rushed towards the Reaper fleet. The Silicon-based Federation's warships are more like strange things than warships. They are not like other civilizations, with neat and tidy warships, but present a variety of appearances. However, during the voyage, the Silicon-based Federation's warships generally present the appearance of warp engines, and when they attack the enemy, they change into the corresponding weapon form in a very short time. The silicon-based consortium has a technology called transformed metal technology, which is their special technology. Just as people imagine, their transformed metal can be transformed into any creation that their technology can create. Whether it is a warp engine, a space-cutting weapon, or a particle attack method outside the light cone, or a creation with various detection functions, they can transform it separately. This special technology allows the silicon-based consortium to have a faster acceleration than other civilizations when in the warp engine state, and therefore has a larger caliber and stronger lethality than other civilizations when in the weapon state. They can also directly become a separate shield generator for a certain shield, making the shield more resistant than other civilizations. The silicon-based consortium with this special technology is stronger than ordinary level 6 civilizations in all aspects. The combat power of warships is stronger than that of ordinary civilizations, and the speed of opening various resources is also faster than that of ordinary civilizations. It can be said that they are stronger than ordinary civilizations of the same level in every civilization activity. It can be said that every ability has been maximized, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are hexagonal warriors. Moreover, each of their warships is multifunctional, which can be used in war, mining resources, and as a detector. Other civilizations need many types of spaceships to complete their tasks, but they only need one type of spaceship, because their spaceship includes all the transformations. This special technology makes the silicon-based Federation extremely powerful. Even if there are more general level 6 civilizations, they are not their opponents. However, all the life in their Federation is mechanical life, facing the electronic warships of the Harvester civilization, the strongest civilization in the Milky Way. They can only die. But it is obvious that if it is a single-ship battle, the conventional combat power of the Reapers cannot beat them, even the Ace fleet. Of course, it is not as exaggerated as the Awakener. The special technology of the Awakener is almost purely a prediction and evasion hook. As long as the maneuverability of the warship can keep up, they can dodge most attacks. The size of a level 6 civilization is very large. As a union of silicon-based civilizations in the Milky Way, the silicon-based Federation has been suppressed by the Reapers for many years, but their number is still huge. After they join the battle, the number of warships of the Reaper civilization on the starry battlefield is no longer dominant. What's more, there are more than 20 other ordinary level 6 civilizations, which directly exceed the number of the Harvester Alliance by dozens of times. The entire starry sky battlefield entered a new round of battle at this moment. A larger-scale battle. Countless warships came and went in this starry sky, and traces of various weapons crisscrossed. Countless people fell in this huge war. The conventional combat power of the Harvesters was not as good as that of the Awakeners. Now that there were no electronic warships, and many level 6 civilizations joined, the balance of victory immediately tilted. The Reapers' advantage was reversed in an instant, and they became precarious. Of course, this transformation was not completed in an instant, because it takes time for each warship and each civilization fleet to join the war, and the fighting process takes even more time. It would not be a matter of an instant to eliminate the conventional combat power of the Reapers, who are at a disadvantage. Moreover, what really determines the outcome is not the conventional combat power of the Reapers, nor the swarming 6th-level civilizations, but the victory or defeat of the electronic warships and the remnants on the battlefield. What is the situation of the battle between the two now? A civilization that is paying attention to the situation here found that the two are still in a stalemate. But it is different from the beginning. The electronic warship has moved from the initial 5 light-years to the 3 light-years range. But that's all. The electronic warship seems to have been blocked outside the 3 light-years. Of course, maybe the electronic warship does not need to get closer. From the distant starry sky, it can be seen that the electronic warship seems to be stuck. It does not continue to approach the remnant, but has a tendency to move sideways. But it is also very slow. It seems that it and the remnant are fixed in the starry sky and cannot move. And as time went by, the danger of the electronic warship was like dough being kneaded. Every time it deformed, the hazy appearance of the electronic warship became weaker, as if it could be torn into pieces with just a little more effort. However, every time it seemed to be torn into pieces, the electronic warship would slowly return to its spherical shape. This appearance made the silicon-based consortium, which had been paying attention to the dynamics of the two, extremely anxious. If anyone in this group of level 6 civilizations cared more about whether the electronic warship could be destroyed, it would be the silicon-based consortium. There was no way. The electronic warships were too restrained against them. As long as the electronic warships were gone, they could move freely in the Milky Way and no longer be afraid of electronic warships suddenly rushing out of the void to slaughter them. The Silicon-based Federation hoped that the electronic warships would be destroyed. After seeing the stalemate between the electronic warships and the remnants, they had the idea of going to help the remnants. Now the electronic warships were like stars stuck in the starry sky, moving slowly. It was the best time to strike them. If you have an idea, you must put it into action. However, the result of the action made the Silicon-based Federation a little uneasy. They first approached and launched a long-range attack on the electronic warships from 7 or 8 light-years away, using attack methods outside the light cone. But without exception, the electronic warships knew in advance and avoided them. The attack methods outside the light cone are superluminal, but not infinite speed. At a long distance, it still takes time from firing to the particle beam hitting, and it takes time to avoid. Otherwise, the Awakeners would not have such a strong evasion ability. For the same reason, the battle between level 6 civilizations took place at a shorter distance. Through this simple probing attack, the Silicon-based consortium determined that the electronic warship still had some strength left, and this judgment made them hesitate to continue approaching and attacking the electronic warship. Originally, the Silicon-based consortium wanted to get closer, even within 4 light-years. But now the electronic warship seemed to have some strength left, and they really had a psychological shadow on the electronic warship. The main reason was that the electronic warship was in a very bad environment now. If their transformed warship ran in, it would probably be torn apart by the survivors, who were struggling and madly attacking the electronic warship. Chapter 605. Galaxy. The electronic warship is already shaky. Now is the best time to destroy it. We just need to lend a hand and help the remnants to attack it. And we will definitely destroy the electronic warship. Since they didn't dare to go, the Silicon-based Federation set their sights on the galaxy of the Silver Heart Alliance. However, after the communication was sent out, the galaxy didn't care about them at all, and was only concerned with attacking the conventional combat power of the Reaper civilization in the Starry Sky battlefield. Seeing this, the Silicon-based Federation still didn't give up, and sent several more messages to the galaxy. As if getting a little impatient, the galaxy replied, "Trust the survivors, and I advise you to proceed according to the plan. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." The Silver Heart Alliance knew that the Silicon-based Federation was most concerned about the life and death of the electronic warship, but they didn't expect it to care to this extent. It was clearly agreed at the time that it would never get close to the electronic warship, and even if it joined the united front against the Reapers, it would only attack the conventional combat power of the Reapers. But after seeing that the electronic warship seemed to be in a difficult battle, they couldn't help it. It's okay if you can't help it, but you're still a coward. The electronic warship is like this, but you don't dare to get in. You want to find other civilizations to try first. In fact, the Silver Heart Alliance has also noticed the situation of the electronic warship. They also think it's a great opportunity, but also because of the psychological shadow of the electronic warship. They don't want to be the first to go, and they always feel that something is wrong. They always feel that the electronic warship is not so easy to destroy. Even if it is now being kneaded like dough by the legacy, it looks like it will be completely torn apart. Persis community. Now is the best time to destroy the electronic warships. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing that the galaxy of the Silver Heart Alliance was indifferent, the Silicon-based Federation, unwilling but not daring to move forward, turned its attention to the huge fleets representing the Persis community in the Starry Sky battlefield and began to instigate them. Now on the Starry Sky battlefield, the conventional combat power of the Reapers has been beaten back step by step, and the situation is very good, especially in the area where the Awakeners are located. They are much more aggressive in attacking the Reapers than before, and with the addition of more than 20 level 6 civilizations, the loss of the conventional combat power of the Reapers has increased exponentially. After a few such fights, the Ace fleet of the Reaper civilization made a decision to find a way to retreat at the cost of sacrificing elite warships and a large number of ordinary strong artificial intelligence warships. In other words, the Reapers could no longer bear the loss of personnel brought by the war. As time went on, the Reaper fleet on the conventional battlefield showed an increasingly retreating trend. Their huge strong artificial intelligence was consumed in the group fight, and only 1 in 10 of the elite fleet remained. The number of Ace warships that successfully left the battlefield was also quite limited. Less than 4 layers. In fact, It should be very easy to run in such a vast environment as the universe. But that refers to the starry sky in a natural environment. After it becomes a battlefield, the entire starry sky is filled with various unfavorable factors, including but not limited to the space oscillations constantly created by the sixth-level civilization, flat warp star fields, stable space star fields, etc. These areas have a great impact on warp navigation. After the advantaged party creates a large number of these space environments, it is difficult for the disadvantaged party to escape in one direction. This is one aspect. The rest is the hatred of these level 6 civilizations for the Reapers, especially the Awakeners. More than half of their individual lives have been lost here, now that the macroelectronic battleship has been suppressed. How can they easily let go of the conventional combat power of the Reaper civilization? The conventional battlefield has won victory after victory, and the electronic battleship has been suppressed by the legacy. This situation has made these invited level 6 civilizations really see the hope of victory. The conventional combat power of the Reapers has been completely defeated. But it is not easy to truly destroy a level 6 civilization, especially a civilization like the Reapers. If they want to destroy the Reapers, the electronic warships are a hurdle that they cannot overcome. They must destroy the electronic warships, and then spend a long time to clear out the remaining Reaper forces, such as attacking the Reaper's small universe, so that they can truly win. Therefore, even though they knew that the Reaper's nearly 4-story ace warship had escaped, they did not rush to chase it, but instead focused their attention on the electronic warships. No, a level 6 civilization caught up, and that was the parasitic Zerg civilization. As for the Silver Heart Alliance, they were the first to arrive about 5 light-years away from the electronic warship, led by the Galaxy, and followed by nearly 10 billion Silver Heart Alliance fleets. A dozen level 6 civilization fleets representing the Perseus community also approached from another direction. They had the same goal as the Silver Heart Alliance to destroy the electronic warship. Of course, the Silicon-based Federation also came together, but the Silicon-based Federation was always a step slower in approaching the electronic warship. The Awakeners who originally planned to withdraw from the battle also came. They suffered almost no losses in the battle with the conventional combat power of the Reapers. At this moment, there are still more than 500 million warships left. In another direction of the starry sky, they also approached the electronic warships. But they were not stupid. They did not continue to close the distance, but stayed at a distance of about 5 light-years like other civilizations. Galactic Heart Alliance, you are so vicious that you didn't even tell us that the Reaper has such a killer weapon. After the Awakener fleet was in place, it sent a questioning message to the Galactic Heart Alliance. There was a sense of tension. This time, they were really screwed by the Galactic Heart Alliance. They only had 1.7 billion in total, but now they only have about 500 million left. The loss is unprecedented. When they conquered the entire Triangulum Galaxy, the Awakeners did not suffer such a big loss. You didn't ask. The Galactic Heart Alliance replied confidently. Of course, the Galactic Heart Alliance knew that now was not the time to have a conflict with the Awakeners. So they added a message to divert the conflict. The most urgent task now is to destroy the electronic warships. As long as the electronic warships are there, we can only hide. The Silver Heart Alliance said a lot, and the content was basically telling the Awakener about the last battle against the electronic warship and the impact of the electronic warship on them, the Milky Way civilization, and also imagine the bright future of the Milky Way after the electronic warship was eliminated. Our plan has been half successful. Now the electronic warship has been suppressed by the Legacy. We must help the Legacy to give it a fatal blow. The bright future of the Milky Way is just around the corner. After talking to the Awakener, the Silver Heart Alliance then sent a message to the group of level 6 civilizations that had gathered around, trying to get them to come in and test it. But these level 6 civilizations were not stupid, and none of them moved forward even a little bit. The Awakeners did not go either, as they had discovered the super strong chaotic electromagnetic field released by the remnants of the star field ahead. This environment was comparable to the gravitational environment at the edge of the event horizon of a supermassive black hole. If they rushed in rashly, they would not be able to attack the electronic warships, and they would be torn apart by the usual electromagnetic force difference of the strong electromagnetic field. Chapter 606. Among the 20 or so civilizations, half of the level 6 civilizations belong to the Perseus community. Whether before or now, the Perseus community has not shown any decent special technology. They seemed to be a community formed by a group of ordinary level 6 civilizations. They did not have any outstanding performance in this battle against the conventional combat power of the Reapers. Now that they are about to win, they have come together in an area 5 light years away from the electronic warships. They don't make much noise, and are very low-key. However, they are undoubtedly the largest group in this operation. All the space traps that appeared in the Starry Sky battlefield to hinder the Reaper fleet from escaping were caused by them. Now the Silverheart Alliance has once again proposed to them that they should send out a fleet to conduct a test attack on the electronic warship. But it was rejected by them without surprise. It is true that the Silverheart Alliance organized this united front. But everyone is a large organization in the Milky Way and has their own interests. It is impossible for them to obey the Silverheart Alliance. There was no other way. So the Silverheart Alliance turned its attention to the Legacy. They sent a query message to the Legacy, which was suppressing the electronic battleship, with the purpose of understanding the current situation of both parties. However, the Legacy did not respond for some reason. The Legacy is suppressing the electronic battleship with all its strength and has no time to spare. We should take this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the electronic battleship. Based on the current situation, the Legacy should have the upper hand. But it is always a little short of destroying the electronic battleship. We think we should act immediately and become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The remnants did not respond. So the Galaxy Alliance made up a reason to try to instigate the civilizations present to rush into the battle between the two and completely annihilate the electronic warships. However, as in the past, no level 6 civilization took action. It seemed that everyone was waiting to confirm whether the electronic warships were really suppressed in the battlefield. And this wait lasted for 100 years. During this 100 years, this group of level 6 civilizations stood in the starry sky storm, observing the battle 5 light years away without moving, neither approaching nor leaving. Also during this 100 years, they saw that the hazy surface of the electronic warship seemed to become thinner and thinner, especially after being pulled into a flat dough by the Legacy. There were countless times when they saw the electronic warship being pulled into a hazy belt, and the belt was slowly restored every time when it was almost torn, and every time the electronic warship was pulled and rubbed. They could find that the Legacy also underwent corresponding changes. Every time the pulled electronic warship returned to its original state, the blue light of the Legacy itself would be dimmed, and the rotation speed would be relatively slow. Similarly, every time the Legacy changes, a chaotic electromagnetic force torrent appears in the starry sky around him. Those level 6 civilizations outside can even see the distortion of the starry sky from an optical perspective. They all know that it is not a real space distortion, but a phenomenon that occurs after the strong electromagnetic field created by the Legacy interacts with the photons in the space. It is like looking at the air background through a raging fire. As if you see the space is distorted. The Legacy extends the effect of electromagnetic force to the astronomical level, replacing the weak gravity, thus forming an unparalleled super-strong electromagnetic force gap, which suppresses the electronic warships. The effect was indeed seen. But even after 100 years, the 6th-level civilization still looked cautious. It seems that the electronic warship has cast a huge shadow on them. The electronic warship can no longer hold on. It has been pulled and deformed more than 100 years ago. It is estimated that in 7 or 8 years, the survivors will succeed. A secret message was sent from the galaxy of the Silverheart Alliance to the Perseus community. Great. We only need to wait a few more years to win. The Perseus community also responded in a secretive way. No. Don't you know what it means for the Legacy to directly destroy the electronic warship? It means that the Legacy has become the most powerful existence in the Milky Way. He can even defeat the electronic warship. So who among us can withstand his attack method? The galaxy continued to send a secret message. The meaning expressed in it shocked the civilization of the Perseus community. How could they not hear the meaning of the galaxy? This is to take the Legacy into account. Sure enough, the galaxy sent another secret message to the Perseus community. We will cooperate. 7 years later, when the Legacy defeats the electronic battleship, we will attack together. The galaxy will give the electronic battleship the final blow. And you will be responsible for the Legacy. Don't worry. We have observed that in this century-long confrontation, the electronic battleship is close to being broken. And the Legacy is the same. After years of observation, he has also been tortured by the electronic battleship's microscopic companion electrons. He must be in a very weak state to defeat the electronic battleship. We don't need to say more. You must know that the corpses of the special life forms of the legacy are of great research value. When the electronic warship is broken, the fragments of the electronic warship will belong to us, and the fragments of the corpses of the legacy will belong to you. The Silver Heart Alliance finally expressed their thoughts. It seems that they are already considering the new order of the Milky Way after the electronic warship is destroyed. As for such actions, the Perseus community was silent for a long time. What about the Silicon-based Federation? We can't avoid them if we want to get the fragments of the electronic warship and the legacy. Therefore, my suggestion is to unite them and attack together. Moreover, the combat power of the Awakener is too strong, which is an uncertain factor. While the Perseus community was replying to the Silver Heart Alliance, it directly told the Silicon-based Federation all of the Silver Heart Alliance's plans, and then quietly told the Silicon-based Federation that the Silver Heart Alliance wanted to take the electronic battleship fragments for itself, and said that the electronic battleship fragments should be obtained by the Silicon-based Federation. The Silicon-based Federation knew what was going on as soon as it heard it, and at the same time it became alert. After the Silver Heart Alliance got the electronic battleship fragments, maybe they could develop a special means to deal with them. So from the perspective of the Silicon-based Federation, the electronic battleship needs to be destroyed. But the fragments of the electronic battleship can only be obtained by themselves, which is the safest. But they also think that the post-war Awakener is a big uncertainty factor. So they secretly conspired with the Perseus community. These level 6 civilizations, the remnants and the electronic battleships have not yet decided the winner. And the large target electronic battleship has not been destroyed. But they have begun to have their own plans here. Chapter 607. Not only the three forces of the Silver Heart Alliance, the Perseus community, and the Silicon-based Federation, but also other ordinary level 6 civilizations have different ideas. The reason why these level 6 civilizations agreed to join the Silver Heart Alliance to join the United Front, in addition to being under pressure from the electronic warships, is that they want to gain benefits from the war. They all know what the harvesters do. Since the harvesters can harvest technology, why can't they? Although they may not be able to obtain any special technology from the war, if they can really get the fragments of the electronic warships and the body fragments of the survivors, they may really be able to research some powerful weapons. By then, these ordinary level 6 civilizations without special technologies will have the strength to challenge the level 6 civilizations with special technologies. Even if they have to sail far in the future, they will have better treatment in a team with more powerful power. Maybe they can start a long voyage themselves. There is no civilization that does not want such an opportunity. So, after a group of civilizations and fleets continued to wait in the starry sky for 6 years, finally, after the electronic warship was pulled longer, and it took longer to restore to a spherical shape, a level 6 civilization began to slowly approach the electronic warship. The fleet was of course a strong artificial intelligence fleet, and other civilizations watching also focused on this fleet of 100 million people. The result surprised all civilizations, but they were also secretly relieved. After the fleet approached the electronic warship within 4 light years, the signal showed that everything was normal, and it was not directly destroyed by the electronic warship as before. Of course, these civilizations obviously did not think that it was safe just because one fleet was safe. So many civilizations began to follow suit and sent fleets to slowly approach. The fleets that were testing at 4 light years and 3 light years were still not hit by the electronic warship, but because they were too close to the legacy, many warships were torn apart by the powerful and chaotic electromagnetic force difference released by the legacy. This result made many civilizations understand that it was not easy to enter the area where the electronic warships and the remnants were fighting. In the end, these civilizations all turned their attention to the host of this united front, the Silver Heart Alliance. With the previous experiments, the Silver Heart Alliance was no longer indifferent. Their galaxy and a group of frigates began to slowly approach until they stopped in an area about 2 light years away from the electronic warships. In this area, the aftermath of the remnants' power to strangle the electronic warships was already obvious. But the Silver Heart Alliance was obviously not comparable to those ordinary level 6 civilizations. Their warships were unscathed here, and even deformation did not occur. It seems that their warships formed a formation, stabilized the space where their formation was located, and created some space magnetic fields to offset the influence of the power of the legacy. Other civilizations saw that the Galactic Heart Alliance was fine, and they followed suit and slowly approached. Only a few level 6 civilizations may have felt that something was wrong, or they may not want to fight for the fragments of the electronic warships and the body fragments of the legacy after death. So they chose to stay far away and wait and see for the time being. Among these few civilizations, there is the Awakener civilization. The Silver Heart Alliance saw this. But they didn't care, because they felt victory was within reach. And they were just waiting for the moment when the electronic warship was pulled to the limit again. The opportunity finally appeared a year and a half later, and the legacy once again exerted force. And the electronic warship quickly changed from a sphere to a strip, and then turned into a long hazy strip. At this time, it was still clearly detected that the haze in the middle of the hazy strip became very faint, as if it could be torn apart with another force. Now, the survivors, hold on to suppress the electronic warship. We are here to help you. Seeing this opportunity, the Silver Heart Alliance no longer hesitated. They immediately broadcasted to the starry sky, and then the galaxy took the lead and rushed towards the electronic warship. At the same time, a series of space-cutting weapons were also activated, ready to hit the electronic warship at any time. Seeing this, other civilizations were also afraid that they would miss the delicious soup if they were late, and they rushed to the electronic warship, as if the electronic warship would be destroyed in the next moment. And then a pile of electronic warship fragments would fly out for the fastest civilization to capture. Among these civilizations that rushed forward together, the Silicon-based Federation once again sent a secret message to the Perseus community. I have discussed with the Legacy in private. We have formed an alliance. He already knows the plot of the Silver Heart Alliance. After the electronic battleship is destroyed, he will directly start to strangle the Silver Heart Alliance. We will cooperate with him to blow up the galaxy. The Silver Heart Alliance without the galaxy is like the Reaper without the electronic battleship. At that time, the Milky Way will be ruled by us too. Do the survivors really not care? The Perseus community responded somewhat worriedly. He is the son of the universe. He appeared when a generation of stars was formed. He only wants to do one thing, which is to embark on a long voyage to find his kind. However, due to the special relationship of life, he cannot embark on the long voyage alone. We have promised him that we are willing to provide him with everything on the long voyage, the Silicon-based Federation said, not knowing whether it was true or false. What about the Awakener civilization? Their combat power is so strong that it is always a variable. And now they are not taking any action. Don't worry. The range attack methods of the Legacy are very restrained to their style of attack that can only avoid damage. Although the Legacy is a special life form, it is still from our Milky Way. And the Awakener is just a small civilization of the Triangulum Galaxy. The Legacy will not allow them to run rampant in the Milky Way. The Silicon-based Federation continued to make their own calculations. There is one thing they didn't say. They think that as long as there is no electronic warship, their Silicon-based Federation's special technology is not inferior to the Awakener. So they are not actually worried about the Awakener. In fact, this is true. The special technology of deformable metal brings powerful single-ship combat capability to the Silicon-based Federation. In fact, the deformation ability of the Silicon-based Federation is very powerful. For example, after they become detectors, their detection sensitivity will be better than other civilizations. After they become shield generators, because the entire warship becomes a shield generator, their shield will be dozens or hundreds of times stronger than ordinary warships. They are hexagonal warriors. But they were too restrained by electronic warships before. Of course, the Silicon-based Federation chose not to make it public. Okay, we don't need the fragments of the electronic warship, but you have to help us keep the galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. At the critical moment, the Silicon-based Federation finally reached a consensus with the Perseus community and headed towards the electronic warship from another direction. But the preset attack directions of various weapons in their fleet were aimed at the galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance. Chapter 608. It was just aimed, not launched, because they had to wait for the galaxy to finishing off the electronic warship. On the other hand, the galaxy was still concentrating on the electronic warship. Now the electronic warship had been stretched into strips, and the galaxy only needed to cut it in half with a space cut. Of course, the Silver Heart Alliance represented by the galaxy had more than just the galaxy. The galaxy was only their flagship. They also had many frigates and many warships that assisted the galaxy. At this moment, these warships basically rushed to the effective attack range of various weapons, ready to go, in order to take away the electronic warship in one wave. The galaxy issued a unified command to its own battleship cluster, asking the auxiliary ships following it to fire at the electronic warship at the same time. Against electronic warships, the superluminal particles outside the light cone are not very effective due to their characteristics. So the battleship cluster led by the Galaxy also uses space-cutting weapons as the main means of attack. Millions of long black lines shot out from the warships, like half-moon slashes, slashing towards the electronic warship about a light year away. Just like cracks in the starry sky, the space cracks caused by weapons spread rapidly. The spread speed of space cracks caused by space weapons is faster than the speed of light, because it is a factor of space itself. And being faster than the speed of light does not violate the theory of relativity. The speed of the space-cutting line shot by these warships mainly depends on the operating power of the space weapons when they are shot. The greater the power of the space weapon, the farther the space crack spreads, and the faster the speed, because the space-time of the universe itself is stable. The power of space weapons will also weaken with the increase of distance, also because of the stability of the universe at all times. After the warships cut the space into cracks, they will always be affected by the power of the universe to mend the space, just like an object passing through the water, and it will be quickly filled again. The same is true for the power of space cutting. The cutting power emitted by the space weapon of the warship will become weaker and weaker, and finally disappear into thin air. But it does not directly cut out a substantial warhead, but a force that destroys the stability of space. Wherever the force reaches, the space is shattered into nothingness. This is the approximate killing principle of space weapons. Objects with space characteristics or all objects that rely on space to exist will theoretically be cut into two parts on the physical level under such a blow, along with the space that is shattered into nothingness. As for what the so-called shattering into nothingness is like, we have to wait for higher technology to explain it. And this kind of being cut into two pieces is not the normal cognition of an object being broken into two pieces, and the broken two pieces are put together to be the same as before. But the object chopped by the space-cutting weapon is chopped together with the space occupied by the object, which is roughly equivalent to being cut by a very thick saw. Therefore, if it is really cut by countless space-cutting weapons, even an electronic battleship will lose its function because of a small part. After all, the electronic battleship's appearance shows that its core driving part is in the macroelectronic half. It is true that the electron is a point particle of no size, but the moment it becomes a macroelectron, it has already occupied space, although no one knows what is inside it. The external manifestation is that it occupies space, just as it still exhibits the physical properties of electrons. The macroelectron is still affected by the electromagnetic field, but the normal electromagnetic shielding is too weak. Only the existence of the legacy, which can extend the characteristics of the electromagnetic field to the cosmic level, can restrict its actions. If the electronic warship is hit by these countless dense black lines of space cutting, then it is estimated that it will be really finished. Of course, there is a way to defend against space cutting weapons. In fact, since the moment this weapon was developed, these level 6 civilizations that master space cutting weapons have found a defensive measure. That is, space oscillation and space stability. Use magic to defeat magic. And the effective means of defending space is also space. This is not a battle system arrangement where one thing defeats another, but the physical characteristics of the universe itself are like this. After a civilization masters a certain technological principle, it will naturally come up with many derivative technologies about this principle. So in fact, there is no civilization level in nature. It is just a reference to the strength of civilizations in the universe based on the difficulty of mastering certain scientific and technological principles. And special technology breaks the existence of this reference for level division, which is one of the reasons why civilizations with special technology are so powerful. In the eyes of the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way, electronic warships are the product of the Harvester's special technology. And the elite warships driven by pseudolife are likely to be suspected special technologies harvested by the Harvester from a 6th level civilization that originally possessed special technology. Of course, some civilizations believe that the special technology of the Reapers is that their race can use some method to make their race understand the special technology of other races, so they become Reapers. And the electronic warship is a creation they accidentally obtained. And the elite warship driven by the pseudolife is one of the byproducts of the special technology of the Reapers. Which of these two views is the truth? These level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way do not know. But it doesn't matter now, because the electronic warship is about to be destroyed. However, before they could cheer, The leading Silver Heart Alliance detected that the electronic warship suddenly changed from a strip-shaped appearance to a hazy spherical shape, and the speed was jaw-dropping. Judging from the performance of the electronic warship in the past 100 years, it should not have such a rapid movement. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Seeing this situation, the leading Silver Heart Alliance immediately felt something was wrong and responded quickly. However, it did not stop suddenly, but accelerated forward again, but did not really rush towards the electronic warship that had quickly restored its spherical shape. The starlight around their flagship galaxy became more intense, and the starlight became more and more numerous. At this moment, its streamlined hull was covered with these starlight, like a collection of bright spots. Then, the light spots seemed to turn into substance and fell back onto the hull of the galaxy, as if the galaxy was wearing a layer of crystal clear starlight coat, combined with its streamlined appearance. It really looked like a beautiful dream creation. After the galaxy was covered with a starry coat that looked like a gathering of starlight, the front end of its bow disappeared strangely. And then in a very short time, the disappeared part moved inward from the front end of the bow. At the same time, its disappeared bow appeared about 1 light-year away from the galaxy. 2 positions in space. One disappears quickly from beginning to end, and the other appears simultaneously from beginning to end. The galaxy did not slow down, and instantly turned around and moved in the opposite direction. But that was not the end. Most of the galaxy had just appeared in the starry sky behind, and its bow began to repeat the previous situation again, disappearing again, and then appearing again in the farther starry sky. It can be seen that the galaxy is running, and its reaction is very fast. And the speed of running is also very fast and special, as if it opened a series of portals in space, allowing itself to dive in from one end and then appear at the other end. Chapter 609. This way of moving is like mastering some kind of three-dimensional space window opening ability. But it is very similar to the way in the movie where a fist hits the space in front, and then fists emerge from other spaces at the same time. But it is a little different. There is no white or black portal in front of the galaxy like in the movie. There is no visual change in the space in front of it. At least it is observed by various detectors such as optical, gravitational wave, radio, neutrino, etc. What's going on? Damn it. The galaxy ran away. It's a conspiracy. Retreat quickly. Oh my god. The electronic warship. The reaction of the galaxy immediately alerted other civilizations. But their alertness seemed a little late. Before they could react, various equipment inside their countless fleets had irreversible failures. And then batches of fleets stopped working and turned into empty shells of warships. In just a dozen seconds, the entire space within 4 light-years centered on the electronic warship. All fleets lost power and vitality, and turned into lifeless shells of warships. The incident happened very suddenly, and there was no time for these fleets to react. You know, there were quite a few civilizations that rushed with the galaxy at that time, including more than a dozen ordinary level 6 civilizations in the Perseus community, more than 80% of the Silicon-based Federation fleet, most of the ordinary level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, and 2 ordinary level 6 civilizations belonging to the Silver Heart Alliance. There were about 21 level 6 civilization fleets, and the total number of warships reached trillions. Some of these civilizations acted completely according to the plan of the Silver Heart Alliance. Some wanted to get the fragments of the destroyed electronic warships, and some were instigated by the Silver Heart Alliance to get the remains of the bodies of the survivors who were killed. They all had their own agenda, but their actions were relatively consistent. Only the Silicon-based Federation and the Perseus community set their sights on the galaxy. But they obviously failed and were wiped out by the electronic warships. The galaxy was not much better. It had the fastest reaction and ran the fastest, but it was still affected. It can be seen that during its escape, the starlight coat of its hull became somewhat fragmented, and spots of light like fluorescent powder fell off its starlight coat and spread over every piece of space it traveled through. It seems that its starlight coat can protect against the attack of the electronic warship to a certain extent. Perhaps it is because of this that it successfully escaped. So cruel. Reapers, you are so cruel. For this game, you actually sacrifice so many main lives of your own civilization. The galaxy, which quickly ran out of the 4 light-year range of the electronic warship, shouted a broadcast in the battlefield starry sky. But it did not mean to stop at all. It directly used the same movement method as before, and it was like opening a bunch of doors in the starry sky. In the disappearance and appearance of several shuttles, No one knew where it ran to. Humph. Three-dimensional short-distance transmission technology? You guys are fast. But I wonder how long it will take you to repair your galaxy this time. Hee hee. A clear broadcast message outside the light cone appeared from the electronic battleship and spread to the whole universe, allowing those level 6 players, who were still 4 light-years away, to hear it clearly. Electronic battleship. You? A surprise signal was sent from the Remnant. Remnant? I almost forgot about you. Thank you for your cooperation. But you can die now. Strange life. It's a pity to die. We think that living strange life is more valuable to study than dead strange life. Why don't you consider it again? The electronic warship said in a teasing tone. It just stood quietly in the violent electromagnetic force difference and distorted space. No matter how hard the survivors tried to change the electromagnetic force strength difference, or how hard they tried to pull and tear it apart, it remained motionless. And within the 4 light-year range around it, there was a group of empty shells of warships that had long been out of warp speed and were floating at a very low speed. The lights of these warships were extinguished, leaving only empty shells floating there slowly. And in the middle of them was a light spot with a hazy appearance and no boundaries. That was the electronic warship. At this moment, the electronic warship is like a strong man standing on a mountain of corpses. A king standing on the top throne and looking down on everything, with unparalleled dominance. Its appearance is not domineering, but its hazy and boundless visual effect makes people feel a kind of dreamy beauty. But at this moment, all the level 6 civilizations that have not entered it within 4 light-years feel a chill from the spine to the forehead. The powerful pressure of the electronic warship made the surviving level 6 civilizations breathless. One encounter destroyed trillions of warships. How powerful it is. How efficient it is. How desperate it is. At this moment, the electronic warship became the nightmare of all the level 6 civilizations present, including those surviving Awakener civilization individuals. They suddenly felt dry mouth. It's crazy. This galaxy is too crazy. How can there be such a killer? It turns out that the appearance of this electronic warship before was all deceptive. And it was all to lure these civilizations. To lure them to run within 4 light-years of the electronic warship. At this moment, the distance of 4 light-years was deeply imprinted in the minds of these Awakeners. Damn it. How is it possible? Electronic warship. Ah! Get out. Get out. Damn it. Get out. Ah! At this time, a roar and wail in the starry sky awakened all the level 6 civilizations. No, it was not a roar, but a spontaneous superluminal broadcasting method, the source of which came from the survivors. And it was the wail of the survivors. At the same time as the wail of the survivors appeared, the originally powerful survivors trembled, and their rotation speed dropped directly. Their super blue giant form flickered, and they seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and exploded into a black hole in a supernova. At the same time, the powerful chaotic electromagnetic force difference in the starry sky also disappeared, and the electromagnetic force released by the legacy was pulled back into his body from the astronomical level. Obviously, the thinking center of the legacy was being destroyed, but he was still trying to maintain his appearance balance, using the electromagnetic force that he could generate instinctively to resist the collapsed gravity of the massive super blue giant itself. Because once it loses balance, it will explode like a normal celestial body and become a black hole. Becoming a black hole does not mean that he will upgrade, but that he will die. Because black holes can only take information in but not out. Black holes are hairless, and only have 3 physical properties: angular momentum, charge, and mass. Although the Awakener is a special life, his life foundation is not a black hole, but positronium. If he becomes a black hole, he will also die. Ah! Get out! Get out of my body! The survivor was still wailing, and he seemed to be in great pain. His consciousness began to become a little confused, and then he rolled in the starry sky, forcing himself into warp speed, then exiting, then releasing a powerful distorted electromagnetic force difference that spread for several light-years, and then converging into himself. At the same time, his appearance was also cycling back and forth in extremely rapid expansion and contraction, accompanied by changes in the brightness of the light, as if he was about to explode. It can be seen that the speed of expansion and contraction of the survivors was so fast that afterimages appeared. This process is said to be long, but it is actually very short. Those surviving level 6 civilizations were terrified and reacted and began to run away. Chapter 610. But they reacted a little too late. or the survivors held out for too short a time. For more than 100 years of confrontation, the electronic warships did not seem to launch a real attack on the survivors, but only cooperated with the survivors to act and lay out, so as to achieve the goal of catching all these level 6 civilizations in one fell swoop. For this reason, the conventional combat power of the harvesters was almost exhausted, although the electronic warships won a complete victory. From the overall point of view, it was a situation where both sides suffered losses. Of course, in the eyes of the harvesters, as long as they can keep all these level 6 civilizations, they will still make a profit, such as the Awakener civilization that they are most interested in now. While the surviving level 6 civilizations were running away, the remnant finally couldn't hold on. He was very large and was also a special life. But his specialness was that his basic life units could just be affected by the microscopic companion electrons of the electronic battleship. This was discovered by the electronic battleship when it was testing 100 years ago. But the electronic battleship did not grow, but took advantage of the situation to set up such a trap to lure these level 6 civilizations into being fooled. In fact, with the combat power shown by the electronic battleship now, it could have defeated the remnant 100 years ago, and then jumped out to slaughter these level 6 civilizations. But if it did so, those level 6 civilizations would definitely scatter like birds and beasts, and there would be no chance to really hit them hard, especially the Awakener civilization. After weighing the pros and cons, the Electron chose this plan. But in the end, the Awakener civilization was not fooled, which made the Harvester a little misguided. At this moment, the wail of the survivors on the starry battlefield ceased, and the structure that constituted its thinking organ and formed the basis of its consciousness had been destroyed by the microscopic companion electron of the electronic battleship. When the companion electron of the electronic battleship appeared in his body, the survivors had realized the seriousness of the problem. But he had nowhere to escape and could only struggle desperately. But it was useless. The companion electron easily passed through the outer electromagnetic barrier of the remnant. No, it was not passing through, but teleporting. Within the range of 4 light years, the electrons seemed to be able to appear anywhere without any signs. Those who know some characteristics of electrons know that this is actually one of the characteristics of electrons. Electrons do not have a definite direction and trajectory outside the nucleus, but appear in a random cloud shape. So it is also an electron cloud. From the description of the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics, we can know that we cannot accurately determine the position and speed of an electron at a certain moment, nor can we describe its trajectory. Therefore, people often use a model that can represent the electrons appearing in various places outside the nucleus in a certain period of time to describe the movement of electrons outside the nucleus. The density of the cloud represents the probability of the electrons appearing. In other words, whether the electron appears in a certain area depends entirely on the probability, which is a probability wave. The 4 light-year killing range of the electronic battleship is obviously the probability cloud range of the Pauli-incompatible microscopic electrons of the macroelectronic battleship. However, unlike the electrons described in the physical concept of the electron cloud, the electronic battleship can obviously control the electron that is Pauli-incompatible with its macroelectron. Otherwise, it would not be possible to achieve such efficient and accurate killing, or such a large-scale attack. It can be said that the entire 4 light-year range is in the electron cloud of macroelectrons. The macroelectrons of the electronic battleship seem to play the role of the atomic nucleus in the concept of the electron cloud. Of course, their operating mechanisms are definitely different. In other words, the civilization that created the electronic battleship not only needs to have microscopic technology that deeply understands the uncertainty principle, but also has the technology to macro-enlarge microscopic objects. Not only that, they can also put a lot of control instruments in the macro-enlarged electrons, and can also fully understand the essence of the Pauli exclusion principle. Otherwise, they cannot build such a battleship. And judging from the power of the electronic warship, it doesn't seem to be a weapon that a level 6 civilization can create, because its performance is too incomprehensible to these level 6 civilizations. Countless level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way gathered together, but they couldn't hurt it at all. At this moment, the electronic warship suddenly changed its position and teleported again, and then killed the fleeing level 6 civilizations. Its primary target was still the Awakener, with the most surviving warships. There is no doubt that the war has become a game of escape and massacre. At this moment, the remnant behind him could no longer hold on. After several rapid and large-scale expansions and contractions, the super blue giant body that represented it finally collapsed suddenly. The remnant, whose interior was severely damaged, could no longer resist the strong gravitational force caused by its mass. Before he could throw away the excess mass, he was crushed by his super blue giant body. A chain reaction of collapse occurred on him, and the surging gravitational force pulled everything inward. In this process, the matter pulled and expands at a speed close to the speed of light. And then a larger chain defense occurs. And finally, like those super blue giants in the universe, the stable structure is completely destroyed. So, a supernova different from all stars exploded. His mass has far exceeded the Oppenheimer limit. After the explosion, his debris will not form a neutron star, but a black hole. After the supernova explosion, regardless of whether the basic structure of the survivor's self-consciousness is completely collapsed, regardless of whether the survivor's self-consciousness is still there, he will be swallowed by the black hole evolved from his body and disappear in this universe. The survivor ended his life in the most splendid way, and his death also put a brilliant end to this war. The galaxy of the Galaxy Alliance had already fled when it saw that the situation was not good. The Gaia consciousness promised by the Galaxy Alliance had never appeared from beginning to end. Not only could it not be invited, but the Galaxy Alliance was bragging. But it didn't matter. In the night sky, only the hot fireworks were left. The vitality of the warships had disappeared with the slaughter of the electronic warships. The warships of the Awakener civilization also fled in all directions, like other level 6 civilizations. But unfortunately, they became the main target of the electronic warships. If for no other reason, the harvesters coveted their special technology. However, the individual lives of the Awakener civilization seemed to be very strong-willed. After discovering that their warships were destroyed from the inside, even if their individual lives were still alive, they would rather end their lives than become captives for research by the harvesters. Without the individual lives of the Awakeners being studied, their special technology could not be obtained. Even if their warship wreckage was studied, the Awakeners knew this very well. Chapter 611. The war in the starry sky has ended. But there is more to the starry sky than war. At the other end of the galaxy, a planet that has been visited by human civilization is a different world to this place. This star field is very empty and very quiet. And in the empty space, there is such an orange dwarf star, which is a K-type spectral main sequence star, and its lifespan is longer than that of a sun-like yellow dwarf. There are only 2 planets in this orange dwarf star system, one of which is a gas planet smaller than Jupiter. And there is no Jupiter ring like Jupiter. Its orbit is so clean that there is not even a satellite. As the only rocky planet in the star system, its mass is 0.59 times that of the Earth. Its diameter is 0.8 times that of the Earth. Its average surface gravity is 0.69 g. Its rotation period is 20 hours, 57 minutes and 33.63 seconds. Its surface calm temperature is 36 degrees Celsius, and there is a lot of liquid water on the surface. Like the gas planet, it has no satellites, but it has tidal forces, which come from the giant gas planet outside. Its revolution period is 17.997 years, and 1 year is almost equal to 18 years on Earth. Although this planet has no satellites, it has a beautiful ring like Saturn's ring. Under the light of the orange dwarf star, it presents a charming view. The atmosphere is mainly composed of carbon dioxide, oxygen, ethylene, water vapor, and nitrogen, with a small amount of other gases that are harmful to humans. Among them, carbon dioxide accounts for the majority, with a concentration of 86%, oxygen 12%, and the rest are other gases. The rich carbon dioxide gives this planet an excellent insulation layer. The greenhouse effect reaches 22.4 degrees Celsius, and the atmospheric pressure reaches 7 standard atmospheres. This environment is obviously not suitable for human habitation. But there is life here. This rocky planet has towering mountains, snow-capped mountains, countless towering trees, and dense forests everywhere. It has vast continents and turbulent oceans. There are also snow-capped mountains that are frozen all year round. But the plants and oceans here are different from those on Earth. The plants on Earth are mainly green, while here are mainly purple. In addition to the different colors, the plants here are generally thicker than those on Earth, which is probably related to the high concentration of carbon dioxide. Although its sky is also blue, its blue is much lighter than that of the Earth, and it looks very clear. But there is no ozone layer. However, in recent times, such clear atmosphere seems to have been polluted by industry, and the atmosphere in some areas appears a little turbid. And the ocean that originally reflected the blue color of the sky has also been polluted to varying degrees by some industrial products. Many species have become extinct as a result. But it is not serious. At least the intelligent life living on this planet has not yet realized this. The ocean of this planet also has tidal phenomena. Whenever this planet orbits to form a triple conjunction with its main sequence orange dwarf star and the outer orbiting gas planet, there will be ebb and flow of tides. Obviously, such astronomical phenomena do not occur often. So the tidal cycle of the ocean of this planet is very long. About 24 Earth years. The long tidal cycle makes its ocean basically calm, without any waves. Only when the temperature difference of the whole planet causes natural phenomena such as storms will there be stormy waves. Generally speaking, this is a purple and peaceful planet. But such a planet, fortunately or unfortunately, has been visited by a civilization from outside the starry sky. From some stone carvings now placed in the museum, it can be seen that the aliens who came here are aliens with flying saucer-shaped spaceships. They are giant aliens with a height of more than 10 meters. This is what the intelligent life living on this planet thinks. At first, they thought it was some kind of ancestors on the planet. But later it was basically recognized as aliens. This view has informed the textbooks of this intelligent life for 50 years. However, some intelligent beings who study ancient history now believe that the objects in the museum should represent two different civilizations. Look! This piece of stone carving is older, and it is different from the description in the textbook. Today's relevant academic experts believe that the disc-shaped object in this stone carving should be an older alien. Our ancestors saw it in the ignorant era and carved it on the stone wall as a totem. And the tall stone statue on your right is obviously a product of a different era. Archaeologists have used the latest carbon-14 detection technology to detect that the age of the stone statue should be in our Bronze Age. Scientists are still collecting specific evidence. Here, I want to tell you that our history textbooks may have to be rewritten. In a solid concrete building, an intelligent life with a funny dog head was pointing at some strange objects in the exhibition hall and introducing them to a group of dog-headed people. It seemed that this dog-headed person was engaged in a profession like tour guide. Everyone, look at this. The dog-headed tour guide pointed to a rusty pistol sealed in a glass cabinet in the exhibition hall. Does it look familiar? Familiar? Of course. It is a gun. The pistol that shocked the entire continent back then. What I want to tell you is that this pistol is not a modern creation, but a weapon of a noble in the Bronze Age. It was excavated from the ruins of a volcanic country in the Bronze Age. For a long time, we all believed that this was a creation of our ancestors. But people have always questioned this conclusion. Now, the latest authoritative conclusion has come out that it is an alien creation. That is, in the Bronze Age of our civilization, alien civilizations once visited our planet and left their traces. Listening to the introduction of the dog-headed tour guide, a dog-headed man who was about 2.5 meters tall and very strong among the tourists muttered to himself, "The sun sets in the west. The gods return to their positions, and light descends to the world, leading the ancestors into the gate of heaven and breaking through the sky. Is it true that the legend of the god of light descending to the world and floating away after passing down the magic is true? No. 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 It should be said that the so-called myths and legends are actually the descriptions of aliens by the ancestors. Doesn't that mean that the ancient legends about the god of light are not myths made up by the ancestors, but real descriptions of aliens?" As he was talking to himself, the decorated dog-headed man looked up at the tall sculpture and fell into deep thought. He thought that if the so-called god of light was an alien, this tall sculpture with a measuring tool might be some kind of armor. Of course, it is not ruled out that aliens look like this. As for the specific truth, the dog-headed man thought that perhaps he could follow the records of mythology to find the so-called Heaven Gate. He remembered that there was also a description of the Heaven Gate in the mythology. It was said that it was the space gate set up by the god of light before leaving. Through the Heaven Gate, you can leave this world. Heaven Gate? Space Gate, the dog-headed man muttered. And a bold idea came to his mind. He wanted to go on an adventure. Chapter 612. After 1/18th of a local year, the dog-headed man finally organized an expedition team. And after 5/18ths of a local year, he set foot on the center of the desolate continent of this planet. The world where the dog-headed man lives is composed of a whole continent and scattered small islands. Until now, the scattered islands overseas are still sparsely populated, and almost all the dog-headed people live on the mainland. The land area and the ocean area are almost half each. And the amazing thing is that its land, except for some scattered small islands, is almost a whole piece. Such a large continent all stuck together can be called Pangea continent. The entire continent spans the equator, runs through the north and south poles, and the east and west sides of the continent are all vast oceans. Such a geographical environment also makes this continent form a unique climate environment. There is sufficient water vapor and lush vegetation around the continent. The closer to the center of the continent, the drier the climate and the sparser the vegetation. Therefore, in the central part of the continent, there are basically large deserts. However, it is somewhat different from the desert landforms that people know. The deserts on this planet are not all connected, but are separated by some high mountains and mountain ranges that tower into the clouds, dividing them into pieces of desert. The highest mountain on the planet is located in the desert. The area where the highest peak is located is an endless mountain range, and the top of the mountain range is covered with snow all year round. Because the highest peak is located in the continent, the snow melts and flows down, washing through the desert area, and washing out a river of more than 4,000 kilometers in this continent. This river has been flowing for countless tens of thousands of years. Professor Amir, we don't have much food left. It's still time to go back now. If we go to the center again, we will never come back. Looking at the direction pointed by the compass needle, which was all desert, a dog-headed man in the expedition team spoke out what he had been patiently saying. While speaking, he looked at the dog-headed man who was wearing a cowboy-like hat. The expedition team, including the leader Amir, had a total of 8 members. A historian, 2 students of historians, a theologian, a wilderness survival expert, 2 relatively strong men in charge of safety, and the last one was a guy who was known to be proficient in geography. He claimed to be an expert, but he did so himself. He did not have any certification from any geography institution, but he was really familiar with the landforms and environment of various places on the continent. That was why he joined the expedition team with this ability. Brother 18. That old man doesn't really want to go back, does he? A dog-headed man in charge of security quietly approached the dog-headed man who claimed to be proficient in geography and whispered, "No. This expedition is funded by the state. Professor Amir is one of the best history professors in the country, so he won't give up so easily. But it's hard to say about the 2 guys who were hired temporarily." The dog-headed man called 18th brother glanced at the dog-headed man who was talking to Amir. That was the theologian in the team, a complete charlatan. At this moment, he was talking to Professor Amir on the mound, seemingly trying to persuade Professor Amir to return. In fact, when humans were on the dog-headed planet, they also had theology, but they did not learn the knowledge of charlatans, but a discipline that taught dog-headed people how to obey human etiquette and worldview. However, with the passage of time, what humans taught has been buried in history, and charlatan theology has appeared in the dog-headed world. Why don't we go and persuade them? The dog-headed man in charge of security also looked in Amir's direction. Why should we persuade them? Those who should leave will leave. The dog-headed man called 18th brother shook his dog head, looking like he saw through all kinds of life. As expected, as soon as he spoke, he heard a few quarrels from Amir's side, and then saw the theologian throw down a sentence like the true God will not bless you, then turn around and left, returning to the route they came from. Walking with him, there was also a dog-headed man in charge of security and a wilderness survival expert. It's nothing. These 2 people joined the team with him. I said that the wild road would definitely cause problems, but you didn't listen. Now, everyone is gone, and our expedition is over. Hey, this may be the last time the teacher leads the team. If we go back without any results, we will definitely be laughed at by our peers. Only 3 people have left. I don't think it's that serious. We still have 5 people. 5 people can't continue to go? Go! How to go? It's easy to say. The road ahead is either a vast desert or a barren snow-capped mountain. There is nothing. What will we eat? I think we should go back too. As a student of the teacher, how can you be so unsteady? The teacher hasn't even spoken yet. Then what do you say we should do? After the 3 dog-headed men left, 2 dog-headed men quarreled at Amir's location. From what they said, it was obvious that they were 2 of Amir's students. When the quarrel gradually died down, the dog-headed man called Beige saw one of the students walking towards him. It was a female dog-headed man with orange-yellow and very smooth hair. According to human aesthetics, The expression of this male and female dog-headed man was very funny. But according to the dog-headed man aesthetics, she was very beautiful. Wei Shiba, do you two want to go back too? The pretty dog-headed person came over and spoke. And it was obvious that she had a temper. Oh! Third sister also wants us to leave. Wei Shiba, the dog-headed person known as Brother Shiba, tilted his head and asked back. It has nothing to do with my hope. I just came to ask you. Do you want to go back or keep going? Give me one word. If you want to go, I will pay you the fees now. If you want to keep going, I will double your salary. If you can really find the heaven gate, I will give you 10 times more. The dog-headed person called the third sister was very direct. And her words were full of capital. Although this expedition was supported by a dog-headed country, it was basically just nominal support and some scientific equipment and basic wages for the expedition team. Things like adding money to recruit additional team members were not included in the project support funds. Wei Shiba was very clear about this. So he asked back, misappropriation of public funds? No. I funded it myself. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to disappoint my teacher. The third sister of the dog-headed man answered very straightforwardly. Because she was very rich. I don't like to give up halfway. Wei Shiba's funny dog-headed face showed a smile. And he was a bastard if he didn't make money. Although he didn't want to give up. He would rather take the free money than not take it. You can't tell my teacher about this. And now that the wilderness survival expert is gone, what should we do? The third sister of the dog-headed man showed worry on her face. I know a thing or two. Wei Shiba smiled back. Chapter 613. The dog-headed man Wei Shiba had a private conversation with a female dog-headed man called Sanmei for a while. After Sanmei returned to Professor Amir, he talked to the dog-headed man who called him Brother Shiba again, and then walked towards Professor Amir. I heard from Sanmei that Xiaowei, you also have the ability to survive in the wilderness? As soon as Wei Shiba approached, he saw Professor Amir, whose hair was full of mixed colors, coming to greet him. I used to travel a lot, so I know a little bit. Wei Shiba also greeted him with a smile, and pointed at the dog-headed man who followed him, Professor Amir. Let's get to know each other again. This is my brother. The name is not important. You can just call him Dog or Pang. I'm sure the professor has seen his abilities along the way. The name Dog or Pang is not a slander. If it is placed in the language environment of humans, it should be called Human or Pang, which is a nickname. Well, he is honest and not afraid of hardship. He is also agile, and has a good sense of safety. Our expedition team encountered danger several times, and it was Pang's timely reminders and efforts that prevented anyone from dying. Professor Amir looked kind and affirmed Pang's ability. In response, Pang did not get complacent, but said to Professor Amir, Professor, don't worry. I'm here with you. It's just a desert. Even if you want to cross the whole continent, it's no problem. For example, in this environment, I can easily make you 12 or 8 kinds of food. You won't starve to death. That wilderness survival expert is just a small skill for me. You guys should add. Ahem. A light cough interrupted the voice of Pang. It was Wei Shiba, because he knew what this outspoken Pang was going to say. Add money. He had just promised the rich girl not to mention the money, so he naturally couldn't let Pang say it. Professor Amir, don't listen to Pang's bragging. I really only know a little about wilderness survival. I can't guarantee everyone 3 meals a day, but I can still do it. Wei Shiba said. Okay. In that case, let's keep going while it's still early. Hearing that Wei Shiba actually had such a skill, Professor Amir instantly became energetic. Don't worry, Professor Amir. It's not a good habit to travel on an empty stomach. As he said that, Wei Shiba took out a bunch of pots and pans from his backpack, and then told Pang to prepare a fire. And he ran away without knowing where. When he came back, he had a bunch of strange purple plant roots in his hands. Professor Amir and his 2 students were naturally surprised when they saw this, because they knew that this thing could be eaten. Watching the dog Pang start cooking, the dog-headed girl swallowed her saliva and curiously asked about the origin of this thing, because she had looked at the surrounding environment before and didn't see any plants at all. Wei Shiba didn't hide it, and directly faced Professor Amir and the 3 dog-headed people, pointed to the roots of the plant that was being thrown into the pot by the dog Pang and said, Wisteria stone grass is a drought-resistant plant of the grass family. It likes shade and hates sun. It is often found in shallow deserts, under dry cracks and rocks, and never sees the sun all year round. It is an underground plant. Ueshiba briefly introduced the plant roots he had brought, and then said to Professor Amir and the three dog-headed men, "The appearance of wisteria stone grass proves that we are not far from the water source. If I am not mistaken, we have now arrived at the barren area in the center of the continent. After crossing this desert, we should be able to find the 4 rivers of Manor. Then we will follow that river and reach the highest mountain range in the center of the continent. Although it is sparsely populated and lacks plant and animal species, it is not completely lifeless. Our difficulty now is to cross this desert. After crossing this desert, our food source will not be so tight." As he spoke, Ueshiba stood up and motioned Professor Amir and the other 2 to look at the horizon, and said at the same time, "Look at that star. It is called the celestial star. We are all familiar with it, but also unfamiliar with it, because it appears in the sky at a certain time. We are familiar with it, but many people don't know what it means when it appears in different places at different times." "Oh, Little Wei also knows stargazing?" Professor Amir, who was covered in mixed hair, stood up in surprise and followed Ueshiba's gaze. He was a professor, but he was only a professor in the field of history and archaeology, and he didn't know much about the stars in the sky. So in his eyes, this star was just an ordinary planet in the sky that looked brighter. At this point in time, the dog-headed people had entered the industrial society, and things like glass and telescopes had been invented. So they had a certain understanding of the starry sky. The whole society had moved from ignorance to civilization. But this stage was not very developed. It was the era when industry had just emerged, according to the development process of human civilization. It was the period from the steam age to the oil age. In this era, no dog-headed nation has mastered dog-made satellite technology. But radio technology has begun to appear in one of the most developed countries on the continent. In other words, the dog-headed civilization already has their Faraday, their Guglielmo Marconi, and their own Maxwell. It can be said that they have initially mastered electromagnetic technology, and Ueshiba is from that most developed country. He has something similar to a pager on his belt. But here, this thing is of no use because there is no signal. He only carries it with him to tell the time. At this moment, he certainly didn't realize how important this thing was to their trip. Since there was no satellite technology, this team, nominally called an expedition team, had to rely on stargazing to determine the direction, in addition to the compass. Of course, they couldn't rely entirely on the compass, because there were many magnetic mountains on the Null planet, especially in the central mountains of Panga continent. So when the compass failed, they could only rely on stargazing to find the direction to go. It was for this reason that Professor Amir showed such surprise. Similarly, the area in the center of the continent is rarely visited by people. Many expedition teams have come here, but none of them have come out. To put it nicely, it is called mysterious disappearance. And to put it bluntly, they are all lost and died in there. "I know a little bit," Ueshiba answered modestly again. Astrology is indeed just a little bit for him, because his original job is actually tomb robbing. But he has stopped for many years. If Goer Pang hadn't asked him to help again and again this time, he might not have come. But in fact, he found out after joining the expedition team that he was fooled by Goer Pang. This trip was not to rob tombs, but to find the legendary Tianmin. Goer Pang was attracted by the price offered by the expedition team, and he felt that he had no special ability to attract the expedition team. So he brought Ueshiba along. Goer Pang had explained the matter of deceiving himself on the way to the expedition team, and Ueshiba didn't care. After all, Goer Pang was his best partner, and he had been traveling with him for many years. He was his brother who shared weal and woe. If life had not forced him, he believed that Goer Pang would not do this. Of course, Ueshiba was actually very interested in the so-called Tianmin legend, because from the Bronze Age to modern times, he had walked through the tombs of various kings and generals, but he had never entered the legendary god's burial ground. Well, it is indeed the god's burial ground. On the Null planet, there is more than one version of the legend about God. Some say that after entering Tianmin, you can live forever. Some say that Tianmin is actually the gate of the god's burial ground. And some say that Tianmin is the passage to the world of ghosts and monsters. Chapter 6:14. It's good to know a little bit. It's good to know a little bit, Professor Amir said happily, and he couldn't help shaking his bald tail. Professor Amir now knew that Ueshiba saying that he knew a little bit was just a humble statement. He said it in a set way, but he knew a little bit. It was really better than ordinary experts. Then according to Xiao Wei, what should we do next? Professor Amir asked sincerely this time. He knew that if he wanted to move forward now, Wei Shiba would definitely be indispensable. Wei Shiba was not hypocritical. He took out a compass-like object from his backpack, turned around, looked at the compass and the Tianshan star in the sky, and took out his pager to check the time. Professor Amir, it's a certain time now. This time was called Qinshi in ancient times. Qin is the heart, one of the 28 constellations, and all the stars. The Tianshan star is the residence of the god of light in legend. According to the star geomancy, on the day when the god of light descends, purple clouds will stretch for 30,000 miles, and the sound will be like thunder. It will come down from the stars, teach the people, and then float away to the west. Later, the ancestors followed the direction where the star of the gods fell and searched hard. After 3 generations, they finally won the favor of the god of light and entered the kingdom of light, where they live freely and at ease. Star geography? I didn't expect that Xiao Wei actually knew about star geomancy. Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? I only know a little bit, but I can't bring it up to the table, Wei Shiba habitually said modestly, and then he started talking again. It is said that the ancestors had great blessings and inherited the magic, and those who practice magic can call the wind and rain, and drive thunder and lightning. Those who are highly skilled in divine arts can travel thousands of miles in an instant, fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and move mountains and seas. As for those who can understand the way of heaven from divine arts, they can even glimpse the way to longevity. There are also some legends that mention that the ancestors did not actually gain great abilities, but were favored by the gods, and set foot on the land of the kingdom of gods, and left the mainland. The place they left was called Tianan. Of course, from our current perspective, these are definitely not true. They are the result of the ignorance and superstition of the ancestors in the slave era. We are dog-headed people in the new era, and should believe in science. But from another perspective, the records of our ancestors are sometimes not fabricated, nor are they completely superstitious. As a historian, Professor Amir should know that there are many incredible things unearthed in the ancient volcanic area, and some things cannot even be explained by our current science. Listening to Wei Shiba's words, Professor Amir nodded. Of course he knew about the things unearthed in the ancient volcanic area. He also participated in the vigorous archaeological excavation campaign. The archaeological team he led dug out a dagger, as smooth as new from a royal burial pit. When the dagger was first unearthed, he thought it was a prank by a student in his team who put a new industrial product in it. After testing it, he found that it was actually an ancient dagger. A dagger that was buried deep underground for several years, and was still as bright as new, and could cut iron like mud. Later, the country's most powerful industrial department said that they could not make such a dagger. In addition to the dagger, the archaeological excavation also unearthed several bronze statues of gods more than 10 meters high, and several rusty but recognizable pistols. That archaeological excavation completely overturned the dog-headed people's understanding of ancient history, especially the appearance of pistols, which were once considered by all levels of the dog-headed people society to be an outrageous fake in the archaeological community. At that time, many science fiction writers used this as a theme to write about the love-hate relationship between modern dog-headed people and the Bronze Age after traveling back with pistols. For this reason, the dog-headed people society once had a craze for time travel novels, and the afterglow is still there. So much so that many dog-headed people still believe that the rusty pistols in the museum are indeed the products brought by the time travelers. Only those in the industry clearly realize that it is not a time travel, but a true historical sedimentation. So, since that archaeological excavation, the dog-headed people have also risen a long-lasting craze for alien visits. And some dog-headed people have begun to link myths with archaeology and alien visits. This craze has continued to this day. Therefore, for a long time, many expedition teams have entered various locations on the continent to try to find more ancient information. And Professor Amir's team is one of them. But now there are only 5 dog-headed people left. Although there are fewer people, they can't resist their enthusiasm for the search. Professor Amir is even ready to give everything for this expedition. After Wei Shiba's discussion, the few people ate something and set off again. After learning about Wei Shiba's various abilities, Professor Amir was obviously more confident and walked with full energy. In the following time, under the leadership of Wei Shiba, A group of 5 dog-headed people crossed the desert and crossed the snow-capped mountains without any danger, and finally found the legendary river. Then they followed the river all the way to the source. After 1/6 of a local year, they finally came to the place where the stars of the gods fell as mentioned in astrology. However, after arriving at the place described in the ancient book, they were somewhat dumbfounded, because this place was desolate. Looking around, the mountains were towering and covered with snow. The orange sun was shining above their heads, but they could not feel any warmth at all. It can be said that there was nothing. At this moment, a group of 5 dog-headed people, wrapped in a thick layer of clothing made of some kind of animal fur outside the yellow fur, stood on a relatively flat ground under the snow-capped mountain, all looking up at the mountain that was almost covered with snow. Professor Amir, this is the roof of the world, the highest peak in the world, the God Peak. Wei Shabazan pointed at the top of the towering mountain in front of him, as if it was within reach but far away in the sky. Brother Sheba, that's not right. Why is there nothing here? Isn't there a gate to heaven? It's a place where no one lives. Those ancient books are not a lie. Dog or Pang couldn't help but said. Another male dog-headed student of Professor Amir also said, that's not right. How can it be a snowy mountain? If I remember correctly, the residence of the God of Light described in the ancient books should be in a place with lush vegetation. You are talking about the residence of the God of Light. We are looking for the gate of heaven now. According to the ancient records, they should not be the same place. Wei Sheba replied, maybe this is the gate of heaven? The dog-headed man named Sanmei tilted his head and looked at Wei Sheba. His eyes were full of hope. Along the way, she had seen Wei Sheba's ability, so she hoped that Wei Sheba could see something that people like her could not see. Chapter 6:15. But in fact, she didn't know that Wei Sheba also found nothing like them. Of course, since they were all here, Wei Sheba couldn't say that he couldn't see anything. Saying so would definitely undermine everyone's information. And maybe the truth was hidden in this snowy mountain. But he just hadn't discovered it yet. Thinking of this, Wei Sheba once again carefully observed it, with the knowledge of tomb robbery he had learned, which was his ancestral geomancy. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but when he looked at it, he was really shocked. He did not find a place where winds gather and she gathers, but he found that this place was a very dangerous place according to his ancestral geomancy. According to his ancestral geomancy, this place had a very heavy energy. If a dog-headed man was buried here, he would definitely turn into a big dumpling. That's right. There is snow all year round here. If a dog-headed man was buried there, it would be strange if he could rot. But he changed his mind and thought, if it was really the gate of heaven set up by the God of Light, how could it be a very dangerous place? So he took out a compass and started to compare. He had never taken this thing out since he started the journey, because anyone with a discerning eye could tell what it was for. But at this point, Wei Sheba didn't care anymore. He was seen turning the compass around, stopping here and there, and occasionally squinting his eyes at the top of the mountain and some bright stars in the sky, looking like a professional tomb raider. Ah, what is this? Little Wei. Professor Amir seemed to have thought of something, and an incredible look appeared on his face. Don't make a noise, old man. This is an ancient secret, one of Brother 18's many skills. If you want to find the exact location of the heavenly gate, you have to use this. This time, Goer Pang was really excited. After saying this, he boasted about Wei Sheba's ability, as if it was really an ancient secret technique. But he didn't realize that the male and female dog-headed sister had slipped to Wei Sheba's side at some point, and looked at the compass-like object in Wei Sheba's hand, and said with a smile, oh, this geomancy technique is quite well hidden. But we are looking for the heavenly gate, not the tomb of the king. So I'm afraid this set of skills won't work. Who knows? Hearing this, Wei Sheba knew that the other party also understood. So he did not refute, but did not admit it either. He just quietly put away the compass-like object, and then said seriously, there is such a record in the records of divine strange stories. It is said that thousands of years ago, a god came to the world. At that time, the world was dark, and the human world was covered with ice. The ancestors ate raw meat and drank blood. The gods could not bear it, so they spent their divine power to gather into flames and gave them to the ancestors. From then on, the ancestors began to have fire and light, so they called the god who gave them the flame the God of Light. However, in order to dispel the darkness, God spent all his power and could no longer leave this world. But God is God after all. Even if he lost his power, The God of Light still has wisdom that mortals do not have. Therefore, in the last days of the God of Light, he taught his ancestors all the knowledge he knew. And the ancestors who mastered the knowledge of the God of Light had the ability to resist the harsh natural environment. Since then, the development of our dog-headed civilization has entered the fast lane. In a short period of time, the ancestors favored by the God of Light have a very prosperous society. With the knowledge they obtained from the God of Light, they created kites that can fly in the sky, horses that can gallop thousands of miles, and sharp weapons. However, even so, the ancestors were not satisfied. Instead of thinking about repaying the God of Light, they wanted to use this knowledge to conquer the world because they felt that the God of Light no longer had divine power and could not restrain them. Perhaps the God of Light had anticipated this. When they began their great expedition to rule the world, a natural disaster struck. A large volcano erupted, destroying the once prosperous volcano country. However, they were the people of the God of Light after all. The kind God of Light could not bear to see them destroyed. So he consumed his life and turned it into his last divine power to save some knowledgeable dog-headed people, and told them that they must pass on their knowledge. The God of Light once again saved our dog-headed civilization with his kindness. But he also exhausted his life, and finally buried himself in the burial soil with his last breath. It is said that the burial soil contains an icy soul that can make the body immortal for 10,000 years. And those dog-headed people who were saved by the God of Light were the 12 gods. Their wish to win was to promote the knowledge of the God of Light, and then one day, wake up the sleeping God of Light. After listening to Wei Shiba's story patiently, the third sister frowned and said, "You are talking about the story of the resurrection god cult, right? The Zoroastrianism, which also worships the God of Light, doesn't say that. It's normal for myths and legends to have multiple versions." Wei Shiba said, "I just want to say that the God of Light may really be buried here. If it is a burial, then my secret technique will work. This explanation is a bit far-fetched." But before the third sister can say anything, she saw her teacher Professor Amir, the senior, and the fat dog also coming over. When the three of them approached, they heard Wei Shiba continue to say, "And myths are not necessarily false. It's just that we can't see the truth in the story. We must learn to break through the phenomenon and see the essence, and get rid of the things that the church believes in. Don't you find that the burial soil mentioned in the story is very appropriate to the environment here? Also, I think you don't believe in God either. So I just say it straight. If you replace the God of Light in various legends with an alien, wouldn't that make more sense?" When he heard about aliens, another student of Professor Amir immediately said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes, I am an alien. If you replace the God of Light with an alien, then everything in the story will be explained more scientifically. I often think about this question. And now that Brother 18 said this, everything I thought about before suddenly came together." "Oh." Wei Shiba looked at the dog-headed man who seldom spoke. If he remembered correctly, this guy should be called Chunliuzi. It was very simple to name a dog-headed man. This name means the sixth son of spring. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with interest, the dog-headed man Chunliuzi shook his furry yellow tail. "In the Bronze Age, aliens came to our planet. After discovering that our ancestors were in a primitive society, they began to teach them knowledge for some unknown purpose. Afterwards, they left our planet for unknown reasons. And perhaps another group of ancestors followed them into the starry sky. And the so-called Tianmen may be a passage to space." "You mean, this lousy Tianmen is actually a passage? A passage to other stars? But the stars in the sky are so small. Why go there?" Goer Pang asked curiously. Chunliuzi was stunned. He looked at Wei Shiba, as if considering whether to explain to Goer Pang that the stars in the sky are not small. "Ignore him," Wei Shiba said. Chunliuzi nodded. "The so-called Tianmen is a passage leading to space. In other words, if we can find Tianmen, our civilization may be able to go to other planets along the teleportation array left by the aliens. So, I think the legendary Tianmen should be an ancient road in the starry sky left by aliens." Chapter 616. Hearing Chunliuzi's words, Goer Pang came over. "I have to say that the topic you said successfully attracted my attention. But what I want to say is, why did the aliens leave behind an ancient road in the starry sky?" Chunliuzi stroked his dog head. "You ask me. Who should I ask? I'm not an alien. How can I know why they left behind an ancient road in the starry sky? And I'm just speculating based on the information we have. Do you understand?" I understand. Fatigo chuckled and muttered. It's just nonsense. What nonsense? It's science. Wei Shiba said unhappily. Yes. Yes. Brother Shiba is right. It's science. What should we do now? There's no Tianmen here. Fat Goer put his hands on the pergola and looked at the vast snow-capped mountains. Why are you so anxious? Wei Shiba glanced at him curiously. In fact, Wei Shiba didn't know where Tianmen was exactly at this moment. He just judged the location based on what he had learned and the directions recorded in ancient books and led the expedition team to this location. But he couldn't say he didn't know. After all, the team had come here. If he said he didn't know, it would be a joke. So even if he didn't know where it was, he wouldn't say it. And he just used the compass to confirm it again. It should be here. He was confident that the deviation of the location he was looking for would not exceed 10 kilometers. Of course, that must be the case if the ancient records were correct. If the ancient records were wrong, then there would be nothing he could do. Xiao Wei, there is only a snowy mountain in front of us now. And it's all white all around. We can't see any Tianmen at all. In this environment, I'm afraid our food won't last long. Professor Amir also said worriedly. Professor Amir had placed all his hopes on Wei Shiba. And he was really afraid that Wei Shiba would say that he had no choice. Professor, please relax. The destination is definitely here. But the specific location is not easy to observe during the day. And we need to wait until night. When the stars appear at night, I can better determine the specific location of Tianmen recorded in ancient books based on the position of the stars. Wei Shiba was not bragging. He continued, but no matter how accurate it is, it can only be a range, rather than directly determining a real specific location. At that time, we have to carefully look for any abnormal places nearby. Well, it's great to be able to narrow the scope. This trip is really thanks to Xiao Wei. If it weren't for you, we would have failed. If we really find the heavenly gate, Xiao Wei, you will be the biggest contributor. I will report your contribution to the relevant departments, and rewards will definitely be given. Professor Amir first affirmed Wei Shiba's contribution, and then habitually painted a pie for him. Rewards are secondary. The main thing is that I am also very curious about what the so-called heavenly gate is, and what the legend that has been passed down from the Bronze Age to the present is about. Wei Shiba squinted his eyes, and looked at the snowy mountains. Then slowly stood up, and walked in a certain direction. While looking back at the four people, he said, Professor Amir, San Mei, Chun Liuzi and Erpang. While it's still early, you should hurry up to set up the tent. And then get some ice cubes. And while the sun is shining, hurry up to melt some water with the lens. I go over there to find some food. And it will probably be dark by the time we finish eating. Brother Shiba, are you going alone? How about I go with you? The third sister who had been paying attention to Wei Shiba said. No. We need you more here. Don't wait until I come back, and the tent is not set up yet. Wei Shiba refused decisively. After saying that, he didn't give the other dog-headed people a chance to speak. He grabbed a handful of digging tools, put on his empty backpack, and walked a long distance in 3 consecutive steps. In fact, they still had some dry food. But Wei Shiba was afraid that he would not be able to find the heavenly gate in a short time. So he chose to find some food outside to supplement. From the perspective of humans, such a bare and high-altitude snow mountain is unlikely to have usable food. But the dog-headed people's diet is different from that of humans. And the environment of their planet is also different from that of the Earth. On such snowy mountains, there are no large animals, no small animals, and even no plants on the null planet. But this does not bother Wei Shiba. Because Wei Shiba has been to such an environment. He knows that on such vast snowy mountains, there will be some ice crystals formed after the death of tiny biological communities. These ice crystals are usually mixed with ordinary ice cubes. And the color is similar to normal ice cubes. If you don't have professional knowledge, you will definitely not be able to tell which is ordinary ice, and which is usable ice crystals. Wei Shiba happened to know how to tell the difference. For the dog-headed people, although the ice crystals formed by the corpses of certain microorganisms cannot fill them up, and are not suitable for long-term use, eating them for 10 days, or half a month will generally not cause any problems. In an emergency, this thing can be used to save lives. When Wei Shiba came back, the sky had gradually darkened. Because of the high altitude, it became even colder here. Fortunately, several dog-headed people had already set up the tent and built a fire rack near the tent. The bright flame guided Wei Shiba, who was returning. There are rarely strong winds and waves on the Null planet. So even on such a high mountain, there is not much wind. In addition, the weather has been good recently, which saves the expedition team a lot of trouble. Wei Shiba, who returned to the team, took out the ice crystals in his backpack without saying a word. This thing was the first time for Professor Amir and his two students to see it, except for Erpang. So they were inevitably curious and began to ask questions. This time it was finally Erpang's turn to act like a show. And he told the origin of this thing, how to use it, and the environment in which it existed. In this way, a group of 5 dog-headed people ate ice crystals and dry food while waiting for the night to fall completely. The dog-headed planet has no satellites. And when night falls, it is really dark. However, the dog-headed people are already intelligent creatures in modern civilized society. And they are well prepared. So it is naturally impossible for them to do things in the dark. With the help of the firelight, Wei Shiba began to use his stargazing skills. If it were usual, everyone had their own things to do, so they didn't look at it much. But now, they had just finished eating and had nothing to do. And several people were full of curiosity about the legendary stargazing. So they looked at Wei Shiba to see how he operated. Especially the dog-headed third sister. The eyes on her funny dog face showed the reflection of Wei Shiba. And the dog-headed people with discerning eyes could see that she was indeed impressed by Wei Shiba's skills during this period of time. Chapter 6:17. Wei Shiba took out a compass-like object again. This time, he did not turn it around in his hand, but made a space for it to be placed on the ground. He then took out a dagger from his pocket and gestured with it on the ground. Erpang, help me with a flashlight. After drawing a few lines, Wei Shiba shouted to Go Erpang. I'm coming. After a while of searching, Go Erpang took out a copper shell flashlight from his backpack, quickly put batteries on the flashlight and turned it on. Then came to Wei Shiba's side to illuminate it. Flashlights are an industrial product of the Null society, and the middle class can afford them. Under the flashlight, several Nulls saw Wei Shiba pointing at the scale of a compass-like object while gesturing with his hands as if aiming at the stars in the sky. After a while, Wei Shiba stood up and brought several large stones that he had prepared and placed them on each point he drew. At the same time, he was muttering some words that several Nulls could not understand. What are you muttering? Why is it so difficult to understand? Naturally, the dog-headed people were curious because they didn't understand. The one asking the question was the third sister. It's an ancient language. It's said to be the language used by the people of Huishan country for sacrifices. But I don't know much about it. It's said to be the language used by the people of Huishan country for sacrifices to the god of light. Wei Shiba explained it simply. The word yin that Wei Shiba said just now was not the language of the dog-headed people, but some directional words in Chinese, although it was not pronounced standardly. It was probably due to the dog-headed people's pronunciation structure. After comparing and gesturing for more than an hour, Wei Shiba finally finished his busy work of observing the stars. At the same time, he said to Professor Amir and other dog-headed people, okay, we will be able to determine the specific location when tomorrow morning comes. Don't move these things I drew on the spot. They will be useful when we look at the mountain tomorrow. After saying this, Wei Shiba didn't explain too much, and went straight into his tent to rest. Go Erpang followed closely behind. Although Professor Amir and other dog-headed people were very confused, since Wei Shiba didn't want to say more. They could also think that this should be a skill that cannot be passed on. So the 3 dog-headed men didn't say much and also went into their tents to rest. The night passed quietly. When the 3 dog-headed men woke up the next day, they found that Wei Shiba was standing at the place where he drew the line and placed the stone last night. And he also changed his position and squinted his eyes to look at the mountain peak, as if he was observing the mountain peak according to the line drawn last night. Professor Amir was actually quite curious about what Wei Shiba did, but he also knew what to ask and what not to ask. As if he heard the movement behind him, Wei Shiba turned around and came to Professor Amir, and at the same time motioned him to look at the hills in the distance, and said at the same time, Professor, I found it. Look there. 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 If I'm not wrong, the gate of heaven mentioned in the ancient book should be within the range formed by these 3 places. But there's nothing there. The third sister beside him also looked in the direction Wei Shiba pointed, but she saw nothing except rocks and snow. I believe Xiao Wei is not wrong. And it's not far away. Let's go and have a look. Professor Amir shook his half-bald tail. Let's leave the tent first. We can just take the detection equipment and go there. Everyone must pay attention to safety when the snowy mountain is slippery. After giving instructions, a group of 5 dog-headed people began to take small hose, shovels, or detectors, optical distance measuring tools, cameras and other things and slowly went to the place Weishiba said. The place Weishiba knew was not the top of the snow mountain, but a relatively open area on the gentle slope of the snow mountain. It was estimated to be hundreds of acres in area, not far from where the dog-headed men were at the moment. Only about 7 or 8 miles. Relying on the dog-headed men's tall bodies and strong physiques, they arrived at the destination in a short while. However, the destination seemed to be nothing but stones and white ice and snow, just like what they saw from a distance. The 5 dog-headed men did not give up. After they discussed it, they split up and looked for any abnormalities in this area. The search lasted half a day, which is half a day on the Knoll planet, equivalent to more than 4 days in human time. If it were a human, they would have eaten many times. But the Knolls were different. Their physiological functions were formed by billions of years of evolution on their planet. So this period of time only made them feel a little hungry. However, when they were about to return to the tent camp to eat and continue, they suddenly heard the third sister of the Knoll shouting. At first, Professor Amir, Weishiba, and other male Knolls thought that the third sister was in danger. So they hurriedly ran over to follow the sound. When they got closer, they found that it was not the third sister who was in danger, but she had discovered something. Look, Brother 18. Teacher Amir. Look. This stone is so strange. It doesn't seem to be formed naturally. Seeing several dog-headed people coming to the side, the third sister quickly stretched out her arm covered with fine yellow hair and pointed forward. The 4 dog-headed people looked in the direction where the third sister pointed, and indeed saw a flat big stone in the mountain in the distance. No, it was a very flat surface that looked like a stone, but it was a little far away and covered by ice, so it was not very clear. Let's go and have a look. Professor Amir couldn't hide his excitement anymore, and immediately called several dog-headed men forward. Relying on his many years of archaeological experience, Professor Amir felt that there were very few stones like this in nature. There were certainly huge ones, but he had never seen such huge, flat, and vertical stones. So he quickly realized that there was something wrong with the big stone embedded in the mountain in the distance. The 5 dog-headed men were basically between 2.2 and 2.5 meters tall, and they took 2 steps at a time and soon came to the stone pointed out by the third sister. Only then did they realize that the big stone was really flat and huge. Looking at it from a distance, it looked like a flat stone wall covered by ice. No, this thing is not a stone. Definitely not a stone. Professor Amir looked up and saw a silver reflection of light under the reflection of the scorching sun in the sky. He swore that stone would never have such a color. Muttering to himself, Amir took out a flashlight from his trouser pocket and stepped towards the stone wall. When he got closer, he found something unusual about the stone wall. Although the surface of the stone wall was covered with a thick layer of ice, the dark silver luster inside could still be seen through the ice. It's a big piece of metal. No. 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 It's the Heaven's Gate. It must be the Heaven's Gate. We found the Heaven's Gate. Professor Amir shouted excitedly. This stone wall is indeed very high, but most of it is covered by ice accumulated over the years, and only about 1/5 of the flat part is exposed. But this 1/5 can be recognized by the dog-headed man who is close. Chapter 6:18. Quick! Take pictures with your camera. Take pictures? These are all cultural relics. They are treasures of our country, and also treasures of the whole world. Professor Amir was very excited. He stroked the ice surface with his hand for a while, then turned to his 2 students and instructed. Here we are. Teacher, God of Light. We really found the gate of heaven. His 2 students immediately searched for cameras in their backpacks, so that they could take pictures of everything they saw. As the saying goes, pictures reveal the truth. With photos, what they see and hear now is not false. With a few clicks, a row of 5 dog-headed people took turns taking photos of themselves and Tianmin. After a series of operations, the mood of the dog-headed people was slightly calmed down. But at this time, they suddenly realized that it seemed that after finding Tianmin, they had no way to deal with it. After careful observation, they found that Tianmin had been completely frozen in the glacier. The part they saw now was the thinnest part of the ice, about 7 or 8 centimeters. The thickness of the ice became thicker as they went to the surroundings, and it was estimated to be more than 1 meter. They didn't have any ice-breaking tools for such thick ice. And even if they had them, Professor Amir would not let them break the ice. In Professor Amir's words, they would take photos to keep evidence, and then report back to the country so that experts could discuss whether to protect it or find a way to send a larger team to break the ice. In short, they didn't want to destroy the scene. His opinion caused dissatisfaction and complaints from Goer Peng. In Goer Peng's opinion, since his group had finally found the Heaven's Gate after much hard work, they should immediately break the ice and find a way to open the Heaven's Gate to see if it was the same as the legend, the tomb of the God of Light, or the ancient starry sky road. Even if it wasn't, this was Tiananmen after all. There must be a lot of treasures inside. If he took any one of them out, it would probably be enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. However, even if he complained, Goer Peng knew very well that even if he used an awl, he couldn't chisel the entire Tiananmen out of the ice, because he had just tried a few times with the big awl on his finger, and his hand was numb, and he couldn't crack the ice. He estimated that it would be difficult to break the ice without explosives, but using explosives on a mountain that was frozen all year round might cause an avalanche. Therefore, after taking a few photos, no one in the group thought about it and couldn't come up with a good solution. In the end, they had to agree with Professor Amir's suggestion. Take photos for record, and then go back to ask for national support. But what the 5 dog-headed people never expected was that just when they decided to return, they suddenly heard a strange cracking sound, like something breaking. Strange sound. Did you hear it? Wei Shiba had sensitive ears and heard the sound first. Ah? Could it be that we have offended the gods? The third sister subconsciously leaned towards Wei Shiba. She didn't hear the sound at first, but after Wei Shiba finished speaking, the sound seemed to become more obvious. Look! The ice surface. The ice surface seems to have cracked. Chun Liuzi's eyes were sharp, and he quickly noticed the source of the sound. He loudly reminded several dog-headed people. It's over. It's over. It seems that we have really offended this lousy God of Light. He is going to punish us. What should we do? Goer Peng looked in the direction pointed by Chun Liuzi. At this time, the smooth ice surface had many cracks and looked like it was about to break. For a moment, he was really scared. Goer Peng was muttering something like, "Please forgive me, God of Light." He was about to kneel down and worship a few times. But suddenly, he heard Wei Shiba's roar in his ear. "Her Peng. Don't be stupid. The ice is about to break. Run quickly. This way. Come with me. Hide here. Professor Amir. Hurry up. Her Peng. Pull Professor Amir over here. Don't stand there, or we will have to go to see the God of Light." Hearing Wei Shiba's call, Goer Peng, Chun Liuzi, and Professor Amir woke up from their dreams and immediately ran to the place Wei Shiba pointed. As for Samei, Wei Shiba held her hand and led her to the back of a large rock in the distance. If they ran to the tent camp down the slope at this time, they would die faster. They might be covered by broken ice before they even reached the place. Wei Shiba was worthy of being the leader and quickly found the safest place. After he pulled Samei to the back of the large rock, he turned back without stopping to pick up the 3 dog-headed people behind him. After a lot of haste, the 5 dog-headed men finally ran to the back of the big rock. It was at this time that the crackling sound turned into the sound of the dinosaur carrying the wolf ice block. Along with the huge sound, a pile of broken ice blocks rolled down the slope. They hid behind the big rock and saw huge ice blocks flying over their heads from time to time, rolling quickly to the open space below. Seeing this, the 5 dog-headed men couldn't help but feel like they had survived a disaster. If Wei Shiba hadn't reacted quickly and judged the terrain in a very short time, and found such a big rock to hide, they would have been killed by the rolling broken ice blocks. After a while, the 5 dog-headed men felt that the vibration had become much smaller, and there were no more broken ice blocks rolling around their hiding place. So, out of a sense of responsibility or curiosity to find out the situation, Wei Shiba stood up and walked to the side of the big rock, stretched out his funny dog head, and looked in the direction of the heavenly gate. This sight made him dumbfounded. The original ice had completely disappeared, and what appeared in Wei Shiba's eyes was a dark silver door embedded in the mountain, 30 meters high and more than 40 meters wide. Yes, Wei Shiba had good eyesight. Even from a distance, he could tell that this was a gate. The entire surface of the gate was very flat, and there seemed to be a crack in the middle from bottom to top. It was indeed a crack. As Wei Shiba watched, the crack became larger and larger. At the same time, the dark silver gate turned into 2 doors and slowly moved to both sides, accompanied by a sound of mechanical motors biting. Xiao Wei. What's that sound? What are you looking at? At this moment, Wei Shiba heard the voice of Professor Amir behind him. The gate. Oh, not the gate of heaven. The gate of heaven is open, Wei Shiba said without turning his head, staring at the gate that was slowly opening in the distance. As soon as he said this, Professor Amir seemed to have suddenly changed from an old and weak dog-headed man to a young dog-headed man with full energy. He flashed in front of Wei Shiba and stared at the gate of heaven in the distance. San Mei, Goer Pang, and Chun Liuzi, the 3 dog-headed men, also flashed out of the big stone and stared blankly at the slowly opening gate of heaven. At this moment, the collapse of the ice layer has stopped, so there is no danger. Chapter 619. The slight ground shaking had stopped. Looking around, the place where they were standing was full of ice blocks of different shapes and sizes. Other than that, there were traces of snow sliding down in some places not far away, but no big avalanche had occurred. The 5 dog-headed men just stared at the door opening slowly and then fully opened, staring intently and sucking in cold air. After a few breaths, looking at the door opening with a little light in the darkness, the dog-headed men looked at Wei Shiba, and Wei Shiba looked at Professor Amir. The heaven gate opened by itself. Shall we go and have a look? Wei Shiba was the first to speak. He wanted to say that he would go and have a look, but considering Professor Amir's previous point, he decided to ask politely first. Professor Amir also knew that at this point, if he didn't go and find out what was going on, everyone would definitely not give up. However, he was still worried about something going wrong. He thought that as an elder, he should take the initiative to bear the unknown danger. So he said, there must be a reason why the heaven gate opened by itself. We can't go there rashly. How about this? You wait here for a while. I go over and have a look. I call you when it's safe. The professor has difficulty walking, so I go. Seeing that Professor Amir seemed to have something to say, Wei Shiba added, I'm very agile, and I can withdraw immediately even if there is danger. So don't worry, Brother Shiba. I go with you. Seeing this, Goer Pang, who was standing by, immediately put on his shotgun and pretended to follow. He was really worried about Wei Shiba, but Wei Shiba stretched out his hand to him, his eyes still looking at the shotgun in his hand. The meaning was self-evident. Goer Pang knew Wei Shiba's character. He looked like he had made up his mind, and no matter what he said, he couldn't change his mind. So Goer Pang did not hesitate to hand over the hunting rifle and solemnly said, Be careful. Wei Shiba took the hunting rifle and operated it skillfully a few times, then put it on his back, nodded to the 4 dog-headed men, and headed towards the open door. When the ice collapsed before, the ground was relatively flat and it didn't feel far, but now the ground is covered with broken ice. It took some effort. If Professor Amir, who has inconvenient hands and feet, came, it would probably take some effort. Wei Shiba used his hands and feet to crawl and jump, and after a while, he came to the front of the open door. After getting closer, Wei Shiba found that the door was not dark, but there were some strange flashes. This kind of light was very strange. Wei Shiba had never seen it before, and perhaps because he was afraid of any danger, he quickly took the hunting rifle from behind and loaded the gun. Looking very cautious, Professor Amir and the other 4 dog-headed men behind him looked at Wei Shiba in front of the door, in the distance, with a nervous look on their faces. At this moment, Wei Shiba began to mutter, What's going on? There's actually a wall inside the gate? Wei Shiba, who was close to the doorway, saw that the light in front of him actually came from another wall. A metal wall to be exact. And the light seemed to be some kind of light on this metal wall. Just when Wei Shiba was thinking about whether to tell Professor Amir and others about what he saw, suddenly a blue light shot out from above the metal wall and covered his whole body. This light really scared Wei Shiba. He subconsciously raised his shotgun and aimed at the direction of the light, and shouted bravely, Who? Come out. I shoot if you don't come out. His shouting seemed to have an effect. As soon as Wei Shiba finished speaking, a mechanical synthesized voice came from the metal wall. The wireless signal was detected again and confirmed to be a valid band signal. Scanning biological information. Scanning completed. Comparing biological information with database. Confirmed biological race is dog-headed man, a creature of this planet. Loading base information. Awakening base AI. Correcting schedule. Applying for authorization. Authorized. Base intelligent AI has completed startup. Awakening base dormant system. Preparing to start base nuclear fusion reactor. Human civilization. Number. XXX heavy nuclear reactor ready to ignite. Starting 1%. 9%. 66% heavy nuclear reactor ignition ready. AI housekeeper authorization completed. Official ignition begins. Ignition of heavy nuclear reactor in base completed. System self-check completed. Rechecking maintenance log recheck completed. Inner door startup application sent. Inner door opening. After a series of confusing voices appeared, Wei Shiba found that the metal wall in front of him suddenly trembled. And then a humming sound of motor movement was emitted. Like the outer door before. This metal wall slowly split into two halves. And finally opened completely. Then, the dark door lit up one by one from the entrance to the inside, illuminating the passage leading to the base. A sci-fi passage lit up from the second door to the inside. The floor, the wall, the bright lights, and the blue, green, and yellow lights instantly brought Wei Shiba into a dream world. Wei Shiba stared at this scene blankly. At this moment, he felt that he had really come to the residence of the God of Light. It had been too long, and this generation of dog-headed people could no longer understand Chinese. But Wei Shiba still keenly grasped that some Chinese pronunciations were similar to some of the pronunciations of words in the astrology he had learned. So that's it. So that's it. Those few words in the astrology are actually the language of the God of Light. No. 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 It should be the language of aliens. The aliens that our ancestors called the God of Light. Wei Shiba quickly pulled himself back from the endless shock. And his mind was also thinking rapidly. In the dog-headed people's society, most people have escaped from ignorance. Although there are still many religions, most of them are just beliefs. Wei Shiba is a materialistic dog-headed person. Therefore, when the interior scene of the human base appeared in front of him, his first reaction was to think of an alien base. Similarly, the so-called God of Light has become an alien civilization that visited his planet in ancient times in his mind. In the process of scientific development, dog-headed people have also looked up at the stars and asked questions such as where the aliens are. Now, it seems that the answer is right in front of them. Wei Shiba stood in front of the gate for a long time without moving. After an unknown period of time, Professor Amir and 4 other dog-headed people came to his side. But after they came, they also stared blankly at the avenue of stars in front of them like Wei Shiba. Brother Shiba. This is the residence of the God of Light? Damn. It's too luxurious. Too dreamy. This passage can't really lead to the ancient road of the starry sky. Is it guiding us to step into the starry sky? Are we going to become gods? Goer Peng was a little dry-mouthed. He felt that what he saw and heard today was too psychedelic and unreal. So much so that he didn't know how many times he pinched himself. It seemed that only the pain could make him feel that he was not dreaming. Wake up. According to the records, this should be the so-called residence of the God of Light. But people have always believed that the God of Light should be an alien civilization. Wei Shiba reminded. Miracle. Miracle. This will be a miracle that will shock the whole world. The remains of the God of Light will help us solve all the mysteries of the Bronze Age. Or perhaps more. Professor Amir also murmured. Chapter 620. On this planet, Chinese language and Chinese characters are actually passed down. At the beginning, humans did not choose to teach them. But with a deeper understanding of the dog-headed people and the smooth progress of the plan, humans later defined Chinese language and Chinese characters as a high-level language, which was the language and writing of the God of Light in the original environment. Only dog-headed people who passed the layers of examinations had the opportunity to learn. Therefore, although it is a long time ago, there are still some Chinese characters circulating in the current dog-headed civilization. Especially in some ancient books, there are often original texts expressed in Chinese characters. Modern dog-headed people call it the Word of God. As a well-known professor in the field of archaeology, Amir has obviously come into contact with the Word of God. So when he saw some words marked on this sci-fi passage in front of him, he was really excited. Professor Amir. Professor? Seeing that Professor Amir seemed to be staring at something blankly, Wei Shiba reminded him. Oh, it's Xiao Wei. Professor Amir's eyes stared at the front and regained clarity. Professor, what are you looking at? Wei Shiba asked curiously. The words on the ground and the wall. Amir answered directly. Professor, Can you understand those pictures? Go Peng felt that the symbols on the ground and the wall looked like pictures. That's not a picture. It's a word. In the archaeological world, we usually call it the Word of God. Professor Amir pointed to the 2 lines of words on both sides of the bright passage and explained. But now it seems that the so-called Word of God should be the words left by the alien civilization back then. According to many historical records, the alien civilization may have enlightened our ancestors about science in the Bronze Age. It is certain that they left later. But we don't know why they left such a base on our planet. Professor, what you mean is that the so-called God of Light, God of Light civilization or light civilization may be harmful to us. Wei Shiba turned his head to look at Professor Amir and expressed his guess. I didn't say that. I just think they must have a reason for putting such a gate here. As for whether it is good or bad for us, it is not something we can consider. This is a matter for the country and the entire civilization of our dog-headed people. Professor Amir said this very objectively. And then he stated his own point of view, but I think it should not be a bad thing. After all, if the civilization of the God of Light is really bad for us, then we will not be able to cross the Bronze Age. Wei Shiba nodded, then raised his head and focused his eyes on the bright and dazzling passage in front again. He knew very well what the presence of such a passage in such a place meant. It was unparalleled high technology and incomparable power. It was too easy for the Light God civilization with such power to deal with a native civilization like himself. Brother 18. Should we go in and take a look? At this time, Go Peng asked. If it was a tomb raiding in the past, he would have rushed in impatiently. But everything in front of him really overturned his cognition. He even felt that taking a step forward would be a defilement of the bright and shining floors. Wei Shiba did not answer directly. But like the other 2 dog-headed men, he focused his attention on Professor Amir. If the various things in the wild before were Wei Shiba's professional field, then now, it is Professor Amir's professional field. Wei Shiba found that Professor Amir was not just a name. He seemed to understand the divine words on the walls and floors. The door opened by itself. I think the things left by the civilization of the God of Light discovered our arrival. Or maybe we triggered some mechanisms they left behind. This door seems to be open for us. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for the door sealed under the ice to open just after we arrived. I don't believe there are such coincidences in the world. Amir pondered for a moment and said, Professor, do you understand those divine words? Wei Shiba pointed to the words on the wall of the passage. And he couldn't help asking. I understand a little bit. A little bit. Professor Amir imitated Wei Shiba's behavior at that time and continued to explain. I really understand a little bit. The divine words are a required subject for our archaeology. But since there are not many unearthed text materials, we don't see many. If our research is correct, the words on the wall should be some kind of slogan, indicating the exit of the passage. Amir was right. There were 4 glowing characters on the wall. Emergency exit. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone follow me and be careful. Professor Amir seemed very confident because he understood the words above. He took the lead and stepped into the floor made of various alloys. Wei Shiba followed closely behind. Then Sanmei and Chun Liuzi. And finally Go Peng. Several dog-headed people followed Professor Amir carefully and walked in step by step. Go Peng, who was walking at the end, looked around with a thief-like look. To be honest, he was really attracted by the surrounding scene. Go Peng had never seen anything like this in his life. It was magnificent, crystal clear, and colorful. He felt that all the beautiful adjectives were not enough to describe what he saw now. The glittering metal texture looked very high-end and classy at first glance. The colorful lights were bright and dazzling. Even if they were dazzling, he still thought it was beautiful and wanted to take a few more glances. Everything he saw was spotless. And Go Peng also found that after walking a few steps inside, he felt warm all over. Very warm. Which formed a sharp contrast with the ice and snow outside. It's really the residence of the God of Light. It's like a dream. Do you think the old God of Light is still here? If we continue walking this way, will we really reach the legendary Kingdom of Light? What does the old God of Light look like? Will he be as tall as the statue? Peng was walking at the end, asking questions while looking around, which made Wei Shiba a little irritated. Follow me closely. Don't make noise. Wei Shiba scolded. However, at this moment, a Chinese broadcast sounded again, which scared the 5 dog-headed people. Wei Shiba thought that his loud shouting had triggered some mechanism. Professor Amir looked cautious. and the fat dog at the end of the team knelt down and kept worshipping in the passage. However, the language broadcast was just one sentence. Welcome, the dog-headed people of the new era. Countless years have passed, and the dog-headed people can no longer understand human language. Professor Amir knows the meaning of some words, but not the pronunciation. Wei Shiba knows some pronunciation, but it is limited to the pronunciation of words such as common directions, and it can't match the words. Therefore, this sentence is extremely unfamiliar to the 5 dog-headed people in the group. Chapter 621. When the voice sounded, Professor Amir expressed his guess. The 5 dog-headed men in the group quickly recovered from their shock and continued to walk carefully inside. After a few steps, they found that there was no way forward. Before a few dog-headed men could react, a language prompt that they could not understand appeared again. And then a doorway was opened again on the wall in front of them, where there was no way. Seeing this situation, the dog-headed men, no matter how dumb they were, understood that this was really guiding them in. They did not encounter any danger along the way, and the hearts of the dog-headed people were a little more at ease. Then, under the leadership of Professor Amir, they walked into the open doorway again. After seeing the high-tech scene of the passage just now, they were mentally prepared. But when they stepped through this doorway, they were still shocked by the scene in front of them. Unlike the previous passage, what appeared in front of the 5 dog-headed people now was an empty space, more than 100 meters high, with an area of more than 30,000 square meters. There was a huge pillar supporting it at every distance. At a glance, all of them were unfamiliar things. Under the light, these things shone with silver light, as if they had entered another world. After the 5 dog-headed men looked around, they were attracted by the spaceship in the center of the space. This spaceship has a beautiful appearance, is about 800 meters long, 300 to 400 meters wide and high, and is not very big, about the size of an aircraft carrier. But for the dog-headed men who have never seen the world, this is already a giant. Looking at the giant spaceship in front of them, facing the pressure of the giant object, the 5 dog-headed men felt their own insignificance. Is this the coffin of the god of light? It's so big. Pangergu opened his mouth and eyes wide. What's the coffin? Shut up, Wei Shiba said unhappily. Then this. Pangergu wanted to say something, but he heard Professor Amir's voice. It should be a ship. But there is no record of any flood in this area in ancient times. And it's strange that this ship has no oars. Teacher, could it be that the light god civilization predicted that there would be a flood in our world in the future, and then built such a ship for us? Chun Liuzi said. No. I think this ship is more like a ship flying to the starry sky. Wei Shiba expressed his own opinion. Starry sky spaceship? Could it be that this is the real secret of the legendary Tianmen? Is this the real secret of the so-called ancient road to the starry sky? When Professor Amir heard what Wei Shiba said, a bunch of myths and legends recorded in ancient books immediately emerged in his mind. Tianmen, ancient road to the starry sky, Tontian Avenue, eternal life, home of the stars. One legend after another, all seemed to point to one direction. That is, the starry sky. That civilization of the god of light left us a legacy that leads to the starry sky. But why? Professor Amir soon realized it. And at the same time he asked himself. He felt that there must be many things he didn't know. Just as Amir was thinking, the scene-like color suddenly changed. And then the red and yellow indicator lights flashed in the area where they were. Then a box-like object was opened. And then a floating robot floated in front of them, and made a mechanical synthesized sound. Hello, New Age dog-headed people. I am the management AI of this base. And I am glad that you can activate the base. The floating robot is about the size of a suitcase, and is not the core of the base management AI, but just a carrier for it to control. When humans left this planet, they were only a second-level civilization, without the kind of magical nanotechnology, let alone strong artificial intelligence. So the AI left in this base is just an ordinary intelligent AI. As soon as the floating robot appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the 5 dog-headed people. Professor Amir, who was in the lead, had a look of surprise on his face, while Wei Shiba had a look of alertness on his face. The third sister was a little scared, and she quietly leaned towards Wei Shiba. As for the fat dog, it was quite funny. After the floating robot appeared and floated towards them, the fat dog kept worshipping, and muttered something like, Lord God, please accept my worship. Who are you? Seeing the floating robot getting closer and closer, Wei Shiba took a step forward and stood in front of Professor Amir, looking at the robot with a firm gaze. After receiving Wei Shiba's questioning, the floating robot paused and immediately recorded Wei Shiba's words and Goer Pang's mumbling voice into the system for comparative analysis. The language environment has changed. The base intelligent AI quickly came up with the comparison results. So, it introduced itself again. After the self-introduction in Chinese, the base AI continued to speak again in the language of the dog-headed people back then, and then lit up a screen in front of several dog-headed people, on which Chinese characters and the words of the dog-headed people back then were written simultaneously. The 5 dog-headed people still couldn't understand. When they heard Chinese, they looked confused. And then they looked like they were trying hard to think, as if they could identify some words. When the floating robot spoke the ancient dog-headed language, they looked confused. Obviously, compared with the language of ancient dog-headed people, these modern dog-headed people seem to be more familiar with Chinese. Sure enough, after a line of Chinese characters appeared, the dog-headed Professor Amir adjusted his glasses on his dog's nose and looked over, looking like he was seriously identifying. Welcome. Happy. New era. Professor Amir barely recognized the meaning of a few words. And then he said to the floating robot excitedly, God of Light. Hello. Messenger of the God of Light. We are the archaeological expedition team representing the modern dog-headed civilization. After the call, the base management AI had no way to match the language in the database, and naturally had no way to recognize what Amir was saying. The base management AI is not a strong artificial intelligence. It cannot perform evolutionary calculations on this new language, and human technology at the time did not support it to have this ability. But it wasn't stupid. The AI algorithm quickly told it that there was a problem in the communication between the 5 dog-headed people on the opposite side and itself. And the optimal solution told it that it had to let the 5 dog-headed people understand what was going on. So the next moment, the projection screen appeared in front of the 5 dog-headed people. Then, as the 5 dog-headed people were stunned, the video clips of humans on the dog-headed planet began to appear on the projection screen. The first scene to appear was the landing of the human spaceship on the dog-headed planet, followed by the scene of transport ships flying across the planet, the scene of tall tactical armor flying on the surface of the planet, and then the scene of humans encountering the dog-headed people of the volcano country, and the scene of Shirlifan and others driving tactical armor and crashing into the dog-headed king city. After that, there was a video of humans imparting knowledge to the dog-headed people, and finally the scene of humans reboarding the spaceship and leaving the planet. The scenes were played one after another like a movie, and the brief scenes lasted for 4 hours, making the 5 dog-headed people feel like they were in a dream. Now, the 5 dog-headed people understood that the legendary God of Light was indeed an alien civilization from the universe. They came to this planet to impart knowledge countless years ago, when their ancestors were still in the ignorant stage. What the 5 dog-headed people in his group just saw was the past images of the ancient times when the civilization of the God of Light came to this planet. This is the historical truth of the Bronze Age. This is the secret of the mystery. This is the secret that our dog-headed civilization has been searching for countless years. This is the truth behind countless myths. After watching the brief images, Professor Amir was already in tears. He felt that this trip was worth it, even if he died now. Chapter 622. No regrets in death. Amir was very excited. He felt that his life was worth it. Of course, this base was originally left by humans for the dog-headed people, so they would definitely not let him die here. And they didn't even set up any dangerous tests. They just detected from the biological form that it was really a dog-headed person who came and had radio technology. Then the base would be opened. As for how the dog-headed people use it after it is opened, that is the dog-headed people's business. Back then, humans dug up the last hydrogen nuclear energy on this planet, and the previous UFO civilization that came to this star system dug up all the planets in the starry sky. So no matter how the dog-headed people developed, they could not develop controlled nuclear fusion because there was no raw material. So before leaving, humans placed such a base. The purpose was to allow the dog-headed people to make good use of it and not be trapped to death on their home planet. With this as the premise, when facing a group of 5 dog-headed people, the base management AI also tried its best to make them understand the meaning of the base's existence, and tried to make the dog-headed people understand the meaning. Because of the long time, there are some communication problems. But after playing the video collection, the 5 dog-headed people have roughly understood the ancient history for them. And the base AI also calculated through information feedback that although the 5 dog-headed people have different language expressions from the ancient times, they seem to be able to understand some Chinese characters. Although the base AI is not strong artificial intelligence, humans were at least at the peak of the second-level civilization back then. And the AI created would not be artificially retarded and without self-awareness. But some basic judgments would still be fine. After calculating this, the base AI immediately communicated with the 5 people in text communication. The 5 dog-headed men were not stupid. After a brief communication, they also understood that the messenger of the God of Light, who seemed to be floating in the air in front of them, could not understand their words, but seemed to be able to understand the words of the God of Light. It was reasonable that the messenger of the God of Light could understand the words of God. Liuzi, bring paper and pen. Professor Amir, who quickly realized the problem, immediately said to Chun Liuzi next to him. But before Chun Liuzi could find paper and pen from his backpack, the base's management AI controlled a touch-screen device again and floated in front of Professor Amir, in order to prevent Professor Amir from not understanding what it meant. It also played a video of a Bronze Age dog-headed man writing Chinese characters on the touch screen. Now Professor Amir and the dog-headed men present understood. TSK. A divine artifact. Brother 18. This is a divine artifact, worthy of being the residence of the God of Light. I dare say that if we take any of it out, we will never have to worry about food and drink in this life. The one who spoke was Goer Pang. He looked at the touch screen floating in front of Professor Amir with his dog eyes, full of desire. After saying this, he began to look around, as if to see if there was anything he could take. Wei Shiba was speechless. Goer Pang, who had just been kneeling in fear, was now planning to take the things here. It is a divine weapon, but I advise you not to take any ideas. Let's not talk about the fact that this is the God of Light, which was left by the civilization of the God of Light. Just talking about the things here. How many do you know? If we touch it carelessly and trigger something bad, we will probably be in trouble. Wei Shiba patiently advised. Don't worry, Brother Shiba. You know what kind of person Goer Pang is. He will never let us down at the critical moment. That's good to know. Wei Shiba nodded. But for the sake of safety, he lowered his voice and added in Goer Pang's ear, in fact, we don't take anything. As long as we can send Professor Amir back to China safely, we probably won't have to worry about food and drink in this life. Hearing this, Goer Pang's eyes immediately lit up, and he obviously understood. Among the 5 dog-headed people present, Professor Amir's identity is definitely the most useful in the national system. What happened to my group of dog-headed people today? If I go out and tell Wei Shiba, no one may believe it. But it is different for Professor Amir. When we return to China, Professor Amir will report this news to the country, and everyone on this trip will definitely become a celebrity. And material rewards will definitely be indispensable. Maybe they can also take advantage of this to get on the big ship of the country, which is a big profit. While Goer Pang was trying to imagine a better future, Professor Amir began to communicate with the base AI in words. You, the messenger of the God of Light. An ancient legend. Professor Amir raised his hand and tried on the touch screen many times, and finally figured out how to use it. So he racked his brains to recall the Chinese he learned from various ancient unearthed artifacts, and wrote down these few words crookedly. Yes, this system is the base management artificial intelligence. The management AI did not claim to be the God of Light, because this is the logic set by humans. Although humans created the God of Light because of the cannon fodder plan, they did not deliberately emphasize the so-called God of Light in the bases they left behind, because the purpose of leaving the bases was not to let the dog-headed people continue to believe in gods, but to let them set foot on the starry sky. In most cases, religion is an obstacle to the development of science, and humans do not want the dog-headed people to become a civilization bound by religion. Although humans looked like a big villain at the time, and always speculated about aliens with the worst attitude, since they chose to help these dog-headed people set foot on the starry sky, humans would not be stingy, and would still have the necessary style. Humans got a lot from the Null planet back then, and this is what they deserve in return. Why do you stay here? We came here and opened the gate to the sky. Where does the gate lead to? Is this a spaceship? After scribbling and revising, Professor Amir wrote some intermittent words on the touch screen, which seemed to be not very clear. In fact, Professor Amir did not understand the true meaning of artificial intelligence mentioned by the base management AI. But he made up his mind, and thought it was a creature left by the civilization of the God of Light to guard here. Although it is not accurate, it seems to be correct. You have entered the industrial age and have mastered radio technology. So my preset system has been activated, and the gate of the base is therefore open to you. This base is set up by my creator, human civilization, to guide the future dog-headed civilization to break free from the constraints of the mother planet, step into the starry sky, and find the meaning of life in the universe. The intelligent AI of the base displayed lines of text, and regardless of whether the 5 dog-headed people could understand it, it directly stated the purpose of human civilization leaving this base. Chapter 623. Looking at the lines of text, Professor Amir had a hard time reading them. He could only recognize 1 or 2% of them. He didn't understand the meaning of many of them when they were combined. So he immediately said to his student Chan Liuzi next to him, "Liuzi, hurry up and write down these divine words. These are all our precious gains on this trip." "Teacher, camera. I have taken pictures with the camera." While Chun Liuzi was writing furiously, the third sister behind him had already set up the film camera and pointed it at the display screen in front of Professor Amir. She kept clicking the shutter and took pictures of the lines of text displayed on the paper. Not only that, after taking pictures of the text on the screen, the third sister quietly turned the camera to other directions of the base and kept clicking the shutter. She was quite nervous when taking pictures because she felt that she was taking pictures secretly. Fortunately, the messenger of the God of Light in front of her did not stop her, which made the third sister feel relieved. In this way, during the communication between Professor Amir and the artificial intelligence of the base, the third sister took a lot of pictures of the interior of the base, such as spaceships, base engineering vehicles, ground-to-air transport ships, lifting equipment, resource mining vehicles, etc., which were all captured on film by her. Yes, there is more than one spaceship in this base. Humans originally placed a whole set of equipment in it, from the most basic mining carts on the ground to mineral resource collection equipment suitable for the weightless environment of the starry sky. Of course, not all the most technological creations of humans at that time were placed in the base. Humans were at the peak of the second-level civilization at that time, and what was placed in the base was just a set of equipment that a first-level civilization should have. There are also various technological knowledge of the first-level civilization, and the information stored in the base system includes all aspects of the technology tree of the first-level civilization. It can be said that as long as the dog-headed people can thoroughly study everything in this base, they will be a regular first-level civilization. This base was originally designed to allow the dog-headed people to leave this planet that lacks key resources, so humans will definitely not be stingy. As for whether it will interfere with the development of normal civilization, it is not something that humans worry about. Perhaps when they reach the 6th level of civilization and reach the level of existence like the Awakener, humans may consider this aspect, but they definitely won't do so at the moment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken a group of dog-headed people away and left the base behind. Moreover, humans have already explored it. With the resources of this planet, the dog-headed people will never develop into a first-level civilization. We cannot kill their way to the starry sky just because of a sentence that allows the native civilization to develop freely. This is putting the cart before the horse. Let's get back to the point. Amir's communication with the base's artificial intelligence was not pleasant, mainly because Amir knew too few Chinese characters and basically did not understand the expressions of the base's artificial intelligence. Conversely, because Amir knew too few Chinese characters, he could not express his true meaning to the base's artificial intelligence. Therefore, the communication between the two was very unpleasant. So after more than an hour of bumpy communication, Amir gave up. Or rather gave up temporarily. Amir had roughly understood the significance of this base to the dog-headed people, and roughly understood the goodwill shown by the messenger of God, although he could not understand the specific meaning. So after a mental struggle, he decided to return to his country first, report the matter to the court, and let the relevant departments use the power of the country to participate in this matter. Professor Amir knew that as a dog-headed man, he only knew a limited number of Chinese characters. But there were still many dog-headed men in the country, and even in the world who studied the ancient divine writing. As long as the country was willing to do this, he believed that in the future, they would be able to truly understand what the messenger of God said. At that time, the secret of the legend of the God of Light could be truly solved. After making up his mind, Professor Amir asked the base's artificial intelligence a few questions with his limited Chinese character skills, probably about whether the gate of heaven would open again when he came back again in the future. After getting a positive answer, Professor Amir set off on his journey home with reluctance. Because of Wei Shiba's existence, a group of 5 dog-headed people returned to their own country from the center of the desolate continent to the east without any danger. And Professor Amir took the lead in reporting the matter to the relevant departments. After receiving Professor Amir's report, the dog-headed leaders of the original archaeological institution did not believe it, and advised Amir not to commit academic fraud for the sake of reputation. But after seeing a few photos developed from the camera, their attitude changed 180 degrees. This matter was also said directly to the highest level of Professor Amir's country. In Amir's view, at this point, the next step should be to release the news. And then experts and scholars from the world's academic community will unite to explore the residence of the God of Light. And the whole world will be boiling because of this news. The long-awaited legend of the God of Light in the Kobold Society will be revealed. The true image of the God of Light will surface. The secrets buried in ancient history will be solved, and the mysteries of the starry sky will be presented to the eyes of countries around the world. What an exciting thing this is! It is undoubtedly a big deal for the entire dog-headed people group. Professor Amir is already looking forward to the arrival of all good things. Dogger Pang is also fantasizing about getting a lot of money, marrying a rich and beautiful dog-headed person, and reaching the peak of his life. Only Wei Shiba expressed concern about this. But he saw that Professor Amir seemed to be immersed in excitement, so he didn't say much. Sure enough, the development of things was beyond Professor Amir's expectations. After confirming that the news was basically correct, their country did not release the news to the world, but chose the opposite approach and blocked the news. There is no such thing as a world-shaking event. Of course, choosing to block the news does not mean that the country where Professor Amir is located will not do anything. They just choose not to make it public. Soon, Professor Amir and his group of 5 received new appointments and arrangements from the authorities. Professor Amir was directly nominated as a lifetime honorary professor at the most famous university in the country, and a large number of bonuses and benefits were quickly given. Wei Shiba and Goer Pang, 2 dog-headed people, also officially received the country's appointment documents, which directly made them regular archaeological troops. And naturally, there was no shortage of benefits. After the reward arrangement, the next step is the new appointment. The country directly set up a secret project to explore Tianmen, and appointed Amir as one of the top leaders of this secret project and the person in charge of archaeology. In this project, there are not only archaeological professionals like Amir, but also experts in various fields: theologians, physicists, chemists, mathematicians, linguists, cryptographers, and communication experts secretly recruited from major universities. All top experts in the field were recruited into the project and asked to sign a strict confidentiality agreement. The previous group of 5 dog-headed people were also among them. Wei Shiba and Goer Pang also signed the strict confidentiality agreement. Without exception, however, the external propaganda said that it was an ordinary expedition team. Obviously, the dog-headed country wanted to take over the base left by humans. Or they also knew that they could not hide it from the world for too long. But they could hide it for a while. It would be best if their country had already understood the mystery buried in history by the time it was really forced to be disclosed. And most importantly, the secret of the residence of the God of Light was mastered. By then, even if everyone knows that there is such an alien base, the development matters will be decided by their own country. The choice of this dog-headed country is actually reasonable. After all, the entire dog-headed world is not a single government. There are still many countries, and there are many conflicts between countries. So when it comes to finding an alien base, their own country will definitely be given priority. In fact, there is another factor for this country to make such a choice. That is, the territory of this country includes the area where the volcano country was located in the past. So they naturally think that what the God of Light left behind is left to them. Chapter 624. The secret project is called the Tianmen Exploration Project within the Null Kingdom. However, the development of things is always not as good as the Null Kingdom wants. Although the secret project is hidden, it is not foolproof after all, because there are spies from other countries among the personnel of the secret project. After all, they are all high-level leaders and experts, and there are not many spies. Only one of them is a spy from other countries, who has been lurking for many years. However, a 1,000-mile dam is destroyed by an ant hole. As long as the news is leaked, one day, the whole world will know that the country has discovered the residence of the God of Light. Of course not now. At this moment, the spy is still hiding in the expert team, following Professor Amir and his team on the journey to the center of the continent with great anticipation. The expeditions organized by each department alone cannot be compared with those organized by the country itself. In this era, as the most developed dog-headed country, the dog-headed version of Maxwell's equations has been proposed, and radio communication has also become a reality. At the national level, the concept of armored vehicles has been proposed, and there are also aircraft based on aerodynamics. Chemical fossil energy has long been developed and utilized. If we compare, the entire world of dog-headed people is now equivalent to the human era of World War II. Of course, not every technology has developed to the same degree, but it is generally at this stage. The most advanced countries have begun to experiment with rocket technology. If this situation continues, in a few decades, it is estimated that dog-headed people will be able to develop their own dog-made satellite technology. If there is no human intervention, they will continue to develop. And then in who knows how many years, they will touch the nuclear threshold, nuclear fission, and nuclear fusion. Then they will find that they can use the technology they have mastered to make atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. But after reaching the threshold of controlled nuclear fusion, they will inevitably find that no matter how hard they try, they cannot achieve controlled nuclear fusion. The high threshold of controlled nuclear fusion is one aspect. After all, it is the symbolic technology of the first-level civilization. On the other hand, it is because of the resources of this planet. The resources are not only the fuel resources for controlled nuclear fusion, but also include the manufacture of thrusters that can support the stable combustion of controlled nuclear fusion. These are all key material technologies. The resources involved are diverse, and the null planet lacks some important elements. In fact, there were some at the beginning, but they were exhausted by human development and utilization at that time. In theory, if such a thing happened in other star systems, there would still be a chance, because if there is no planet, there will always be some on the satellites. Unfortunately, the planets in this star system were mined by the UFO civilization a long time ago, and there is not even a planet left, just bare. The combination of these two aspects has caused the null planet to face the dilemma of a good cook having no rice to cook no matter how smart and hard they work. Humans also came to this conclusion after exploring various resources. Before leaving, they left a base for the dog-headed people, giving them a chance to step into the starry sky. Now it seems that the dog-headed people have missed this opportunity. After the secret project initiated by the state was launched, it received full investment, with all kinds of equipment, experts in various fields, senior officials, and soldiers. They formed an expedition team of more than 300 people and headed towards the depths of the wilderness on an inconspicuous day. In fact, they could have organized a larger team, but in order not to attract attention, they kept reducing the number of team members. The entire team of more than 300 dog-headed people followed the route of Amir, Wei Shiba, and other dog-headed people. After walking for several months, they officially left the border of the country and disappeared in the wasteland. During the team's advance, the country also set up an airport at a certain location on the westernmost side of the country in the name of daily training, under the pretext of testing the troops' ability to adapt to harsh environments. In fact, they wanted their planes to fly farther to the wasteland deep in the continent, so that they could airdrop some food to the team of the secret project when necessary. This trip, the dog-headed nation spent a lot of money. Fortunately, the westernmost side of their country is the tall snow-capped mountains, and there are no other countries. Therefore, along the way, no abnormality was found by other countries. Even if they knew that they were organizing an expedition project, most people thought it was normal, because on the dog-headed planet, the continent is a whole panga continent, with high terrain in the middle and low terrain around. The dry and rainless climate in the middle of the continent is not suitable for dog-headed people to live in, and it has always been a desolate land. This vast wilderness occupies 1/3 of the entire continent, which is not small. Since entering the industrial age, many countries of the kobolds have organized explorations of the center of the continent, and various private exploration teams have emerged one after another. After all, many myths and legends point to the center of the continent. So for the kobolds, the exploration of this desolate land is far more attractive than the ocean. However, exploration is not easy. As mentioned before, there are many magnetic mountains on this planet. So many expedition teams are densely packed in the wilderness and buried there forever. The exploration of the ocean faces another difficulty. Mainly the vastness of the ocean and the scarcity of islands in the ocean, which makes ocean voyages extremely difficult. Before the emergence of internal combustion engines, dog-headed people had not completed a circumnavigation of the world. The wilderness in the center of Pangda continent and the ocean are the two most attractive places for exploration on the dog-headed planet. Even now, dog-headed people have not been able to figure out the full map of these two places. Many unsolved mysteries are produced in these two places. Professor Amir and Wei Shiba and their group of dog-headed people were actually the first dog-headed people to complete the deep wilderness and reach the center of the continent and come out alive. Putting aside the discovery of the base left by humans, this matter itself is a great achievement. However, for the sake of the base left by humans, the dog-headed people of this country chose to keep it secret. As for why the dog-headed tribe at that time could come to the human base when humans came, it was because the place where humans landed back then and the place where humans left their base now were not the same location at all. The area where humans landed was not far from the gathering place of the dog-headed people. The reason why the base was hidden so deeply was to raise the threshold for discovery. If the dog-headed people's society had not developed to a certain level, they would not be able to reach here. Without certain scientific and technological knowledge, it would be useless to find it. Because even if they could open it, they would not understand what humans left behind. With the current level of technology of the dog-headed people, although it was barely enough, some superficial technology could indeed be understood. Which is why humans designed the key to activate the base to be activated by radio signals. However, after several months of running around, a group of more than 300 dog-headed people in the secret project finally came to the gate of heaven again under the leadership of Wei Shiba and Professor Amir. Chapter 625. This is the heavenly gate. It's so spectacular. So great. Looking up at the closed dark silver gate, everyone's face showed emotion. Surprise, horror and other expressions. As expected of an advanced civilization, it was so easy to dig out such a large base on the mountain. It seems that the inside of the mountain has been hollowed out. It must have been hollowed out. Professor Amir said that they only took some photos of the shallow area inside the gate at that time. It was still empty inside. No one knew whether there were gates leading to other areas inside. Incredible. Too incredible. A miracle. A miracle. A group of dog-headed professors, experts, and scholars were filled with emotion. And this was before they entered the base. A great miracle. It is unimaginable that this was built in the Bronze Age. Hey, wake up. Although this is a Bronze Age building, it was not built by the ancestors of the Bronze Age, but by the God of Light. Oh, now it should be called the God of Light civilization. The artificial intelligence of the base has never actually said that it is the God of Light civilization, but human civilization. At the beginning, Professor Amir and his group of dog-headed people also heard and saw the displayed text. But these dog-headed people still called humans the God of Light civilization. Perhaps even if they decipher Chinese and understand the name of human civilization, they will probably not change the name. Professor Amir, the heavenly gate is closed. How can we get in? The voice of an expert in the field of linguistics sounded among the dogs, instantly suppressing a bunch of sighing voices. Indeed, the most urgent task is not to sigh, but to enter the base and start the exploration work. When we left, the messenger of the God of Light told us that when we come back, the heavenly gate will automatically open for us. Okay, let's not talk too much. Everyone follow me. Professor Amir waved to Wei Shiba in the team like a leader, signaling him to follow him. Amir was not an ungrateful person. He knew very well who had contributed the most to his arrival here, so he trusted Wei Shiba very much now. In this way, a group of more than 300 people followed Amir and Wei Shiba's steps and approached the heavenly gate again. As Amir said, after the dog-headed people approached, the outer gate slowly opened with a sound of motors and mechanical bites. As for the second door, it was opened by the base management AI after the scanning system completed the scanning of the dog-headed man. The group followed Amir and Wei Shiba's footsteps, passed through the bright and dazzling passage, and came to the space where the spacecraft was sunk. Along the way, a group of dog-headed experts were all amazed and amazed. Their performance was even worse than that of the original dog-headed man. From beginning to end, there was no word of exclamation. What needs to be said here is that the dog-headed people of the Tianmen exploration plan did not enter the base all at once, but left some dog-headed people to build a temporary camp outside, just in the open space in front of the Tianmin. In fact, the kobolds could live in the base. But no one dared to bring up this idea. Probably because they still had respect for the god of light in their hearts. Building the camp, entering the base to explore, communicating with the base AI, studying Chinese characters, and a series of other actions were basically carried out at the same time. The progress was also quite smooth. After all, the base AI did not mean to embarrass them. Therefore, after several months of research, the Kobold team basically mastered the Chinese characters for communicating with the base AI. However, he still spoke Chinese in a very unstandard way, and with great difficulty. The reason why they could learn Chinese characters in such a short time was mainly because the dog-headed people had scholars who studied Chinese characters. After all, they had always called Chinese characters the language of God. And Chinese was called the language of the god of light. It would have been difficult for a dog-headed person alone, to decipher it. But after gathering together the top scholars of a country, this kind of thing became smooth. After solving the communication problem, a group of experts led by Amir once again gathered in front of the floating robot representing the artificial intelligence of the base and began to ask various questions. For example, where did the light god civilization come from? What did they come to their world for? Why did they leave such a large base on their planet? Where did the light god civilization go? What was in the base? Was it left for them? And other base-related questions. The artificial intelligence naturally knew everything about the dog-headed people's doubts, and slowly explained them. Wait, messenger of the light god. Please wait a moment. What do you mean by saying that the resources of this planet are not enough for us to enter the starry sky? Looking at the introduction of artificial intelligence, a dog-headed astronomer couldn't help asking. As an astronomer who studies the universe, he understands the vastness of the universe and the difficulty of setting foot in the starry sky. Now the dog-headed civilization has not even successfully developed rockets, and there is not even a dog-made satellite, let alone setting foot in the starry sky. It takes more than 10 light years from the dog-headed people's home planet to the nearest star. He really understands how desperate this distance is. Now he hears that the resources on this planet are insufficient for the dog-headed people to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. How can he bear it? Literally. The minimum standard for setting foot in the starry sky is a first-level civilization. And you are now a primitive civilization. Controlled nuclear fusion is the hallmark technology of a first-level civilization. But your planet lacks some key resources for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. And there are no other planets in this star system for you to mine in the future. So, the artificial intelligence replied, so when my creator human civilization discovered this situation, it decided to leave you a base. There are a total of 9 transport ships in the base. Although it is not very large, it is enough for some of you dog-headed people to set foot in the starry sky. Set foot on the starry sky? A part of the dog-headed people? Yes. Although the base has ready-made controlled nuclear fusion thrusters and nuclear fusion reactors. My creator's original intention of leaving the base is not just to leave you the technology, but to leave you the hope of setting foot on the starry sky. The hope of setting foot on the starry sky? What is in the starry sky? Where did the civilization of the god of light go? There is hope in the starry sky. The hope of the continuation of civilization. You must understand that the resources on the planet will eventually run out. And the star system you are in is so remote and resource poor. When the resources are exhausted, your civilization will surely perish on the mother planet. My creator can't bear to see that happen. So he left you a glimmer of hope. That means we can browse and access everything here at will? A dog-headed man expert asked directly. The artificial intelligence also answered according to the program. Yes. Next you can choose your person in charge. And I will enter your information into the system according to the person in charge you choose. At that time, you can call up the knowledge stored in the base according to your authority. And you can ask me if you don't understand. After receiving this answer, the dog-headed men were excited. Although many of them didn't understand. They all clearly realized that the dog-headed men who could be entered into the system must be unlimited. Excuse me. Messenger of the god of light. You said that the floating body in front of you is not you. So where are you? An expert in the computer field finally couldn't bear the curiosity in his heart and asked this question. The dog-headed people already have computers, but they are very bulky and large. The original Tianmen exploration plan did not have a quota for computer experts, because Amir did not know what the messenger of the god of light was. So no dog-headed people realized that there would be something related to computers. Fortunately, Shiba mentioned at the conference that the so-called emissary of the God of Light might be some kind of technological creation. A life created by the God of Light to protect the base, which allowed them to have a computer expert in their Tianmen exploration project team. I am the artificial intelligence that manages the core of the base. And I don't have a body. The artificial intelligence gave an answer that made the computer expert even more curious. Other experts were interested in what was in the base. But this computer expert was interested in the artificial intelligence that managed the base itself, which had to be said to be a coincidence. What the dog-headed people didn't know was that it was this coincidence that made their computer technology embark on a path different from the development of traditional computers. Chapter 626. No entity. The computer expert said in his heart. To be honest, it was hard for him to understand what no entity meant. It was hard for him to understand why someone could talk without an entity. And wasn't the floating steel body in front of him an entity? How could he say there was no entity? The dog-headed computer expert felt that his mind was a little confused. He didn't quite understand what this sentence meant. Not understanding doesn't mean he's stupid, but that the dog-headed technology hasn't reached that level yet. Just like the ancients couldn't imagine that modern people could use mobile phones to transmit sound over thousands of miles. It's a matter of perspective. You have to know that there is no concept of artificial intelligence in the world of dog-headed people now. So it is normal for this computer expert not to understand. However, although he did not understand, it did not affect the deep shock he felt from his own imagination. He had also heard the self-introduction of this messenger of the God of Light before, and knew that it was a creation of the civilization of the God of Light. If a creation could make him incomprehensible, he really couldn't imagine how powerful its creator, the God of Light, was. The computer expert had this feeling after asking the messenger of the God of Light for information about the relevant base. The three views of the 300 dog-headed people present were refreshed again and again. Coal age, fossil energy age, electrical age, steam, electricity, chemistry, internal combustion engine, rocketry, atomic energy age, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, computer, communication, satellite, navigation, laser, controllable nuclear fusion, spacecraft, laser weapons, electromagnetic railguns. In the question and answer session, the dog-headed people gradually understood the things in the base. Some of them could understand, but most of them could only scratch their heads and were completely confused. But they were all greatly shocked, especially when they heard that controlled nuclear fusion was the power of the stars in the sky. All the dog-headed people showed respect on their faces, and some even directly lamented the greatness of the light god civilization, which could even control the energy of the stars in the sky. This was very shocking to them. After hearing that the spacecraft in the base used controlled nuclear fusion as a power source, they were even more impressed, and said that this was the power of the God of Light. The several transport ships left by humans were also called the ship of the God of Light by them. The artificial intelligence of the base gave the group of dog-headed people a general introduction, and at the same time showed them the structure diagram of the scientific and technological data stored in the base, which was equivalent to a complete set of technology trees from primitive civilization to first-level civilization. However, it was not a complete technology tree. It's not that humans are stingy and deliberately shortchanged. The technology development structure diagrams in the base are not missing, but there are many basic scientific principle explanations. For example, there are no basic scientific principles such as relativity, parity non-conservation, quantum mechanics, and the standard model of elementary particles. The reason is that humans don't want the dog-headed people to develop into a civilization that can only move forward along their own path, and don't want to deprive them of their ability to think about science. Science and technology. Technology is the product of science. What humans left to the dog-headed people is more technology than science. Regarding this point, artificial intelligence also clearly told a group of dog-headed people, and hoped that they would actively explore in the field of basic science and strive to understand the scientific principles behind the technology left by humans as soon as possible. The dog-headed people had no objection to this. Instead, they thought that this was a test from the civilization of the God of Light, and that the God of Light was thinking about their future. Indeed, when humans left, they did hope that this civilization, which had left a good impression, could develop on its own after solving the resource problem. Let them think about the scientific principles behind technology on their own. From another perspective, it is to cultivate their ability to develop independently as a civilization. Great messenger of the God of Light. Where did the civilization of the God of Light go? Will they come back? After roughly digesting the huge amount of information just obtained from the artificial intelligence, another dog-headed man among the group of dog-headed men asked with reverence. The other dog-headed men also looked at the magnetic levitation robot floating in front of them with expectation. Starry sky. The system has no record of where they went. They will not come back. This time, the answer of the artificial intelligence was very routine, without any extra words. But its answer made the dog-headed men fall into a long silence again. Starry sky. Yes, the civilization of the God of Light came from the starry sky. So naturally they must return to the starry sky. It seems that if they want to find the God of Light, they must set foot in the starry sky. What is in the starry sky? A dog-headed astronomer looked a little confused. This question had actually been asked before, but the messenger of the God of Light did not answer it. Now he couldn't help asking it again, because as an astronomer, he was too curious about the starry sky. My creator said, "There is hope." The AI answered, "Hope?" The dog-headed astronomer's eyes became even more confused. "Yes, hope." The AI of the base paused, then searched the database and added, "There is hope, but also danger. The universe is not peaceful. When you set foot on the starry sky, you must remember the following 5 points. First, do not expose the location of your home planet to any civilization. Second, do not respond to any broadcasts from the Galactic Axis Alliance. Third, do not sell scientists of your own civilization in any interstellar trading market. Fourth, do not believe other civilizations at will. Fifth, the mother star that has evolved for billions of years is one of the treasures of the universe. Remember? Remember." After the artificial intelligence said these 5 pieces of information, the dog-headed people had all kinds of expressions, because these information were not prepared at all. They were just displayed in front of them. The dog-headed people society has just entered the era of internal combustion engines and knows nothing about the universe. It is normal that they do not understand the 5 pieces of information said by artificial intelligence. But as intelligent life, they are not stupid. Especially since the dog-headed people are all top dog talents in various fields. They can get some clues behind the 5 pieces of information. The night of the dog-headed planet has fallen, and the communication between the dog-headed people and the artificial intelligence of the base has come to an end. They all reluctantly return to the camp outside, waiting for another communication tomorrow. In the Tiananmen exploration plan proposed by the dog-headed people, they have their own rhythm, and each creature has its own work and rest. The artificial intelligence of the base does not urge them, nor does it interrupt their own arrangements. The dog-headed people do have their own plans, but after getting in touch with the artificial intelligence, their Tiananmen exploration plan has also been adjusted accordingly. The first stage is to talk to the messenger of the God of Light to obtain more useful information. The second stage is to understand the various facilities and equipment in the base after obtaining the consent of the messenger of the God of Light. The third stage is to start obtaining scientific and technological information in the base after understanding the general functions of the base facilities. The fourth stage is to learn, and learn again. Chapter 627. In fact, there was a plan to translate scientific and technological materials, but it was later rejected by one of the theologians. The reason was that after translating into the language currently used by the dog-headed people, many meanings of the God of Light's language would disappear, which was a great disrespect to the God of Light. Although this statement is suspected of superstition, it is also quite reasonable from another perspective. Some linguistic experts took the opportunity to make demands on the written materials, saying that the materials recording science and technology should be recorded in the language of God in the future. Of course, this suggestion cannot be decided by the group of dog-headed people here, but after returning, their country will decide. But most of them present support this proposal. They believe that scientific and technological information should be written in the divine language. First, it is a respect for the civilization of the God of Light. Second, it can enhance the sacredness of scientific development. Third, it can also prevent technology leakage to the greatest extent. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Changing the writing of scientific development is a big deal. It is likely to cause the first writing system of the entire country to change. In the future, the writing of the entire country may become the writing of God, and even affect a series of problems in the education system. It must be a big deal for the dog-headed people. Speaking of which, after following everyone back to the camp from the human base, Go or Pang seemed to be worried. So he found Wei Shiba next to his tent before it was too late. However, after arriving at Wei Shiba's tent, he found that he was not there. After searching for a while, he found that Wei Shiba was lying on the ground not far from the camp, looking like he was thinking about life. "What are you doing, Brother Shiba? Why are you here alone?" With the light from the camp not far away, Goer Pang found that Wei Shiba was lying on his back, looking at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. "Nothing. Just looking at the night sky," Wei Shiba said casually. "What about you? Are you worried about something?" "Nothing. Just seeing that the experts and professors are busy with this, and that as soon as they return to the tent, and I don't understand their stuff, I feel a little out of place. So I just take a stroll." Goer Pang spoke his mind. "Well, sit down," Goer Pang responded, and also imitated Wei Shiba's posture, found a flat stone to cushion his head, and lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. The air on the null planet is very good, especially on the high mountains in the center of the continent, where you can see the bright starry sky with your naked eyes. And although this planet has no satellites, it has a beautiful star ring similar to Saturn's ring, but it can't be seen at night. Brother 18. How big do you think the starry sky is? Are those stars really as far away as those professors say? The nearest ones are. How far away are they? More than 10 light years, Wei 18 reminded. Yes, more than 10 light years. But what is this light year? Goer Pang felt that his brain was not enough. And it had been like this since he first entered the base. There he saw things he had never seen in his life. And there he heard words he had never heard in his life. He could understand many of the words spoken by those experts, but he didn't know what they meant. Just like the light years that many experts often said just now, he felt as if he had entered another world. The distance that light travels in a year. Wei Shiba was somewhat cultured, and he explained to Goer Pang, but that should be the expression in the language of the God of Light. And the year is also a unit of time in the language of the God of Light civilization. Brother 18 knows more. Goer Pang praised sincerely. I know more. After hearing what Goer Pang said, Wei Shiba also complained in his heart, and then continued to stare at the bright starry sky above the sky with his big eyes. In fact, he is only a little better than Goer Pang. Wei Shiba can understand simple things. As for the astronomical knowledge just now, he asked one of the astronomers when he walked out of the base. The astronomer did not despise his ignorance and told him a lot of astronomical knowledge. It was for this reason that Wei Shiba came here to look up at the stars. Wei Shiba remembered that he had also looked at the stars like this when he was a child. At that time, he thought they were gems inlaid in the night sky. Later, when he became more sensible, he knew that they were stars very far away from him. It was also at that time that he felt his insignificance for the first time. And now that he knows more about astronomy, he feels even more insignificant. Not only is he insignificant, but the entire planet and the entire dog-headed civilization are insignificant. On the contrary, he was also sighing at the power of the light god civilization. Wei Shiba had never thought that there was actually a being that could freely shuttle between these stars. In his impression, that was something that only gods could do. That night, there were many dog-headed people like Wei Shiba, including the astronomer who told Wei Shiba astronomical knowledge. His original name was Chiu Sizai, but later he felt that this name had too many duplicates, so he changed it to Chiu Sixing. The light god civilization thanks you for your guidance, and thank you for leaving behind the base. Chiu Sixing muttered to himself at the sky. He looked at the bright stars, and felt as if he saw spaceships, like base ships flying among the stars. He was different from uneducated dog-headed people like Goer Pang. After seeing the 5 precautions mentioned by the messenger of the God of Light, many questions popped up in his mind. For example, what is the Galactic Axis Alliance? Why can't their broadcasts be responded to? What is a broadcast? What does hope in the starry sky represent? Where does the danger come from? Why can't we expose the location of our home planet? How is the location of our home planet located in the starry sky? Why is the home planet one of the treasures of the universe? Why would the God of Light give such solemn instructions? Many questions troubled him, especially the problem of locating the home planet. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of any way to locate his home planet. God of Light civilization, you seem to think too highly of us. You said not to expose the location of our home planet, but you know that we don't even know how to locate ourselves. Chiu Sixing was filled with emotion. He deeply felt the gap between his world and the civilization of the God of Light. He deeply felt that he had a long way to go. Starry sky. Oh, starry sky. I really want to go to the other side of the starry sky one day to see what kind of world it is. God of light civilization. I wish I could step into the starry sky to follow your footsteps. But where are you? Why didn't you leave information about where you were going in the base? Is it because of the danger of the starry sky that you mentioned? What is the danger? What is the secret of the starry sky? Endless longing appeared in Xiao Sixing's eyes. He wanted to know everything. He longed to know the answer. Xiao Sixing felt that he knew a lot, but he didn't know even more. Even after knowing some things, he looked at the starry sky and felt that it was full of demons with bared fangs and claws. This was a sleepless night. I don't know if it was Xiao Sixing, but the scientists in various fields of the entire team were like this. The huge amount of information obtained from the base today really overturned their previous 3 views. They were the first group of dog-headed people in the world to open their eyes to the universe. Just from this exchange, their horizon surpassed all the dog-headed people on the planet. But each of them felt the lack of their knowledge. At the same time, the dog-headed people deeply realized that the civilization of the God of Light not only saved their future, but also left them with a huge wealth. Chapter 628. As time went by, the dog-headed people in the Tian'an exploration project gradually came to understand some concepts such as biosensing, robots, and operating systems, and thus came into contact with some things in the base. The dog-headed people gradually had a certain concept of common sense questions such as how the base gate operates, how the spacecraft takes off, how the base operates, and what the functions of various equipment in the base are. Of course, just having a concept is definitely not enough. They must learn everything in the base, from small parts, steel plates, patches, to large equipment, various mechanical structures, and spacecraft in the base. They need to learn everything, but they certainly can't learn it all at once, because many things are too difficult for them. Even if there are clear operating instructions, they can't learn it. There is no other reason, because the basic knowledge is too lacking. The dog-headed people are just primitive civilizations. The first-level civilization creations that are a whole level higher than them are placed in front of them. Even if all the instructions are clearly written, it is not so easy to learn. The situation in the movie where individual heroism rushes into the alien warship to control the alien spacecraft and learns it at once is impossible. The technology gap is not so easy to bridge. After several months of study, these dog-headed people found that they could not learn everything in the base with only 300 dog-headed people. Not to mention everything in the base. Even the driving of a transport ship requires thousands of dog-headed people to cooperate in various positions. When the general manager of the Tian'an exploration project received this news, his face was extremely ugly. It takes thousands of dog-headed people to complete the control of a spacecraft. And these thousands of dog-headed people must be trained in professional knowledge and have a solid foundation of basic knowledge. What does solid basic knowledge mean? It means solid basic knowledge in the language of the God of Light civilization, not the dog-headed people. This means that if we calculate it based on the current knowledge level of the dog-headed people, it will take thousands of scientists with the world's top professional knowledge, and they also need to learn the knowledge of various positions on the transport ship. At this moment, the dog-headed people once again felt the greatness of the God of Light civilization. They never thought that such a situation would occur. When they just began to understand the basic concepts of various creations in the base, they thought that it would not take long before they could use all kinds of high-tech equipment and instruments in the base, and even spacecraft. However, after slowly understanding each kind of creation and the knowledge required for each position, they realized that they were too naive. All the scientists involved in this plan felt their own ignorance, especially after learning about the technical information stored in the base system. They deeply felt the sigh of life is limited, but knowledge is unlimited. Every top professional scientist has a realization that they all think that they will not be able to learn all the knowledge related to their profession in the base in their lifetime. Because learning is not just about memorizing, but also requires them to truly understand and create the principles behind each technology. This is undoubtedly a huge project. The dog-headed man in charge of the plan also received feedback from a group of scientists. He is now very distressed because neither he nor the country behind him expected such a result. The answer given to him by the scientists is that if he relies on his group of more than 300 dog-headed men alone, even if he spends his entire life, he will not be able to learn all the science and technology in the base. The one who complained the most was the linguist. He said that even if he and a few colleagues translated the information in the base 10 times their lifespan, they would not be able to finish translating it. Moreover, he could not translate some scientific and technological information, because in order to understand scientific and technological information in various fields, one must have professional knowledge in the corresponding fields. In this way, unless he is proficient in all fields of knowledge, it is impossible to complete the translation work. Therefore, this linguistic dog-headed man and his colleagues suggested that all scientists should first learn the Word of God and the language of the God of Light at the same time. This is the most efficient way. This view was supported by all scientists. And almost at the same time, these scientists in various professional fields also suggested that the exploration team must be expanded. When the dog-headed man in charge of the Tiananmen exploration asked how many people were needed, he got the answer that at least 3 million dog-headed men would participate, of which top scientists must account for more than 10%. And the remaining dog-headed men must also be senior intellectuals engaged in research in various fields and researchers in various professions. The minimum requirement is to have at least an Imperial College degree, which is the lowest entry standard. But it is only an entry standard, and it must be tested to ensure that the student who graduated from the Imperial College has real talents and knowledge, rather than a half-baked graduate. Of course, it would be best to have researchers with work experience in various fields, such as researchers in major laboratories and various scientific research projects. However, with only Yinhua country, a dog-headed country, where can it find so many high-level talents? 3 million. And 10% of the top scientists are needed. It's not 3 million pigs. Where can we find so many talents? Although Yinhua country is now the world's #1 technological power, it can't produce so many high-end talents. In fact, if the technology level of the dog-headed people's world is more advanced, there won't be so many dog-headed people. But based on their current level, there will be so many. So far, a group of more than 300 dog-headed people have been here at the base for more than a year. Those who are more talented in linguistics have learned Chinese characters and poor Chinese. After obtaining authorization from the base management AI, these dog-headed people have begun to come into contact with some of the technologies placed by humans in the base. It is precisely because these dog-headed people have learned about these technologies that they sighed, "I lament the brevity of my life." At first, they thought they were so good that they chose to look at those high-tech things directly. As a result, they had to turn around and start learning from the part of the technology level of the dog-headed people. Fortunately, the technology information stored by humans is a complete set. Otherwise, they would really be in the dark. Things are not as simple as the dog-headed people imagined. They thought that as time went by, the science and technology they obtained from the residents of the God of Light would become faster and faster, and they should be able to learn almost everything in 2 or 3 years. After all, except for Wei Shiba, Go Erpang and some administrative staff, these more than 300 dog-headed people are all high-end talents and the top scientists in the entire Yinhua country. However, the facts told them that it was far from enough. Their scientists needed multiple scientists and their students to form a scientific research team to be responsible for a certain branch of technology recorded in the base. And the technology items in the base were more than the dog-headed people who came here. Chapter 629. The technology tree of the first-level civilization is like a vast ocean to a primitive civilization. It is a real ocean of knowledge. The majestic image of the God of Light was once again elevated in this endless ocean of knowledge, reaching the level of admiration of a dog. Great, majestic, powerful, tall, powerful, vast. The image of the civilization of the God of Light was transformed into nouns in the language of the dog-headed people, and penetrated into the minds of every dog-headed person. After more than a year of exploration, these dog-headed people came to the conclusion that it was impossible to complete the task of exploring the heavenly gate with only the more than 300 dog-headed people themselves. And they had to add people. Otherwise, they could only use batches of dog-headed people to complete it. After this news reached the dog-headed Rockfire Nation, it immediately attracted the attention of the country's top leaders. Now they have 2 options left. One is to keep the secret of Tiananmen and let these people continue to study and learn. The other is to release the news and gather the scientific forces of the entire dog-headed planet to explore together. For the entire dog-headed race, the second option is undoubtedly correct. But for the Rockfire Nation, they certainly don't want to choose the second option. Therefore, after many discussions, they decided to adopt another compromise strategy, which is to delay for a while and let those dog-headed people continue their research. At the same time, A special research project will be organized in the country to gather all the human beings in all fields in the country. First, do your best to study separately, and when the news can't be blocked, the second option will be activated. The leaders of Yanhua Nation are actually very clear that they alone cannot obtain all the technologies in the residence of the God of Light in a short period of time. They still choose this way mainly to let their country take the lead. As for how to take this lead, the leaders of Yanhua Nation have already negotiated. That is, to increase their efforts to invest in scientific education. They plan to train a group of professional talents within a local year and then let them participate in the Tianmen exploration plan. After the knowledge level of these talents can keep up with the research progress of the Tianmen exploration plan, they will make it public and gather scientists from all over the world to explore and learn the knowledge left by the God of Light. In general, this plan is not bad. After all, by that time, the talents of Yanhua country will be familiar with the knowledge of various scientific branches. Their knowledge can be connected with the knowledge left by humans. That is, they have reached the forefront of world science. By that time, even if scientists from other countries join, they will not be able to take the initiative. At that time, the exploration of things in the base will be decided by Yanhua country. The senior leaders of Yanhua country all believe that they can make good use of this base to achieve the goal of leading the world. In this way, when they develop and step into the starry sky, it will be their Yanhua country that will be the leader and lead the whole world to go out of the mother planet together, develop in the starry sky, and find the civilization of the God of Light. All of this should be led by their Yanhua Nation. Of course, the Yanhua Nation's leadership plans don't stop there. After receiving some information about the residents of the God of Light, they also intend to use this opportunity to carry out a global unification plan. They intend to integrate all countries into one system and unite all the dog-headed people, but under the leadership framework of the Yanhua Nation. For this reason, they proposed a joint government plan. And in the future, they will officially let the National Propaganda Agency gradually introduce the concept of civilization to the society. The intention is obvious. That is, to let all the dog-headed people in the world have a concept. All the dog-headed people in all countries belong to the same civilization. Although the Rockfire Nation is the most developed country in the world, it is not yet at the point of sweeping the world. So they plan to choose another way to unite the dog-headed people. In fact, the Rockfire Nation has also thought about using the weapons in the residence of the God of Light to unify the world, such as driving a transport ship out to attack the world and make all countries surrender. The transport ship requires a lot of drivers, but the Rockfire Nation can still meet the number of people required to drive a transport ship. Of course, this will take a long time. However, this human base is not a remnant base. It is managed by artificial intelligence. And the artificial intelligence that manages the base clearly told the group of dog-headed people that the base's weapons are not allowed to be used against other dog-headed people. The reason is that the God of Light does not want to see the dog-headed people killing each other. This information from the base's artificial intelligence did not make the dog-headed people dissatisfied. On the contrary, they admired the God of Light civilization even more. It was all for the consideration of the dog-headed people. What a kind God of Light civilization! The leaders of the Yanhua Nation dared not disobey, and could only choose the path of peaceful evolution. However, the dog-headed leaders of the Yanhua Nation could not imagine that there were spies among the first batch of top scientists they sent out. At the beginning, their plan went smoothly. Other countries learned of their various movements, but did not find any clues. It was not until more than a dozen Earth years later, when some of the first batch of scientists were transferred back to China for rotation and to host domestic scientific research projects, that the news was leaked. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Of course, it was not worldwide, but the country that got the news. They were still rational and did not choose to make it public, but sent a delegation to negotiate with Yanhua country as quickly as possible, saying, "We also want to join the Tianmen exploration plan." The moment Yanhua country received the request from the delegation, it realized that there was a spy in its own country. And the spy scope was also locked on the scientists transferred back to the country this time, because no news could be transmitted in the camp of the God of Light's residence in the center of the continent. The senior leaders of Yanhua Nation all knew the seriousness of the matter, and they were also very clear that the spy belonged to the country that sent the delegation now. But they could not make it public. Not only could they not make it public, but they had to tacitly accept that they would participate in the Tianmen exploration plan. This was unavoidable. because compared to spreading the news to the whole world, it was more cost-effective for only 2 countries to know about it. In this way, after more than 10 years of the Tiananmen exploration plan, another dog-headed country participated in the plan. This country also sent its own team of scientists to the center of Pangda continent in the name of organizing a scientific research investigation. However, some news cannot be blocked just because you want to. Other countries are not stupid. They have no spies in Yinhua country, but they have spies in the participating country, and they happen to be high-level spies. The moment that country got the news, the moment their high-level meeting discussed it, the news was already known by the third country. So, not long after the second country joined, the delegation of the third country also arrived in Yinhua country and made the same request. Based on the principle of delaying the spread of the news as much as possible, Yinhua country had to agree again. But at the same time, they also warned the third country that if other countries knew about it, it would be their problem. The third country was not stupid. After they got the news, they realized the risk that the news might spread from them. After all, they also got the news from the second country, so they controlled the spread of the news very well. But the fact that 2 countries organized a large-scale team of top scientists to conduct scientific research on the center of Pangda continent in a short period of time is itself a matter of concern. Therefore, although other countries have not received accurate news for the time being, they have also smelled something different. The atmosphere between the countries on the Null planet seemed to become strange. Especially the countries in the same region as the Rockfire country. They were keenly aware that the Rockfire country and the other 2 countries seemed to be plotting something. Therefore, although they had not yet received definite news, they all turned their attention to the depths of the great wilderness in the center of the continent. They began to form scientific expedition teams in the name of the country or encourage civilian expedition teams to explore the central area of the continent. Chapter 630. The leadership of the Rockfire nation still underestimated the greed of intelligent life. After the 3 nations participated in the exploration of Tiananmen, they did successfully stop the spread of news for a long time. But the good times did not last long. 6 years after the 3 nations participated in the plan, the dog-headed people who were determined to travel in the ocean of knowledge of the human base discovered something that made all the dog-headed people greedy. A batch of 100,000 life potions stored in a frozen warehouse. The AI that manages the base provides the dog-headed people with the things in the base step by step according to the general process set by humans before leaving. And it does not consider whether it will cause any consequences. When it comprehensively judges in the program that the dog-headed people have made a certain degree of progress in learning technology, it will give the dog-headed people the right to the next knowledge. The same is true for the materials in the base. And the life potion is included in the so-called materials. This is the life potion that humans left for the dog-headed people when they left. It is a potion developed completely according to the biological characteristics of the dog-headed people. The purpose is very simple. That is, to allow the dog-headed people to have a lifespan that matches interstellar travel when they set sail for other planets. The theoretical lifespan of a dog-headed person is not long. Only 40 Earth years. With such a short lifespan, interstellar travel will inevitably cause various problems. So matching life potions to extend lifespan has become a necessary measure for interstellar travel. Of course, along with the life potion, there are also a large number of hibernation capsules in the transport ship and the base displayed in front of the dog-headed people. When they learned about the existence of these 2 things, the dog-headed people were extremely excited, because they saw that the legend that the residents of the God of Light could make the dog-headed people immortal was confirmed again. Of course, this batch of life potions could not make the dog-headed people immortal, but could only make them live a few hundred years longer. But for them, who only had a lifespan of 40 years, it was already longevity. As soon as the news of longevity appeared, it immediately spread among the dog-headed people of the 3 countries. This matter was too big, and they did not dare to take it lightly. They immediately sent a group of people back to their country to pass the news to the heads of various countries. So, I don't know when it started. The news spread among the top leaders of the 3 countries, like wings. In order to keep it secret at the beginning, the leaders of the 3 countries even asked the media to clarify that it was a rumor. Later, several expedition teams from several countries also went to the depths of the wilderness. The news that the 3 dog-headed people found an alien base in the depths of the wilderness could no longer be concealed. The God of Light, the residents of the God of Light, the Gate of Heaven, the spaceship, the ancient road in the starry sky, the channel in the starry sky, immortality, and other series of news about the human base were like wings. In a very short time, they swept the world through the radio communication that had just become popular in this world. Then, rumors that the Rockfire Nation and other dog-headed people wanted to monopolize the legacy of the God of Light and enjoy eternal life alone quickly spread in countries around the world. Even in their own country, there were rumors that the top leaders of their country wanted to abandon the people and enjoy immortality alone in the kingdom of the God of Light. For a time, all kinds of rumors spread everywhere and could not be stopped. The three dog-headed people countries suddenly became the focus of the world, and at the same time became the target of condemnation from countries around the world. Because there was a revelation that the three countries had been secretly exploring the heavenly gate for many years, and had no plans to disclose it to the world. In response, the three countries including Yinhua naturally responded. Yinhua directly told the world, "Our Yinhua country has indeed been favored by the God of Light, and was the first to discover the base left by the God of Light. But that is the result of our belief in the God of Light for thousands of years. And we are not making the news public. But the exploration of Tianmen requires order. And the disclosure of information also needs to be gradual." Even Yinhua directly took out the plan that had been formulated before, probably saying that they originally planned to announce the news this year, and then let all countries in the world participate in the Tianmen exploration plan within 10 years. And through the efforts of all countries, build a radio communication from all countries to the base of the God of Light. In addition, Yinhua also sincerely told the world that the Tianmen exploration plan requires a large number of talents. They said that they could not produce so many talents by themselves, and they had to gather the power of the whole world to completely inherit the property left by the Light God civilization to the dog-headed people. They also generously announced that everything in the residence of the Light God was not owned by Yinhua alone, but the commonwealth of the entire dog-headed world. It was the only way for the dog-headed world to get rid of resource constraints and step into the starry sky. It was the property that all dog-headed people had a share of. They hoped that everyone would not believe the rumors. Obviously, the statement of Yinhua had a certain effect. Some countries that were originally friendly with Yinhua believed it, but more did not trust it. Especially those countries that were not on the same continent as Yinhua. That is, the countries on the west coast of Panga continent. They began to denounce the three countries of Yinhua and demanded that the three countries share all their exploration results over the past decades. All the technology, knowledge, and items obtained from the residents of the God of Light. Yinhua would definitely not agree to such an excessive request. So the world entered a stage of mutual verbal attacks. As time went on, verbal attacks gradually began to change and became full of gunpowder. Perhaps those countries thought that the longer they dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. In this way, a few years later, a military alliance of various countries against the three countries of Yinhua was established in the western continent. They claimed that they would make public all the things that Yinhua had stolen from the residents of the God of Light, and put the leaders of Yinhua who enjoyed immortality alone on the trial platform. At the same time, they demanded that Yinhua must make the immortality potion and the formula of the immortality potion public and publish it globally. This time they guessed right. In addition to the ready-made refrigerated life potions in the base, there was also a method for making life potions. However, after obtaining the method, the three countries including Yinhua Nation found that some of the animal and plant essences described in the method could no longer be found. They could not produce new life potions according to the method recorded in the residence of the God of Light, nor could they find those extinct animals and plants. In other words, the batch of life potions in the base was out of print. If they wanted to produce new life potions, the Kobold's own scientists had to work hard to explore and research according to the original human formula and develop a new formula. The Yinhua Nation was honest. They told the truth about the formula of the life potion. However, the other nations did not believe it at all. Instead, they thought that the Yinhua Nation was deliberately fooling them. The Yinhua Nation was helpless. In fact, when they learned that some ingredients in the formula of the life potion could no longer be found on their planet, they realized what the message from the messenger of the God of Light meant when he told them that the mother planet that had evolved for billions of years was one of the treasures of the universe. Chapter 631. If nothing unexpected happens, a large-scale war will occur if the current situation in the world of dog-headed people continues to develop. This is indeed the case. After a period of explosive exchanges, countries around the world have smelled the smell of war. Under the influence of various speeches, countries around the world have gradually divided into two camps. one led by the three countries of Yinhua country, and the other is the military alliance of the Western continent. The war also developed from a small-scale conflict at the beginning. One side condemned the forces of Yinhua country for selfishness and disregarding the collective interests of the global dog-headed people, while the other side condemned the other side for deliberately provoking disputes and plunging the entire dog-headed civilization into fire and water. The two sides held their own opinions. And finally a war broke out one day. About 90 countries in the known world were involved in this war. From a geographical perspective, it was almost a war between the East and West continents. Because of the terrain of the entire planet and the technological level of the knolls, there was only one way for the East and West continents to fight each other and send troops to each other's territory. And that was the passage at the southern end of Panga continent. Only the relatively flat terrain there could allow various armies from various countries to pass through. As for other places, they are all crisscrossed by mountains, and chariots and tanks definitely cannot pass through. Aircraft can fly over mountains with lower altitudes, but because of the long distance, it is basically a one-way ticket to reach the other side of the continent through the central area. So there is only one land battle channel. As for the sea is actually not much different from the mountains. Ships can indeed pass through, but the journey is also long. Either cross the vast ocean and go around more than half a planet for a long expedition, or march along the coast of Panga continent. In general, this so-called world war has become a lot of noise, but little action after it was divided into two camps. The East continent and the West continent. The Kobold Kingdom in the West continent camp naturally realized this clearly. So after the official declaration of war, they did not want to send a large-scale army from the southern channel of the continent to attack the Rockfire Kingdom camp in the East continent. Instead, they chose to bluff in the southern channel and then dispatched a large number of light infantry to directly attack the residents of the God of Light in the center of Panga continent, trying to seize control of it. Needless to say, the result was that both groups were defeated by the Yinhua group. Yinhua was the world's first technological power. After acquiring the human base, they conducted decades of research and mastered many simple technologies, such as jet propulsion technology and rocket launcher technology. After mastering these technologies, the Yinhua group was a dimensionality reduction attack on the propeller aircraft of the Western Continent military group. Some weapons and equipment used by individual soldiers were also crushing. As a result, this seemingly grand world war ended abruptly. Of course, the result was definitely that the Rockfire group won. Although it ended abruptly, it laid the foundation for the world structure of the Null planet, which was a ladder-like structure with the Rockfire as the core. The East continent countries closely united, and then the West continent countries. In the years to come, the post-war Null world explored and learned everything about the human base under the undisputed leadership of the Rockfire country. The countries that took the lead in the war were defined as defeated countries, and were nailed to the pillar of shame in the world of dog-headed people by public opinion. The crime was to attempt to destroy the residents of the God of Light civilization. The leaders of the defeated countries were also defined as anti-dog-headed people. The Yinhua country wrote history as a victor, and because of this war, it completely put itself in a position to bring progress to the dog-headed people all over the world. After that, they did not disappoint the expectations of the dog-headed people all over the world. Under the leadership of the Yinhua country, talents from all over the world gathered and began to build roads, communication-based stations, and supply stations to the residents of the God of Light in the center of the continent. After completing the infrastructure construction, they began to organize a larger-scale Tianmen exploration plan. Top scientists from all over the world were attracted to the Tianmen exploration plan, and countless scientific researchers also participated in the plan, carrying out one scientific and technological plan after another. Gradually, the dog-headed people finally turned from the learning stage to the comprehensive technology application stage, and rocket-related aerospace technology naturally appeared on this land. The first dog-made satellite was launched. The first dog-carrying space rocket entered the low Earth orbit. The first Sky Survey telescope was successfully launched. The first supersonic aircraft appeared. The first laser weapon experiment was successful. The first electromagnetic railgun was successfully developed. And the first atomic bomb exploded. Many things that have appeared in human civilization also appeared in the world of dog-headed people in different orders. But these are just technical manifestations. The achievements of the dog-headed people are basically based on the technology left to them by humans. In other words, they just created these things according to the knowledge left by humans. The dog-headed scientist group knows this. So after achieving some achievements, they began to turn their attention to another direction, exploring the scientific principles behind various technologies. This is a process from the outside to the inside. A process of seeing the essence from the phenomenon, which is not easy. It was also in this process of reverse deduction that the Knoll scientists once again deeply felt the greatness of the light god civilization. They could not imagine how the light god civilization, which they had never met, could step by step derive the scientific principles behind these technologies without any reference to finished technology. In the process of studying scientific principles, the Knoll scientist team clearly realized how difficult it was to first develop scientific principles and then derive applied technology from scientific principles. It was completely out of nothing, a manifestation of imagination, and a completely unrestrained interpretation of thinking. Some scientists were also feeling sentimental during their spare time. The light god civilization had good intentions. They could have told us the principles of these technologies, but they let us explore them on our own. They were just worried that our race would lose its imagination. Yes, but it's a pity that we may not see the light god civilization in this lifetime. It doesn't matter. Even if we can't see it, our descendants will definitely see it. Didn't the boss say that once we truly have the ability to travel between stars, our first goal will be to find the light god civilization? That's for sure. Judging from the 5 warning messages left by the light god civilization, the light god civilization must be doing something in the universe. The universe is not as peaceful as we see on the surface. We will definitely become stronger and follow the pace of the light god civilization. It would be even better if we can help the light god civilization in some aspects in the future. Just daydream. When we become that powerful, the light god civilization will probably be so powerful that we can't imagine it. What do you know? As a dog-headed man, you have to have dreams. Well, you should save your dream for now and focus on the present. Focus on the present. The road to exploring scientific principles is long. That's right. Our physics group has to work hard. I heard that the astronomy group has successfully calculated the cosmic microwave background temperature. They handed the calculation data to the messenger of light for verification the day before yesterday. It's completely correct. It's amazing. It's just that we haven't made any progress. It's a bit embarrassing to think about it. Hey, we are like a good cook without rice. I just received news that the particle collider will be built in about half a month. At that time, our research will really get on track. I have seen the secrets of the microscopic particle world waiting for us. And I have seen the standard particle model waving to us. When we really reach the technical bottleneck of the first level civilization, the messenger of the God of Light will open those spaceships to us. Then we will really enter the interstellar era. It's really exciting to think about it. Humans didn't know that the base they left behind actually had such a great impact on the dog-headed people. And they didn't know that the dog-headed people had already made finding themselves their first goal in the starry sky. Chapter 632. Technological progress has brought rapid development to society. Belief in the God of Light has become the mainstream of the Cobalt world. But it is not a feudal superstitious belief. Because the countries in the Cobalt world are more inclined to build the image of the God of Light into the God of Light civilization. An alien civilization that is very kind to the Cobalts, although they have never met. And there is no image of the God of Light in the base data. But from the few words of history, the Cobalts still created an image for humans. That is, the tactical armor that humans first descended into the Cobalt world. The 2 stone sculptures of tactical armor are now on display in the Museum of Yinhua country. The dog-headed people probably already think that their God of Light is a tall species that is more than 10 meters tall. I wonder what they will think when they really meet humans in the future and find that humans are a creature smaller than them. Of course, this is a story for later. At this stage, the dog-headed people are still working hard to move forward. The technology they obtained from the human base has rapidly improved their living standards. And the rapidly improved living standards and the gradual enrichment of materials have also made the dog-headed people's society more confident. Especially after entering the information age. The entire planetary orbit is covered with dog-made satellite networks. And ground network communications have become extremely developed. Dog-headed people even use satellite phones. And various electronic products are emerging in an endless stream. In the technological road of touch screens, they even skip the development of resistive screens and directly use capacitive screens. Among them, there are contributions from human-based scientific and technological data. And some are made by dog-headed scientists themselves. This greatly encouraged the confidence of dog-headed scientists. especially many of the dog-headed scientists' independent innovations in computers, because it means that dog-headed people have the ability to innovate themselves, rather than relying solely on the wealth of the light god civilization to develop. The Cobalt Society is happy to see this, and has become more confident. Based on this, some kobolds even think that they may not need the subsequent knowledge left by the God of Light to go out into space on their own. Of course, going out into space here does not mean setting foot in the starry sky to another star system, but rather exploring within this star system. The goal of the kobolds is clear, which is to plan to independently develop spacecraft to reach the only remaining gas planet in their galaxy. Not only spacecraft, but also people. No, dogs. However, when they entered the information age and had aerospace technology and stepped into low Earth orbit, they realized how difficult space travel is. The technical requirements for launching probes and carrying dogs in space are completely different. Although the gravity acceleration of their planet is much smaller than that of the Earth, the atmospheric density is much greater. Therefore, it is easy to launch a rocket into space. But the high temperature resistant materials required are also more advanced, especially for carrying dogs in space, which also requires round-trip considerations. This undoubtedly poured cold water on the dog-headed people's plan to carry dogs to the gaseous planets in this star system. So many dog-headed people proposed to give up their own research and get technical information directly from the residents of the God of Light. But in the end, they were suppressed by the dog-headed people who had originally proposed independent research and development of some technologies, and gave a deadline for the plan. The dog-headed people are quite courageous. They clearly know that the base left by humans has this technology, and they can see clearly at this stage. They just want to set up another independent development project and try it first, which seems to be intended to prove the development potential of their own race and civilization. This is certainly commendable, but the progress of development has also been greatly delayed. In fact, when the dog-headed people established an independent research department, the teams that were originally committed to obtaining knowledge from the residents of the God of Light had already obtained the relevant dog-carrying space technology, but they did not use it, but gave the independent team some time. But in the end, the dog-headed people still compromised because they found that only an independent team could not handle the dog-carrying space program. The reason is simple. Now most scientists, researchers, and engineers are included in the Tion and exploration program, and the number of people who can engage in independent research is too small. At this moment, the dog-headed people have a deeper understanding of the difficulty of scientific development. Many dog-headed scientists lamented that if there were no bases left by the civilization of the God of Light, they might need hundreds of years to master the technology of carrying dogs in space. And if they want to achieve achievements in the field of basic science, it is completely a matter of luck, and they don't know when they can produce results. It is impossible to know the technology first, and then use the technology to determine the reverse principle of the field as it is now. There are two completely different things, having traces to follow and having no traces to follow. Ordinary kobolds don't know, but their scientists or scholars who know the inside story all realize this. Sometimes they can't figure out how the legendary light god civilization found these basic scientific principles from the laws of the vast universe. That's the truth of the universe. The more the kobolds know about the knowledge of the light god civilization base, the more they can feel the hardships behind these various scientific technologies. Every time their scientists swim in the ocean of knowledge, they seem to see countless light god civilization individuals flashing behind every bit of knowledge, exploring these knowledge day and night. Knowing the difficulty, knowing the hardship, the dog-headed people shouted the slogan "Knowledge is priceless." They have the greatest respect for scientists who truly master knowledge and those who can find knowledge from nature. This change is social. That is, the dog-headed people's society gradually changes in the direction of respecting knowledge. Not only that, the inheritance of knowledge has gradually become a sacred thing in their society. When this wind of respecting knowledge blows across the dog-headed people planet, their social form will naturally change, and the public opinion of the whole society will lean towards this side. As a result, the whole society's hedonism was greatly weakened, and the status of entertainment facilities and entertainment stars plummeted. Instead, they were replaced by kobolds with various academic titles. Gradually, kobolds were proud of their erudition and ashamed of entertainment. Such a society is very suitable for scientific development, because even if kobolds have entered the information society, they will not have nonsense that a kobold entertainment star's fart can make the headlines. The base left by humans has unknowingly changed the development process of kobolds. It has brought more impacts to kobolds in science and technology, and has penetrated into all aspects of the kobold group. I don't know when it started, but the dog-headed people finally made up their minds to popularize Chinese characters. At the same time, the group headed by the Rockfire Nation also explained the concept of civilization in depth and gave their own race a name. It is similar to what humans call their own human civilization. If translated into human language, it can probably be called the Great Dog Civilization. Chapter 633. Humans, who are separated by countless light years, naturally do not know the changes on the Null planet, let alone that the Nulls have successfully developed to the peak of primitive civilization based on the base they left behind. Just like humans do not know that the formula of the life potion they left for the Nulls will become ineffective due to the extinction of some animals and plants on the Null planet. For the Nulls, their god of light is so selfless and has left them so many precious treasures. They have long regarded humans as their faith. They extremely respect the wealth left by humans, and they also extremely respect humans. But they still underestimate the importance of the wealth left by humans. It was not until they actually set foot in the starry sky and encountered other civilizations and various dangers on the road to finding the civilization of the God of Light that they truly realized that the most valuable wealth left to them by the civilization of the God of Light was not technology, but the 5 pieces of advice. But that is a story for later. What they have to do now is to study basic science, then obtain the right to use the spacecraft in the human base, and then use these spacecraft to travel to other star systems, where they can obtain resources and help their civilization survive the resource crisis. Because humans left behind a base, the dog-headed people only need to complete the basic physical accumulation of the first-level civilization, and they can truly enter the first-level civilization. But the subsequent development after reaching the first-level civilization can only rely on themselves. Humans only left a set of technology trees from primitive civilization to first-level civilization in the base. And there is no technology tree from first-level civilization to second-level civilization. Therefore, the dog-headed people need to develop themselves. And development requires resources. The dog-headed people's planet does not have resources related to controlled nuclear fusion. So they need to use the spacecraft left by humans to go to other galaxies to obtain them in the early stage. This is the most critical step and their only path of development. Only after obtaining resources from other galaxies can they create their own controlled nuclear fusion spacecraft and move towards the path of level 2 civilization. While the dog-headed people began to conduct vigorous research, striving to achieve breakthroughs from technology to principles as soon as possible, find the correct standard particle model, and obtain the right to use 9 spacecraft, and then fly out of this star system to other star systems to find resources for the development of level 1 civilization technology. The human civilization that they admired, believed in, and called the light god civilization was not as good as they imagined, not as powerful as they imagined, and not as great as they imagined, at least at this stage. All this was just an unintentional achievement of human civilization. Of course, human civilization could not have imagined that its unintentional achievement would produce such a result, so that many civilizations using Chinese characters appeared in the universe later. And now, this original civilization that uses Chinese characters is still struggling to find the legendary Grand Unified Theory. After so many years, the project is finally going to be completed. The development of civilization has never been smooth sailing. But we are too miserable. Thousands of years. How many thousands of years can a person have in his life? Somewhere in the space that is not in the big universe environment. A sigh appeared on a scientific research ship. Stop sighing about life again. If you have this energy, you might as well prepare a plan for the collision experiment. Hey, I know. I just saw that the project is about to be completed. And I was inspired. We can't have this little time. This is like saying that we have been busy for 1,000 years, so we can't enjoy it for a while. Yes, the Millennium Project of Mankind is finally going to be completed. And the new collider with a length of more than 6,600 astronomical units is going to be completed. The first stage of this century-long gamble is about to be completed. So far, the mineral resources in the 8 star systems in this space have been mined by humans. And the rocky galaxies in each star system have been almost hollowed out by humans. And the various metal elements in them have been almost swept away by humans. It can be seen that the star systems that originally had many planets orbiting around them have become much less after thousands of years of human sweeping. Especially those rocky planets without geological activities. which have been mined by humans to the point that only slag is left. The heavy metals that have been deposited in their cores, after billions of years, have been emptied out by humans one by one. It can be said that after the crazy mining by humans, most of the original rocky planets have disappeared in the star system, leaving only gaseous planets that are difficult for humans to use with current technology. Part of these resources were transported to the center of this space and processed by processing factories to become collider structures. The other part was consumed by humans during the transportation and mining process and became lower entropy. With the successful access of the last collider module, the tool for exploring the grand unified theory was finally completed. Next, humans will adjust its straightness and then start various test runs. After that, we will enter the truly exciting collision experiment stage. Countless scientific teams have been waiting for experimental applications. After thousands of years of loneliness, each of them has been eager to use this tool to explore the mysteries of nature. If they win, humans will master the grand unified theory and step into the ranks of level 4 civilizations, soaring into the sky. If they lose, humans may fall into a demon barrier, fall into the confusion of scientific and technological exploration, fall into the most crazy experimental dead end, and perhaps never recover from it. In fact, no scientist dares to guarantee that after building this new particle collider, humans will be able to find the grand unified theory. But uncertain things can ignite their desire to explore, curiosity about the unknown, and challenges to higher levels, which is also one of the pleasures of scientists. In fact, in the more than 1,000 years of building the new particle collider, many scientific teams have tried to use other methods to complete the grand unified theory, but they undoubtedly have not made any progress. Therefore, at the moment when the last module of the new particle collider was spliced, the entire human civilization was paying attention to it, and the propaganda agencies within the entire human civilization reported this matter at the first time. Everyone put their hopes on this collider that is like a cosmic corridor. In fact, it is not only humans, but also the Qian civilization that participated in the construction of the new particle collider from beginning to end. They are also excited. The Kuntai people and dog-headed people who have also developed into a large group are also excited. All intelligent creatures within the human civilization group are eagerly watching the completion of the collider. A particle collider with a length of 6,674 astronomical units. A collider that almost drains the resources of 8 star systems. What a great project it is. Before humans proposed this crazy plan, the Qian civilization, which is also a third-level civilization, did not even think that a civilization would be so crazy. It was the completion of this crazy project that caused some strange changes in the image of human civilization within the Qian civilization. The individuals of the Qian civilization all knew that they were captured by humans. So even though their leaders had been promoting the good of human civilization because of their ideological imprint, many individuals always felt that human civilization was evil. However, after the completion of this 1,000-year project, many individuals added concepts such as great and powerful on this basis. And the perception that human civilization was an evil civilization was also weakened. Many ordinary Qian civilization individuals even publicly stated that it seemed good to just follow human civilization. You have to know that these ordinary Qian civilization individuals have not accepted the ideological imprint of humans. And being able to show this kind of biased thinking is a completely unexpected gain for humans. Chapter 634. As time went by, this new super-large particle collider finally completed the straightness test. Its head is composed of a comprehensive particle generator. The so-called comprehensive particle generator, as the name suggests, can generate any type of particles. Well, particles that humans can make in the laboratory. So, it is a comprehensive particle collider. For particle colliders, the most well-known ones are hadron colliders, such as proton colliders, antiproton colliders, and proton antiproton colliders. This type of collider is mainly used to study the properties and interactions of elementary particles. The next is the lepton collider, such as the electron-positron collider, which can also be used for lepton collision experiments. Heavy ion collisions, such as lead particle collision experiments, can also be done by this collider. Each type of ion collision experiment corresponds to a scientific research direction. For example, the heavy ion collision experiment is to study the extreme energy and temperature conditions in the early state of the universe, and study the physical behavior under such conditions. There are also neutron collisions, This type of particle collision mainly studies the spin and magnetic moment of neutrons, which is an important applied technology in nuclear physics research, especially in the field of nuclear reactions and nuclear decay. Neutron-antineutron collisions study the interaction between neutrons and antineutrons, as well as their physical behavior under high energy and high density conditions. Such research helps humans better understand the properties of nuclear matter and the evolution of the universe. That is, the nuclear physics process at all stages of the universe. Don't think that you don't need to study nuclear fusion after mastering the ultimate reaction of nuclear fusion. Heavy nuclear reaction. Nuclear reactions in the early universe may have different reaction conditions from those today. Behind these phenomena are all manifestations of the laws of cosmic physics. As the most important scientific tool for mankind, this new particle collider must be designed as a multifunctional collider as possible. Otherwise, if the experiment is short of one type of particle collision result data at the end, there will be no place to cry. This new particle collider has a name that doesn't sound like a name. Scientists call it an astronomical particle collider. The name is very down to earth, and people can roughly understand what it is at a glance. This naming method has continued since humans set foot on the starry sky. The previous English abbreviation naming methods such as HLGR, SGHEOB has long been eliminated. After all, compared with the abbreviation naming method, the Chinese name is easier for people to understand its existence. Today is the first day that the astronomical particle collider is put into use. It will usher in its first collision experiment, the neutron collision experiment, which is an experimental project approved thousands of years ago. The so-called particle collision, as the name implies, is the process of accelerating particles and then violently colliding at the target. After the experiment begins, the astronomical particle collider will generate a charged particle beam from the particle generator device at the head end, and then inject it into the acceleration system in the middle part. The particle collision experiment does not just launch a particle, but a beam of particles. The reason is that the particles are too small, resulting in a small probability of particle collision. The collision probability can only be increased by increasing the number of particles. The acceleration system of this astronomical particle accelerator is the same as that of a general accelerator. It is composed of a series of electric and magnetic field accelerations. It can accelerate charged particles to a high-energy state. This system is the largest component of the entire astronomical particle accelerator. The length of 6,674 astronomical units is mostly acceleration structures. It is also embedded with a part of the magnet system, which is mainly used to focus and deflect charged particles so that they can accurately hit the target. As for why it is accelerated charged particles instead of directly accelerating neutrons, it is naturally because neutrons are neutral particles without charge and cannot be accelerated by electric fields. Yes, neutrons are neutral particles. They are not charged. And the acceleration system of this particle accelerator is for charged particles. It seems that it is impossible to conduct neutron collision experiments. After all, the physical principle does not allow it, and the electric field cannot accelerate the neutron beam. But it does not stump scientists at all, because as early as the Earth era, humans have mastered the method of accelerating neutrons. It is true that neutrons are not charged, but they can be accelerated indirectly. The first method is to use an accelerator to accelerate a proton beam, and then let the proton beam bombard the target material to produce high-energy neutrons, thereby causing the neutrons to collide. However, scientists have calculated that the high-energy neutrons produced by this indirect method are not enough to reach the energy level required by the grand unified theory, so they can only find another way. The second method is the indirect acceleration method, which is to use accelerated electrons to bombard neutrons or photons to bombard neutrons to indirectly accelerate neutrons, turning them into high-energy neutrons, and then colliding them. This method is the same as the first one. Because of the indirect transmission, a lot of energy is lost, so the high-energy neutrons obtained cannot meet the collision energy level requirements. The third method is the decay method, which is to use certain decays to produce high-speed neutrons. Obviously, this method cannot meet the experimental requirements. Therefore, the method adopted by this astronomical particle collider is the method of accelerating neutrons with charged particles. That is, first accelerating charged particles, such as deuterons, and then separating the protons in the deuterons through a certain electromagnetic field after the particle flow reaches an extremely high speed, thereby obtaining a high-energy neutron beam. The separation device is set in the second half of the acceleration process. When the detector finds that the acceleration speed of the high-energy particle flow reaches the experimental requirements, the separation device will be activated, so as to ensure that the high-energy neutron beam meets the experimental requirements. In order to accelerate the ion beam more efficiently, the acceleration system is partially in a vacuum environment. The separation system is connected to the second half of the acceleration system, and then the collision zone. The structure of the collision zone is very complex because it contains a lot of functional equipment, such as cloud chamber, target material, primary particle detector system, secondary particle detection system, diversion probe, and other high-tech equipment are concentrated here. If you look at this astronomical particle collider from outer space, you will see that its appearance is like a long corridor lying in the dark universe. During the preparation, the various indicator lights inside it kept flashing like fireflies, and its exterior was completely dark except for the two ends. Only when the lights of the passing engineering ships shone on it could its silvery body be seen. It seemed like a corridor leading to the netherworld, a passage leading to the other side of light, and a road of hope to the sky. Every beam of particle flow emitted would be a move to accelerate the sprint with human hope, regardless of whether the result was to enter the netherworld or the road to the sky. Chapter 635. The much-anticipated experiment finally began. When the astronomical particle collider officially started the experiment, all eyes were focused on it. Countless scientists gathered on their respective research ships to watch the moment of the collision through video. Yu Yuan also put down the things at hand and came to the Tianjin Command Center to watch the first collision experiment through the big screen live broadcast. The data connection of Tianhe Light is complete. The Tianhe Light subsystem is ready. The astronomical superlarge particle collider neutron collision experiment number 01 is ready. The self-check of the integrated particle generator is completed, and all components are running normally. The self-check is completed and ready. The neutrino diversion probe is normal, and the deuterium nucleus beam generator is ready. The first acceleration module has been started, and the working feedback is normal. The second acceleration module has been started, and the working feedback is normal. The 781st acceleration module has been started, and the working feedback is normal. The feedback signal of the impact zone equipment has arrived. The signal is normal, and the operation is normal. Multiple multi-segment laser correction has been completed, with an error of plus or minus 0.03. As the staff's announcement sounded, everyone in the Operation Command Center located at the particle generator section at the head end of the astronomical particle accelerator became busy. As an astronomical particle collider, it is naturally impossible to be a device completely controlled by strong artificial intelligence. And strong artificial intelligence cannot be fully competent for all operations. So humans set up an Operation Command Center at its head end. A very wide Operation Command Center. Now in the Operation Command Center, personnel who have been trained for many years and are familiar with the operation of astronomical particle colliders are either sitting in front of their posts or monitoring and operating the particle collider in real time through the human-computer interaction system. Because the astronomical particle collider is so long, these staff members have actually started preparing for the experiment a long time before the experiment began. For example, the report on the data from the terminal collision zone is a test that has been started a long time ago. The test results are actually very fast, but because of the delay in the connection, it took more than a month to feedback to the head Operation Command Center. There is no way. There is no real-time communication technology. It is so troublesome. You have to know that this astronomical particle collider is more than 6,000 astronomical units long. That is to say, after the experiment actually begins and the ion beam is ejected, even if the particles rush to the target area at a speed close to the speed of light, it will take 38 days to arrive. And the humans in the Operation Command Center need to spend twice as much time to receive feedback data from the collision. Of course, another group of scientific researchers can observe at the other end. But this is meaningless because the experimental results still need to be analyzed by the experimental team in the Operation Command Center. The transmission of information is always faster than having the scientific research team take the spacecraft to run back and forth. The particle beam has been generated. The deflector is working normally. The particle beam has entered the acceleration system and is accelerating. The system measures the relative speed to be 97.98% of the speed of light, and it is continuously accelerating. Acceleration system temporary speed measurement module. Particle beam temporary speed 98.99787% of the speed of light. The estimated impact time is 38 days 2 hours 56 minutes 23 seconds. And the estimated information feedback time is looking at the stable astronomical particle collider in the Tianjin Command Center and looking at the busy Lumion in the picture. He nodded slightly and waited for about 2 more months to see the results of the first collision experiment. What do you think this first collision experiment will produce? Suddenly, Yu Yuan stood up from his seat and turned his head to look at Yu Nafeng, who was thinking something beside him. After the completion of the astronomical particle collider, Yu Nafeng had a rare period of leisure, so he came to Tianjin to hang out, seemingly to see his daughter. Today, the collision experiment happened to be carried out, so he followed Yu Yuan to watch in the Tianjin Command Center. What will be produced? This is the first collision experiment, and you want to produce some results. You are thinking too much. It will probably be a lonely collision. Yu Nafeng complained about Yu Yuan's question in his heart. But he didn't say that. Instead, he looked like he was thinking seriously, and then said, from the theoretical data, this collision has reached the electromagnetic volt energy level of 10 to the 15th power GeV, which has theoretically reached the energy level requirement for the collision of the grand unified theory. But the actual situation still needs to be analyzed in practice. I think it is difficult to produce the results we want to see in the first collision. The probability is too small. Our collision experiment is like opening a blind box of the laws of the universe and nature. If you get it right the first time, then you are lucky. But if you don't get it right, I think it is normal. Scientific experiments are not unfamiliar to the general manager. Yu Yuan nodded. He was not unfamiliar with it. Trial and error. If you don't get it right, keep trying. If you get the wrong answer, keep trying until all the errors are eliminated. There is no shortcut at all. Of course, the right method can still increase the success rate of trial and error, such as the experiments humans are doing now. Without the foundation of the grand unified theory, humans would not know that building an astronomical particle collider is a possible solution, and would not reduce the scope of trial and error. This may be considered a shortcut, but it is not a shortcut that can be cheated, but a shortcut that humans have worked hard on. Let's hope so. Yu Yuan turned his head to look at the staff, who were still busy checking various data feedbacks, and his excited heart gradually calmed down. To be honest, this highly anticipated astronomical particle collision experiment actually only made everyone excited for a while at the beginning, and the promotional images were also played in this way. After the particle beam was emitted, many programs that broadcast related particle collision experiments have cut the screen to the Operation Command Center and turned it into an interview between on-site reporters and some relevant persons in charge. There is no way around it, unless we wait until the collision is over and use video editing and animation to make a short video of the entire collision experiment process for the public to watch. Otherwise, scientific experiments will look so boring. After all, ordinary people will not sit there and wait for the feedback results after more than 2 months. Or even if they wait for the feedback results, they will not understand them. Scientists and relevant staff still have to analyze and summarize the feedback of various data and finally draw conclusions, and then express them in a language that everyone can understand, so that the public can understand them. This process took more than 2 months. It took more than 2 months for the collision experiment to complete the collision and send back the data. Researchers also need to analyze and summarize the data, and it is not known how long it will take to draw conclusions. So after the exciting initial stage, most ordinary people turned off the news channel and went about their own business. Only some people who were very interested in scientific progress showed that they were afraid of missing any details of the conversation and paid attention to the subsequent interview with scientists. Chapter 636. Each theory has its limitations, but we cannot say that they are wrong. Just as Lord Nyo's law of universal gravitation cannot explain the problem of Mercury's perturbation, but it does not negate the entire theory of universal gravitation. Then came the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. Also, according to the atomic theory, the periodic table of chemical elements has been uniformly treated. Hydrogen, argon, potassium and copper are completely different in chemical reactions. But the atomic theory tells us that they are all composed of electrons and atomic nuclei. Electrons are in different quantum mechanical states vibrating near the atomic nucleus, and the atomic nucleus is composed of protons and neutrons. Using string theory, these elementary particles may be treated in a unified way. Every physical theory of mankind is like a glimpse into the truth of the laws of cosmic physics from a certain angle, and every unified summary is like combining these various theories to look at the hidden unknown laws from many aspects. Just like mankind knew magnetism in the Warring States period, then the C-nan, the appearance of the magnetic needle, then the first knowledge of electricity, and then the knowledge that electricity and magnetism are actually the same thing. This process is the process of human cognition of electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces in the universe. Maxwell's equations are correct. But we cannot say that the ancients in the Warring States period did not understand Maxwell's equations, and that the C-nan they invented was wrong. Cognition is a process. Today, humans are the same. When the deuterium nucleus has traveled more than 6,000 astronomical units, and then the protons are separated by the electromagnetic device, and the remaining neutrons collide with the target, it means that humans have once again taken a look at an unknown field, or the unknown side of a field. If the electromagnetic force, one of the fundamental forces of the universe, is a leopard, then Coulomb's law, electric field strength formula, point charge electric field strength formula, Ohm's law, Joule's law, electric power, Abbe's law, Lorentz force formula, magnetic flux formula, pressure, friction, electromagnetic induction formula, Maxwell equations, and other series of formulas, rules, and laws are all human beings' glimpses of this leopard. Once we see the leopard's head, then the leopard's tail, then the leopard's body, legs, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, skin, and patterns, and finally we get a glimpse of the whole leopard. The same is true for the grand unified theory. Before humans began to use this astronomical particle collider for experiments, they had already explored it from other aspects and then obtained various physical achievements, such as the Standard Leon model, weak interaction parity non-conservation, quantum mechanics, Yang-Mills field theory, special general relativity, electroweak unified theory, etc. These are all puzzle pieces in the process of human exploration of grand unification. Now, what humans want to obtain from this astronomical particle collider is not the so-called discovery that surpasses all previous discoveries, but the last puzzle piece of the grand unified theory, the last glimpse of the leopard in the tube. This is what scientists expect, but they are not sure what can be discovered through astronomical particle colliders. Lou Mayan, the leading scientist of this experimental project, answered the reporter's question, "We are not sure either, but it would be best if we could discover something." Yes, this is exploration, not verification. So no one dares to say anything. More than 2 months later, the data of the first collision experiment was finally transmitted back to the scientific team. As the leading scientist of the scientific team of this collision experiment project, Lou Mayan immediately led the entire team to start the work of analyzing the data. After completing a collision experiment, the astronomical particle collider needs engineers to conduct various tests on it, complete the tests to confirm that it is intact, then eliminate the residual effects of the first experiment, and then replace the experimental parts that need to be replaced, and then conduct the second collision experiment, compared with the step-by-step construction. This kind of scientific research work needs to be completed manually, and all of it is done by humans. The moment the astronomical particle collider is turned on, it means that it will not shut down if it does not produce any results. This is true. When the first batch of data was still being analyzed, the second collision experiment began. Then, when the third and fourth collision experiments were completed, the analysis results of the first experiment were officially completed. And then the scientific team published the results in the Scientific Journal of Human Civilization, and did not make a big news broadcast like the first experiment. In fact, the second, third, fourth and subsequent collision experiments were not as grand as the first one, but were carried out step by step. After all, ordinary people will not pay attention to boring scientific experiments all the time. They only need to get excited after successful results. This is the same in every era. Few people pay attention to the hard work behind the scientific workers. Most ordinary people only shout that scientists are awesome after successful results appear. This phenomenon is the same even in the current human world. Because although humans clearly say that they value science and technology, there are so many people in the human world that it is impossible for everyone to focus on scientific careers. There are also many industries that have nothing to do with scientific research, or various entertainment projects. Many ordinary people are just enjoying the fruits of human development instead of participating in development. Even at the current stage of human beings, hedonism already exists, but it is not mainstream. This is understandable. And the human government has not used legal means to suppress it. Because people know that entertainment is part of life. And we cannot expect everyone to spend their entire lives working hard. Even scientists need appropriate entertainment activities. Moreover, maintaining the diversity of life is conducive to the healthy development of the human race as a whole. It is right for humans to progress. But it does not mean that humans should become a species that can only do scientific research. Scientific research. And scientific research. Moreover, a diverse social living environment is also helpful for human individuals to maintain active thinking. In other words, the result of the first collision experiment was no unexpected failure. Oh no! It cannot be called a failure. But nothing was found. The scientific team headed by Lu Mian still analyzes the data of each collision day and night. Even though they know that the probability of colliding with new phenomena is very small, they still have endless aspirations to do this, which is also their interest. So, as a scientific team, how did they find the answers they wanted in these great collisions of creation? The answer is the collision phenomenon detected by the detector. That is, the trajectory of the new products formed after the particles are broken after the collision, including their momentum, charge, energy, and other parameters. Humans have equipped many high-precision detection instruments in the impact area, including cloud chamber particle trajectory detectors, electromagnetic quantity detectors, hadron energy devices, etc. Chapter 637. In the process of exploring science, everyone hopes that the results will be unexpected, because the unexpected means new unknown discoveries. A few months later, Yu Yuan, who was very concerned about the astronomical particle collision experiment, also left the Tianqin and came to the Operation Command Center of the Ion Collider to understand the results of the second collision. The so-called Operation Command Center is actually a workplace composed of work cabins. However, because of the good technological strength of human beings, these work cabins are built very spacious, so that the scientists working here will not feel claustrophobic due to the small space. When Yu Yuan arrived at the scene, all kinds of scientific researchers were still busy with their own work. There was no welcoming ceremony. He just casually greeted them when he saw them passing by. Going straight to the central hall, Yu Yuan walked directly to Lu Mian, who was fiddling with something in front of the computer screen. After taking a closer look, Yu Yuan knew what Lu Mian was doing. He was processing the data of the second impact. On the computer screen, he could see a schematic diagram of the simulated impact process and results. Although Yu Yuan is not a top scientist, his scientific literacy is not bad after years of study and cultivation. He is now roughly equivalent to the level of senior scientific researchers. So he can see at a glance what those researchers and scientists are doing. After coming to Lu Mian, Yu Yuan did not say too much. The two of them exchanged a few words casually, and he continued to analyze the data with Lu Mian. Yu Yuan did not ask much. He just wandered around and watched these scientists and researchers work. So he saw a whole set of experimental analysis processes. He saw some staff members doing data pre-processing. That is, pre-processing the raw data collected in the experiment, removing noise, correcting detector response, etc. This step is mainly to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the data. Some are in the process of reconstructing particle trajectories. Particle collision experiments will produce a large number of particles. It is necessary to reconstruct the movement process of particles through the trajectory data measured by the detector, so as to grasp a series of physical properties of particles. This step involves complex calculation processes such as pattern recognition and fitting orbits. The researchers who are doing this are not only doing it themselves, but also have strong artificial intelligence to support the calculation process behind them. The addition of strong artificial intelligence undoubtedly makes the work of researchers much simpler, which can be regarded as a joint work of humans and strong artificial intelligence. Another group is doing physical measurement of experimental products. They mainly take over the previous process. That is, reconstructing particle orbit analysis data, so as to measure the momentum, mass, spin, and other physical properties of particles. This process requires great precision, because the precise strategies of these physical quantities are crucial to studying the properties of particles and their interactions. There is also a working group that does data analysis and interpretation. That is, statistical analysis and model fitting of process data, so that scientists can draw conclusions and interpret experimental results based on these things. This process involves data processing technology and the application of theoretical models. It can be said that each position has different focuses and requires researchers with different expertise to work. It can be seen that scientific exploration is a matter of collective wisdom and effort. After walking around, Yu Yuan returned to the place where he entered the hall of the Operation Research Center. Seeing Lu Mian still working hard, he cast his eyes on the large screen in the center of the hall, which was mainly used to demonstrate the experimental process. Then he saw the schematic diagram and demonstration animation of neutron collision. In the picture, it can be clearly seen that two beams of neutrons bombarded each other in the collider. Of course, most of them missed the target, and a small number of neutrons that collided with each other were smashed after the light passed. And an animation with arrows indicating the direction and particle type appeared. It also marks the soft and hard processes of the collision. After the soft process of the collision occurs, the experimental products marked as junk particles are immediately ejected outward. They come from the interaction between quarks. The hard process produces gluons. The hard process first produces Higgs particles, and then the Higgs particles immediately decay into a bottom quark and an anti-bottom quark. Now this group of scientists and researchers are studying the various physical properties of these products, so as to reverse what happened in the collision process. What physical process led to the result? And what happened to the interaction between the junk particles? And what kind of interference did it cause to the experiment? After an unknown amount of time, perhaps after finishing the work at hand, Lu Mian finally had time to come to Yu Yuan and began to introduce the entire data processing process to him one by one. You have been analyzing for a while. When will there be results? After listening for a while, Yu Yuan followed Lu Mian to a set of workbenches and asked, I have analyzed all the data on hand. I will summarize the data after others upload their own data. The results will be available today. Lu Mian answered loudly. Well, I wait a while. Yu Yuan leaned back on a work chair and turned his head to glance at the busy researchers. After this round of understanding and Lu Mian's explanation, Yu Yuan had a better understanding of the data analysis process of the collider experiment. He felt that it would be no problem for him to be one of the researchers next time. For the next half an hour, Yu Yuan talked with Lu Mian one sentence at a time, mostly about the topic of particle collision experiments. About half an hour later, a voice pulled Lu Mian back to his workstation. Yu Yuan, who was present, naturally followed him. Lu Mian returned to his workbench and immediately sat on it, then connected various signal cables of human-computer interaction to his work clothes, and at the same time, his hands operated back and forth between the physical operation panel and the virtual connection screen. As he operated, the data on the several display screens in front of him kept changing, and various curves and summary models gradually took shape in his hands. In a place that Yu Yuan couldn't see, Lu Mian also directly retrieved a group of data from the Human Civilization database through the Human-Computer Interaction Network for reference. Those were valuable technical information left by predecessors. Although Lu Mian was a top physicist, he was also a person and couldn't remember everything. So his work also needed a powerful database support. If it was in the Earth era, this process should be defined and take out books from the bookshelf for reference. Fortunately, human technology is now advanced, and it can be directly connected to the Human Science Database Center through the Human-Computer Interaction System for retrieval and browsing. Chapter 638. Nothing was found. These data are examples that we have collided with before, and they are all in the standard particle model. After fiddling with it for a while, Lu Mian gave his own conclusion. Although he was mentally prepared, Yu Yuan still felt disappointed when he heard such words. It seems that it is not easy to make new discoveries in a short period of time, Yu Yuan said calmly on the surface. After sliding his right hand on the operating table a few times to send the summary of the analysis to other staff members, Lu Mian stood up from the work chair and nodded. Yes. Now we are only conducting a neutron collision experiment. In fact, it cannot be said that nothing has been found. It's just that there is a lack of comparative data and comprehensive data comparison. After we complete the planned neutron collision experiment, we will immediately conduct collision experiments with other particles. The collision plan is scheduled for 100 years later. Neutron-neutron. Neutron-antineutron. Proton-proton. Proton-antiproton. Electron-anti-electron. Lepton-barium. As long as any particle that can be accelerated is included in the plan. Yu Yuan got this information from Lu Mian. The human scientific team is not conservative in the use plan of astronomical particle colliders, and is not limited to traditional collision experiments done by humans in the past. It not only includes previous collision experiments, but also adds many particle collision experiments that have not been done before and cannot be super-accelerated. In a word, we should try everything we can. It is natural that we cannot find new things or new phenomena. But if we do, we will make money. While Yu Yuan was thinking, he saw Lu Mayan turn around and continued, "Our general direction must be correct. Otherwise the Awakener One would not have placed us in this independent space before leaving. It's just that we haven't found a breakthrough in the details. We believe that after accumulating the number of experiments, we will always find something. To be more optimistic, we can say that in fact, new phenomena have appeared in these collision experiments. But perhaps because our detectors are not advanced enough, or perhaps we do not think that they are new phenomena, we have not discovered them and have not paid attention to them. There are actually many such things in the history of our human scientific development. In short, the successful completion of an astronomical particle collider does not mean that we can produce results immediately. We need time to accumulate and settle." Yu Yuan touched his chin to show that he understood. And then he changed the topic to another matter, regarding the exploration of this space. "Have you paid attention to it recently?" Lu Mayan shook his head, saying that he had no time to pay attention to things dozens of light years away. But he opened and closed his mouth and said, "The last time I heard about their experiments was 50 or 60 years ago. If they are still doing follow-up experiments, the information should have been transmitted to the headquarters. It is said that they were doing experiments on space distortion last time. But the progress was not great. They did not know where to start their research on space, and could only explore the phenomena reflected in the spacecraft's navigation process day after day. So it was natural that the progress was slow. I now suspect that their exploration of three-dimensional distorted space is too advanced." "Too advanced? What do you mean?" Yu Yuan stopped his gaze on Lu Mayan's face, which was not at all vicissitudes of life, and asked curiously. Lu Mayan was actually not responsible for the exploration experiment of this space. It stands to reason that Yu Yuan should not ask him about this matter, but go to the scientist in charge of that project. However, judging from the current situation, Lu Mayan seems to have thought about this, so it doesn't hurt to learn about it. How should I put it? Lu Mayan paused, as if he was organizing his words. First of all, this space is a space created by the Awakener, or a small universe. No matter what it is a creation of the sixth-level civilization. It is undoubtedly an extremely advanced existence for us, so it is normal that we don't understand it. Secondly, it is a study on space. Well, time and space are inseparable, and it is also a study on time and space. Maybe the edge of this space hides the application principle of warp speed. Finally, after all, their conclusion is some kind of distortion of three-dimensional space. So I think their research may also have a pre-scientific theory." "Grand unified theory?" Yu Yuan exclaimed, and he looked at Lu Mayan with fiery eyes. "Yes, at least I think so." Lu Mayan nodded, and he was not surprised that Yu Yuan could guess it. "Of course, I am not saying that if we master the grand unified theory, we can help their scientific team understand all of this edge of time and space. After all, it is a sixth-level civilization creation. We certainly cannot fully understand it, but at least we can know some traces of the application of the grand unified theory in space, which is crucial for us to turn the grand unified theory into practical application technology, such as warp speed navigation." Yu Yuan picked at his stubble thoughtfully, and he soon realized the connection. In fact, as the leader of civilization, he also knew about the recent situation of several other teams studying the edge of this space. As early as hundreds of years ago, those scientific teams had basically confirmed their point of view. That is, they believed that the edge of this space should be formed by the distortion of three-dimensional space, a Klein bottle structure. After hundreds of years of various navigation tests, everyone believed that the edge of the entire space should be inlaid with many different Klein bottle structure spaces, and the entire space itself has become like a three-dimensional space bubble embedded in the universe. As for how they are specifically nested and how they can be independent outside the universe or in the mezzanine, humans don't know. This statement is of course contradictory. Theoretically, the Klein bottle cannot exist in three-dimensional space, just like the Mobius strip must have a part that passes through the third spatial dimension. Of course, scientists attribute this contradiction to the unknown technology of the Awakener, such as superstring theory, and then the application of four-dimensional space. Because of this, their research conclusions are not too stable for the human scientific community. At most, it is. There is no better explanation. Explanation. After a long journey, we are back to the grand unified theory. Yu Yuan sighed. No. Not so fast. Not yet the grand unified theory. Lu Mian corrected, pointing to the display screen on his workbench, which showed the result of the collision test that found nothing. Yes, it is not the grand unified theory yet. But back to the astronomical particle collision experiment. As long as there is no new discovery in the collision experiment, mankind will remain stagnant on the road to the grand unified theory. Astronomical particle colliders have become the hope and focus of mankind. Chapter 639. Humanity has already identified the direction of its advancement, which is warp speed navigation technology. But it is only a clear direction. How to achieve warp speed is still unknown to human scientists. Yes, that's right. In the original theory of human civilization, warp speed navigation requires strong negative energy to distort time and space, so that there is a big difference in the space warp speed of the front and rear of the spacecraft or warship. Just like applying soap to the rear of a paper boat to destroy the surface tension of the water at the rear. And then the water surface itself carries the spacecraft forward. In terms of space, it is gravity-related technology. After all, in the existing scientific theories of mankind, only gravity can distort time and space. But the problem is that human scientists do not see the possibility of mastering gravity-related technology on the visible road. The grand unified theory currently explored by humans using astronomical particle colliders is actually the unification of strong interaction and electroweak force, which is the true unification of the three basic forces of the universe, rather than including gravity. If it includes gravity, it must be called the theory of everything or the theory of everything, which is the symbolic theory of the fifth-level civilization. This has been confirmed by the drifting bottle left by the pioneers, which is the rhombus crystal. It can be said that humans have understood the theory of the symbol of civilizations at level 4 and above. But because of this, human development is now in confusion. Because people simply cannot figure out how the so-called warp speed is achieved after the strong force is unified to form a grand unified theory. In fact, not only the human technology tree, but also the history of scientific development of the Qian civilization, there is no relevant record. The Red Flame civilization is even worse than humans in terms of basic theory. They have not even discovered the Casimir effect, according to the previous scientific development of mankind. By the time when astronomical particle colliders have been built and experiments have begun, there should have been many conjectures about how the grand unified theory can achieve warp speed. But now there is no conjecture. Human scientists seem to have lost their imagination about achieving warp speed in an instant. They seem to have no idea of a way to achieve warp speed other than gravity. This is a very scary thing, because there is a direction but no idea, which seems to mean the limitation of human imagination. For this reason, human scientific research institutions also specially released this matter to the scientific research institutions in the Red Flame civilization, Kuntai People Group, Nair People Group, and Dog-Headed People Group, so that they can also participate in the imagination of warp speed. But unfortunately, like humans, they are also at a loss for this. And even worse than humans, many ideas that humans can think of, they have never thought of at all. At this moment, humans remembered what the Awakener said about the upper limit of wisdom when they met the Awakener. If the Awakener had not mentioned things like talent, scientists would now doubt whether they could understand the grand unified theory, because the collision experiments were carried out day after day. But there were indeed no new discoveries. As time went on, human experiments in particle collisions have gradually expanded from neutron bombardment to other leptons and baryons. In theory, the energy level of each experiment reached the 10 to the 15th power GeV electron volt energy level required by the grand unified theory. But no new phenomenon was discovered. One after another, scientific teams of mankind have been experimenting with astronomical particle colliders. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and half a century have passed. But the new discovery that scientists have been thinking about has never appeared, as if it does not exist at all. This result is undoubtedly very frustrating for mankind. But no one gives up easily. Although all scientists in the scientific team were anxious, everyone had a belief in their hearts. That is, to keep going until success. Perhaps, the only thing that can make humans proud is the successful creation of an astronomical particle collider. Because energy levels are something that humans can easily calculate. This astronomical particle collider has indeed met the requirements. And even in the experiments of accelerating some leptons, There are collision experiments with energy levels that overflow the theoretical scope. This is of course an experiment conducted by some scientists who suspected that the energy level was insufficient. After 30 years of failed experiments, they applied for hundreds of overload collision experiments. That is, to apply a magnetic field strength exceeding the rated working state to the acceleration magnetic field of the astronomical particle collider, so that the accelerated particles can obtain a higher collision speed. However, there are no accidents in such collision experiments, and no hidden secrets have been discovered. Half a century of experiments have made scientists wonder whether the detection module of the astronomical particle collider is not advanced enough, or that its detection module itself cannot detect new phenomena in the experiment, which has led to no abnormal experimental discoveries for so many years. To this end, the Human Development Committee has held relevant scientific seminars many times and put the demand for detection modules on the research agenda. Experts in materials science, computer science, and engineering have worked hard for many years to improve the detection modules of astronomical particle colliders, thereby providing the possibility of capturing new particle trajectories. However, the subsequent experimental results after the improvement clearly told humans, "You haven't done enough." Yes, there is still nothing to be gained. The improved detection module captures particle trajectories more clearly, and the data obtained by humans is more accurate. But it still cannot change the fact that no new phenomena have been discovered. So a scientific team proposed another possibility. That is, the existing detection methods of human beings cannot detect new phenomena at all, or the energy level calculation of the theory is wrong. Human beings conduct experiments at an incorrectly predicted energy level, so it is naturally impossible to discover new phenomena in collision experiments. So what should be done next? The scientific team that proposed these two possibilities believes that one is to continue to lengthen the length of the particle collider so that humans can obtain experimental conditions at a higher energy level, and the other is to refilter the theoretical thinking of the so-called 10 to the 15th power GeV electron volt energy level in the grand unified theory. There is no problem with the second point. As soon as they raised this doubt, other scientific teams were already working on it. As for the first point, it was directly rejected by the new government. It's not that the new government does not support continuing the experiment, but the time cost of continuing to extend the particle collider is too high, and they have to continue mining from the 8-star systems that have been almost emptied. It just so happens that after so many years, humans have made some small progress in magnetic field technology. So after rejecting the first point, human engineers directly proposed to upgrade the acceleration system of the particle collider with the current top magnetic field technology of mankind. And this proposal was immediately implemented. After half a century of upgrades, human scientists once again put their energy into the experiment. But the results are still the same. What they detected are all experimental phenomena that humans have already known. This is undoubtedly very despairing. But many scientists still firmly believe that this is the darkness before dawn. The experiment failed, but it was just that the current experimental method was wrong. As long as we continue to choose and continue to try and fail, one day humans will be able to find the real clues of the grand unified theory in the experiment. Chapter 640. On the Null Planet. The Nulls have data left by humans as a verification reference. But humans have nothing. Facing the unknown road ahead, humans can only rely on themselves. The Awakeners and Pioneers did give humans some reminders, but they only let humans recognize the signs of each level in the future. They didn't mention any details of the theory. I don't know whether it's because they can't tell them or because they don't understand it individually, or to test humans. In short, if humans want to find a grand unified theory, they can only rely on themselves. However, 100 years later, the experiment still has no progress. At the beginning, people still expected that news related to the experiment would suddenly break out tomorrow. But as time went on, this expectation gradually turned into disappointment, and then turned into a joke that controlled nuclear fusion would be achieved within 50 years. The reason is that at the beginning of the experiment, a scientist vowed that the collision experiment would help humans find experimental traces of the grand unified theory within 50 years. However, 100 years later, it is still standing still. Oh, it can't be said that we are standing still. At least humans have collected data from hundreds of collision experiments. Yes, it took 100 years to collect data from hundreds of collision experiments. It's not that humans don't work hard to do experiments, but each astronomical collision experiment takes a long time. The particle acceleration stage alone takes a month, plus the information round trip. the detection of collision results, and the reset and maintenance of the collider. 10 collision experiments a year is the limit, unless humans build a few more astronomical particle colliders. But this is impossible. Building one is already a matter of human civilization. The whole world does not allow it. The Awakener said that if humans want to get out of this space, they must reach level 4 civilization. Then the exit of the space will naturally appear. Otherwise, no matter how hard humans search, they will not be able to find the exit. This statement is very clear. On the surface, it tells humans that they must reach level 4 civilization to get out. In fact, the subtext is that humans can find a grand unified theory by using astronomical particle colliders to conduct experiments. After so much time, human scientists are still working hard and have always believed that the route of astronomical particle colliders is correct. This is the reason. First of all, the Awakener is a benevolent civilization. The Awakener takes care of humans to the extent that humans believe that he will not deceive themselves. But where is the problem? The long-term failure has made scientists reflect on themselves while continuing to improve their experimental methods. The problem is theoretical, not in the test box. Some scientists have put forward such a view that there is a problem with the foundation of mankind's grand unified theory. But that's all they say, and they can't provide evidence of where the problem lies. Another view is that it is the lack of time accumulation, or in other words, the lack of experimental data accumulation, that has led to our failure to find the slightest clue in the limited experimental results data. This view believes that this time humans need to break through the basic theory, which is precisely the most difficult to make progress and the most time-consuming. They cited an example, saying that it took about 70 years from the work of Faraday and Maxwell to Edison and his real backstage support scientist Nikola Tesla actually mastering electromagnetic force. How long has it been since humans have conducted real collision experiments? Only 100 years. This period of time may be far from the right answer through trial and error. This view is supported by most people, basically enthusiastic experimental scientists. Another group of scientists hold a different attitude. They believe that the experiment has actually been successful. But humans are not capable of discovering the successful experimental results. In other words, humans are not capable of detecting abnormal experimental phenomena or new experimental products. They attributed the failure to find the problem to the experimental detection technology. Their statement is also reasonable. Historically, physicists have solemnly declared that certain phenomena are untestable or unprovable. Just like some scientists in the 19th century chose to declare that the composition of stars cannot be measured experimentally. In 1852, a French philosopher and social critic wrote in The Progress of Philosophy, "The stars are too far away from us. We know nothing about them except that they are unreachable points of light in the sky." They believe that machines in the 19th century or any subsequent century cannot provide humans with enough power to escape the Earth and reach the stars. But the facts tell us that later humans can not only determine the abundance of elements in stars through stellar spectra, but also launch detectors to stars. This is what scientists who hold the view of undetectable believe. They think that human technology still has a few steps to go, especially in detection technology. As long as the detection technology reaches the peak of the third-level civilization, it will definitely be able to detect new phenomena and new products in the experiment. But there are also scientists with another attitude. They believe that other indirect methods can be used to detect or discover new experimental products. For example, although Planck energy is difficult to obtain, we may be able to conduct indirect experiments around Planck energy and make unexpected breakthroughs. As time goes by, more and more scientists support the idea of untestable because there are too many such examples in history. The first one is the stellar information problem mentioned above. The second is the existence of atoms. When the atomic hypothesis was first proposed in the 19th century, many physicists refused to believe in the existence of atoms. They believed that atoms were just a mathematical method, and mathematics just happened to give a correct description. The third is the existence of neutrinos. In the early 20th century, humans had no ability to detect the existence of neutrinos, but fortunately discovered the phenomenon of destroying the conservation of matter and energy in some radioactive experiments. Later, Wolfgang Pauli hypothesized a new invisible particle and called it neutrino. The development of history is vivid. So many scientists believe that humans are now facing a similar situation. This does make sense. But now even the experiments have not found any abnormalities, which has led some scientists to want to make a hypothesis or a hypothetical particle like their predecessors without any basis. Everything is normal. You can't just brag. After all, scientific research is not just about thinking, but also based on real experimental data or unexpected discoveries. Chapter 641. With a lot of different opinions, humans continue to do collision experiments as usual, and are not limited to doing it with one particle alone. They also specially use a multi-channel acceleration system to accelerate multiple particles at the same time. And then a big collision occurs. If a single one doesn't work, then a big collision will happen. Electrons, anti-electrons, protons, antiprotons, neutrons, and antineutrons are all accelerated together. And then, they are swarmed and collided in the collision zone. According to the explanation of the researchers, it is a phenomenon of grand unification. So it must be collided in a comprehensive way, so as to collide out the background environment of the grand unification of the three basic forces. However, the results of the experiment still made scientists feel desperate. Just like the previous experiments, the experimental products and phenomena detected by humans, after data calculation, found that these phenomena were all detected by previous low-energy collision experiments. This means that nothing was discovered. Human scientists are of course unwilling to accept this. They hold on to hope and continue to do experiments year after year. Single particle collision, multiple particle composite collision. After adjusting the acceleration system parameters after one last night, it was repeated again. In this way, another half a century has passed. The scientists' words results within 50 years have become a joke for ordinary people. After another half century, even the scientific teams of the Nair people, the Kuntai people, and the Qian civilization have lost their fighting spirit, especially in the Qian civilization. Many ordinary individuals even think that the third-level civilization is the limit of the individual wisdom of the Qian civilization, including the Kuntai people, the Nair people, and the dog-headed people. No matter how many experiments are done, there will be no change. It is better to enjoy life honestly. Anyway, the peak technology of the third-level civilization is also very advanced, and there is no problem living to death in this space. Although they did not mention humans, they probably just did not want to cause trouble for themselves. The meaning was obvious. As the experiments continued to fail, this pessimistic speech quickly spread in the Red Flame civilization. Although the top leaders of the Red Flame civilization were guiding public opinion, they still could not extinguish this trend of thought. Other races under the leadership of human civilization, the Kuntai people and the Nair people, also showed some similar signs. Even in human civilization, there were some signs. However, the dog-headed people still believe that humans could find a grand unified theory. In this regard, the new human government has no choice but to increase publicity efforts, such as popularizing the working principle of the collider and the difficulty of scientific exploration to guide ordinary people to understand the difficulty of scientific exploration. At the same time, some awakeners' evaluations of the human race were made public to increase internal cohesion and increase ordinary people's support and confidence in the work of scientists. Although ordinary people have no practical contribution to scientific development, their support is still very important. At least it can make the entire social environment positive, instead of the current situation of the Red Flame civilization, where the atmosphere of decadence begins to spread. Since the awakeners got the information about the fallen civilization, humans have always paid attention to whether the relevant social atmosphere is inclined to fall, and have always had preventive measures and plans in this regard. Of course, it is only aimed at the human race, not other civilizations. Although the Red Flame civilization is already a vassal of humans, humans do not directly manage its internal civilization, but only control their top leaders. Therefore, the internal affairs of the Red Flame civilization have to be solved by themselves. Not only that, some human cosmic sociologists are happy to see the Red Flame civilization do this, because they have found a new research direction. In this situation, the collision experiment is still going on. At a data summary meeting of a collision experiment, Lu Mayan, who has been immersed in this field for 200 years, said on the podium, "The experimental results are nothing new. But we will not give up. On the contrary, what I want to tell you is that maybe it is not a problem with the experimental equipment itself, but a problem with us. We should be bolder. Maybe the answer is hidden in the experimental data we have done over the years?" After a pause, he looked at the group of researchers below him. "Perhaps we should change our thinking and use another theory to look at this problem. I know that some people will say that if there is no new discovery in the experimental data, it is impossible to find the problem even if we change our thinking. But please look here. Lu Mayan pointed to the big screen behind him. As he moved, a series of mathematical calculations appeared on the big screen, densely covering the entire screen. Obviously, it was some mathematical calculation process and results. After this series of mathematical calculations appeared on the big screen, it was immediately synchronized to the personal terminals of everyone present. This is the calculation of the cosmic membrane in string theory. Oh, the extra dimension theory? This is the calculation formula for the existence of D0 membrane and the related proof process. After a glance, a researcher from Mathematics Online soon recognized what this series of mathematical calculations expressed. Yes, as you can see, this is a set of pure mathematical calculations. It has nothing to do with experimental data at all. When Lu Mayan saw that someone had figured it out, he smiled and said, "Try to put in the data from our collision experiments." Well, let me remind you that it is the data from the comprehensive collision experiment. The specific corresponding parameters are below the post. After receiving Lu Mayan's reminder, some scientists and researchers who are good at mathematics and have done research in string theory quickly started to work. Of course, they did not calculate by hand. They just manually set some basic parameters for the input data. And then the calculation process can be directly handed over to the strong artificial intelligence system that serves the collision experiment. Of course, this process is not fast. And the time-consuming part is mainly in the human setting of basic parameter data. The calculation process quickly reaches a conclusion because of the mature universal quantum computing. However, after seeing the calculation results displayed, the scientists and researchers were stunned. And some were so excited that they shouted in disbelief. Has part of the mass disappeared? How is it possible? We have verified the conservation of mass and energy for every experimental result, and have not found any problems with mass or energy loss. So using this method to calculate gives different results. The scientists who found different results looked up at Lu Mayan. Although they were shocked by the results, they still felt that using calculation methods to determine experimental findings was too frivolous. In fact, not only them, but even Lu Mayan himself felt that it was a joke. So he did not directly disclose the results after the discovery, but first proposed it at the conference. One of the two results is always correct. But there is no problem with the two calculation processes. And there is no problem with the mathematical process. But the results are different. Because space and time are isotropic. The laws of the universe should be universally applicable. Now it is different. Which can only mean that either there is a problem with human detection methods, or one of the two methods of humans is wrong. The whole discovery process is a bit far-fetched, giving people a feeling of, if you can't solve the problem of no new discoveries in the experiment, solve the verification process, and force the results to have new discoveries. Chapter 642. The explanation is this. Lu Mayan looked at the manuscript, and then continued to answer the scientist who explained. He said, it is supersymmetry. As we all know, physicists in the Earth era like to use supersymmetry to describe the physics of large particle colliders. The amazing predictions of supersymmetry have been verified step by step, indicating its correctness in a certain field. As we know, every particle has a new particle corresponding to it with exactly the same mass and charge, roughly the same interaction strength, but different spin. After hearing Lu Mayan's speech, the meeting room of the summary meeting suddenly became quiet. Then Lu Mayan's loud voice was heard again in the meeting room. Supersymmetry predicts the existence of super-electrons, similar to superphotons, superquarks, supergluons, superneutrinos, and supergravitons. Even the Higgs particle will have a supersymmetric particle, which we generally call the super-Higgs particle. Everyone listen carefully. But every scientist knows that the supersymmetric theory is not strictly correct, and it has its scope of application. Now, using this to explain the physics in the collider, it means that the scholars who put forward this view believe that supersymmetry applies to this range. However, what Lu Mayan said next made everyone ponder. It is one thing for a particle's mass to be in the region of astronomical particle collider energy, and it is another thing to actually discover it. This is because it is difficult for us to sort through the garbage produced by the collision, and it is even more difficult to reconstruct what happened. In fact, according to the records we have stored, we can see that in the Earth era, the teravolt accelerator can produce Higgs bosons, but it is too difficult to reconstruct them through experimental data. Not to mention our astronomical particle collider with an energy level of 10 to the 15th power of GeV electron volts. So it is almost impossible for us to reconstruct what happened. We can only peek at that process through the garbage they collided with. This makes it impossible for us to accurately calculate the physical process in an energy-level environment through the data captured by various detectors. And the mass energy conservation calculation method we mentioned uses the original method, which inevitably leads to deviations, so that we think we are all right. It can be seen that Lou Mayan supports analyzing the experimental results from the perspective of string theory. He continued, from this mathematical process, we can see that many supersymmetric theories predict that they will undergo a spectacular decay chain. It should be relatively easy to pick data from here. For example, in some chain decay processes, supergluons will transform part of their static energy into another type of superparticle. And then, this new superparticle will transform part of its static energy into another superparticle in the same way. After a few such steps, we will get a lightest superparticle. And we generally believe that this lightest superparticle has no way to decay further, but it will escape in some unknown way and will not be detected by us. If this conclusion is correct, then what we detect in the detector of the astronomical particle collider will not be superparticles, but the particles they emit in the process of decaying to the lightest superparticles. And we speculate that there may be some products in those particles that we cannot detect. It is those products that deceived us, making us think that the mass and energy are still conserved before and after the experiment. But in fact, they have quietly escaped and can deceive our detectors. We think that it should be a fluctuation caused by some kind of Higgs particle and its superpartner in a certain process. This fluctuation can disrupt the detector's detection mechanism of the mass and energy size. After all, detection itself is also an interaction. As for the particle that we cannot detect, I will guess here. I think it should be some kind of tachyon. Tachyons. Some kind of tachyons. As soon as Lou Mayan said this, all the scientists in the conference room understood his point of view. Obviously, Lou Mayan believed that it was the tachyons that caused the trouble. And he also believed that there was more than one kind of tachyons. Otherwise, he would not have said such a phrase as some kind of tachyons. Some people know that the core components of long-distance communication that were traded from the interstellar trading market pretended by the Red Flame civilization back then are said to be a negative mass generator. Negative mass and long-distance communication. Isn't that what Lou Mayan is talking about now? The tachyons. Did Lou Mayan dismantle the long-distance communication core together with the engineering department? Some researchers had such thoughts in their minds. They were right. Lou Mayan did dismantle the long-distance communication core together with Yunnan phone from the engineering department. If it was before, they would never understand the function and purpose of each structure of the so-called fourth-level civilization creation. But now they understand a little. At least they found that some structures in this core are similar to some parts of the warp engine in the human warehouse. After years of research, they concluded that it is the core structure of energy to do work. By comparing the data he found with the information he got from the Qian civilization, Lou Mayan dared to say that the superdistance communication core might have produced some kind of tachyon. The mass of tachyons is negative, and the masses of different types of tachyons are also different. They are all superluminal particles, and they gain energy more and more slowly. When they gain infinite energy, their speed will be reduced to the speed of light, and they may become photons. Giving it infinite energy to reduce it to the speed of light means that it is impossible to reduce it to the speed of light. After all, its mass is negative, just the opposite of what all humans in this universe know. If you add energy to a particle with positive mass, it will accelerate, but it will never reach the speed of light, because it needs to provide it with infinite energy to reach the speed of light. Combining the core of superdistance communication and the mass change obtained from string theory, Lou Mayan believes that it is some kind of tachyon that can be used for superdistance communication that is causing the trouble. From the perspective of detection, with the current detection methods of humans, it is indeed impossible to detect tachyons. In other words, in fact, in astronomical collision experiments, every collision produces this kind of tachyon. But humans have never been able to detect it. The physical process disturbed by the Higgs mechanism produced by the collision process makes it impossible for human detectors to detect the changing mass. If this is true, then the barriers of the fourth-level civilization are really strong. And it is indeed almost unsolvable for a normally developing civilization, because there are many barriers here. First, the construction of an astronomical particle collider requires this civilization to reach the peak of the third level and realize the independent manufacturing of strong artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a strong industrial capacity. Second, if this civilization wants to detect tachyons, it must have the technology of the fourth-level civilization. But if it does not reach the fourth-level civilization, how can it have the detection technology of the fourth-level civilization? Third, it also requires this civilization to have a theory related to tachyons. Otherwise, it will never be possible to think of this. Chapter 643. The first point requires that most level 3 civilizations can achieve it. A civilization with normal development and good computer technology can have the industrial strength to build an astronomical particle collider. It's just that some civilizations are stronger, so the construction time is shorter, and the life of the creation is longer. Of course, to build such a creation, the civilization also needs to have the courage to burn the boats. As for the second point, basically all level 3 civilizations cannot do it. So theoretically, level 3 civilizations will never discover the experimental anomalies of astronomical particle colliders. Fortunately, the technology in this universe seems to have a trace. This road is blocked by a tall wall, and there is a hidden window on the other side, allowing civilizations to peek at clues on the other side of the high wall through this window. This window is the basic theory that is far beyond the application technology of this civilization. Don't think that every civilization is like this just because humans have a large number of theories that are completely unrealizable. In fact, it is quite the opposite. For example, in the database of the Red Flame civilization, humans have not found any traces of string theory and superstring theory. They did infer from some information about the core component of the superdistance communication that has been in the hands of humans that there is a communication method that exceeds the speed of light in the universe, which is likely to be a different kind of particle. They also named this conjectured particle, and concluded that this particle has negative mass, and is superluminal in itself, but it gains energy more slowly, and so on, which are the same characteristics as the tachyons in human theory. But that's all. So if there is no accident, the Chian civilization will most likely be trapped at the peak of the third-level civilization. After all, they can't even produce strong artificial intelligence independently. So what is this tachyon-related theory? Humans happen to have it, although humans don't know whether this theory is correct or not. In the human knowledge base, there are descriptions of this aspect. That is the membrane in string theory, the D0 membrane-related discussion. So what is the D0 membrane? To understand the D0 membrane, first of all, you need to know what the membrane is. And then what is the D membrane? As for the membrane, as we all know, Joe is a description in string theory and superstring theory, a structure of string. The D brain is a special kind of membrane. Humans define it as follows. The D brain is where the string ends in space. What about the D0 brain? First of all, we know that a string is a 1 brain. A point particle is a 0 brain. A membrane-like object is a surface at any given time, which is a 2 brain. Similarly, there are 3 brains, 4 brains, 2 types of 5 brains, 6 brains, 7 brains, 8 brains, and 9 brains. So it is easy to understand that the D0 brain is a point particle. It has mass. If string theory is used to explain quantum fluctuations, then it is the movement of the taut string between 2 D0 brains, and their movement is the quantum fluctuation phenomenon. So what is the relationship between it and tachyons? Of course it is related. Point particles, particle colliders. From the perspective of string theory, some of the point particle collisions such as electron-electron, electron-anti-electron in the astronomical particle collision experiments conducted by humans are collisions of D0 brains. So the question is, from the perspective of string theory, what phenomenon will occur when D0 brains collide? The answer is that the mutual annihilation of D0 brains and anti-D0 brains, in addition to producing strong radiation, also has a quantum fluctuation, which will produce a negative value that is difficult to remove mathematically. Theory suggests that it is a tachyon, something with imaginary mass. When a D0 brain and an anti-D0 brain move away from each other, there needs to be enough energy to tighten the string to exceed the negative contribution of quantum fluctuations. At this time, the tachyon hidden in the laws of the universe is very stable. When a D0 brain and an anti-D0 brain approach each other, because they have mass, they will attract each other gravitationally. However, because they have the same neutral charge, their attraction will be offset by repulsion. As a result, both sides can hardly perceive the existence of each other. At this time, The tachyon is in an almost stable state. When the D0 brane and the anti-D0 brane are too close, these strings will become tachyons, or the tachyons hidden in the laws of the universe are in an unstable state. When the D0 brane and the anti-D0 brane really collide and annihilate each other, the tachyons hidden in the laws of the universe will roll away, rolling down from the apex of quantum fluctuations and becoming definite tachyons. When the tachyons appear and leave the collision laboratory, it is obvious that the conservation of mass and energy before and after the experiment will change. But this phenomenon is affected by the fluctuations of the Higgs mechanism, so that the technology of the third-level civilization cannot detect any changes in the conservation of mass and energy. If we look at the experiment from the window of string theory, we will not get such a result. And we will find that something is missing. Of course, the so-called discovery here is not a real discovery, but a discovery based on the mathematical derivation of string theory, not something that humans have accurately measured from experiments. String theory certainly has problems that cannot be explained, but it happens to be used to explain the situation that humans are facing now. But then again, if humans only encounter this situation and do not have the superdistance communication core obtained from the red flame civilization, then they probably will not think of the connection. Even if they think of looking at the problem from the perspective of string theory, they will not realize that the deviation of the calculated value is caused by the tachyons, and they will think that it is a wrong theory and wrong calculation. If so, even if humans have many basic theories that surpass applied technology, they will not think about this, unless one day they are lucky enough to find a creation related to long-distance communication in a level 4 relic and understand its general working method. It can be seen that the barrier of level 4 civilization is not so easy to break through. It requires this civilization and this race to have a strong imagination and extremely good luck. Otherwise, this civilization may be trapped in this stage because of its rigid thinking. Of course, luck is not absolute. After all, although some civilizations do not have the 4th level civilization creation as inspiration, they can still realize the problem through a flash of inspiration. This is inevitable. Otherwise, there will be no first civilization to set foot on the 4th level civilization. However, the discovery of tachyons is not the end, because humans know very well that the symbol of the 4th level civilization is not the discovery of tachyons, but the grand unified theory. Moreover, humans have not really discovered tachyons now. After all, humans have not detected tachyons at all. If this theoretical explanation is correct, then it is only an indirect discovery. And what is the relationship between the tachyons that appeared in the experiment and the grand unified theory? Humans still don't know. Chapter 644. Many scholars believe that it is correct to interpret the experiment from the perspective of string theory, because they already know that a level 4 civilization can travel at warp speed and can also achieve superluminal communication. According to known information, tachyons are likely to be the product that must be discovered when exploring the grand unified theory. According to the known grand unified theory, it is a symbol of a level 4 civilization. When a level 4 civilization masters warp speed, it will also have superluminal communication. Therefore, perhaps the technology of warp speed travel and tachyon technology are both based on the discovery of the grand unified theory. Although this consideration is a bit far-fetched, it is not without reason. In other words, humans have not yet mastered the grand unified theory, but they have already discovered the tachyon, which was supposed to be discovered after the grand unification. Although it was discovered indirectly in a coincidental way, it is still a discovery. So can we reverse the clues of the grand unified theory from the logic of the indirect discovery of the tachyon? Some scientists have already thought about this. After all, the grand unified theory is the goal of mankind. Only by realizing the grand unified theory can humans truly understand what the tachyon is. And it is possible to create superluminal communicators, detectors, and warp engines. So, what kind of mechanism relationship is there between them? Human scientists are helpless for the time being, because at this stage, human scientists are still stuck in the debate of whether the string theory is correct to explain the experiment. Some think it is correct, some think it is wrong, and some even suspect that the string theory's description of this aspect is wrong. So they come to such a conclusion that contradicts the experiment. Their reason is, interpreting the experiment from the perspective of string theory only makes humans suspect that tachyons have been discovered. But the application of tachyon technology, and even the more specific theory about tachyons have not changed. They said that even if the explanation from the direction of string theory is correct, it is only equivalent to humans barely proving the existence of tachyons, and this proof is still questionable. In general, there are many different opinions, and scientists are divided into several groups, each with their own views and opinions. For a long time afterwards, the human academic community was very lively, with academic seminars, scientific and technological exchanges, and principal debates being held non-stop, and even criticism meetings specifically targeting string theory. Many people are concerned about the differences in the academic community, but Yu Yuan is optimistic. In his opinion, compared with the past century of experiments without any progress, he prefers to see the current situation, even if it may be caused by a false and wrong conclusion. He himself has not expressed any favoritism towards various opinions. As a leader of civilization, he is neutral and supports the views of all scientific teams. Yu Yuan's attitude is largely the attitude of the new government. Scientists who understand this point will not have so many concerns. They will continue to debate and study. The truth will only become clearer and clearer. Wrong things cannot stand scrutiny. Of course, Yu Yuan is not sitting cross-legged and watching the fire from the other side. After all, mankind has long determined that science is supreme, and the new government is mainly composed of technical bureaucrats. In this case, Yu Yuan, as the leader of civilization, will also participate in meetings on the development of science and technology. It's just that he rarely speaks, and mostly attends scientific seminars of different factions as an observer. For example, at this moment, Yu Yuan was sitting in a seminar on string theory, membrane, grand unified theory, tachyons, warp speed, and a series of other physical relationships. According to human technology today, meetings are usually held in the virtual world. Each participant will connect himself to the virtual world through a virtual cabin and control the character created for him in the virtual world from a first-person perspective. However, perhaps these scientists are a little nostalgic, and this meeting is rarely held in the real world. Yu Yuan was listening carefully in a corner of the conference room. The meeting had been going on for more than an hour, and at this moment, a scientist who supports string theory was passionately speaking about his views on the stage. Deep brains are familiar to us all. They are places where strings can end in space and time. Now I want to tell you that we can imagine them in another way. At this point, the screen in the conference room immediately displayed the PPT video presentation made by the scientist, and it was synchronized to the personal terminal of each participant through the venue auxiliary AI, including Yu Yuan. Seeing that the data were synchronized, the scientist on the stage continued, "We can imagine them like this. They are black holes with zero temperature. When we have many membranes, one on top of another. I think this is a good idea because it is likely to be the answer we are looking for. Okay, let's start with the D0 membrane. As our human civilization explained the D0 membrane in the last meeting. In string theory, there is no net force between two D0 membranes. Their gravitational attraction is just offset by their electrostatic repulsion, and they will not annihilate each other like D0 brains and anti-D0 brains. So we can consider putting two D0 brains, one on top of the other, and we can even stack any number of them without worrying about a violent reaction process similar to annihilation between them. It is well known that D0 brains and anti-D0 brains annihilate each other to produce tachyons. So what if multiple or even any number of D0 brains are stacked together? Everyone must be curious about how to use physical phenomena. Of course, when it comes to physical phenomena, we must consider the background of physical phenomena, whether it is the background environment of the grand unified theory in our theory, or the background of the universe in the current galaxy era. In addition, everyone should know that at this stage, we have no way to do superposition experiments between arbitrary D0 membranes. Yes, we cannot accurately operate the D0 membrane, but it does not mean that we have no way to manipulate the D0 membrane at all. Hearing this, everyone in the conference hall nodded. It was indeed true. If humans had no way to manipulate D0 membranes, there would be no previous theory that interpreted the experiment from the perspective of string theory. Obviously, this so-called operation was the astronomical particle collider. The scientist who stated his point of view paused for a moment, then raised his hand and pointed to the changing animation video on the screen about the influence of D0 membranes on each other, and spoke again. The theory believes that the more D0 membranes are superimposed, the more the space-time around them is distorted. This may be the clue we found about the relationship between the information about the principle of warp speed travel and the grand unified theory. The interaction between D0 brains is likely to hide the secret of warp speed, which is also related to mass change. D0 brains, tachyons, space-time distortion, warp speed, when we really sort out their relationship and find corresponding evidence in experiments. Maybe that's when we really discover the grand unified theory. Chapter 645. From D0 brane to the discovery of tachyons by the annihilation of D0 brane and anti-D0 brane. Then from tachyons back to string theory. And then from string theory again to the interaction between D0 branes described in it. And then to explain what human beings can do with their current technological strength and what they cannot do. This scientist, who is only over 2,000 years old, introduced his own and his team's views to the audience in a simple and easy to understand way, sentence by sentence, as well as the related experiments his team plans to do with an astronomical particle collider next. As he spoke, the audience gradually understood the intricate relationship between warp speed, spacetime, D0 branes, tachyons, string theory, and grand unified theory. Let's put this in a more reasonable way, considering that there are 3 million D0 branes, one on top of the other, and then there is an independent D0 brane moving near them. The scientist raised his hand and pointed to the animation on the big screen behind him that was demonstrating the relative motion of the D0 branes, and continued, this independent D0 brane can neither feel attraction nor repulsion. But in fact it is worth studying, because if the D0 membrane is not moving, then it will not feel any net force. If it moves, then it will feel the tiny pull of other membranes. Similarly, such pull can prevent these millions of D0 membranes from separating from each other. But for an anti-D0 membrane, the situation is very different. It can be attracted by both gravity and electrostatic force at the same time. As I just said, when it is very close to this large cluster of millions of D0 membranes, no physical process can make it escape. This is actually the concept of the event horizon of a black hole. But it should be noted that it is not a real black hole. So naturally we can't say that we have created a black hole engine or something like that. The reason is that the so-called horizon formed by the space-time distortion generated by the interaction of this D0 membrane has a temperature of 0 degrees. 0 degrees is not absolute zero, which is a bit difficult to explain. We generally use thermodynamic concepts and properties to describe it, with thermal energy and without thermal energy. Everyone look here. After the large screen images were synchronized, the scientist pointed to 3 groups of comparison pictures and said, this is a cluster of D0 membranes with thermal energy. Its thermal motion will form a horizon, which we call a black D0 membrane. This horizon can be used to describe its thermal properties. The following are 3 D3 branes stacked up layer by layer. The strings between the branes behave like gluons and can also provide heat energy after they interact to form a black D3 brane. They also show a phenomenon of constant distortion, and it is stronger than the black D0 brane. Well, there is also a schematic diagram of the interaction of millions of D0 branes below. So we have reason to believe that the warp speed navigation mastered by the 4th level civilization should be achieved by the space-time distortion generated by this phenomenon. It is worth noting that the temperature I just mentioned is 0 degrees. Why do we say that it becomes a black membrane with an event horizon, but not a real black hole? Because from a thermal point of view, it is related to the behavior of an independent D0 membrane. It cannot feel any net force from the large cluster of membranes. We also found that this lack of any force condition is closely related to the 0 temperature. Both properties are guaranteed by supersymmetry. And we also know that such a large cluster of D0 membranes is also stable. They cannot decay into anything else. When they are close to each other and interact with each other, they can only produce some oscillations, which are like the thermal oscillations of atoms in a large piece of coal. I believe that everyone has not forgotten that thermal oscillations can be expressed as energy using the formula E equals mc squared. And energy can be used to calculate its total mass. And mass is closely related to space and time. At the same time, we believe that the mass change caused by the disturbance of the Higgs mechanism during the experiment is likely to act on space and time through a series of changes. And its application in space and time is a technology that can only be mastered by a 4th level civilization. Warp speed navigation technology. Wow! From the relationship between D0 branes and D0 branes, D0 branes and anti-D0 branes, he introduced the Higgs mechanism, time distortion, mass change, brane oscillation, quantum fluctuation, and then related it to the concept of horizon and thermodynamics, and then their relationship with the collision experiment from the perspective of string theory. and finally introduced the relationship between these various related things and the tachyons, warp speed, and the grand unified theory that humans are currently exploring. It seemed flawless from beginning to end, as if the correct theory should be like this. And everyone present couldn't help but agree with this point of view. Yu Yuan, who was sitting somewhere in the conference room and listening, nodded secretly. He hoped that this theory was correct because it seemed to really explain why the principle of warp speed can be realized after the three fundamental forces of strong interaction, weak interaction, and electromagnetic force are unified into a grand unified force. This is a path that has never been thought of. It seems to explain the energy source of distorted spacetime in a self-consistent way without the participation of strong gravitational sources, such as massive black holes. Moreover, scientists have discovered through theoretical calculations that the energy level of this energy source is exactly the energy level produced by the annihilation of antimatter and matter. In fact, according to some other theories of mankind, it is said that the negative energy must be used to distort time and space to achieve warp speed travel. But the pioneers have clearly stated that the technology related to negative energy can only be mastered by the fifth-level civilization. Its basic power is the theory of everything. That is, the theory of everything that truly unifies the four fundamental forces. At this stage, it is completely impossible for humans to master it. So many scientists have actually begun to believe in this theory. If the theory can be specially designed in the collision experiment of the astronomical particle collider to prove the theory, then this theory will undoubtedly become the prototype of mankind's search for a grand unified theory. By then, humans only need to spend time to tinker, and they will most likely find the simplest formula of the grand unified theory, which means actually mastering the grand unified theory. According to such experimental discoveries and research, there seems to be a reverse search, which is a bit different from the previous process of first theory and then derivative technology discovery. But scientists don't care. Anyway, as long as the ultimate goal is achieved, humans break through the barriers and finally master the grand unified theory and become a fourth-level civilization, it will be fine. In the conference hall, the scientist was still stating his views non-stop. At the end, as everyone expected, he began to represent his team and talk about the specific operations of his scientific team on the problem of experimental design and proof, as well as the planned experimental time for the next step. It seems that this scientific research team is going to really make an effort. I hope they are on the right path, so that there will be hope for the grand unified theory, said Yu Yuanqing, who was listening quietly in the conference hall. Chapter 646. In the following time, the scientific team did as they said, and conducted experiments on the astronomical particle collider according to the method they described, and then used their own methods to analyze the experimental results. They tried to figure out whether warp speed travel requires the distortion of spacetime as people know it. And where does the power of distorting spacetime come from? Is it caused by mass? Or energy? Where is its root? And how can humans master it? And how tachyons are actually operated? How to directly identify tachyons? And how to make tachyons carry the information that humans want to convey. This scientific team did not say that they would go all the way and write the equation of the grand unified theory for humans. Their approach was to go directly to the technologies that only the fourth-level civilization has. That is, some methods to allow humans to realize those technologies that are said to be mastered only by the fourth-level civilization. And then look back at the principles behind these methods. And then summarize these principles to get the grand unified theory. Their thinking is different from traditional research, and it is more like studying in reverse. After repeated experiments, they found a very realistic problem on their research path. Black hole. From the perspective of string theory, the interaction between the combination of D0 membranes does have the effect of distorting spacetime. But black hole solutions will inevitably appear, even though the team has tried their best to avoid the generation of black hole solutions. They are very clear that the generation of the horizon means a black hole. The facts clearly tell everyone that warp travel cannot be achieved by warp engines generating black holes, and then dragging the spacecraft forward. Although humans have not reached the fourth level of civilization, they have picked up a warp engine. So humans are very clear about this. However, according to string theory, there is indeed a black hole solution. So many times, scientists in this team suspect that string theory is not completely correct, or that it is not applicable in certain fields. Black holes mean strong gravity, and humans have clearly known that even if a civilization has completed the grand unified theory, they cannot manipulate gravity. because the grand unified theory is only the complete unification of the three fundamental forces: strong interaction, weak interaction, and electromagnetic force, and does not include gravity. However, no matter which direction humans look at warp speed travel, it is inseparable from gravity, which is very puzzling to various scientific teams. It is very contradictory, but they have to face this problem. For this reason, after obtaining data from many collision experiments, this scientific team proposed a correction to string theory. They believe that there is another interaction between D0 branes, which is controlled by a massless particle that is neither a photon nor a graviton. They call it a dilaton. The dilaton is not an actual particle, but a physical concept particle. It has no spin. It was introduced by the team into the study of warp speed travel theory in order to prevent the warp drive from producing a black hole solution. Of course, it was not introduced out of thin air. They still knew that entities should not be added unless necessary. In fact, the dilaton was not added by them, but a concept that existed in string theory itself. They just explained it with a slight modification. They believe that all kinds of interactions between D0 membranes, including attraction and static force, are the effects of the dilaton. On this basis, they are studying whether the D0 membrane will still vibrate like an atom when it is behind the event horizon. This is very important because it is related to the generation of black D0 membrane. In the eyes of this scientific team, the black D0 membrane is a state before the black hole event horizon, which may be the warp bubble state. They believe that as long as the process inside is studied clearly, humans will most likely know how to achieve warp after the electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force are combined into one. After many years of experimental research, human scientists have determined that a large cluster of D0 branes will have extra energy, and this energy corresponds to extra mass. The next step is to face the problem of how to use vibrating D branes to give an accurate description of black D branes, and then apply it to the research related to warp bubbles, so as to provide humans with an accurate mathematical solution to warp bubbles. They need to find this solution, and then use physical methods to realize it in the real world, providing principal support for human exploration of warp navigation. If this can be achieved, then humans can create a small warp bubble under laboratory conditions and start the long-awaited warp experiment. Yes, it is true that humans have completed astronomical particle colliders for more than a century, but the research on warp is still at the stage of exploring the principle. This stage cannot be completed by saying the principle is space distortion, but requires precise and accurate mathematical calculation process. The biggest difference between my power of thinking and science is that the former may cause the power holder to lose superpowers due to various idealistic problems, while the latter will not. Once the latter is mastered, it will never be lost. Similarly, what humans want is something that can be mass-produced, not something that cannot be reproduced by chance. Scientists work hard on research. Isn't it for the purpose of making the entire human civilization progress? As far as Yuan knows, in the research of this scientific team, their goal is not only a mathematical solution, but also a geometric solution. There is a difference between the two. If the former can accurately calculate how much energy supply is needed to cause a warp speed, then the latter calculates the coverage and shape of the warp bubble. At present, the research progress in this direction is very encouraging, but we don't know when the final goal can be achieved. As time goes by, many scientists have also seen the progress of research in this direction. So more and more scientists and scientific teams have joined this track. But they did not focus on warp bubbles like this scientific team, but instead focused on the research of tachyons, which this team has no energy to take care of for the time being. For the first time in the exploration of the grand unified theory, human beings have seen horizontal development of scientific research. Before this, they were constantly exploring in depth. But now there is a feeling of derivative technology branching out. Such development has made human civilization more demanding in terms of the quantity and quality of scientists. So much so that after obtaining approval from the new government, many top scientific teams of the Qian civilization, the Nair people, and the Kuntai people have also joined the process of human scientific exploration. This may not be what those humans who are extremely hostile to aliens want to see, but they cannot deny that this model is really beneficial to the process of human scientific exploration. Chapter 647. In an atmosphere where human technology is supreme, human scientific teams or alien teams are shining in their respective fields. They either focus on warp bubbles or tachyons, as well as other related directions. such as the mass change caused by string vibration, the environmental problems caused by the Higgs mechanism that erases experimental changes, and the physical manifestations of the strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces in specific environments during astronomical particle collisions. Scientific research has been expanded in breadth, which has led to many teams participating in various types of projects, including the scientific teams that were studying the boundary of this space more than 10 light-years away. After learning about the current progress of human beings in the exploration of the Grand Unified Theory, those scientists are also trying to use other theories to explain the boundary problem of this space, attempting to crack the secret. Of course, after all, it is a creation of the sixth-level civilization, so they did not succeed in the end. But it gave them a way of thinking. For example, they believe that there should be a kind of magical membrane at the boundary of this space. This membrane is the edge of space-time, and it is where space itself ends. This point has been supported by many scientists. In fact, in string theory, space cannot end. It cannot end without demembrane. But it is actually a very successful theory. Various theories have contradictions. For example, string theory mentions 26 dimensions, but superstring theory only has 11 dimensions. The universe cannot have both 26 dimensions and 11 dimensions. So one of the two theories must be wrong. But being wrong does not mean that it should be completely denied, because it also has a correct description of the universe. Since scientists opened up new perspectives, mankind has finally ended the long period of scientific silence and entered an era of lively debates on various theories and predictions. And the arrival of this era, regardless of whether each new theory or new prediction is right or wrong, will undoubtedly be of great benefit to human research. Sure enough, after another half-century of hard work and countless astronomical particle collision experiments, mankind has finally taken another step forward in the research process of Grand Unified Theory. A scientific team has discovered a phenomenon called mass potential well, which is a physical phenomenon based on the concept of deep brain and the Higgs mechanism. Researchers have found that in the experimental environment of astronomical particle collisions, a mass potential well effect will be produced. This effect is based on the Higgs mechanism and has a lot to do with the black deep brain process. They believe that the mass potential well is the reason why the spacetime distortion is shown in the formation process of the black deep brain. It will not show the same large mass as celestial bodies, because it is itself a phenomenon equivalent to the energy potential well. This discovery made human scientists generally believe that humans have discovered the secret of warp travel. Based on this discovery, scientists even designed their own warp engine. Well, a conceptual version. In order to turn the conceptual version into reality, scientists jointly proposed to dismantle the warp engine that has been stored in a human warehouse for many years. That is, the warp engine that humans obtained from the unknown alien civilization spaceship at the Callisto base. It is embarrassing to say that this engine, which has been obtained for many years, has been carried around by humans since the primitive civilization stage. When it reached the third-level civilization, they still did not understand what kind of structure it had inside, let alone copy and manufacture one. Scientists and engineers have proposed to dismantle it for research, but they were rejected by the new government because humans knew too little about the warp engine before. If they could not understand it, it would be a waste of time. But now it is different. Although humans have not officially come up with a grand unified theory, they have made unexpected progress in the research of warp speed. At this point in time, they have even come up with a conceptual version of the warp engine. In this case, the new government will definitely not stick to the old rules. Therefore, after the application was submitted, the warp engine that had accompanied mankind for countless years was finally pulled onto the test bench, and then disassembled bit by bit in full view of the public, under the expectant eyes of countless scientists and engineers. Humans now have a different perspective than they did back then. This warp engine, which was only guessed at in the past, is now basically certain to be a level 4 civilization creation. In other words, the civilization behind the alien civilization spacecraft that crashed on Callisto was a level 4 civilization. Level 4 civilization, that existence that was once beyond human reach, has now been launched towards this level, relying on the top technology and theory of level 3 civilization, plus the human understanding of this warp engine for thousands of years. Disassembling the warp engine did not encounter too many difficulties. At most, it was a little troublesome, as the parts were removed one by humans using various methods. The internal structure of this level 4 civilization creation finally came into human vision little by little. Too clever. It's actually like this. So that's it. Incredible. This structure is simply ingenious. The energy transmission unit of the positive and negative matter annihilation chamber. Could this be the warp bubble generator? Strange. Can the warp bubble be generated separately? Too clever. This structure. This design idea. Why didn't we think of it? During the disassembly of the warp engine, a group of scientists and engineers expressed their heartfelt words. And the warp engine, in such a series of exclamations, and discussions on its structure and various components, was directly broken into parts. Time has left indelible marks on this warp engine. Originally, human engineers thought it was still usable. But after disassembling it, they realized that this warp engine could not be started. Not only the warp engine itself, but also the fuel storage tanks that looked intact on the outside are probably no longer effective. Time corrodes everything. However, humans do not feel regretful, because humans can still learn a lot from this warp engine, such as its structure, layout, and the design concept behind it. With the completion of the disassembly and the in-depth study of its various components and layout structure, humans once again felt the difference between the concept engine they designed and the real fourth-level civilization creation. Even though this engine is full of traces of time, it still allows humans to feel what is exquisite and what is mechanical. Compared with this fourth-level civilization creation, the concept engine made by humans is simply shoddy, and there is no comparison at all. Chapter 648. Of course, this is something to be happy about, because people can learn a lot from this warp engine. And being able to learn something means that humans have really reached the level of understanding the structure of the warp engine. This may seem to be understood suddenly, but in fact it is a manifestation of human progress. It is the emergence of astronomical colliders that allows humans to really stand on tiptoe and look out the window at the warp scene inside. At the same time, it is also due to the credit of mechanical expertise, which allows human engineers to have enough level to understand the various structures, layouts, and design ideas of the warp engine. Nothing is accidental. From another perspective, human analysis of this warp engine has also laid a very solid foundation for human navigation technology in the future. If humans develop their own warp engine slowly from their own conceptual engines without any reference, it will undoubtedly take a lot of time to gradually improve. To achieve a higher level of navigation technology, humans need to optimize the warp engine for a long time. However, with this warp engine as a reference, it is different. Engineers conservatively estimate that after absorbing the process level, structural layout, and design concept of this warp engine, humans can at least save thousands of years of struggle. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as humans master the grand unified theory, they can directly skip the primary stage of the fourth-level civilization in terms of navigation technology. With this engine technology, as long as humans successfully step onto the fourth-level civilization, they will at least run faster than other primary fourth-level civilizations. These are all foreseeable. However, at this stage, humans still have to study the warp engine down to Earth. Of course, we still have to continue to do collision experiments. And at the same time, we have to continue to explore the grand unified theory down to Earth. And we also have to study tachyons. All technologies need to go hand in hand. Finally, the time has come to the 12th year after the dismantling of the warp engine. This year, humans developed the first warp engine based on their understanding of the warp engine and the level of mechanical manufacturing. Well, the first simple warp engine in the laboratory. Things in the laboratory are not necessarily small. On the contrary, this warp engine is very large, because it is easier to build a larger one than a smaller one. The entire engine can occupy the area of 3 football fields wherever it is placed. This is already the smallest warp engine that humans can make. Now, this warp engine is placed in a spacious and dedicated experimental site, surrounded by various detection equipment, various laser distance measurement, and various displacement test units. There are also groups of engineers around who are relying on the power of their own clothes, like fish in water, swimming around the warp engine. General, the warp experiment is about to begin, and the engineers are now doing the final safety inspection of the engine. In the command room, an experiment leader pointed to the engineers, who were walking around the site with the corresponding equipment in their hands to check the warp engine and introduce the experiment to Yuan. This is the driving component. This is the energy transmission device of the engine's fuel combustion chamber. And this is the core working area of the engine. It is the area that can truly make space produce a mass potential well effect. And it is also the core part of the warp engine. The entire engine body is made of number 2 alloy material, and compressive strength and high temperature resistance are not a problem. Yu Yuan did not speak, but listened to the introduction of the experimental physicist named Chihua while looking through the window at the huge warp engine. After listening to the introduction, Yu Yuan's mind gradually emerged with the general situation of this experiment, including the steps, purpose, etc. Now that the various parameters of the warp engine have been set, we can start the warp experiment after the final test is completed, because the grand unified theory has not yet been mastered. Humans do not have the ability to mass-produce antimatter. Therefore, in this warp experiment conducted in the laboratory, humans can only use the existing energy system for energy. There is no way around it. And for this reason, many scientists are not optimistic about the results of the experiment. They thought that using the energy system of a level 3 civilization to drive the creations of a level 4 civilization would most likely fail to drive them, as the energy level was not high enough to reach the point where the warp engine could produce a space distortion effect. However, many scientists did not believe in evil, and there was no other good way at the moment. So they just tried this first. After all, no one expected that humans would be the first to come up with a grand unified theory and come up with an experimental version of the warp engine. At this moment, the final inspection was finally completed. There were also voices of staff or system announcements in the experimental command center. The first warp engine experiment of human civilization has officially started. The energy system supply is normal and is being connected to the engine input terminal. The warp loading object has been determined. The warp bubble parameters have been adjusted to the target. The three-dimensional space parameters of the warp bubble have been determined. The warp bubble shape function has been loaded. Warp engine ignition countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Humans still have self-awareness. So the loading target of this first warp engine experiment is not the warp engine itself, but a very thin platinum sheet with a mass of only 0.1 grams. The so-called three-dimensional parameters of the warp bubble space and the shape of the warp bubble in the voice broadcast, and the target object are all this platinum piece that is less than the size of a fingernail. If we only look at the parameters, the warp bubble generated by this warp engine can indeed be set to wrap the entire warp engine. But the energy required to drive an object of such a large mass as the warp engine to move is so huge that it is unimaginable. And it is simply impossible with the energy technology of the current third-level civilization of mankind. So we can only choose a smaller and lighter platinum piece. This platinum piece used as an experimental object was placed at the interruption point of the huge warp engine. This position is a warp loading area specially set up for the experiment. The platinum sheet had been placed here long ago, and was positioned by a beam of lasers to keep it still. The experiment was simple after this step. Just start the warp engine and see if the platinum sheet is displaced to determine whether the experiment is successful or not. As the countdown returned to 0, the warp engine in a vacuum environment suddenly lit up with a blue light. It was the color of many indicator lights after the machine was officially turned on. Looking from the window of the laboratory command center, it seemed as if a blue technological light was seen. After the light lasted for 10 seconds, it was turned off with the sound of an alarm that the system's energy system was insufficient. Obviously, the engineers realized that the first experiment had failed, but they still looked at the displacement parameter of the platinum sheet and found that it was 0. Chapter 649. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is not knowing the reason for failure. Human engineers are not good for nothings. After the first experiment failed, they quickly found the problem, improved the equipment, and then conducted the second experiment. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Scientists and engineers constantly found the reasons for failure, learned lessons from failure, analyzed the reasons for failure, and then optimized the experiment. However, as the number of experiments increased, scientists found that experimental optimization did not seem to bring success to the experiment, because they had increased the running time of the warp engine from the initial 10 seconds to dozens of hours. And it was dozens of hours of stable operation. But the platinum sheet still did not move. Just like the astronomical particle collision experiment, such a result cannot defeat human scientists. If they fail, they will find the reason, and then continue to do it, trial and error, until they find the correct answer to the universe. More than 10 hours of operation are enough to show that this warp engine is stable enough. But it still cannot move a 0.1 gram platinum sheet even 1 micron. At this time, Scientists have to find other reasons. Most scientists believe that it is not a problem with the warp engine itself, because they have also participated in the optimization process of each warp engine. And they are scientists and engineers who can understand the existence of the warp engine structure. They all participated in the disassembly of the fourth-level civilization warp engine, and they are considered to be the top experts in the engine field at this stage of human civilization. Among these people, there is Yu Nafeng, who has lived from the Callisto era to the present. Yu Nafeng is also a great engineer and scientist who keeps pace with the times. He was originally a dynamics engineer in the Callisto era, and the most powerful dynamics expert in the Callisto base. With the advancement of human technology, his status has also risen. Of course, his knowledge and technology have not fallen behind, but have become more proficient. He was in charge of the warp engine research back then, and he also contributed to the human mechanical expertise. Now, he has once again become the person in charge of the warp engine experimental project. Of course, he is not only doing this, he also has work in other fields of research and experiments. But he has been focusing on the warp engine recently. As for the current problem, Yu Nafeng, as the person in charge, after careful research and analysis, believes that it is not a problem with the warp engine, but the problem is likely to be in the energy system. After reaching this conclusion, he wrote a report on the matching of the energy system and the warp engine overnight, in which he also listed many examples of the dismantled warp engine energy supply system. Finally, he made a suggestion, saying that if humans want to succeed in the warp experiment, they must use a functional system of the corresponding energy level. Simply put, the energy level is not enough to produce instantaneous energy that distorts time and space. Hydrogen nuclear fusion is not good, although heavy nuclear fusion is also huge and even inexhaustible. Its efficiency is not high enough, and the output port is not large enough. It is like having a large lake of water, but at most you can only open a small hole as big as a pinhole to release the flood. This amount of water has no power. Yu Nafeng's view has received widespread support. But support is support, and after support, a solution must be found. Otherwise it will be empty talk, and the experiment will not be able to continue. At this moment, all scientists were silent, because they also realized the key to this problem. The answer was obvious. That is, antimatter annihilation. According to Yu Nafeng, if the energy of antimatter annihilation level can be provided to the warp engine, it can provide enough instantaneous energy to make its working core generate a powerful force to distort time and space. But everyone knows that humans do not have the ability to produce a large amount of antimatter. And even if they can, they cannot store it stably. What needs to be said here is that charged antiparticles can actually be called antimatter. But the so-called large-scale production of antimatter refers to antimatter that is electrically neutral. Just like real-life matter, humans do have the ability to produce a small amount of charged antiparticles, such as anti-electrons, antiprotons, and antineutrons, which can be produced and separated. And with the current technical strength of the third-level civilization, they can also mix them together to form electrically neutral antimatter. But they do not have the ability to preserve them after they have converged into electrically neutral antimatter. However, the warp engine requires antimatter annihilation level energy to drive. Which brings us back to the beginning of the problem. The grand unified theory. Humans must master the grand unified theory before they can produce and store antimatter in large quantities. From this point of view, the warp experiment seems to have come to an end, and we must wait until the grand unified theory is mastered before we can continue. At this moment, human scientists have a clearer understanding of why the grand unified theory will become the iconic theory of the fourth level civilization. Without this theory, it is impossible to develop those level 4 civilization technologies. Even if we know that a certain technology will be mastered after becoming a level 4 civilization, we cannot cross the grand unified theory. The high barrier of the grand unified theory, like a mountain, once again looms over the heads of mankind. The barrier is indeed a barrier. However, just when everyone thought that the warp experiment could not continue until the grand unified theory was realized, Yu Nafeng proposed a bold idea. He believed that an external device based on high-intensity magnetic field confinement could be made to store a large number of positrons. Then, after enough positrons are stored, they can be driven by the magnetic field and injected into the combustion chamber of the warp engine to annihilate, with an equal number of electrons injected from another direction. Then use the high-energy energy generated by the annihilation of these massive amounts of positive and negative electrons to drive the warp engine. Yu Nafeng is still so wild. And everyone's eyelids jump when they hear this idea. Because in Yu Nafeng's explanation, everyone knows that this so-called external device based on high-intensity magnetic field confinement is basically a huge positron cannon. But it has an additional circular magnetic field for confining positrons, which is what he calls a storage device. The entire device is a combination of a positron cannon and a set of strong magnetic field confinement equipment. Yu Nafeng even said that if one positron cannon does not produce enough positrons, then 2 or 3 cannons can be used. In short, as long as the amount of positrons is sufficient, they can instantly annihilate and produce a tremendous amount of energy that is enough to drive the warp engine. This is true. And it is true that great efforts can produce miracles. But it is very risky to operate. At least the laboratory cannot be placed on the research ship like it is now. Otherwise, if you are not careful, the energy in spacetime generated by the annihilation of a large number of positrons and anti-electrons will definitely destroy the ship and kill people. Just do it. Anyway, people who are crazier than this idea have done it. The new test site was set up separately in the outer space, in order to complete the experiment as soon as possible. Yu Nafeng also applied for several warships with positron guns as the main guns, and removed their main guns for modification, because he was afraid that mistakes would occur during the experiment and cause the warp engine used for the experiment to be scrapped. Yu Nafeng also specifically asked the experimental team to prepare a few more experimental prototypes, so that if there were mistakes and 1 or 2 were destroyed, it would not waste time waiting for the next prototype to be produced. Chapter 650. Within a few years, with the support of strong industrial manufacturing capabilities, the new space laboratory was completed. From the outside, this new laboratory mainly consists of 3 parts. One is the modified positron cannon integration, and the other is the modified electron cannon integration. The 2 are connected to the warp engine prototype through a magnetic field channel, floating in the dark space like a star triangle. At this moment, the new experiment has been prepared. With the bright indicator light flashing, Yu Nafeng once again issued an order to start the experiment. His command was transformed into an electronic signal and instantly transmitted to the laboratory system. Thus, the warp experiment was started again after several years. The modified positron cannon and a modified electron cannon were guided by the magnetic field and then gathered in the combustion chamber of the warp engine prototype for mixed annihilation reaction. The majestic positrons crossed the hundreds of meters of the diversion channel and rushed into the warp engine combustion chamber at once. Then, under the action of the complex and comprehensive magnetic field specially made by the combustion chamber, they were surrounded like an aperture. At the same time, the other end of the entrance also shot in a nearly equal amount of electron beams, and the 2 met and annihilated each other in an instant. The mass of the positive and negative electrons was 100% converted into huge energy at the moment of annihilation. This energy was released to the core area of the warp engine in a clever structure, driving countless wonderful reactions here. In order to avoid experimental accidents, human scientists and engineers had done countless simulations before the experiment. Their efforts were not in vain. The first operation of human beings to obtain energy by fusing positive and negative electrons did not have any accidents, and the warp engine obtained this wave of energy. However, the result was difficult for scientists to accept. The platinum sheet was still as motionless as an ancient rock. Seeing this situation, scientists even had the urge to push it with their hands. The platinum sheet that could be blown by a breath of air could not be moved at all after building such a large warp engine. At this moment, the platinum sheet seemed to have turned into a huge mountain in the eyes of humans, firmly fixed there. No matter how hard humans tried, they could not move it. Grand unified theory. Grand unified theory. Must it be realized before taking this step? We are just experimenting with a small piece of platinum. Looking at the experimental results, Yu Nafeng stretched out his hand to rub his hair, muttering to himself. After a while, his eyes changed from a little confused to a sharp blade. No. We have clearly seen the barriers of the 4th level civilization. We have clearly made many achievements on the road of grand unified exploration. And theoretically, the annihilation of positive and negative electrons has reached the required energy level. Even if it cannot drive a large mass object, a small piece of platinum should not be able to drive it. Yes, it must be that the amount is not large enough. If the amount is not large enough, continue to increase the input. After a moment of silence, Yu Nafeng gritted his teeth and said, Connect the 3 positron beam generators and electron beam generators in parallel. Those positron beam generators are all spare. If they are connected in parallel and run together, the rated input power of the warp engine prototype will be exceeded. An experimental operator was stunned. How much more? 20%. Then run it in overload mode. That's it. Yu Nafeng expressed his determination in an unquestionable way. And at the same time, he was praying in his heart that this time it would succeed. At least not to blow up the warp engine prototype. After all, controllable reactions and uncontrollable reactions are different. Although Yu Nafeng has confidence in the engineering department under his leadership, it is impossible to guarantee 100% completion. So after issuing the order, his heart is always hanging. For things like parallel experimental facilities, he only needs to issue an order, and there is no need for engineers to do it themselves. With the current level of automation of human beings, these small things can be completed by strong artificial intelligence, and they just need to wait quietly for a while. Academician U. The equipment has been connected in parallel, and we can start the second experiment. Not long after, the voice of the engineer woke up Yu Nafeng, who was still checking various parameters in the command center. Okay. Start now. Yu Nafeng nodded, with a little madness under his calm face. The same genius looked at the experimental equipment that had already blossomed with the light of science and technology with a mad look. Increase the efforts. Increase the efforts. If it doesn't work, I will build a bigger warp prototype and connect a bigger positron beam generator in parallel. Positrons and anti-electrons are also antimatter. There is no reason why it won't work. It must be just that the quantity is not enough. 2 beams of light like thunder and lightning pass through the guide magnetic field in the expectation of the crowd, and mixed with another electron beam just like the first time. At this moment, the pointers of the instruments in the laboratory command center suddenly jumped up. And at the same time, every data monitor was emitting overload warning beeps and rapid voice broadcasts. Looking at this scene, even Yu Nafeng, who was known for his wild engineering style, couldn't help but control his restless eyelids. This situation is prone to experimental accidents. Maybe a big explosion will occur on the warp engine prototype in the next moment. But he still didn't give the order to pull the power switch to stop the test. A few minutes of overload made Yu Nafeng feel that it was longer than half a century. Academician U. The second experiment is completed. The equipment overload rate is 31.4%. The input end has stopped input. The engine has stopped working. And the detector is measuring the experimental results. Hearing this, Yu Nafeng breathed a sigh of relief. This warp engine prototype is so powerful that such high-intensity energy did not blow it up. The products of human machinery must be fine. Feeling proud, Yu Nafeng turned his mind back to the experiment. At this time, a voice that seemed a little unbelievable and could not hide the surprise sounded in his ears. This 1.34 millimeters? Huh? Has the data been verified? Is it an error? The detection equipment has measured many times. The data has been verified, and the error has been eliminated. Did it work? Did it work? We succeeded? Warp engine. We succeeded? Is it successful? Is it really a miracle of great power? Yu Nafeng was a little stunned. Although he was eager to hear the news of success, all this happiness seemed to come a little suddenly. Quick! 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 Quickly restore the experimental process, and see what happened to the platinum sheet during this process. Suddenly standing up from his position, Yu Nafeng immediately shouted excitedly, and then joined in the experiment review operation. Review this experiment, and then conduct the next experiment based on this data, and then continue to conduct several experiments. If each experiment can successfully cause the platinum sheet to move, then he dares to declare that the experiment is really successful. Science can be repeated.